gives me a chance to rest. Is I also don't go live on Wednesdays. I only
Okay,
do
so
Sunday, Monday, Tuesday, and Thursday.
Sunday, Monday, Tuesday, and Thursday. Okay.
Yeah, so it gives me a chance to rest. It gives me a chance to work on my other things that I have going on in my life. Spend time with my grandkids. So
Okay. That's
your badge
understandable.
reset back to new key? How long has it been gone? Wait, I thought it was 90 days I thought it was 90 days before they reset you, before they start you back over. What's up to the YouTubers? Yeah. But I hope we don't have to do a reset tonight. Hopefully we can get the FYP going. Y'all know what TikTok likes. They like to think that they're gonna eat likes and shares, claiming your points, y'all. When you see that plus sign up there by the heart me, claim those points. That way they know that you're not bots in here, that you like what's going on. Commenting, all of that good stuff. We're at 58 shares right now. And so let's work on trying to get the shares within the next 8 minutes, up to 100. What's up? What is it? What? How do you say your name? What? I can't read that. Is it Ik Venetia? Ik Veshamia? Icy Veshamia? How do you say your name? What's up, doggone Dave? Andio knows. What's up? Can you put the phonics in there for me? I see Vashamia. Eh, Can you? What is it? Shamia. Okay. I see the Shamia. What's the first what's the first part? I see the Shamia. Oh, I say okay. Okay. What's up, love bug? Um, Respirant says somebody help her, please. Man, I swear the way y'all be fixing y'all names be fucking my brain up. But yeah, what were we saying about the pastor conversation? In that conversation, I never ever thought to bring up the fact. Well, this is the first time I ever brought up um the fact of Romans 9, when Paul says that loving your neighbor as you love yourself is what fulfills the whole law. And when I read it, when I was talking to him, because you know how we always get into the argument about whether Jesus abolished the law and
Right.
whether fulfill means that he abolished it, right? Um, and when when I was like going at it with him, I never ever thought to bring up the fact that Paul lists the commandments, right?
Yeah.
Like in previous conversations when we are like talking with Christians about whether Jesus abolished the law or not, and they want to say that when he says that he came not to abolish but to fulfill the law of the prophets, they say that fulfill means complete, which means that nobody else has to follow the law because he completed the law, right? So in Romans 13:9, when Paul says the commandments, you shall not commit adultery. That's one commandment, right?
Mm-hmm.
You shall not murder. You shall not steal. You shall not covet. And any other commandment are summed up in this word, right? So he's saying not murdering, not committing adultery, not coveting, right? And all the other commandments are summed up in this word. This is also how, this also makes me think because Paul's letters were in rotation first before the Gospels, right?
Yeah. Yeah. You're right. You're right.
And so in Mark 12:31. We're going to do 31 through 32. Actually, let's go.
Let me get my computer out.
Keep tapping, y'all. Keep tapping. I don't see those heart knees and team bracelets and popular arrows. We got to continue to do it to get Thinker on the FYP, you guys. We appreciate it.
What's up, Tone G? Okay, so in Mark 12:31, the Mark was written first. So after Paul's letters were in rotation. So this in Romans would have been written first, right? And then this would have come with the influence of this. So Mark writes, Jesus answered, the first is, hear, O Israel, the Lord our God, the Lord is one. You shall love the Lord your God with all your heart, with all your soul, and with all your mind, and with all your strength. So he's listing one commandment, right? It follows the same thing as Paul. Paul says the commandments: you shall not commit adultery, you shall not murder, right? Well, let's one, like, he's listing the commandments. And then Jesus says the second, you shall love your neighbor as yourself. Paul says, after Paul lists his commandments, right? He says these and any other commandment are summed up in this word: you shall love your neighbor as you love yourself. Love does no wrong to a neighbor. So he explains what all this is, right? All of these commandments here hang on this. That's what that means, right?
Right.
It means that if you follow this commandment, you shall love your neighbor as you love yourself, because love does no wrong to a neighbor. Love won't commit adultery. Love won't murder. Love won't steal. Love will not covet. Then he says, therefore, love is fulfilling the law. Okay? So he's basically saying, if you love, you are fulfilling the law of not committing adultery, not murdering, not coveting. You know what I'm saying? And all the other commandments, because that everything is summed up in that. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
So in Mark, when Jesus says, hold on, I got the wrong one. Well, first off, when believers be like, oh, he said the only two commandments we have to follow are these. I think where he says, then describes you are right. Where's the one where he says, for all these two hang the whole law? Which one does he say that in?
Hold on, I'm going to pull it up now.
Is it Luke? Or Matthew?
It's Matthew. Yeah. I don't think it's Luke.
It's Matthew.
Yeah.
This is the one they quote all the time. Hold on.
Let me see. Yeah, I think it's Matthew. Let's see. Oh, I'm trying to get my computer out.
Yeah. Here we go. Let me go up a little bit more.
Matthew 20.
Matthew 22.
Mm-hmm.
It says, teacher, which commandment in the law is the greatest? And he said to him, you shall love the Lord your God with all your heart, with all your soul, with all your mind. This is the greatest and first commandment. And a second is like it: you shall love your neighbor as yourself. On these two commandments hang all the law and the prophets. They argue that he's saying that he fulfilled the law with these two things. He doesn't say that here, right? He says, I came to fulfill the law in Matthew 5. But what I want to point to is when he says on these two commandments hang all the law and the prophets, he's saying the damn same thing that Paul is saying here about love fulfilling the law. Does that make sense? So when we're telling them that this right here is not, Jesus saying don't follow the rest of the law. These are the only two things you need to do. What Jesus is saying: if you love the Lord your God with all your heart, soul, and might, if you love your Israelite neighbor as you love yourself, then you'll be able to follow the law and the prophets. That because that's the same thing Paul says here. And then keeping in mind that Paul's letters were in rotation before any of the four gospels were. So the writer of the four gospels would have been influenced by this, by Romans 13.
I don't think that's even I don't think that's red lettered either. It's
What?
like as if Jesus said this. This is all Paul.
No. No. Romans is not Jesus at all. That's definitely Paul. I'm talking about Matthew,
Yeah.
and Matthew and Mark. When the believers say that, when Jesus says these two commandments, on these two commandments hang the entire law, the law and the prophets, right here in Matthew 22.
Right.
They
Yeah, I'm looking.
Yeah, they think that it's saying that those are the only two commandments they have to follow. They think that's what Jesus is saying. But what I'm saying is Paul's letters were in rotation before any of the four synoptic the synoptic gospels or the Johann gospel. And so Mark, Matthew, Luke, John would have been influenced by Romans 13 when they wrote their version of this story. And Matthew, you see what I'm saying?
Yeah. Yeah, I see what you're saying.
Okay, talk back to me and talking. Make sure you understand what I'm saying. Like, what do you think I'm saying?
Well, I'm reading it actually, but I see where they're getting the confusing. I mean, where they're getting confused at by it saying, it says, this is the first and the great commandment, and the second is like unto it, thou shalt love thy neighbor as thyself. On these two commandments hang all the law and the prophets. So,
But like, yeah, like, and what I'm saying is like, do you see where Paul in Romans say that love your neighbor as you love yourself is what hangs on the law, is what fulfills the law?
okay.
You see that?
Oh, I'm pulling it up too.
What if? Please shut up. Like, you know damn well. Just,
What?
I hate when people come in here talking about those are the seasons. It's metaphorical.
Oh, please. They make meta. Anyway, Romans. What was it? Damn, I lost train of thought.
Romans
Romans.
13.
Shit.
Roman,
13.
yeah, 13, 9 through 11, I think. 9 through 10.
1 second here. My computer just runs so damn slow out here. I don't know why. Come on. Romans 13. Okay.
That's what I'm saying. Like, but I think What If knows that we do not believe in this book. I don't know why. I don't know if they are a believer or not. I can't remember. But never mind. I saw his bio. He said, "What if I am God?"
Love that name. Okay. Let's see. Oh no man with anything but to love one another, for he hath loveth another hath fulfilled the law.
It's the New Testament, Django.
You know, I really never noticed this shit, to be honest.
Really?
No, I really haven't.
Yeah. So, like, Paul, even though the story is told with Paul coming after Jesus says all this stuff, Paul's letters were written way before any of the Gospels historically, right? Like, his letters were in rotation to the followers of amongst the followers of this Christ before any of the four Gospels were written. And so Paul saying that love is what fulfills the whole law would have been what they knew first. Does that make sense?
Yes, no, I got that part.
Okay. And so what Paul is saying, you shall not commit adultery, you shall not murder, you shall not steal, you shall not covet. And any of the other commandments, they're all summed up in this one commandment. You shall love your neighbor as yourself. And then he says, love does no wrong to a neighbor. So like if you love your neighbor, you won't covet, you won't commit adultery, you won't murder, you won't steal from them. And he says, therefore, love fulfills the law. If you love, you'll be able to fulfill the law. Like that'll be easy, right? That's what Paul is saying. And so if we see this same structure here with Paul saying that love fulfills the law, when Jesus says here that the greatest two commandments is love the Lord your God with all your heart, soul, and mind, love your neighbor with as you love yourself. And he says, on these two commandments hang all the law and the prophets. Jesus is essentially saying the same thing here, that those two commandments fulfill the law. If you love the God of Israel, if you love your neighbor, then you will be able to follow the law and the prophets. That's what Jesus is saying. He's not saying that fuck the law and just love God and love your neighbor, as Christians constantly come in here and tell us that. You see what I'm saying?
Right. I'm understanding it now. Okay. I see where I see basically it's fulfilling the law, loving thy neighbor and loving God, but it did not erase thou
Mhm.
should not commit adultery. It didn't erase none of it. It's saying that love, if you love, you won't do none of these things.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Yeah. Because if they're going to say that Jesus is saying that these two commandments erase the rest of the law, then they have to then say that Paul is saying love erased these commandments. And so fuck it, go ahead and commit adultery. Right?
Right.
Fuck it, go ahead and murder. You see what I'm
Right.
saying? And that ain't what they know damn well. That's not what Paul is saying here. So if we can understand that Paul is saying that as long as you love, you won't do these things, and then you'll be able to fulfill the law, then that's the same shit Jesus is saying here. So in Matthew 5:17, when he says, don't think that I have come to abolish the law or the prophets. I have come not to abolish, but to fulfill. He's saying, I've come to do this and this.
Yep. It's everything.
Yep.
I think I think it boils down to what they want to believe, or how can I say it? I think it boils down to taking that 10 in Romans 13:10. They're just looking at that.
Yeah, but half of them don't even know Paul said this. They
Mm-mm.
only quote Jesus. They quote Jesus here. They don't know Paul said that. They never quote Romans 13 in this. They always quote Matthew. The half of them don't even know that Paul said that love your neighbor is the only commandment that fulfills the law. Jesus says there's two. All right. Jesus says it's love. What's up, Yalla? Jesus says it's love God and your neighbor,
Right.
your Israelite neighbor, to fulfill the law. Paul says there's one. Paul does not mention the God of Israel.
And you know what? And that's another part that they missing. It's the Israelites. This is not for the Gentiles. This is Israelite shit.
Yeah,
When he say love thy neighbor, he's talking about your neighbor, your brother, your
but
Israelite brother.
Paul isn't. Paul is
No,
not.
no, Paul's not talking about that.
Yeah,
No.
that's why he doesn't mention the God of Israel. Paul is talking to the Gentiles. He at this point, Paul doesn't see the God of Israel as a necessary thing for the Gentiles. Like that's the Hebrews' God. Like it wasn't until much later that the God of Israel was even like married to this Jesus. But the earlier writings of Paul are very Gnostic, and that Christ belonged to a different God. He was a son of a different God according to Marcion. So that's why you see Paul here, he doesn't mention loving the God of Israel. He just says, look, love your neighbor as you love yourself, and you'll follow the law. You won't harm people.
Not to go off topic, but I'm glad you mentioned that. Did you ever find any information before Marcion having these Pauline letters?
Mm-mm. Marcion was the first. There isn't anybody ever in history to have the letters before Marcion.
Makes that makes me wonder. I mean, I've been wondering that for a while.
What about it?
I
Like
mean,
who are you? Like who do you think had the letters before Marcion?
I don't think no. Well, that's what I'm saying. There's no evidence. There's no documentation. There's nothing. It's like the Pauline letters started with Marcion.
No, they did. That's historically known though. Like nobody contests that.
So if it did, but Marcion saying, you hear what I'm saying? He didn't write them.
Well, we don't know who wrote the Pauline letters. Nobody
Exactly.
ever met Paul, not even Marcion.
Right.
Nobody said no. We don't even know if the writer of the letters, if his real name is Paul, that name was given to him. Wilson Armstrong. We've only been live for 27 minutes, friend. 20. We just started. We haven't even brought up our first guest. But yeah, like nobody's ever met Paul. Like there's no documentation of any of the uh, earlier church fathers, right? Anybody outside of the book actually meeting this Paul person that wrote these letters. We don't even know that his name is actually Paul.
Well, you know what? A guy told me, I can't remember, we was conversating about it, and he said the only thing that he could come up with is that they from the Pauline letters, they assigned it to a man named Paul, based because it was called the Pauline letters. But it wasn't like it was a man named Paul that actually wrote it. I mean, that they saying, from what he was telling me, he said that that was the actual name of the letters, the Pauline letters.
Yeah, because they didn't have the name of the writer or the author, so they just gave the author a name. That's what I'm
Right.
saying. Like nobody ever met this person. Um, historically, there's no documentation of anybody outside of the book, right? Like the early uh, church fathers, or the early followers that we actually have writings from ever meeting this Paul character. Not even Marcion. Marcion never met him. Paul was deceased before Marcion was born.
Right.
Yeah, so we don't even know if the person's name is Paul. That name was given to
That's
the
what he
author of the
said
letters.
too. He said it was given. He said it was
So
assigned to
could
a Paul.
Marcion have made it up? Well, I know
I
it's made up, but could he have written them his?
I thought that I thought that, but I don't know. I honestly don't think Marcion wrote them. I think that he may have added some things to it, like interpolated a bit, but I don't think he wrote them. But nobody knows where Marcion got the letters from. I don't know where they came
Yeah,
from. I just know they show up with him.
that's just
Um,
weird. All
yeah,
of a
and then
sudden, you're grafted in, and I don't know. It's not adding up.
Well, that's the
the
same
church
thing.
fathers did not. The church fathers didn't meet Paul. Paul was dead by the time the church fathers came around.
Yeah.
What do you
Well,
say?
I was saying that's the same thing he was saying. He said they were called the Pauline letters, and then they assigned it. They cut it short and called it and said a guy named Paul wrote the letters. That's what this one cat was telling me when we was talking. He researches a lot too, and he was telling me that he said that's the only thing that makes sense. He said
I don't
because
know. I don't know if
when
that's the only thing.
Marcion had the letters, they were called the Pauline letters, and he said later on, now they were the words of Paul.
Yeah, it could be like I think it was Paulius.
Yeah,
is what they
yeah.
call it.
You know, I can't pronounce the shit right, but you know, it wasn't Paul. It was Pauline or Paulus or Paulus, something like that.
Yeah.
But I've heard several different stories about it. I heard one lady telling me it was actually Pauline. It was called the Pauline letters.
Yeah,
That's
ain't that
what.
what we were saying? The Pauline?
Yeah,
Isn't that
that's
what
what we
we
were
were saying
saying.
the
But
whole time?
she was trying to tell me that that was some female, some lady.
I mean, it could be. We don't know. Like
Yeah,
for her to even say that, there's no documentation. That's just her,
right.
like guessing. Like there is no documentation on who this person is. Nobody's ever met this person.
I, yeah, like I said, that I think that's one of the most biggest mysteries in the Bible to me.
I mean, it's the biggest mystery in biblical scholarship. Like nobody, nobody knows who this Paul person was. Like in history, Marcion was the first to have his letters. Marcion had the first canonized New Testament Bible. Canonized New Testament, and it included the Pauline letters and the Book of Luke, which is now our Book of Acts. And Marcion, he didn't agree with some of the Gospels when they started writing the Gospels. Um, when the Gospels were in rotation, Marcion didn't agree with a lot of them.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Yeah,
But the guest box is open, y'all.
that's right.
We're at 110 shares, y'all. Please don't make us have to do a reset tonight. But I will if we have to, so that we can get some good conversations going. We are at 110 shares. Again, I know y'all are sleepy. I know some of y'all turned on the live, rolled over, and your head hit the pillow, and you are out. You're probably already snoring. But just to let you know, that doesn't help the live. It doesn't help us. It actually hurts us when y'all don't engage. When you stop liking, when you stop sharing, when you stop gifting. TikTok thinks that nothing's happening in the live. So continue to engage. Unity, I see you in the guest request box, but I'm thinking that it's an accident, maybe. But if you are a believer in the God of the Christian Bible, if you are deconstructing, or if you're an atheist, the guest box is open. And of course, if you are a nerd, the guest box is open. We 34 minutes into the show. We should be already popping in the guest box with conversations.
Right.
Like it's too early to be begging for people to come up.
Now let's get the likes to 75K. Keep tapping, please.
I'm gonna have to buy me another tapper too. I done lost it somewhere.
I hate when people
Have you?
ask that question, like, what's being deconstructed?
Nelly,
What
be
the fuck do you
quiet.
think is being deconstructed? Anne,
Hello?
hi, how are you?
Oh, sorry, I'm fine. How are you guys?
I'm doing
I
good.
think
Give me
it's, I
just
was
one
just,
second. 1 second, please, Anne. Unity, are you in the guest box on purpose, love, or on accident? Um, and are you a believer? Are you deconstructing? Or are you an atheist?
I'm deconstructing.
Okay. And what topic did you come up to discuss?
I did not come up. I'm so sorry.
That's
I
okay. I'll
will
go ahead
just
and take you
come
down.
here and listen to you guys. I really love you guys. Is Fee here? Can I say hi? I love her so much.
Oh,
Thank
she's
you guys
not
for what
here.
you are doing. You know, thank you very much.
You are so welcome. Thank you. I hope you have a good night, okay?
You too.
All right.
Thank you. Bye.
Bye
Take me
bye.
down.
I got you. Um, what do you want me to read from the YouTube chat, Wiley? You want me to know that you're Christian. What do you want me to say about that? No, 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 Muffy. We can say it again. I'm over her. I'm over the dumb shit that lady did. She won't be back in here unless she come on a backup account. Oh, okay. I don't think what's the name is here. Okay, y'all. I don't know. I guess I need to do a reset because I can't sit here and beg people to come up. I can't do it. Um, should I reset right now? Or should I wait? Give it an hour. Like we're 36 minutes in, and it's too It's too quiet for me right now.
Mm, we can try it.
Oh, I'm sorry. I was talking to Lala.
Oh,
Oh,
Hold
I
on.
thought I was talking back to you. I was saying, let's go ahead and do it unless you want to wait till top of the hour.
Yeah, I can't. I can wait and see.
What's Danny doing?
I don't know. They're on teacup, but I'm gonna take them down because I can't stand that either.
What's that? Mm,
I don't know. I like. And see, that's what when stuff like that, I end up adjusting my schedule because I don't like being live when another person in the community is live.
That's
Like I
somebody
don't.
else live?
Joel is live right now.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, and that's why I stopped going live on Wednesday nights because Mezzo is live, and I think it's unproductive to split attention.
Yeah.
Yeah, and I try my best to,
So
yeah,
you
respect the
thinking
time
about
when other
moving it
people are.
later or
I think that like so that people don't have to like one so that I'm not sitting here like I don't like doing this. And then two so that people don't have to split their attention like that's unproductive. For me, I think it's unproductive, for them to have to go back and forth between two lives because they want to support two creators. Like
yeah.
there's so many people doing hosting lives now that I might not need to go live as often anymore, if that makes sense. It's Deo. Are you there?
Hello, I'm here.
How are you?
I'm well. How are you?
I'm doing good. So are you deconstructing or?
I would say so. I would say so. I feel like I'm still trying to figure out even the definition, but yes, I would. That's probably the most accurate statement. I would say
Okay.
so.
All
Yeah.
right. Awesome. What topic did you come up to discuss?
Actually, I was looking at the fifth one. Should biblical information be corrected as we learn the facts? Um, Yeah, I found that one interesting. It just made me think about textbooks. But I apologize. That's the one that I choose. I don't recall as far as like the format goes. Um, if
I'm
should
sorry.
I just give my should I just give my
You cut out
viewpoint
a little
or
bit.
sorry, that's okay. I wasn't sure if I just share my viewpoint or if you
Yeah.
want me just to, okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, I just, as a former educator, I know it just made me think about like updating textbooks, like as you get more information, we're making just things that are accurate. The only, I mean, I feel like it makes sense, but um, I think it's probably intentional that the Bible is not updated as we learn more facts, because then it would be forced to be factual and then would not be the tool that it is. Um, I feel like I guess my understanding of the Bible as I'm deconstructing is that it is a tool, and I think that once if it's no longer if it becomes factual, it can't be the tool that it currently is. So
Let
yeah,
me
it
ask you
should,
what is
but
it? What
yeah.
type of tool are you saying that it is?
I feel like it's a harmful tool. And so I feel like as we learn, um, about the inaccuracies of the text and how it's been used in the past and whatnot. You don't see new additions. I mean, you see, maybe you might see new like translation or paraphrase, but I don't know that. I don't know that I would say that you see widespread accuracies being, or information being corrected and shared with the general public. You know, people I feel like are still, no, this is it. This is what's here is literal, and this is it. And it doesn't matter that it's inaccurate to some, because if it were, I don't think it could do the harm that it does. So
Yeah, I think you're right about why they don't want people to correct the information. A lot of what believers believe isn't even in the Bible. A lot of it is like extra biblical interpretations from early church fathers, from theologians, pastors who believe they got a Holy Ghost interpretation, and they start teaching these oral traditions.
right,
So, like, I think Christians have created damn near their own version of the oral Bible. Like, the Israelites had the oral Torah, and they hold on to that. But I agree that, if with us correcting the information that we learn and our own thoughts, a lot of times it leads people to deconstruct completely, and that's what they don't want.
exactly. So
Yeah.
we should, but then it, yeah. So that's my stance on it.
Yeah. Do you see the similarities between like the whole CRT debacle and Black history? Like, as more people started to learn the truth behind American history, in Black history, like we were never taught in school about the full history of slavery here in America, and how Europeans indentured servitude worked, right? And learning that indentured servitude, they were, taken advantage of as well, and held in contracts. Some of them held in contracts 40 and 50 years by, the slave masters doing manipulative shit, so they didn't have to give them the land. And so they were impregnating women and blaming the babies on male indentured servants, and then telling them, if you don't pay me for all of the money that I've spent on taking care of your child, because they didn't have like DNA tests back then. Like, if you don't pay me for taking care of your child, then I'm gonna you can't. I'm gonna extend your contract. And like, that's how they were manipulating the contracts back then, and keeping Europeans in longer time frame of servitude. And so they lied, that they didn't tell us that part of the history, right? They made us believe that only Black people were enslaved for long periods of time, and white people were treated with the utmost respect even when they were in indentured servitude, because white is supreme. And like, they just lied to us. But as we started learning the true history in America, the truth behind the gruesomeness that they did to Black Americans, to our ancestors here, they rushed to stop the learning of that, right? They rushed to change information to prevent the learning of the information, because it then breaks up the image that they've created for themselves. And right now, yeah. So I feel like we may see that something similar now that, a lot of people are learning biblical scholarship, and they're learning how to research and validate the information in this book themselves. When they see, more people deconstructing, we may see laws around who can interpret the Bible, who can read the Bible. Like, that wouldn't surprise me. But what do you think? Do you see the correlation, the similarities? Or?
Absolutely, and it makes me, I don't know, I feel I'm grateful to have left the education sector when I did, because I don't know that I have the mental capacity to be in the education sector and and knowing all what is going on. I'm just thinking like the Bible in school. What is happening? What's happening? Just yeah, um, it's it's not good, and so I do it, and I don't. It's not a coincidence. I don't. It's um, status quo. So
What would you do if you were still in the education sector and they told you that you had to teach the Bible? Would you do it, or would you quit?
that's Lord have mercy. Um, that that's a tough question.
Yeah.
I That's a tough question because I've taught in across the range. I've taught in parochial schools as well as in the public school sector, um, but also even within in some in some districts. That even like I've taught in schools where the culture is it lends itself more to separation of church and state, you could say. But even within the same district, other schools are very much, you could attest, the culture is very much, we um, are very, we would welcome that kind of rhetoric, even within the same public school district. So I've taught, it's just very interesting, even from school to school. Um, but then I've also taught in parochial schools where teaching the Bible is expected, and yeah, I even yeah. So that's that's a difficult question to answer because I have I have
Oh,
actually
okay.
yeah I have
And
and
how did you approach it? Like, did you teach like the parts about slavery? Like, did you teach the gruesome parts, or did you teach the parts that they normally teach in like Sunday school?
so uh, I was when I taught American history because I most of my teaching was in middle school, but most of that was science education. But I taught American history and civics for a brief period. So when I taught that content um, in American history, I'm trying to think, eighth grade, Louisville, Kentucky. Yeah, yeah. We got into it. We got into it. Um, I was fortunate to have a co-teacher that had um, paved the way already for and laid some groundwork um, to where our administration understood that we'd be diving into some um, deep topics, thankfully with eighth graders that, with maturity level. But also, I think the area that I was teaching in, the the culture of the city, that was an acceptable expectation that you could go into some of the darker parts of our history. So I do feel like I had an advantage that not necessarily every teacher might experience, but um, Louisville's like that. That was my experience teaching in Louisville. Um, so I don't know if that answered
Okay.
your question.
No, no. Like I
Okay.
was asking, like, did you teach the like about slavery in the Bible? When you had to teach the Bible, did you
Mhm.
teach the parts about the slavery or like the genocide, or did you just stay
No,
focused on like the Sunday school part?
yes, very much. The
Okay.
curriculum was very laid out, and it was this is the curriculum that you teach from. That it was very
Okay.
structured and laid out, um, and that's yeah, that's just that's what I did. Um, I have some guilt to work through in my role back in that time in my life, but yeah, it was a very strict curriculum when I taught in parochial schools. Yeah,
Okay.
for
Well,
even for the grade level, it was very much so. Yeah.
okay. I mean, well, forgive yourself. Like, I get, working through guilt, but you didn't know what you didn't know at that time, and I'm sure, right, you thought that you were doing, the right thing, and I'm not saying that you weren't, but have, give yourself some grace, and don't be too hard on yourself about that. Today, I watched the movie Heretic. The ending pissed me off so bad. I'm not gonna
I have
tell
not
nobody.
seen that. I have not seen that.
It's a okay movie. It's okay. Um, I get it. Like I get the whole goal of the movie. Um, but there's one part in the movie where they have to like choose a door to walk through and choose whether they want to hold to their beliefs or take the information that the man is telling them and get out the house because he's locked them in this house and walk through the door of disbelief. And there's one point in the movie where one of the young girls is like, well, thank you for the information, we're gonna take it and and think on it. um I'm gonna walk through the door of disbelief right now. And her friend stops her and she's like, we gotta stand firm on our faith, blah blah blah. And she listens to her and they don't walk through the door of disbelief. And I when I was watching that, I was like just common sense at that moment it would say, let me tell this motherfucker what I think he need to hear. You know what I'm saying? So I can get out. But when we are believers, we feel like we believe what we believe, and we think that Jesus is going to come and save us, and that's what Jesus wants us to do at that moment, is stand firm on the faith. And sometimes it leads us to destruction because we lack that ability to we can't save ourselves by, I guess, doing what we need to do in the moment to get ourselves to safety. And like I belief is just like that, right? So I just forgive yourself for whatever it is that you're feeling guilty about, and work through that, and give yourself grace, because even now today, like when I woke up from my sleep, I don't have any idea why the old habits that I used to have as a believer for some reason this week seem to be coming back, right? So like when I wake up, the first thing that came on my mind was, you need to thank Jesus for waking you up. And I think it's because I've been arguing with Christians this week about where the breath comes in our, like if we breathe, I don't know what the fuck is happening. I haven't thanked Jesus for waking me up in damn near 5 years. But for some reason this week, like I accidentally prayed over my freaking food the other day. And I was like, what the fuck are you doing? But I think we will always have to work through these things because they were habits in our bodies and in our minds, and they were things that we actually believed. And when we believe these things, like we weren't necessarily trying to cause harm. We didn't know that we were causing harm. You know what I'm saying?
I do. I do. I know what you're saying. Like the it's hard for the two things to be true. Like I know what you're saying is true, and then I think about like I had some really great experiences like teaching, and so like I there's a part of me that struggles to take pride in like I was educating, but I was also like miseducating. so
Mm.
I'm so it's difficult to visualize like my students adulting with I don't know, but you're right, and so I have to work through that. But you are absolutely right. I do need to work on giving myself, you know, grace for that. And so my focus right now is on deconstructing while also parenting and changing how I parent. Yeah, that's wild. That's a whole other thing.
Oh,
But
I
yeah,
get it. I get
oh
it. I
gosh.
don't know if you know, but I have a 16-year-old that's a Christian. Um, and then I have
Oh,
three adult children now that are not Christians. They don't believe in God. well, I have one that's spiritual, two that don't believe in God, and then one that is a Christian. So I have
Oh,
a
wow.
plethora of beliefs in my house right now, but they're
Wow.
all on their own journeys. Um, and when they were young, I did take them to church, except the younger one, he didn't go to church as a toddler. Um, and I did start teaching them about God when they were really young, and then I stopped. I didn't want to force on them what I felt had been forced on me, so I changed my parenting style fairly early in. But it is one that you question sometimes, whether you did the right thing, um, with your kids, and um, it's just another one of those things. Just like you have to give grace, for yourself, give grace for them to be able to ask questions, even in the middle of you pivoting during like mid adolescent.
Yeah.
um yeah,
Yeah.
do it very gently, like don't just turn the wheel real fast and yank them out their little seat, but like very gently start making intellectual changes, and introducing new thought, um and just grace is all I can say. Like give yourself and your children grace as you go through it. It's not an overnight thing. And I was telling somebody this morning, like people deconstruct of 20, 30 years. Like we'll always probably find something that we have taught ourselves or taught our children that we realize that we need to deconstruct.
Yep. You're absolutely right. I think about some of the things that she says, and I want to say, like, who told you? Like, that's crazy. You know, like, was that me? Did I tell her that? Or did she learn that in at Catholic school like that I paid for to go to? Like, where did she? Because that's wild. Like, that's wild. Like, what are you talking about? Or maybe it's just her being her. Like, I don't know. But I mean, it's a whole thing. So, but thank you for those kind words. I appreciate it. Um, so it's very and if you yeah, I would say that before I hop down here, I don't know if there are other people that are just listening to the live that are coming up. I was very nervous about coming up, and so I know you were like, I don't want to sit here in silence, but I was like, I was too nervous to come up. But I want you to know that I always appreciate the things that you share. I've learned a lot just listening. And I appreciate what you do, and so thank you for the opportunity and for
You're
the
so
education.
welcome.
Thank you.
You're
So
very
yeah,
welcome. I'm glad you got over your nervousness. It was a great
yeah.
conversation, and I
Thank
hope you have a
you.
good night.
Thanks. Same to you. Take care.
All right. You too.
That was very pleasant.
Yeah, she's really sweet. You could
He
tell she was
was.
nervous though. She was really sweet. Yeah.
Yeah.
Mrs. Coffee, are you in the box on purpose? I'm a prophet, y'all. Let me tell y'all why. Because
Gosh.
because I actually thought about Jamal this morning when I got off live, and I was like, because I told y'all that I felt like I needed to apologize to him because I think that was kind of harsh when I was on Zena's live, and I haven't heard from him since. And then I actually thought about him this morning, and here he is. Jamal, how are you?
Yo, what up? How you doing?
I'm doing good. I do want to apologize for what I said to Zena about you on the live where I said I'm not here for Jamal because I don't like him. That was very harsh. And it wasn't. It was because of something you had typed in the comments that day. And I don't know you to say that I don't like you. I was mad at your comment, and I was being petty. So I
Mm,
do want to apologize
it's
uh,
all good. It's all
about
good.
that.
Yeah, it's
But I
all
do,
good.
but I do think sometimes you can be disrespectful.
Really?
Yeah, yeah. I think you could be immature and disrespectful sometimes. But I took it too far on Zena's live that day, and it had been weighing on my mind, and so I do want to apologize.
For sure. Hey, it's all good. And I'm sorry if I've ever come off disrespectful. That's never my intention.
Well, I appreciate that. What topic did you come up to discuss?
The third one, that was a good one.
Okay, what are your thoughts?
I think that there is a disconnect as far as like from like a Christian perspective versus somebody who is deconstructing. I think that there is a lot of like undertone animosity towards both sides because it I think Christians feel picked on, and then I think those who are deconstructing feel like Christians are picking on them for deconstructing, and I think we're both like missing it. Um, so for example, if you are deconstructing, like, hey, like it's all good. Do if that's where you're at, that's where you're at, And then, but I do feel like because we don't see a lot of platforms where people are deconstructing from, other religions. I'm not saying that those don't exist, but because we don't see them and we only see people deconstructing from Christianity, it almost feels like Christians feel like they're being picked on.
I think the thing is like to make someone else's deconstruction about yourself is kind of weird, right? And I can honestly say that in here we've never said that Christians are picking on us. We said that Christians are bothering us in our business, right? And they're intrusive, right? They cross boundaries. So there's a difference with between being picked on and being disrespected, right? Christians, in my experience with hosting the Deconstruction Live in the year and a half that we've hosted it, Christians feel like that they have the privilege, right, of being in conversations that they were not invited to. They feel like they have the right to tell people what they can and cannot do. Just this morning, there was a believer on the live who said, if you can do XYZ, then you can continue deconstructing, as if he had the right to tell us that we could deconstruct.
Yeah.
Right. And the thing is that like deconstruction is just as much as an individual process as what you believe your relationship with Christ is. We're not going out to get you to tell you to come in here and deconstruct. But while y'all are saying that your relationship with Jesus is personal, y'all will still try to include or force your relationship on other people.
I think that it comes that, and I'm not saying that you're wrong because I'm sure you see a bunch of different variations, right? But the reason why I do feel like that happens though is because Christianity, and I think for most religions, but especially Christianity, is so much of our identity that like when you see, I guess deconstruction in general pointed towards this specific religion, it does feel personal, and it doesn't necessarily
How
mean.
does that feel personal? Because the deconstruction isn't about Christians. The deconstruction is about the God, the Christ, and the text. And then when Christians come in here and say and do the things they do, then we end up having to talk to the Christian that we're talking to, or have a conversation like this. So like if we're talking about the God, if we're talking about the text, how is that personal for you?
Well, because that's our God.
That they have that, but that again, that's a you thing, right? Like you don't have to be around or involved in our conversation. It's still your God, whether we deconstruct, whether we say we don't believe in that God, whether we say that we think the God is evil, like that. You don't have to be here. You see what I'm saying?
But in all fairness, it's also a platform that allows us to kind of come up.
It wasn't like that at first.
Gotcha.
No, it wasn't.
Okay, I only know from my short experience. I don't know what it used to be like. But
It was just deconstruction.
Okay.
And again, I think I said this like in the beginning, right? Christians felt that they had the privilege, right, to be involved in conversations that were never meant for them. Right? This was never meant for Christians to participate in, but they forced themselves in this space. It is an open platform, but they wouldn't respect the boundaries because they felt because we were talking about the God they believe in, that they had a right and demanded a right to be involved in the conversation. My deconstruction has nothing to do with you, just like your relationship with your Christ has nothing, should have nothing to do with me, except it does, because y'all force your belief on everybody because you believe that your God is the one and only true God, and you believe that your God told you to go out and make disciples of all the world. You believe it's your role to make sure that a person don't go to hell, right? So if you see someone deconstructing, you turn into holy shit, Batman, and put your cape on and then start trying to save that person. Instead of, if you actually, like, I feel like if there's actually a Jesus, right, then let that Jesus do the saving. Ain't that what he came to do?
Well, yeah, we definitely believe that. Like, I can't save anybody. We obviously believe that Christ saves, but I also believe that, especially this time, I don't know, right? I only know the time that I live in, but you see a lot of people that are just like on the fence because they don't really know. They don't know one way or another. So if when you see a lot of these growing platforms with like a lot of misinformation about what we actually believe, um, I think again it stirs the pot. So now
Yeah,
you
but I
and
don't
it,
think anybody is talking about what you actually believe. There's 45,000 different denominations. Y'all don't believe the same thing. So nobody is talking about what you actually believe, right? We're studying the text. We're studying the history.
yeah,
Like, even
but
within your own denomination, y'all don't believe the same thing.
correct. But even if we were all in completely different denominations with completely different practices, what we all seem to hold um, truth on, and we all seem to be in agreement on, is that God isn't an evil God, right? And that's one of the
That's y'all's opinion, right? Like, that's subjective. What you consider to be evil, the next person may not. What you think is justifiable, the next person may not. That's subjective. And like, y'all have all agreed, right? The people that you're talking about, what we've all agreed on, because not every Christian thinks that your God is not evil. Like, there are some Christians who will say, yes, he's evil, and they're happy that he is. So even with that, that's subjective.
I get that, but I'm just saying, like, where does that passion come from of seeing, like, a space of deconstruction and like people being on the fence about where their faith is, and
What
then
does
kind
that
of
matter? What does that have to do with you?
what seeing people on the fence.
No, the passion, where the passion comes from. What does that have to do with you?
Well, I think passion is just something that we all kind of gravitate to, whether
But
this
I'm
is about.
asking, like, why is the passion important? Why is that a question, a factor? Like, what does that have to do with you? Why do you need to know where that passion comes from? Is what I'm asking.
A passion like in respects to what, like people deconstructing, or
Yeah, that isn't that what you're talking about?
well, I just mean in general, like the passion can go either way. And again, it doesn't have to just be about Christianity. It could be about anything. When you see that people are passionate, it does, people tend to gravitate to those things.
But I guess I'm not understanding what the passion, like, you asking, where does that passion come from? Help me understand that question.
So what I'm saying is, within, my point is, if somebody's on the fence and they're not quite sure about what their faith is or what they want to do with this, and then they come into these deconstructed rooms where people are passionate about stepping out of the faith, right? And a lot of people kind of buy into that and lean into that. You almost want to come in and say, hey, like, I'm passionate about this just as much as they're passionate about this, and if you're on the
Just
fence.
because you want to do that don't mean that you have the right to do it. Just because you want to do that doesn't mean that you should do it. It was
Exactly.
not for you.
Well, it
We
depends on
don't
what
go.
you.
I don't go into your churches with my passion of deconstruction. That's your space. I
uh,
don't go into your Christian lives with my passion of deconstructing. That's your space. When an atheist comes in here and they think that this is a Christian live and they want to bust up a Bible study, I have just as much passion with cussing their asses out for trying to disrupt and disrespect a Christian Bible study as I would a Christian that comes in here and try to disrupt what we're doing.
Yeah, and again, that's fair, right? But I'm talking about based on the experience that I've had on TikTok around this time. It seems as if the platforms were open for the Christian. I don't know what it
No,
was
I
like
can't talk
before.
about anybody else's platform. Like there are
Yeah,
people in our community who only talk to Christians, who their platform is to talk to Christians. That's them.
exactly. Mm-hmm.
Mine is not that. My platform is not that, and it has never been that, and it will never be that. I'm not. I've allowed Christians to participate in the conversations. There was a point in time where I went back on that, and I wouldn't let them on stage anymore. I banned them from participating because they kept making the room chaotic. And the whole purpose of my room is so that we can learn. We can ask the questions that we've always had, the questions that come up as we research, as we learn, right? It's about learning new knowledge and engaging with that knowledge and making the best decision for yourself. I cannot speak to other deconstruction spaces. Like I keep saying this, we are not a legion. We are not a religion. We are individual people who have built a community and who all share a common interest of deconstructing our religious beliefs. But we are not one unit.
I do believe like and that's completely fair, and you're obviously within your right to do exactly that. But I still feel, even as a Christian, I'm not the type to come onto your platform and be rude and disrespectful. And I don't like when Christians do that in general. But I do understand why a Christian would say, "Hey, I'm going to stop in this room, and if I get an opportunity to share the gospel, I'm going to do that." I do.
And you
I
then guess
think.
what? That's why they get cussed out,
Yeah, I
because
think the
they
Cape.
cross boundaries.
I think the Cape analogy that you used is actually accurate in wanting to feel like, okay, if this person is on the fence, maybe they just need to hear the gospel. And here's the thing: if they don't accept it, they don't accept it, and that's cool, right? But if they are on the fence, this could be an opportunity to witness.
What gospel? First off, let me say this. When I asked that question, why do you care about other people deconstructing?
Hmm.
What made me ask that question is Christians making videos about deconstructionists, calling
Hmm.
deconstructionists demons, right? And telling people don't go into those rooms, don't listen to them, like shit like that. Like
Hmm.
I don't make videos about Christians. Well, I do kind of
I was
laugh
gonna
at
say,
them
well,
from my comments. Yeah, because they come in my comments.
uh,
But I don't go out there and say, don't go to church. Don't listen to Christians. I don't do that shit.
yeah, but here's the thing. So again, based on our belief system, though,
I don't
it's
give a
not that.
damn. Like you keep saying that as if I'm going to say, oh, it's okay because that's your belief system. That's the problem, Jamal. And that's why I'm deconstructing.
And
You keep saying like it's out like you're talking from this place as if I'm supposed to respect this place of privilege.
no, not at all. I'm coming more from a space, or more from a place of we're going to do it because we believe that's the right thing to
And
do.
you're going to keep getting cussed out because it's not the right thing to do to me and other people who have set that boundary. That's why y'all keep getting cussed out. That's why people are growing a dislike of y'all, because you don't listen and you don't respect boundaries.
Um, would you say, for example, if there was a room full of Christians and they're sharing the gospel and they're bashing people who are, whether right or indifferent, right? They're bashing people who are doing, let's just say, different, practicing different religions, or are part of deconstruction groups. Like, if someone chose to go in there, would you say that they're overstepping a boundary?
Like I literally just told you that when an atheist comes on my stage and like they
No.
don't know this room. Hold on. I literally just told you when an atheist comes on my stage and they think that they're in a Christian live and
Hmm.
they think that they are busting up a Christian Bible study, that I will cuss them the fuck out because I don't think that's right either. I don't give a fuck what y'all say about deconstructionists in your lives. I'm not going in that motherfucker.
Okay, at least you're consistent. At least you're
I don't
consistent.
go in Christian lives.
That's cool. For sure. Well, that was the only one I want to talk about. That's fair. I mean, at least you consistent. I'll give you that. That's why I like talking to you, because at least you consistent. Everybody else, they gonna get emotional and they gonna change up.
You can't say everybody else because you haven't talked to everybody else.
I would say based on the majority of the rooms that I've seen, they switch up.
What do you mean they switch up? Like, did they
Meaning
tell you
like
that they wouldn't go into a Christian life?
no, meaning
So you
like
can't say that they switch up then.
I mean they do though.
What do you mean they switch up?
For example, like whatever their whole so for example, you said that you would say if somebody else was to go into a Christian live and get rowdy or whatever the case may be, you would
I
say
didn't
that
say
that's
that.
wrong.
I,
I'm paraphrasing. You would say that that was wrong if
I
they
said
went
if they
into.
go into a Christian life and the Christians are in there having Bible study,
Mm,
and they go in there with the intention of busting up that Bible study. Like, the Christians are not inviting atheists up to talk. Like, they're just in there having Bible study, and the atheist goes in there just for the sake of busting up that Bible study. That is fucking wrong in my eyes.
what if
But
they're
if
in the Bible
Christians,
study?
if Christians are inviting atheists to come and talk to them, and an atheist goes in there and they get rowdy with the Christians, what the fuck? Like, that's their business.
So what if they're in the Bible study, but in that Bible study they're bashing people who do deconstruction?
That's their fucking business.
And
That's their
okay,
space.
cool. So, but that's what I mean by at least you're consistent. But what I'm saying is there are a lot of others who would take that personal, and that's what I mean by switching up.
Here's the difference. If they're calling out, if they're talking about specific people, like, there are lives, Christians will hold an entire live about me, about Christina, about Rhea, and they will put our pictures up. That's fucking different, because now you're calling me. Now you're calling me out. Now it's not a conversation about deconstruction. Now it's a conversation about thinker.
Mm.
That's different. And Thinker's friends, Rhea's friends, Christina's friends are going to go in there and they're going to defend their friend.
Mm.
That has nothing to do with deconstruction at that point.
But do you see? But do you see that thinking though? So they're gonna go in there and they're gonna defend their friend,
Then tell
right?
God to come and defend himself,
See,
because
but
I'm going to defend myself. When you put my picture up and you hold a live about me, I'm coming.
yeah, that's fair. But you said that there's also times where your friends will go in there
I
because
did
they see
not.
that
I
that's
did
their
not
friend.
say. I did not say that I wouldn't be there too. If
I know, I
my
understand
name
that.
is there, nope. If my name is there, I'm going to be there. And if my friends here, they're going to go back and they're going to say, hey, Thinker, such and such has your picture up right now, and they're holding a live about you, and I'm going to fucking address it.
Mm-hmm.
If your God is mad that we are talking about your God, tell your God to come and address it. But at this point, your God is a fucking idea. And then also, the people that are talking about me and putting my picture up, they weren't indoctrinated into me. They were never told to believe in me. They were never told that I was going to burn them for eternity if I didn't love them. I was indoctrinated into your God. I preached your God for years. So I have the right to talk about your God, to learn about your God, to deconstruct from your God. You
Well,
don't reserve the right to host a live about me.
well, I think that they could though, right? Because what would make that, even though you might find that again subjectively wrong or objectively wrong, they could say, "Hey, this person is a threat to the
And
believers
if
who
you
are on the."
put my name up
Uh,
and you talk about me, I'm coming. I'm
and
going
again,
to address you. If you
that's
have something that you need to say about me, say it to me. And I say again, Jamal, if your God does not like what I say about your God, tell your God to pull up the same way I am.
see, but I would go as far as to say that's why they're pulling up.
Because your God can't.
No, so we
Then
believe
tell your
that
God to pull up, Jamal.
we
That's
believe
it.
that.
No. Just like y'all are God's friends, and just like my friends will say, hey, such and such is having a live about you, I'm going to show up. If your God does not like what I say about it, tell your God to pull up.
So we believe that our God lives in us.
I don't got nothing to do with what you believe. That's what I'm deconstructing from. That's what I'm deconstructing from.
But when people are pulling up, that's like we're representing God.
And again, you are a human. I'm talking about a deity. You aren't that deity. And if that deity can't speak for itself, I'm going to talk to you like you are a human, like the human you are. You can't force me to see a God in you when I don't.
Well, like we said, everything is for sure subjective. So, but for sure, that was all I wanted to talk about, though. Y'all are good.
Yeah, and then if y'all think that y'all have the right to be in conversations with people deconstructing, then people who are deconstructing have the right to be in your churches yelling that your Jesus isn't real, yelling the facts, yelling archaeological evidence. You shouldn't get mad. If you think that you have the right to come in here because you need to defend your Jesus, right? Then people who are deconstructing have the same right to go into your churches and hold up signs with archaeological evidence, right? With hold up Leviticus 18 and Leviticus 20 in the Hebrew and say, you motherfuckers don't even know what this say. You motherfuckers been lying to us for centuries. They have every fucking right. If you think that y'all have the right.
We see unbelievers in the church. We see it all the time.
That's not what I said. I said they have the right to go in there and hold up signs. Mm-hmm. They have the right to go in there and yell out to the pastor, that's fucking wrong. Job ain't said that shit. Like, they have every right. If y'all think y'all have the right to come in here, right, because you have something, some ownership of our deconstruction, then they have the right to go in there and have ownership over correct information.
Yeah, we see that type of stuff all the time. Is it to the exact
Stop
detail?
Stop lying, Jamal. You don't see atheists in the church yelling that shit out. That's not true. That's not true.
We got people.
There's no point in you
church,
lying.
We got people outside of the church with signs talking about all this stuff is fake and your pastor's a false prophet.
Jamal, stop lying. Like, there is no point in you. There's no point in you lying.
He was so loud that you can hear him during the sermon.
Oh, he was so loud. You said we have people coming, but you're talking about one person.
Yeah, with this specific example. Jamal. I'm just being completely honest with you. I ain't got no
stop it. This is why I'm telling you, like, I don't like, and this is me talking. I don't like the dishonesty from a lot of believers. I don't like that y'all don't listen. Like, you don't listen. You try to justify your behavior in the most disgusting ways. Y'all have this sense of entitlement that makes you very dislikable. And I'm just being honest. Like, your personalities are not desirable to meet.
I completely understand, but that doesn't mean that I'm lying.
Okay, Jamal.
There's been plenty of people people come and shoot up churches. I'd rather much you come in and
it's not because they're atheists, Jamal. So please stop that shit. Atheists are not coming to shoot up churches. When 9 times out of 10, when somebody has shot up a church, it's because they were either a member of that church or they know the fucking pastor. It's not atheists coming shooting up churches saying this shit is fake. Like, stop fucking lying, Jamal. That's the shit that I don't like. Y'all try to no stop. Hold on. Y'all try to muddy the waters, right? With misinformation.
No, right?
What I said is you know what the fuck we're talking about.
What I said is, like, I'd rather have that. Oh. I'd rather have somebody come in and saying that Job didn't say this and your God's not real, and showing us verses. What does that have to do with it? Like, what does people? What? Nobody's killing y'all in churches, Jamal. You don't think people are shooting up churches?
Like, fucking stop it! Christians are not being persecuted. Like, Christians are not being persecuted. When 9 times out of 10, when somebody comes into church. Yes, in America, Christians are not being persecuted.
Well, Christianity is not just in America.
Jamal, like, seriously,
it's not.
So where are you being persecuted, Jamal? In Islamic nations where the state religion is Islam, or in China where the law literally is that there is no one religion, and Christianity wants to come in there and fucking force their shit, and
All
you
I
call
know
that persecution?
it's 70 Christians were just beheaded like 1 month ago. I feel like it was a month
In
ago.
a Islam state, in a nation where Islam is the predominant religion.
Okay, but Christians are still
Yeah,
dead.
exactly. But Christians in America are not being persecuted. If people just fucking hated Christians that bad, where Christianity is more predominant in America, motherfuckers will be whacking y'all off all the time because y'all are fucking annoying. But the reason why Christians are being persecuted in other places is because those countries have their own religion, and Christians come in, try to take over it. Like literally in Israel, Netanyahu had to block a bill that was presented to arrest Christians that try to convert young kids from Judaism to Christianity.
Mm-hmm.
Like, you can't go into other places and try to colonize every fucking land. And they're going to fight back. You're not being persecuted. They're fighting back on y'all's asses.
So you don't think so? You believe that no Christians are being persecuted, or just the ones in America? Is that what you're saying? Is just the ones in America?
Like, do you know what persecution is?
Yeah.
What is persecution, Jamal?
I would define it as being attacked for your faith.
But are they being attacked for their faith, or are they being attacked because they're breaking the laws and trying to override the predominant faith that's already in the land?
Well, what happens when the laws go solely against
Answer my question.
Your God?
Answer my question.
I'm answering it.
No, no. You can't answer my question with a question. Are they being attacked because they are Christian, or are they being attacked because they're overriding the religion that's already in the land and the laws around the religion that's already in the land?
To answer your question, I would say both. Can you hear me?
Give me a situation where large groups of Christians are being attacked, or Christians are being attacked just because they're Christian.
What I know for a fact, in China, you can't walk around with a Bible.
Literally, China has laws about religion. There are laws about religion in China. Give me a situation where Christians are just being attacked just because they're Christian. Having a law that says you cannot have a Bible out and open is no different than the United States trying to make laws about Islam.
Well, what about the 70 people that you just talked about over in the Middle East who were beheaded? That was just because they were Christian.
Is there again? Was it in an Islamic state? I can't fucking do this. Like, y'all are so oblivious to everybody around y'all. You think the whole fucking world is about you. You think you have the right to just walk up in any motherfucking room in any country and just everybody's supposed to bow to the Christian.
No.
There are laws in other countries. And if you cross those laws, there are consequences. That's not persecution.
Okay, so when they do it, it's okay, but when we do it, it's because we are.
When you do what? What Christian law are people crossing over here?
Well, we don't do that.
Exactly. I'm talking about laws, Jamal. I'm not talking about feelings. I'm not talking about subjective feelings. I'm not talking about subjective beliefs. These other countries have religious laws.
Correct. So
that's what you're not understanding. That's not persecution. That's consequences for breaking the law.
Correct. But what I'm saying is, if we applied those same beliefs, you would say that we're forcing that on somebody.
Exactly. And I'm not saying that they're not forcing their religion. But at the bottom, what we're talking about is whether Christians are being persecuted or whether Christians are being held accountable for breaking the laws in another religious country.
But wouldn't that make us uniquely different then? Because
I don't give a fuck if you think you're different. This is the muddy the waters bullshit. I don't care if you think you're different. I'm not trying to have a discussion with you about whether Christianity is better than Islam. You're trying to change the subject. And the subject right now is, are Christians being persecuted?
And what I'm saying
is yes. For being Christian.
Yes. Now, if you wanna disagree on why, that's fair. But they're being
No,
persecuted.
wait. Again, I asked you, give me an example on when Christians are being persecuted just for being Christian.
I just told
Not
you in
for
the Middle East.
breaking, no, because they broke laws, Jamal.
Of course, they broke a law because they believe in a different God than they
This is
do.
why. This is
Duh.
why. This is why. This is why, like y'all. This is why I say Christians frustrate the living shit out of me, because y'all are incapable, right, of being honest, and then you twist facts so that it fits your agenda.
No, I think what you're doing is I think you're trying to corner the question without being intellectually honest about what you're asking.
I asked you to tell me a time where Christians are persecuted just because they're Christians, not because they broke a religious law in another country.
So
I'm very specific, Jamal.
the part that you're not explaining is what is the law that they're breaking?
I literally already, oh my fucking God. I
What is the law
literally
that they're
already
breaking?
told you what in Israel, they trying to convert a Jewish person to Christianity is against the law.
I'm talking about the seven.
They wanted to make a law where you couldn't convert children before the age of I forgot the age, before like middle school, and Netanyahu put a hold on that law because he said that they're getting a lot of support from evangelicals in the US.
The 70 was not in
Islam
Israel.
has religious laws. Like I don't know all of their laws, but you fucking know, you know this shit. And for some odd reason, right? Like I'm asking you, because you brought up the fact that Christians are being persecuted. I'm asking your ass to bring me a situation where a Christian was persecuted just because they were Christian, where somebody walked up to them and said, "You believe in Christ," and chopped their fucking head off just
So
because they're Christian.
I just told you. So in the Middle East, 70 Christians were beheaded. And what you said was that was because they broke religious law. And what I'm saying is you're not being intellectually honest with your response, because I understand that they have a religious law. But the part that you're not explaining is these people who are being beheaded also know that they have a religious law, yet they were still willing to die for their faith.
I don't give a fuck if they're willing to die for their faith. They're in a predominantly Islamic country. But give me just a second. Hold on.
Hey y'all, let's get these likes to 150K, please. What the fuck? Where did he go?
He left because he know I'm fucking looking the shit up.
Oh, I was too.
Like
I was too.
and this is what I'm saying. Like I fucking cannot stand when I apologize to their asses. Like that
And
shit
then
be
they
pissing
turn
me the fuck out.
around. Yep.
Hold on.
Yeah.
I'm still finna look this up. Let me finish reading this right quick. Hold on.
Okay. Yeah. Help thinker out with her gift goal, please, of the hearts. Really appreciate it. And don't forget, we have merch. The link is in Thinker's bio. Also, at any time, if you feel the need to tip, there's a link in the bio. Go, why do they lie?
It was an Islamic extremist group who did it. Says there was a law. Churches that criticize the government or armed groups such as the Allied Democratic Forces are shut down, their leaders are arrested and attacked. You cannot criticize the Islamic government in the fucking Congo. And Christians go over there doing that shit. Like, who the fuck is persecuting Christians? You walked your ass into that shit.
Mm-hmm.
To lying
You
ass.
feel go into people's countries and
Hold on, let me
do
pull it
whatever the
back
hell
up.
they want.
Let me pull it back up since somebody said that's not what happened. Like, the fuck? "70 Christians have been found beheaded in a church in the Democratic Republic of Congo in what's the latest devastating attack on believers in the northeast of the country. According to field sources at around 4 a.m. last Thursday, February 13th, suspected militants from the Allied Democratic Forces, a group with ties to so-called Islamic State, approached homes in Meba in the territory of Lubero saying, get out, and don't make any noise. 20 Christian men and women came out and were captured. All 70 were kidnapped, were taken to a Protestant church in Kasanga where they were tragically killed." And then, how many Christian persecuted in the Democratic Republic of Congo? Churches that criticize the government or armed groups such as the Allied Democratic Forces may be shut down, their leaders arrested or attacked. And shit.
Yeah, I was reading the same thing.
Mm-mm.
Picture looks like some sort of generic AI vibe of like if you type attractive white man, that's what it looks like. It would probably come up. I'm not saying he's attractive. I'm just saying that's what ChatGPT would use. But the other pictures don't look like the main one. The interaction is abruptly ended and everybody heads out.
Kai, are you on stage on purpose or on accident?
And Cassidy
Someone
just
invited
says
me.
that she's been through this, so she knows what it's like.
Mm.
Like, why would you come off mute to just do the same shit? What's up, Theo?
Oh yeah, I'm sorry for typing in all caps yesterday. I was about to go to bed yesterday.
Oh, it's okay. Just make sure that you follow the rules going forward.
Yeah, also it doesn't make sense. There were I mean the Christian church if you repress other people's religions that is gonna make you look bad after all. So religion is not to be persecuted, which is also the Senegalese people, they killed they unalived those missionaries, and yeah, they unalived the priest that came into just trying to teach stuff about religion, and oof, they're sentinel beings. And also um for this live, I would like to talk about what does it mean to open blinded eyes.
Yeah, let me ask you a quick question. Didn't you say when we first met you, you came up and you talked about what the Christians did to the Filipinos, right?
Yes. Huh?
Yeah. And what did they do to the Filipinos when they came?
Hmm? For what?
What did you say the Christians did to the Filipinos when they came?
Oh, the Spaniards. The Spaniards they use religion to force convert, like use religion to conquer the Filipinos. And then there was a lot of injustices, like the Spaniards making the poor Filipinos pay the taxes. And then the churches as well, they were very grand. They used the Filipino money to buy expensive stuff. The pastors, they grape the women. They grape some of the women. They abuse their positions. And the church was higher than the government. And every Filipino feared. And the farther you are, every city, every barangay has a church. And they even betrayed some people. It's all also, someone wrote, a national hero in the Philippines wrote about it. So it would be Noli Me Tangere and El Filibusterismo.
And would you classify all of that as persecution?
Mm, Based on that, the religion here was, a bit bloody and messy. And yeah, I don't think. Wait, no, they converted the Filipinos into Christians. And use that fact to conquer and spread fear. Yeah.
I'm saying, would you say that the Filipinos were persecuted?
No, not really, because there was no evidence of going again of a Filipino being persecuted just for their religion. I mean, yeah, there's
Exactly.
no persecution.
Exactly. Okay, go ahead. What did you want to talk about the blinded eyes?
For example, we have, may I grab one of you guys as an example. And it's fairly easy to make sense of that figure of speech. For example, that does it mean to open blinded eyes? For example, me, I don't give a damn about cancer. But there is another person who believes that there is cancer. And then he or she will try to prove to me that there is cancer. And that means I have blinded eyes. For example, like the cancer thing. And it's also about God, like the Christians here trying to do that, like opening blinded eyes. Like they're saying we have been blinded by what we have read, or what we have done. And then it's them Christians trying to open our eyes by saying this is X, this is Y, this is Z, this is how Z works, this is how God works. This is how they're trying to force us back into Christianity again. And then it's like that is the only simplest explanation I can give.
I guess I'm a little confused. I it was hard following that, but um, can you say it again? I'm sorry. It was kind of hard to follow what you were saying.
Okay, for example, I don't believe in cancer, but there is cancer. And then there is a guy who knows a lot about cancer. And then he will give me information about cancer. And then that would mean I have blinded eyes, and he is trying to open my eyes to new information.
So you're basically saying that what it means to open blinded eyes is just to provide information, new information.
Yes, information about certain stuff. And that's what they're trying. That's what the Christians are trying to do.
I
They
don't think the
they
Christians
want.
see it that way. Like information isn't important to Christians. Christians, they're more spiritual, right? They're more God, faith, hope, information isn't that
Well,
important to them.
yeah, like the other Christians that went up to this slide, they are trying to open our blinded eyes, whatever that means. And then it was like they were giving us information about the religion itself, and why we should accept God in ourselves. But we all know that we would probably want our eyes to stay open to certain facts, but close to the nonsense, closed eyes to this nonsense. And then yeah, they're trying to force an agenda on us every time. And every time that they refute facts, I mean, their eyes are more blinded than us, since we, you guys know more about the Bible. And basically, well, atheists and deconstructors, they focus on the Bible more than Christians. And here we are now. We're having a war. We're having a war with the exchange on who gets to open more eyes.
I see what you're saying, but that question it's asking like more so biblically, right? Like, what does it mean to open blinded eyes, biblically, right? And so Christians are going to look at that as a way is like open your blinded eyes is you accepting Christ by any means necessary, right? And information isn't their source of opening your eyes. Like a lot of times when we talk to Christians,
Oh.
them introducing you to Jesus is through like feeling them, sharing some testimony of some personal experience that they've had, to convince you that Jesus died on the cross for your sins, that Jesus is who you need when you're down and out, because Jesus can give you strength, right? When you're alone or brokenhearted. Like they're not necessarily trying to teach you facts. More so than teach you the story of Jesus. And opening your blinded eyes would be you accepting Christ.
Oh, I guess in that context, I would say I had a different context of what that question meant. So, to that, the testimonies do seem kind of fake. I mean, we have no way to tell if it's true. The spiritual things is true. They do want to teach you about their experiences, and if that means opening blinded eyes by just emotional logic, it doesn't make sense.
Well, I mean, it works, right? It works and gets a lot of people converted and accepting Jesus for this hope that this God is going to be what they say is going to be. So it does make sense to me, the strategy that they use. So like in Genesis 3, when it says that Adam and Eve's eyes were opened, what do you think happened when the story says that they ate the fruit and their eyes were open? What do you think that means?
That means that they were considered that their eyes were open, and that the tree was about knowledge of good and evil. I think their soul has been opened up to the possibility that this is wrong, this is right, this is wrong, this is right, X is wrong, X is right. And then their eyes were open to a whole new horizon of possibilities and knowledge. That's what Genesis 3 is to me.
Do you see how you combine soul and knowledge? Right? You put that souls or that spiritual
Yeah,
aspect on their eyes being opened, and combine that with knowledge, right? And the knowledge is what's right and what's wrong to the soul. Do you see how you did that?
yeah, because the Bible
Give
actually
me
talks
just a
about.
second. Hold on 1 second. I just want to point out like that you did that, and that's what I mean when I say that's what Christians focus on, right? The blinded eyes being open to a Christian is the soul, right? Is something happening to your soul, not necessarily intellectual information or moral information, like not a like a moral change or intellectual change or critical thought process. It's more focused. When I talk to Christians, what I hear is that it's more focused on the soul and the spirit.
Yeah, I get what you mean, but the way they talk about it, I answered it like a Catholic, like a Catholic or a Christian, that I would add soul every time, some soul, and but you talk to me in some other light that the mind is what makes you believe in stuff, and then the Christians, they want to utilize the soul to reach out, to make them reach out more about religion, and then that's what it gives you. The religion is more about the soul, and not about logic. So if we add logic to it, the whole religion just crumbles, and like they don't want us to read the Bible fully. They want to, yeah.
Yeah, when I was telling you that, right, I was basing it off of the conversations that I had with Christians who, when I asked them to characterize the soul, they were using characteristics of what the brain does. And so, like, I've never seen a soul. I don't know what a soul is. And so, if Christians are saying that the soul um, is what, helps them believe in a thing, right? It's their kindness, right? Their ability to think, then they're just talking about their brain, right?
Well, yeah, the brain makes the beliefs, as you have said in other lives, but where is the proof of the soul?
There is no proof of the soul. J Rock is cracking me the fuck up right now. But there is no proof of the soul. That's what I'm saying. But when I ask Christians to characterize, like, what are the characteristics of the soul, and they start naming things that the brain does, that helps me better understand that the Christians are just talking about their brain. But a lot of them haven't connected the two. A lot of them don't think their brain is what's allowing them to have these visions, right? They don't think their brain is their mind, right? In the conversations that we had last week, we learned that a lot of them said that you don't need a brain to be conscious, right? Are you okay, little so?
Yeah, I'm fine. I'm I'm just crying over the fact that what makes you think you can't live without a brain?
Well,
Also, if
they
I do,
think the spirit is what keeps you alive.
uh, illogical logic. I mean, if I do have a soul, and if there was something such as reincarnation, I would like to be reincarnated as a cat, because I don't want to give a damn about human stuff sometimes. Ugh.
Yeah. I don't have to spread fucking lies. You can go and watch YouTube, Mason, whatever your last name is. Go to YouTube and watch it. Christian
Oh,
after
and
Christian.
also,
Hold on. Also, hold
yeah.
on, Theo. Christian after Christian last week literally said you don't need a brain to think. You don't need a brain to be conscious. You don't need a brain to be alive. Go watch the YouTube videos. I don't have no fucking reason to lie.
Oh, yeah. Just saying that Mason Son Mas, the guy who's in the comments, he was in a lot of lives. They were in a
Oh, I
lot
don't
of
want to talk
lives.
about him. I don't want to
Yeah,
talk
I
about him.
know. But also as well, opening blinded eyes, like,
Hold on. So shut the fuck up. I didn't say all Christians. I said the ones we talked to last week. You whiny little bitch. I am mad. I'm glad that you can use your brain, right? To recognize when someone's mad. It's not your soul, dumb fuck. It's your brain. Go ahead, Theo.
In a sense that uh what opening blinded eyes is like leading Jesus, letting Jesus into your heart, and now you have you now have open eyes. What? I, I mean, I'm confused because some people are saying that God is in front of me, but I can't see him. So I guess everyone's everyone has blinded eyes. Yeah, everyone has blinded eyes.
In a sense, right? Like if to open blinded eyes is has something to do with your lack of knowledge, then in a sense, yes, everyone has blinded eyes in some shape, form, or fashion. There is a lack of knowledge in a lot of things in almost every human.
But the way I interpreted the question, what does it mean to open blinded eyes? I use logic, and then comparing to some other Christians that went to this life, we have people who show that their minds are really hard. Their minds were hard during those conversations.
Mm-hmm.
So also, we have people calling you the demonatrix demon, the deconstruction guru, basically from Kwame. And then you mentioned that the women chatting on his account is that they're all women lying and pushing the same agenda, is to make you look bad. And then for the other woman, the demonatrix, she called you a demonatrix demon. And I swear that they are they want to get on your bad side so bad, but you just don't mind about them. Then they're really trying hard to open your blinded eyes, or whatever that is. They're trying to
You know
let
what I
you.
was thinking about today. My daughter came to me today and she was like, Mom, she said, I was at the gym and I was just thinking about everything that you have gone through in life and everything that you have gotten through. And she's like, you're so strong. And I was like, oh, thank you, baby. And she started talking about, the lives that I do now. And we were talking about the night that, one night, and y'all didn't know it, but my brother was in the comments tearing my ass up. And he was agreeing with a male that was on stage that was disrespecting me, and all in the name of this God, right? And I didn't say anything to y'all, but I had to keep the conversation going and argue with this disrespectful ass man while my brother was in the comments agreeing with him and tearing my ass up. Then he started texting me, tearing my ass up all over this God. And it's like, if I can go through that and ignore that with somebody who I love and respect, like, I don't give a damn about somebody making a video calling me dominatrix demon. That shit is funny to me. Like, I don't give a damn about what some Christian thinks about me deconstructing. Right? Like, that's the funny shit. Yeah, he apologized. I told y'all he texted me a couple of months ago. Like, we ended up blocking each other, but he texted me a couple of months ago.
Yes.
Hold on. Oh, so hold on. He texted me a couple of months ago and was like, give me a call. And as soon as I called him, he was like, you were right. He was like, I'm sorry, you were right. So he said that it bothered him so bad that he wanted to know why I was doing the lives and why I had decided to go against this God. And so he started researching on his own. And he came to the conclusion, like, holy shit. And when I called him and we were on the phone, he said, what does God want to do with all those virgins? Right? He read Numbers 31. Like, he just went through it. No, it wasn't me, because I blocked him. So I take that back. He ended up making a backup account, and he had continued watching the lives without commenting. So I didn't even know that he was still watching me, after that day. But he had started doing his own research. And so now he's deconstructing on his own, right? But like there are times where, some of my father's former members would be in the comments and saying shit, and y'all won't ever know, right? Like I deal with that shit as is. Like I don't give a fuck what some random ass Christian has to say about me on here. Like I don't fucking know you. Like I don't be mad about me deconstructing. Like that's a problem that you have to deal with. I don't fucking know you. My life shouldn't affect you, and your life should not affect mine. Your beliefs shouldn't affect my life, just like my deconstructing shouldn't affect your beliefs. If I can deal with my own fucking family being pissed, what the fuck makes you think I can't fucking deal with you?
I mean, you changed your brother literally much, and he started deconstructing things to you, and then he read the Bible and he was like, "Holy shit, my sister was right. There is a lot of stuff that is going around in the Bible." I mean, sorry if I'm gonna say this, but FORE, collecting 100 FORE. Yeah, I don't need my eyes to be open about a guy that gave someone 100 FORE SKINS to someone. I don't want my eyes to be open about some god killing, some god unaliving and putting people into slave camps. Ugh.
Theo, do you have anything else? I'm gonna move on and bring up another guest.
Oh yeah. For the last thing I'm gonna say is, Christians, please don't be like Jamal West.
Don't bring up
Jamal
another
West
person.
Kwame. Yeah,
Theo, I don't like that.
yeah, I know.
Jamal isn't here to defend himself. Don't do
Yeah.
that.
Sorry. For you Christians growing up, please do be respectful, and please listen to your thoughts rather than your feelings, because thoughts always win, logic always win. Yay. And if your logic ain't right, Miss Tinker is gonna tear you up like a wolf tearing down deer meat, or just a dog chasing a squirrel. You don't
Oh,
want to be the squirrel
Theo.
in this situation. You don't want to be
Okay,
the squirrel
Theo.
in this situation.
Okay, Theo. Thank you. Have a good night, okay?
Okay, thank you. Have a good night to you. It's actually afternoon in here, so I can stay for a while.
Oh, you're going to stay for a while in the comments, Theo. Not on stage.
Yeah, Theo, you
Okay?
know the
Yes!
rules.
Oh my God.
Yay!
He do
I'm
this
gonna follow.
every time.
That. Yeah. I'm gonna. Yeah.
I'm gonna move you back to the chat, okay?
Yay!
All
Back to
right.
the
Have a good one.
where I can scream yay.
Okay. Go ahead. Go ahead and scream yay, and I'm gonna drop you down.
Yay!
Oh my God, he is a trip. Y'all, let's say, give me your phone right now. Chico?
Hey,
Hi. How are you?
hi. Good, how are you?
I'm doing good.
Good.
Can I get your age for TikTok purposes? Let me know if you are a believer, if you are deconstructing, or if you are an atheist, please.
So I'm 30 and I grew up in a Christian household and I'm still trying to figure out my own beliefs.
Okay.
I don't know if that yeah.
Do you currently believe in the God of the Christian Bible?
Um,
It sounds like you might be deconstructing. I'm not sure, but I need
I
to.
don't. I think it's because I was like forced to believe in the
Okay.
Bible. Yeah.
So
I'm like leaning.
would you consider yourself an atheist or deconstructing?
I think I'm leaning more for atheist. Yeah.
Okay.
Hmm.
And what topic did you come up to discuss?
Yeah. So just because like, it's like a personal experience. So like, should children be forced to choose Christ? Um, I grew up in a Christian household, and like that was what I was taught growing up is like the Christianity religion. But as I grew older, I started to question a lot of things, and like I started to question like how like religion separates all of us, and like what is the right way, or like if there even is a God. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Yeah. So I feel like religion is kind of like, I don't want to say it's a cult, but I feel like we're taught certain things when when you're younger to like believe certain things. So like that's what like misincludes our minds to believe, or like their ways or our parents' ways to like, oh, because I said so, we have to believe this certain religion. Yeah.
Yeah. And so you're saying
Hmm.
that you don't think that it should be.
It shouldn't be
Uh,
that way. No.
yeah, I agree.
Yeah.
Let me ask you a quick question, right quick,
Hmm.
because I think I have that condition where you see faces and everything,
Hmm.
and I'm looking at your PFP. Is that a blonde haired face, or am I just seeing a face in your PFP?
Wait, no, it's Zelda. That's my favorite game.
Oh, okay. So there is a face
Yeah.
there.
Well, no, it's like a video game. It's like
There's
a.
not a face in there.
It is a face, but it's like a video game
Okay,
face.
okay. Like
Yeah.
I'm like, what the fuck? Okay. Um,
It's all good.
but okay,
Yeah.
yeah, okay. I can see it better
Hmm.
now. Goodness gracious, that
Yes.
was like
Someone said
driving
it's
my
Link.
mind
It's
crazy.
Link.
Oh, okay. Like it's so
Yeah.
small over
No, it's
here, and
okay.
I'm like, what is that? Is that a mountain or something? Okay.
Yeah.
But yeah, no, I agree with you. I don't think that it
Hmm.
should be forced on children. I think that
Hmm.
it stops critical thought
Yeah.
development and instills fear.
Yeah.
And
Have you?
sometimes, like from what I'm seeing, like we're talking to a lot of believers who currently, were indoctrinated from childhood, and this is pertaining to a lot of the believers that I've talked to on this stage.
Hmm.
A lot of them still have really childlike minds.
Yeah. No, I get that. Wait,
Yeah.
sorry. Have you seen those videos? Like, I don't know if they came up on your like TikTok for you page, but like it was like a Christian like church, and like the pastor's like forcing his hand on like people's like foreheads, and then they're like crying and screaming and jumping, and like it looks like they're having like basically like seizures or something, but like I know they're like being touched by the Holy Spirit, but like it kind of feels like it's kind of like, I don't know, it's like forced. So I don't know. That's what like when I went to church, like the last time I went to church, I saw that and I'm like, this is forced. Like you have this one guy literally like putting his hand on someone, and like they like literally faint on the floor, and they're like shaking and like crying and screaming, and that's what like made me like realize like, okay, this is a forced religion. And like, why is that pastor like looked upon as, he's the messenger, he's the God, he's, you know what I mean? I don't know how to explain it. That's why I like, I don't know, I think it was just because like my own religion, and I'm like, and it's like cringy when I even say that out loud.
No, yeah, I've seen those.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yes. So like, do you feel like it's like forced, like Christianity?
Well, I think sometimes it is, but I think also there's dopamine effects. Like, some people, really get excited and really believe,
Mhm.
that that's happening to them, and their bodies react that way.
Really though, but like having like a random like person just put their palm on your forehead, and then they fall on the ground, and they're like having like basically like seizures, and like
Hmm.
I don't know, they're
Yeah,
like
like have you
sleeping.
ever seen somebody faint at a concert with their favorite artist?
Yes, exactly. So we can compare those two. So like it's not really like
Yeah,
God.
that's what
It's
I'm saying. It's like a
yeah,
dopamine effect, right? Like,
yeah,
yeah.
yeah. So it's kind of like yeah, and it's the same thing too. Like, can you agree that like let's say uh let's say you like lost a loved one, and then you look up at the sky and there's a rainbow. Is it like you like, say, like is it God, or is it like a, I don't know how to explain it. Like I don't know how to explain it, because people like tend to like misinterpret like emotions and God at the same time, because you're like being vulnerable at that moment. You know what I mean? So like, let's say you lost a
Hmm.
loved one, and then you see like a rainbow in the sky, and like they're like, oh, that's him or her talking to me. That's a sign.
Yeah,
Because yeah,
confirmation bias, and
mm-hmm,
that's why
yeah,
the religion banks heavily on emotions and feelings.
mm-hmm.
Yeah.
So we can agree that like religion isn't really, is it all about like feelings, or that's my question. That's like, yeah, I'm questioning my own religion.
I, I
Yeah.
think that's like an open question, right? Like I can't say that for everybody,
Mm-hmm.
and speak in absolutes, right?
Yeah.
I think that's the whole process of questioning, right?
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
So like it might be that case for you, and it might not be that for somebody else.
Mm-hmm. So it depends on like emotions, right? So like, so like, can you agree that like that's how like religion was brought upon though? Because like it's an emotion feeling.
I don't think that's what brought religion on, no.
Mm-hmm.
But I think it is a big part of it.
Yeah. But can you agree that like religion separates all of us?
I don't know, like like you, for some reason, like you're starting every sentence off with like, can you agree, right? So like
Yeah.
it's an open um
No, I get what you're saying.
right,
Like
yeah,
it's like,
like
yeah.
yeah, like to speak in absolutes, right?
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
uh would be a very dangerous thing to do. I do think that religion can be divisive, right? But it
Mm-hmm.
doesn't, for me to say that it separates everybody, that would be a lie.
Well, because there are so many religions out there, and like that's my argument is like, who's to say like one religion is the right way though? Like, how come there's so many religions out there like that? Like, and like they're like, we're like literally on here like debating like, oh no, my religion is the right way. No, because the Bible says so. No, because he and so says so. Like, I don't know. It's just, I don't know. It's kind of feels like it just separates all of us.
Yeah. It
Hmm.
is kind of off topic. Should children be forced to choose Christ? But like I get what you're saying. As far as like there's a lot of different religions, and even within the Christian religion, there's forty five
Well, no,
thousand different
because you mentioned children,
denominations.
right? So like, why are
I'm
we
sorry.
Hold
forcing
Huh?
on.
religion on children though?
Thinker.
Hmm?
Oh, excuse me, Chico. The queue
No, it's
is
okay.
starting to
Sorry.
pile up.
Okay. Thank you.
Just
It's
letting you
okay.
know.
No, it's okay.
Okay.
Sorry. Yeah.
No. What I was saying is that because there is like 45,000 different denominations
Hmm.
and within Christianity alone, right? And then you have the other religions that have their own beliefs. The reality is that like it comes from people not agreeing with each other, right, on what
Hmm.
a specific text means, on what
Yeah.
is ethical or moral, and then they think that they have the truth, so they spin off
Hmm.
into a different religion. And like I was saying, like religion can definitely be divisive, but to
Hmm.
speak in absolutes and say that it separates all of us or separates everybody, that wouldn't be true. That's not everybody's experience. You see what I'm saying?
No, exactly. So like you're literally having like a vulnerable moment, and like that's why like I brought the whole like, let's say like someone passed away and like there's literally a rainbow up in the sky, because you're being vulnerable at that moment. And you're like, yep, he or she is talking to me. It's like, it's, I don't know. It's kind of like, it just, I think it depends on like the person. So like that's why I say like religion separates all of us, because it's like an emotional thing between all of us.
Yeah, and you
If that makes
definitely
sense.
have.
Yeah.
No, yeah, it makes sense. And you, like I
Yeah.
said, like you definitely have. If that's your experience,
What is
um,
not my experience? It's like, I'm just saying like, it's like there's many people out there who like have the same feelings too.
No, but right, but I'm not talking to all of those people. Like I'm talking to you, so I
Yeah,
can't
I
speak
respect
for. Yeah,
that.
like that's what I'm
No, I
saying.
get
Like I
that.
can't speak
Yeah,
in
no, I get that.
absolutes. Like
Yeah,
I know you want me
no,
to, but I can't.
no, yeah, but
Did you have anything else?
no, I feel like I came up and like I'm not even trying to be like it's my own personal experience, but like I'm like talking to like the topic as a whole. I
Well,
hope
the
you guys don't
topic
think.
is should children be forced to choose Christ?
Yes,
Yeah,
exactly.
and I'm like we're kind of
Yeah,
far away from that.
no,
I get.
no.
I'm sorry. Like every time
Hmm.
I talk, you end up talking while I'm talking, and I'm very neurodivergent, and
Sorry.
that bothers me
Yeah,
so bad.
sorry.
Thank you. Like the topic is should children be forced to choose Christ, and I know we both said that we agree that we don't think that it should be.
It
But
shouldn't
now
be
we're
forced on
talking about
children.
something
Yeah,
else, so like we're far away from that.
no, it shouldn't be forced on children.
Yeah, I agree.
Yeah, but all right. So I guess we came to an agreement. So
All
have a
right.
good
Well,
night.
thank you for coming up. Have a
Yeah,
good
thank
night.
you for having me up. Have a good night.
You too.
All right, bye.
Bye. Top tier, are you there? Okay. Whew. Terry, are you in the box on purpose or on accident? Uh, Empress Pat? Empress, hello, Empress Pat? I think every night has turned into an interesting night, right? Like, I don't know what's going on. Empress Pat, are you there?
I don't think they are.
Did Sherry say? Cherie, are you in the box on purpose or on accident?
I don't see anybody saying anything. You said Cherie.
Mm-hmm.
I don't see her.
Okay. Uh, is it Mealy Shayla? What? Militia? Mm, hmm. Is it Militia Lyles? Militia Lyles?
Sorry.
That's okay. How do I say your name?
Militia.
Militia. So I said it right.
Yeah.
Okay. All
Sorry
right.
about that.
No
Good night.
worries. Have a good one. Oh, because he's scared, Yala. They only come here to talk shit in the fucking comments. And that's it.
Mhm.
Voice say. Okay. Oak Art, are you in the box on purpose or on accident? Voice say Niall Sabi. Okay. All right. The guest box is empty, y'all. If you are a believer, if you're deconstructing, if you're an atheist, the guest box is open to you. Goodness gracious.
Oh my God.
Huh? What was Deja? Voice A? Was Deja? What was Deja? Why she didn't say anything?
Hmm.
Deja, come back. Is the microphone messed up?
No, I can hear
Oh, it's
you.
fine. Mm. I don't know if I can keep doing the overnight lives.
Yeah, just waiting and waiting.
Mm-hmm.
Hey y'all, let's stop the screen. Over 400 people in here. Let's get the likes to 200K.
Oak Art, are you accidentally requesting, or are you requesting on purpose? Can you let me know? Mrs. Coffee, are you requesting on purpose or on accident? I wish TikTok would fix this accidental request shit. Hey, how are you? Are you there?
Yeah. Hello. Can you hear me?
Hey, yeah, I can hear you. How are you?
Oh, okay. Sorry. I think this little bootleg headphone I got be showing out sometimes. I'm sorry. I always want to come up and talk to you, but it's so. This was a good moment since you weren't doing anything else. But this one question I've been wanting to ask you is, you kind of answered it on the soul, on this question about what the soul is. And like you said, with the brain, and I think I even said some commented one night, did you think that the soul, I was like, I don't want to put words in your mouth, but are you saying the soul is his brain? But that just like seemed like you're saying more so that's what the Christians are saying or something. So I've been trying to kind of delve into that. And I know for about the last week or two, it's been going on about that. So, kind of, so I wanted your input on that. And also on like, one compliment to give you that I didn't notice before is how empathetic and how you feel people so much. Like your ability to read the room is just freaking amazing. You know what's going on before most people know. But you're how really you care about other people, but you so strong and you come off so, some people would say so abrasive or whatever, but you just don't play. But you be on point, but you really love people. You really have a love that I think a lot of people, other than the people that really know you, like your panel and all, the nerds maybe and all, how much you really care about people, even though they try to make you a villain. And the last thing was like your, I feel like a lot of people are trying to go towards fit in. What's the word where you always want like respect from everybody else and all, like validation. Everybody's always seeking validation. And I know that seems to be a major problem in life to me, but you do it with knowledge. So, not seeking validation is kind of a problem when you also want to have knowledge like you do. So those were kind of just the things I wanted to touch on. And I ain't got too much. I'm just here want to listen to you talk. So.
Well, I first off, I appreciate the compliment. Thank you. Um, I don't necessarily identify the soul as the brain, but I think that that's what Christians are calling a soul. I don't know that that humans have souls, and I think for me the spirit is the energetic aspect of a human, and that changes, right? Like one moment we can be very energetic and happy and up, and the vibe is good, and one moment we can be pissed off, and the vibe is chaotic, or we could be sad, and the vibe, like, so for me, when people are talking about spirit, or when I say I feel that in my spirit, that's what I mean, but not necessarily that I think that there is a spirit. Does that
I
make
feel
sense?
that my spirit.
Huh?
And I came to that conclusion after a week of kind of listening to you. Just like, so I say I didn't want to put words in your mouth, but that's what the Christians are doing. They are saying that the brain, it seems like, and you came to that same conclusion, like the brain is the soul. But then when you narrow it down to them, then you can't. How are you going to be responsible when you die if because your brain is dead? And then they don't want to get into that. So they
Mm-hmm.
kind of like, that's when they back out of it. So I was just wondering how, what, if you, the soul and the spirit is so much a mystery that I was wondering if you had an answer, but I don't really think it's an answer that we can answer anyway. So
Because when they talk about like judgment, right? And you ask them what is going to be judged, they say how kind you were. It's like, well, how are you What did you use to be kind? Like, do not type in caps in my comments, even if it's a Joel raid. Like, don't do that. Thank you, Joel, for the raid. I appreciate you. Like they when like that's what they're saying is going to be judged, right? How you treated other humans, how you believed in a God, which all of these things you need a brain to do, and that's what makes me just associate the fact that they're calling the soul the brain, because they can't do any of the things that they're going to be judged on. They can't recall any of the things that they did in life without the thing that gives them memory, which is their brain, right? And I think the memory is in the amygdala. So, like, that's the only thing that I can think that they're calling the soul.
Understand. And on the subject of validation, like people seeking, I mean, I feel like that's kind of like I pride myself on not seeking validation kind of here recently, because I just realized that I really don't do that much. But validation is the basis of your knowledge. So like you got, like, you know what I'm saying? It's hard not to validate, like to accept validation without accepting knowledge.
Yeah, can you tell me a little bit more about that? That's what I wanted to make sure that I understood, like what you meant by that. Like, are you saying like when you encounter new knowledge, you need to like have that knowledge validated on whether it's right or wrong, and that I understand. Is that what you mean by
But
accepting validation?
well, I guess it's on two different points that I'm talking. It's like people seeking validation, like people do the things that they do seeking validation from everybody else to say that they are right, and or you're a good person, or like seeking that image from other people. Like, but I know that the validation of like knowledge, like actually looking up facts and coming up with real facts, I'm kind of mixing them two together, and I'm not sure if that's the right thing to do.
I know what you're saying. You're waiting for someone to say I agree with you, and that's how you determine whether you're on the right path with with the new knowledge. Is that what you're saying? Like,
Well, I'm saying we're not for going more with what you feel than what people say, but you'll probably think about it later, and maybe as because I'm not sure, I'm not really getting it out well. It's that sense of being valid, whether you want to be validated by other people, and like I said, you validate with knowledge, with facts, and this and that, and so it's kind of two different things, but it's like it's validation. It's like that knowledge when you come with facts, and like people try to talk around the facts, that you actually bring Bible scripture, archaeological evidence, and those type of things is what I'm saying. It's saying, do you feel you feel validated when you get the knowledge? So that's so much of a strong part of your personality of finding validation through knowledge, that is it wrong to seek validation from people? I guess is the way I should say it.
I'm not necessarily saying I don't think that it's wrong to seek validation for people. I think it can be very dangerous. I do want to correct something in the comments. I saw someone say that information isn't knowledge. That's kind of weird. And they said that knowledge is lived experience or experience, and that's wisdom. Wisdom is a combination of experience that you have gained from acquired knowledge. And then knowledge is information, it's facts, it's experience, I guess all of the things all together, right? So it's kind of weird to say that information isn't knowledge. That's weird. But I think it can be very dangerous to set that standard to where you seek validation from other humans, because the moment that they decide you no longer deserve that validation and they take it from you, then what are you left with if you cannot solidify yourself or build yourself up without needing the validation of another human? Does that make sense?
Yeah, I think I'm conflating the two. That's what I was saying. I think it's more that these two probably shouldn't be in the same discussion. I'm putting them there. So I just, but it's kind of on my mind. So you so smart that I just tossed it up to you. And I'm gonna let you move on because it's obviously gonna be a lot of people that want to come up and talk to you now. But I just really wanted to come up and give you props and just wanted to keep going for a second while you was slow.
I appreciate that. Thank you. And like I really am interested in that, in this part of the conversation though, just to let you know, because I want to understand the validation part, and the reason why is because one thing that I've had to teach myself during my deconstruction journey is not to give my value, the assigning of my value away to other people, and to let other people control that, right? And I teach that to my children as well. So like, I don't do the deconstruction lives seeking validation from anybody, although I care about people in the community. I've made a lot of great friends here, but at any moment I know that humans are humans, and I could say something that somebody don't agree with, and then the next thing they're gone, right? Sometimes humans don't give humans the opportunity to correct something, right? And so and then the next thing is like where you once were this intelligent person that somebody looked up to, because of this one thing, the next day you're no longer that, right? And if I allow my value to, from the validation of my deconstruction journey or the things that I'm learning, rest in that, then it would make me be shaky within myself, and everything that I am would be built on shaky ground, if that makes sense. I hope I'm explaining that. So like, I'm not seeking validation from anybody in what I do, although it's a pleasant thing that there are people who say, hey, I recognize what you're doing, I'm benefiting from it, and the appreciation, like, thank you for that. And that's a good thing. That's a moment in time, and then but I move forward from that. Does that make sense? It's not what I build on.
Yeah, it definitely. It, it it definitely makes sense because part of that's what I was saying about your strength is freaking amazing. It's like, what I'm saying, you teach me strength, you give me strength, that ability to stand on your boundaries. That's the word I get from you. Boundaries. You let nobody violate your boundaries. And that's what I'm saying. You have so much empathy to be able to feel other people, but also have so much strength to be able to stop them right at the door with, what I'm saying, because you peak game real quick. You're it's like your strength and your intelligence are the two things that draw me to you so much. I mean, that's what it is. And so, I was just mainly, those are two things I want to say. And the validation, I know you don't seek from other people. That's part of your strength. You don't care what you know what I'm saying? And so I hear your conversation every night, and I just want to say that I really be like, so deep into the way you be going through these situations with how people come up, and sometimes they be like, we don't see it, and you be on game peeping which way they going before. And so your ability to read the room, you just are very intelligent to me. So I just want to hear your input. You want to talk to somebody that's, I don't like to talk to a lot of you are worth talking to, but I'm gonna move on. So that's all. Why I was
No,
a
I
little.
appreciate you coming up. You'll never come up. That's why I was like, are you in the box on purpose? So I appreciate you coming up and letting me put a voice to the name for a change.
Definitely. I'm gonna drop down. I ain't gonna say that. That was such a good part of the thing. I ain't gonna say it. I'm gone. I ain't gonna say it.
No, you can say it. I'm over what she did, y'all. I'm
Okay.
over what she did, and we can say it. I thought that I thought it was stained, but it's not. I'm good.
Okay. Well, let me down. I'm
I
gone.
got you. I got you. Hey, Dudette. Selena.
Ain't do that.
Selena, have you
Hey,
been
girl.
here all night?
Yeah, she's gonna.
Has she? Did she
Well,
say
not all
anything?
night. I haven't heard her. I haven't heard her say
Do,
anything, but
do she know
she
she on
has been
stage?
here for a while. I don't know.
I think to your last message, Lada, I think yeah. I think yeah, but
Okay.
I also think it's gonna get to a point to where we just gonna end up getting pushed further.
All right.
Yeah, so like I don't know. Did what's up, love bug?
Um. Okay. So earlier when you were talking, and I could tell your brain was fried a little bit because you couldn't get LGBTQ out.
Man, I was laughing so hard at myself before the live. Like my brain was like, B is not supposed to be there. B has never been there, and I'm like, B. And then people are typing it in the chat, and I'm looking at it, and my brain was still like focused on the B. It was like my brain was like, "Don't fucking say that B." Like that B isn't supposed to be there.
That's
What?
funny.
It was past your bedtime, but it
Yes.
made me think of something that my ex husband said. Now Google is free, and for the life of me, I don't know why he wouldn't just look it up. But he asked me one night and was dead ass serious. He said, "What does LGBT stand for? Let's be." And so his version was, "Let's be gay together." And I looked at him like, "Are
Oh
you
my.
serious?"
What? What?
Yeah, he said, "Does LGBT stand for Let's be gay together?" I
Actually,
said,
it's
Well,
cute though.
but still, I said, "How in the hell did you come up with that?" Like I said,
I like that.
Google is free.
let's be together.
But I think the G and the B sound so much alike that my brain just meshed them together. And like, this whole time when I've been saying LGBTQIA, like LGBTQI, you know what I'm saying? And this morning my brain was like, we ain't never said the B. Like, what the fuck? Like,
Yeah,
yeah, it was
that's
crazy.
true, Anita. He did ask. But
You was
still,
fighting with that bee.
that was the first thing that I thought of this morning. Let's be gay together. I said, okay.
That yeah, I like that though.
You unlocked a
Uh,
memory.
That
there
needs to
goes
be a
Selena's.
shirt. Selena.
Girl, I could. I was answering, but my phone was on mute, and I'm like, why she? Why they still talking?
But how long have you been on stage?
Since what, like one? Well, for my time, one.
And it's 2 something your time?
It's been over an hour. Yeah,
What? You didn't say nothing when you came up?
cause y'all were in like the middle of a nice conversation. I think you were talking to what's that boy name? I think you had
Theo?
just apologized to him.
Oh, then I'm mad at myself for
Mm-mm.
that. No, I'm not. I'm not mad because I felt like I needed to apologize. Um,
Jamal.
but I don't know that he actually
Don't do
did
it again.
because I don't
Nope.
like
Walked
Piece
in.
of
I said,
shit.
oh.
I be second
I
guessing
said she done
myself when it comes to
apologized.
shit like that. Because I was really harsh in Zena's live, and when he came on stage, he wanted to talk to me, and I told Zena, I ignored him, and I said, Zena, I'm not here for him. I don't like Jamal. And
Well,
he came into the live the next day, and he was like, am I allowed to be here? Like I know that like it like he asked in Zena's live, like, damn, what did I do? I like you, think I respect you, and I didn't respond. And then he came into my live that same night and was like, is it okay for me to be here? And I didn't respond. And I was like, damn, that was harsh. And so that's why I wanted to apologize. But yeah, he like the way, just even the way that what he did today, how he just left because he knew that I was finna pull that damn article up.
mm-hmm.
Like that's why I don't like him. And me second guessing myself, like I do that shit a lot because I'm like, damn, was I really harsh? Was my pettiness too fucking far there? But I need to stop second guessing. I need to stop second guessing myself.
Please
He
do.
showed you exactly. Cause you're like, I don't know you. That's why I shouldn't say I don't like you because I don't know you. I'm like, think.
Mm-mm.
Yeah.
Trust your
He wanted to
gut.
show
You
you
was
exactly
right
who
on the
he
money.
is.
Yeah, but I can be really harsh. My daughter told me the other day, she was like, "You say stuff that is really what word did she use? Vulgar." She said, "You say vulgar stuff that most people don't say." And she was like, "And you're kind of harsh." Like in my language, like when I talk, and she wasn't talking about like how I talk to them, because just like me just saying the word dick, and she was like, most people wouldn't just say dick. And I said, well,
So that's what
that's
it
what it
is.
is, right?
So cute.
And she was like, yeah, she's like, that's how I knew that you were autistic. She's like, she was like, that's how I knew you were autistic. I was like, yeah. So I can be very harsh. I get it.
Well, I'm not
That's
autistic,
funny.
and my daughter tells me I'm harsh, so I just tell her to mind her business, and then I'll go and think
Right?
about it later.
Girl, like let's like say we in the store, right? And the cashier, did something wrong.
Mm-hmm.
And my daughters, they'll look at me and they go, "Mama, don't say nothing. I'm gonna be quiet." Because they know, like,
Yeah.
yeah, they would rather them handle it, because they know that the words that come out of my mouth is just gonna be straightforward. Like, all I give a damn about is the facts. And
Right.
they be so fucking embarrassed. They be like, "Mama, just don't say nothing. Don't, just be quiet, Mama." Like, they be looking like mouthing, "Mama, just to let me handle it." Like, yeah. Magically, hi, how are you?
I'm doing pretty good. How are you?
I'm good. Can I get your age, please?
I'm 40.
Are you a believer? Are you deconstructing? Are you an atheist?
So I'm deconstructing, but like in terms of believer, I believe in myself. So, like with that, like the believer thing, I kind of feel they should redefine what believer means, because oftentimes when people say believer, they automatically assume that it's in the Bible God,
So
and
no,
they
no, no. Let me say. So in here, that is what I'm referring to. Like, I don't have
oh.
conversations with people who believe in. Like, I don't have a problem with you believing yourself. I think you should believe in yourself. It's just that this room is focused on deconstructing Christianity, right? Like, that's what I'm deconstructing from Christianity.
Okay,
So
so you mean like in
yeah,
believer in terms of
the God of the Bible.
yeah.
Yeah. Yeah. Or so I only have conversations with three different types of people. They are active believers in the God of the Bible, people who are deconstructing away from that God or deconstructing their beliefs in that God, and
Hmm.
atheists.
Okay.
Yeah. Do you fall in one of those
So I'm deconstructing. I'm
from the
not
God of the Bible?
yeah, the God of the Bible. I wouldn't consider myself to be an atheist because I feel like there's many different forms of a God, even if it's like yourself. And so I wouldn't say that I'm necessarily an atheist, but I rock with atheists though.
Okay.
If that
And
makes
so,
sense.
but you did formerly have a belief in the God of the Bible that
Yes.
you, okay. And which topic did you come up to discuss?
I came up to discuss the first one in terms of whether or not children should be forced to choose Christ at a very young age.
Okay. Give me just a second. I think a lot of people, like, it seems like that's the one that everybody wants to talk about.
Hmm.
And I think it's a really good topic. I might have to kind of retire it after every third or fourth one, so that we can get other people in here, just for the other people in the guest box, in case you're coming up to talk about the very first topic. But I also am noticing that I think a lot of people have a lot of trauma from their childhood from being introduced to this religion, so it might be something that a lot of people need to get off their chest. So I don't know, but we'll see how it goes for the rest of the night, to see if we continue to get the first topic chosen back to back to back to back. But I might have to just introduce a limit on topic one so that we can get other topics in the room. Just want to let y'all know that I am thinking about that. But go ahead, Magically. What are your thoughts about should children be forced to choose? Christ.
I personally feel like it discourages them from developing their critical thinking skills. Children, they're naturally curious. They ask questions about every single little thing, and that's just how they learn how to reason and how to develop their logic and things of that nature. And so, at an early age, when they start asking about things, particularly things like religion, eventually there comes a point where they're discouraged from asking the tough questions. And I'm sure that we've all seen it.
Absolutely. I know I share a lot, like growing up, if I were to even just, respond logically to something that I'm being taught about this God, it was seen as me being demonic, or, I was rebuked as Satan.
Exactly.
Yeah.
It teaches them that like thinking for themselves is dangerous.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
And they're discouraged from trusting their own reasoning or trusting their own intuition, and encouraged to just blindly accept whatever they're being told. And I feel like that's one of the many reasons why you see a lot of sheep out here, because they were just taught from a very young age to just assimilate to anything and everything that is fed to them. So it's like when you're taught not to question authority at church or even at home, they might take it a step further and stop questioning authority when it comes to school and in relationships and then in societies too. So yeah, and it can be like to the point where if something feels wrong, and if it is wrong, it might encourage them to just stay silent on it, because they're taught not to question things.
Yeah, absolutely. And I was getting ready to ask you a question. Now I want to take it to this. So again, I watched Heretic today. So many people recommended it and told me to watch it. There was a moment in the movie where the girls saw all of the signs that they were being held hostage, that something was wrong.
Mm-hmm.
And they ignored the signs because they were there to do a thing for God. Like they were there to witness. And so they ignored the signs. And the guy was like, y'all saw this, 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 and this, yet you stayed silent. And I think that's a great point that you made. Like it teaches children to second guess. Like I said, I second guess myself a lot. Like it teaches children to second guess the decisions that they make, their reality that they see, right? And hold out for the hope of, the bigger picture. Because like a lot of times when we talk to believers and we're like, why did God allow such and such? And they'll say, well, there's a bigger picture, or his thoughts are not our thoughts, or his ways are not our ways. That thinking right there is what, introduces that indecisiveness in us as adults. And so you mentioned like even in relationships, when we talk about, when we look at women today and marriages today, and a lot of women, sticking in relationships that are harmful to them, or seeing the potential of a man and ignoring the red flags.
Mm-hmm.
I think the belief system that we're taught about what our so-called natural role is in society and in its religion is a contributing factor to the high number of women in abusive marriages.
Yeah. And then it like going through that at such a young age, I started to basically internalize the belief that I was somehow bad or broken or in need of constant forgiveness simply for being a damn human. So, yeah. And, you're taught things that your mind can't even necessarily fully articulate, but then when you ask questions to understand it, they just give you runaround answers.
Like your mind isn't supposed to articulate it.
Yeah,
It's too big for you to understand. Then why are you fucking giving it to me?
exactly.
If it right, if my mind can't comprehend it, then don't fucking give it to my mind that can't comprehend it.
Exactly. And I remember I was first taught about the concept of hell when I was 5 years old. And, I was told that one of the ways I was to avoid it, in addition to believing that Jesus was the Son of God, was to ask for forgiveness for every sin that I've committed. And I remember from that age, from age 5 all the way up to the 8th grade, like literally every single night, I would repent for every single sin that I committed. Like I took it literal. I didn't make it like a general thing, like please forgive me for all of my sins. I was going down the list of every single thing that I did that I felt would be considered a sin, and just kept apologizing for it when, like basically I was, I thought it was a sin, but it's just you navigating life and learning, how to navigate through it. And you know what I mean?
Yeah, absolutely. And then you feel guilty for being human. You feel guilty for just learning how to navigate through life, right? It builds up that freaking unnecessary ass anxiety, right?
Yeah.
And then you go through moments of, like, when you are, in a place in life where you're happy and you're feeling joy. And then all of a sudden there is this guilty feeling because you feel like like there's is supposed to have something to do with that.
And it's like,
what you've been told and taught, and
yeah, and then the fear of constantly feeling like you're being watched and judged, not only by like the people that are around you, but by an all-seeing God. Like that's no way to live whatsoever. So
exactly.
Yeah,
That's why I love the fact that you say that you are a believer in yourself.
Mm-hmm.
And I wonder if that you formulating it that way is a result of the indoctrination as a child, and that it's a part of your deconstruction, and you've had to kind of like switch places with the God so that you can heal from that. Does that make sense? And so with you asserting I am a believer in myself, which I think is a good thing magically, I think it's a beautiful thing, because you should believe in yourself. Vocalizing it in that way, when I say are you a believer, I'm wondering if that is a result of your upbringing and this God being forced on you, or you indoctrinated into this God, and that with all the things that we just talked about, is this a process of your healing or your deconstructing?
I never really saw it as that. It was just that after I left the particular, actually, I first learned it after I left the church, in terms of how powerful I am. You're often taught we're often taught to depend on an outside source to get the things that we need, or that we can't obtain certain things or certain outcomes without said source. But I found that wasn't the case. And, like all along, I found that the God was within me. It was crazy to me, like how, like I went to church for all those years, and they make you believe that by being a follower of God or Christ or what have you, and being a good and faithful quote unquote servant, which when I think about that, I'm thinking servant. Like I'm not like, what the hell do you mean by servant? But, like they make you believe that, doing those things will help you obtain the things that you need in order to navigate through life properly. And I found that not to be the case. And it wasn't actually until I left and actually started realizing how worthy I was to live the life that I've always wanted to live, that I started to attract the things that I desired. And not only that, but it actually aligned me with the path that I was meant to go down in order to find more fulfillment in life. And then, when it comes to fulfillment in life, that's a whole nother thing, because they make you, like religion, that particular religion tries to make you feel as though you don't deserve to be fulfilled. Like your life is not your own. You're supposed to be living for Christ. A Christ that I feel doesn't give a damn about me. I'm supposed to live my life for them and not for myself, if that makes sense.
That makes a lot of sense. And that's why I say I think it's beautiful that your response is, I believe it myself. Which is like, it's kind of confusing as a child, because at church I was taught to believe in God. At school I was taught to believe in myself.
Exactly.
And yeah, and it's conflicting ideas, right? And then when you give yourself credit, you get reprimanded and told, you're prideful, or you didn't do that, God did that. And so you get confused as a child. And it's kind of difficult growing up, after you've become an adult, and you have to deconstruct from this idea that you have to give credit to this outside source, for even just waking you up in the morning, for the food that you eat, for the happiness that you feel. It's why a lot of people can't accept compliments, right? It's one of the reasons why I struggled with, people telling me, complimenting me on my talents or something. I would always give credit to the God. And so I think it's beautiful that, it's a statement of affirmation. You're affirming what it is that you have now realized, and you're standing in that. I don't know that, like, if you, like you said, you've never thought about it before, but when you make that statement, that's what I hear from you, is that you're affirming what it is that you're deconstructing currently.
Yeah, I think that's kind of, that can kind of, that I see how that makes sense.
Yeah, because the more you tell yourself, right, I believe in myself, after being taught that you have to believe in this outside source, the easier it is to deconstruct from the idea that you have to give this outside source. It becomes habit. Let me say it that way, right? It becomes habit. It becomes normal. You have taught your mind, your body to respond, think, and feel in a new way. Does that make sense?
It makes a lot of sense.
Yeah, that's why I like the way you put it. So that's what I'm trying to say. I like the way you put it. Did you have anything else?
So the second one on here.
I only allow one per guest on stage. So
okay. Oh no, that's all. I can just hop off to give somebody else time to speak.
All right. Thank you so much for coming up. I hope you have a good night.
You too.
All right. Trust the Lord to do what?
Hello?
Yeah. Trust the Lord to do what? What is it that the Lord will do? Like, you've been in my comments, like, just doing the most.
God is good. Yeah.
Trust the Lord to do what? Like, what does the Lord do?
To reveal all things.
I'm asking you, what does it do?
Reveal all the things that you need to ask. Because he's
and
not
how does it do? I'm going to ask this question again. There is an operative word in my question, okay? And that question is do. How does it do that?
confused, and he goes after women because
I'm sorry, we didn't hear you. There was complete silence for a second.
My bad. He goes after all this confusion y'all got is
no. And listen, how does your God do that? How does your God reveal all things?
In his own way. God is mysterious.
How does so that he doesn't actually do anything? Like, do you realize when I ask y'all for specifics,
God can do
y'all
anything.
hold on. When I ask y'all for specifics, y'all talk in these very ambiguous, vague ways, right? Very large ways.
Because God is mysterious.
So you don't know that he can actually do anything.
I know. I've seen him do things.
Then you should be able to be specific.
I've seen a
Then
smidgen of his power.
hey. Then you should be able to be specific in how he does it.
I can't be specific because he's not to how we hit my relationship with him is not the same relationship you would have with him.
Capsule.
Mm-hmm.
It doesn't matter. I'm not asking you how he does it for me. How did he do it for you specifically?
He got me in touch with my family. I haven't seen my family.
How did he do it?
He did it.
Not what he did. Capsule.
What's up?
I'm not asking you what did he do. How did he do it?
Through a series of events, he's done it. He's done it.
How?
Yeah, if I can explain, please. Chill.
I'm asking you the how. Not. You keep giving me what. I'm asking you the how.
I'm getting there.
Okay, listen. Hold on. Let me tell you a little bit about myself. Okay, I'm gonna tell you a little bit about myself. In order for this conversation to go well, like I wish that most people that came on this stage was like that. What was his name? Unassumable, unstoppable guy. Like he got straight to the point. Like whenever he answered his questions, whenever he asked questions, he was straight to the point. There was no word salad, no bullshit. Right? I'm asking you, how did he do it? Hold on, don't come off mute yet. I don't want the word salad. I don't want your preamble. I don't want that. Get straight to the point. Okay? How did he do that for you?
Okay. I was adopted as a little child. I haven't seen my family in over 40 years. Just this year, I got in touch with my mother, my father, siblings, all kinds of stuff, cousins, out of nowhere. And I asked him before it happened, God, can you do this? And he revealed it. He's done it.
To the chat, did anybody hear a fucking how in there? Or do y'all still hear a what he did?
No how.
None whatsoever.
How? What do you mean how? I'm not God. I can't tell you exactly how he does things.
Then how the fuck do you know it was a God
I
that
know
did
it was
it?
God. There was no
How?
Shut up. Don't yell at me.
How?
You can drop me if you want, but don't
You
yell
can
at me.
fucking drop if you want.
You can drop me if you want.
I'm not gonna drop you. I'm not gonna drop you. You can drop. You can drop if you want. You can drop if you want.
Calm down.
I mean, all you're gonna do is just keep fucking saying shit that you can't enforce. The same way you can't answer a fucking how question.
I don't fold.
Well, then answer the fucking question.
You're angry.
Yes, because I have to ask you how 5 times.
And you're stupid. What's your point? And you're stupid.
Hold on.
Okay.
Like, is that wait? Do you realize that that's a childish thing to do? Like,
no, you're just angry.
What
it's just an
do you? Hold on. Okay, good. I'm glad that you. Hey,
observation.
hold on. Right?
Are you married?
Right?
Are you married?
Right?
Are you married?
Yes.
How long you been married?
13 years.
You don't seem happy.
I am.
You need to have God involved in that.
I am
you need
happy.
to have God involved in that.
Okay, I don't need God. I'm good.
You're lying. How old are you?
That's none of your business. That's none of your business.
You told me you were married.
That's none of your business. Like my age is none of your business.
My
age is none of your business. Hold on, do that. My age is none of your business. But hold on, do you realize? Hold on, hey, Capsule. Do you realize that you were responding in a very immature way because you can't answer a how question about an experience that you had with a God? That this is your response, right? Like you're mad at me, right? You're mad at me because you can't answer a how question about your God. Do you realize that?
My God is mighty. He's powerful.
I mean, okay, these are words. These are words.
He's your God too.
Okay.
He loves all of us.
All right. Now tell me how. Now tell me how your God does any of that.
through his great magnificence and power.
How does
That's
he
what I'm gonna
use
say.
it? How does he
Through his
use his
great magnificence and power.
How
I
does he
couldn't tell
use
you.
his magnificence and
I couldn't
power?
tell you. Through his great
How
magnificence
does
power.
he
He
use
is
his
almighty.
magnificence and power? How does he use it?
Through spiritual means.
How does he
Through
use it through
powerful
spiritual
means.
means? How?
Through his magnificence. God is mysterious.
How does he
That's for
use his
us. That's not for
magnificent
us to
power?
know. That's not for
Oh,
us to
you
know.
can't
That's why we
know
have
it.
faith.
You can't
That's
know
why
it.
we have
But
faith.
you've experienced it, but you
Ma'am.
can't know that you've
Yeah,
experienced
yeah, I
it.
experienced it. I'm telling you the truth.
But you can't
God is
know
as
that you've
real
experienced
as we are
it.
talking right here. And I'm not no Bible thumping guy.
But you can't know that you've experienced it. Is that right? Like you
I'm
just
telling
know
you,
that you've
thinker.
experienced it.
I'm telling
You just know that you've experienced it, but you can't know how you know that you've experienced it. Is that right? Is that right? Do you know why you're not making a sound right now?
it's a chip on my shoulder. I'm telling you, he's real.
Hold on. Hey, do you know why your phone goes in and out, Capsule?
I don't know. I'm sorry. My bad. My phone probably went out. My bad. But I'm telling you, he's real.
Hold on. Do you know
Tell
that
you.
hold on,
Yes,
stop
sir.
for a second. Stop for a second. Do you see how easy it was for you to come back and say, I don't know why my phone is going in and out? And then your brain, right, allowed you to connect the two. And then you literally was like, my bad, my phone is going in and out. Right. So the way you answered that question, right, that why question, no problem. I am asking you to answer the how question about your God. Now, for some odd reason, this how question is breaking your fucking brain. It's breaking your brain and it's
It's not.
making you behave in an obscene way.
It's not.
Okay?
It's
It
not.
literally is. So I'm going to try again. Okay? The same way I asked you, why is your phone, do you know why your phone is going in and out? I'm asking, how does your God do the things you said he does?
He does him in his almighty, magnificent way. I have no idea. I'm not God. I'm not God.
So then there is no reason for me to trust in your Lord.
You know what? I have faith. And he showed me. Now, maybe if you have faith, I'm telling you. But I'm telling you, he's as real as we talking right now. I'm telling
Cap,
you.
so I have faith in my imaginary elephant that's in my room.
You don't
The
have
the
to
same
believe in
amount
him.
the same amount of faith that
You
you
don't
have
have to
in your
believe in him.
God, I have
It's,
in the elephant that's in my
it
room.
says in the word that we shall not cast our pearls into swine. So
Then why
you
are
don't
you
have
here
to.
then?
I just wanted to give some insight to the people who might.
But
I can,
stop. But you're casting your pearl before swine. So
no,
why are you
I'm
here?
not. I'm not here to argue.
You don't have faith in your own word because you're doing the
I
thing
do.
that your word told you not to do.
Yes, I do. Yes,
No,
I
you
do.
don't. No,
I
you
have a
don't.
lot of
Like
faith.
you're literally not. You're
I'm not
literally
perfect, but
saying
I have faith.
oh, so now, it doesn't matter what your word says,
Yeah,
right?
it
You just
does.
you realize that the reason why y'all quote that cat don't cast your pearls before swine is because in your head it's an insult. You don't fucking believe that shit. You would rather be here talking about your God, knowing that we don't give a fuck, right? But it's a ready-made insult that your Jesus gave you, and it's just something that y'all can throw out the same way religious men bring up marriage and age to women. Like y'all have this go-to bag of insults when non-believers don't give a fuck about you or your God.
I apologize if
No, I
I
don't care
came
about
out.
your apology.
That was insulting.
I don't give a fuck about your fake ass ready-made apology that you're only doing for Jesus. You can keep that to yourself. Now, with all the big boy emotions all tied up and done, we can have a civil conversation, okay? All right?
Sure.
Okay.
What's
All
up?
right. Now that I've gotten that out of the way, that there is no reason for me to trust in your Lord, and you were just typing shit in the comments, pick a topic from the board.
So I'm not gonna go with the first one because I heard y'all say that y'all want to do that. But it says, "Why do you care about other people deconstructing?" Okay. I don't care about it. I mean, I think we should just trust God. I mean, we have no other reason not to. We have no other reason. He's the one true God. The one true living God was Jesus Christ. You know?
So if you
So,
don't care, then why the fuck are you here?
I mean, I don't care. It's not that I don't care. I'm not here to knock anybody at the end of the day for what they believe. Because I don't know what y'all went through. So I can't really say that you're wrong, I'm right.
Hold on for a second. Hold on for a second. God's on whatever your name is. Do not use caps in my comments. I don't give a fuck if you're talking about your Lord and Savior Jesus Christ. You're going to be muted for 5 minutes. The next time you will be muted the entire live. Go ahead.
Okay. Did you want me to talk again?
That's why I said go ahead.
Okay. So, yeah, I can't knock anybody at the end of the day. I don't knock a Muslim. I don't knock Buddhist or a Jewish person because that's not my place. You know what I mean?
So again, why are you in here?
To
If you
share.
don't care for what? Nobody asked you to come in here. Nobody. This is not the place to share. Hey, capsule. This is not the place to share your gospel.
I thought it was at first.
Do that. Hey, share your gospel at a church. Start a live. Ask your Jesus to give you more than 13 followers, and so that you can go live and start a live and share the gospel.
Maybe
like that's this isn't the place for that.
I'm going to tell you this. He wants us to go out.
Hey, so hey. Then do that where they want it. We don't want it here.
You obviously are hurting, and you obviously believe
it. Hey, you're not listening.
Hey,
Jesus freak. You aren't listening to me. If you want to spread the gospel, capsule, listen, if you want to spread the gospel, ask your God to get, hey, shut up. You are very disrespectful. You are very disrespectful. I didn't talk while you were talking. I did not talk while you were talking. Here we go with the little big man emotions again. If you want to spread Jesus's gospel, start your own live. Why don't you do that? Like you need to come in here and eat off my back. You see a room with 600 people in it and you think Jesus called you to come in here? Like, why can't Jesus build a live for you with 600 people that want to sit and listen to you talk about Jesus?
Hey, you should turn to Christ. That's all I'm going to say.
Oh, so you can't answer that question? Why hasn't Jesus given you a platform?
He's given me a lot.
Why hasn't he got? Hey, I'm asking about a specific. I'm asking about a specific thing. If you feel that Jesus wants you to spread his gospel, why hasn't he given you the platform to do so?
He has, but I've turned.
Where is it? Where is it? What's your main page? What's your main page?
He has.
What's your main page?
Some good insight because I think I'm going to.
What's your main page? Like all of this vagueness bullshit. Hey, nobody gives a fuck about your fluff ass shit. Nobody cares about your fluff God. Okay. No, nobody cares about your fluff ass God, your fake ass testimony. Show us the proof. Show us the proof. Where is your platform that your Jesus gave you? Where is it? What's your main page?
I'm gonna go work on it.
Okay, good. I think you should do that.
Bringing that up to me. Thank you.
Yes, I think you should definitely do that.
You are definitely a blessing because you're actually helping.
Good. Great.
You must be anointed. You must be chosen. Definitely. This is not being facetious. This is not being weird. This is not being nothing. I'm telling you, you are breathing. You are alive today. You are on this platform. You got 625 people that you can reach. You know how powerful
635.
You know how you know
plus another 100 on YouTube. Hey, Capsule, did you know that you are being streamed to YouTube and there's another 100 people on YouTube watching you right now? There's 735 people watching you right now.
I'm getting the message out. I'm getting it out. Hey, listen. I'm telling you, you are very powerful. You should use that influence.
Thank you.
Use that influence. But I'm gonna go.
Thank you.
But hey, God bless you, sister. You have a good one.
All right, have a good one. Go start that platform. Let's see Jesus and let's see Jesus working.
Amen.
Okay, and then come back and tell us how he did it. Magically, I see you in the box again. I only bring up guests one time a night, okay? Meme activist, are you in the box on purpose? Jay, are you in the box on purpose?
Hey.
Hey, how are you?
Annoyed. I was so calm until that dude, he just PMO so freaking bad.
Yeah,
I'm sorry
they
for
always
that.
have like condescending attitudes, like the worst. He's love, he's joy. Your bitch ass, unmarried ass, single ass, 44-year-old ass should follow Jesus.
It's like you're projecting, because where did all these random stuff come from? We're talking about your God. Why are you getting angry? Like,
Exactly.
Simmer down.
I
I
told you,
just
like,
want to
this is a
say,
cult of dicks. Like, I swear they are the most un un well un much developed, underdeveloped, immature, um emotional, and I don't want to use the word emotional because I don't want it to seem like emotions are a bad thing, but they are like whiny emotional, um like unhinged. Thank you. Very unhinged, underdeveloped men, cishet religious men.
He reminds me of that crash out that you had the other day, the one that pink beard, what is his name? Sebastian had to come up here and set him straight when he was like, "Look here, handsome." I love when he says that, by the way. But he was crashing out. He was like, "Yeah, I bet you're abusive." But anyway, that's neither here nor there. I kind of wanted to like talk about something else just to come, I guess, kind of simmer things down. So you brought up so many good points with the other lady, and I was like, that's something that could be talked about. So the first one, let me go read.
y'all are doing a great job on these likes. Please keep tapping. We're almost at 200K.
Okay, I guess you couldn't. Okay, so I went to go read it. So, my question was, as an ex-Christian and dealing with like years and years and years of misogyny, as a female, how do you be able to unlearn, and like how did you learn how to, I guess, like speak up for yourself more, because that those years and years and years of, staying in one place and all that stuff kind of saturated in your, I guess, brain, in your psyche.
A woman, not a female.
I'm sorry, woman, in a woman's place. So, you know what I mean?
Yeah. It took like, well, I told you I was in an abusive marriage. So,
Oh,
like I said in my book, I wasn't the type that didn't fight back. I did fight back. I might not have won, but I fought back. And setting the boundaries, like when I learned about boundaries and I learned how to set and enforce them, that's what gave me the confidence to speak up. And then also recognizing my own voice, recognizing that the internal dialogue that I was having was me. And then as I got to learn me and what I liked and what I didn't like, then I set my boundaries around that. And so feeling confident, like using my voice allowed me to increase the confidence to enforce my boundaries. And I guess like just being the focus. And a lot of times people will tell me that I'm doing something and I don't even recognize that I'm doing it because I'm just fucking doing a thing. Does that make sense? Like I'm not doing it.
yeah.
But yeah. So, but it was just me making sure that I felt safe in me. And so that gave me the confidence to enforce that, because I don't give a fuck what you feel about how I need to be safe or how I need to feel safe.
Okay, it's just basically you're saying just learning to be more selfish and be, I guess, yourself's first advocate. Okay.
Yeah, y'all can put the words in. Sometimes I feel like I do speak in emotions and feelings, so I can describe what I'm feeling
But
and
that's
describe what I'm
different.
saying. But y'all be putting it and articulating it better, using better words. But yeah, exactly that.
Okay. And then the last question was, oh, hold on, let me go back. Okay, so you said that a lot of, I think it was like earlier this morning, because I've been watching all day, but you said like earlier this morning, like a lot of Christians are in like a childlike mindset. Like it's like they're stagnant in a certain, I guess, age or developmental state. And like, how does that happen? Because I know also one of the times that we were on the live, you also spoke about how religion causes trauma in the brain, and then it's scientifically proven. So it's like, how do those two kind of correlate, and like how deep does that go? Like, have you studied that, or what
No,
could you
honestly, that's just from the conversations that I had, like in me recognizing how they answer questions, how they reason, um, and a lot of them are in this space of imagination throughout most of the conversation. But I do know that there has been a study that said that fundamental Christianity stunts the growth of the prefrontal cortex, which is the development of the human as we go into beyond adolescence. And so, with that stagnation and not being allowed to fully develop past that stage of development, I mean, it makes logical sense why a lot of them approach the critical thought conversations that we have in here in the manner that they do. But also, if we look at the scriptures where Jesus tells them and their pastors preach to them and tells them to come to be like little children, right, and to come to Christ as a child, and then their pastor reinforces that by treating adults as children in an intellectual way, where they are allowed to be reprimanded as if they're being reprimanded by their father or their mother. In the church, it's just reinforced, and so and that's just what we see on the stage. But that's just from observation and not from me studying that. Does that make sense?
Yeah, that makes sense. It's just, I would say it's just kind of mind-boggling, like how, because I know like a lot of educated Christians, and that's kind of like an oxymoron, because it's like the logic is not there. You're such a logical person, but when it comes to this God, all logic just goes out the window, and automatically you believe in fairy tales and gumdrops and rainbows. Like, how?
I don't necessarily think that education equals maturity, though.
Okay, that's a new take. Like, even this morning when you were talking with that guy who was being a hypocrite at first, and then he like heard him, he caught himself, and then he started deconstructing. I was like, wow, we got another one. But you remember the guy who was up here earlier, and he was like, he doesn't want to do business unless they're Christian, and you started pointing out things, and then he was like, wow, I never thought about it like that. I need to study into the Bible more. So it's kind of just like, I just don't understand like the logic. Not saying that like a lot of people will tell you that you're looking at the Bible from the wrong lens. You have church hurt. You know what I mean? Not even the carnal mind argument, because the carnal mind argument, it's just like you're just being intentionally obtuse at that point. But like when people say, oh, okay, it's this is a metaphor, this is that, you're not looking at it right. And it's so confusing. And it's like, I don't even know how to like even articulate to them to kind of break it down, how you break it down to get them to start thinking logically. You know what I mean? I don't know how to express that.
No, yeah, I get it. But you've noticed that they actually fight against that even when I do it, right?
Right.
Yeah, they don't want the logic. And so that's why sometimes I have to get loud and I have to get like very forceful into like, this is the boundary, like this is the block, and we're not going forward until we address this thing. And if they're not willing to address that part of the conversation, then there is no conversation to be had, because other than that, it's just going to be a bunch of confusion and fluff. And so that's me setting the boundary for what the purpose of the conversations are, if that makes sense, and sticking to that boundary. So if they bring up something and they say, oh, you're not under, like, say for instance, if we're reading the scripture and we're talking about whether Jesus abolished the law, and they tell me that I'm misrepresenting the text, then at that point, because there's 600 and some people in the room, so that those 600 people won't walk away just thinking or confused that what we've talked about up until that point is a misrepresentation, we're going to address that right then and there. We're going to address why you, as the person, see me misrepresenting so that I can understand where you're coming from, right? And if we can't get past that point, then we can't move forward, because what you've done at that moment is introduced confusion. You see what I'm saying? And so I set the boundary. That's how I just set the boundaries of the conversations. And Art just brought up the next thing that I was going to say. A lot of times when they do that, it's just to sow doubt, a seed of doubt or confusion, right? They don't necessarily really believe that I'm misrepresenting the scripture. They want other people in the room to think that I am. And so they don't want me to hone in on that piece. And that's why they respond and act the way that they act when I try to address that concern of theirs. So it's a lot of times it's just a tactic that they use.
It's weird though, like everybody says the same thing. Like I've debated a lot of Christians, and even before, like, like I met you, but they all say the same thing. And then it's like, and even starting to listen to like you, Joelle, Mezzo, Christina, it's like they all say the same thing. It's like when you start pointing out things, because then I started using things from like, the Adam and Eve story or just anything, then it's the context. It's just like, how are they so uniformed with the rebuttals, but not in how they believe? It's just,
because they're all getting the same rebuttals when they ask questions.
Okay.
Right. And like, if you were to go to, your pastor or your mom, right? Like if they go to their mom, their dad, when they were young, and they say, how did all the animals get on the ark, right? Like how did God fit all those animals on the ark as a kid? Your mom is going to respond to you, or your Sunday school teacher is going to respond to you, well, God can do anything. Nothing's impossible for God. His way, you can't think of it using your carnal mind. God's ways are not our ways. His thoughts are not our thoughts, right? Like they're all told the same thing. And then if you were to question the story of Sodom and Gomorrah, right, and you would point out in the text that, well, it says that the people wanted to harm Lot too, and that it wasn't about homosexuality. Their response is going to be, well, you have to know the full context. And what they really mean is don't focus on the rest of the text. What's the overall message of the story? So like they're all saying the same thing, because we've all been given these responses in our life when we question what we're being taught. Does that make sense? Like we all have the same experience when questioning this text, when questioning the leaders. And so we've all kind of been gaslit the same way.
I would say, like, with my journey, it was quiet. Like, I felt like I always use the being gay reference because I'm bisexual, so I could just do it both ways anyway. But, like, I was just quiet about it. Nobody ever knew, like, that I wasn't, like, Christian anymore until I just eventually just came out to started arguing with people. And I was like, whoa, what happened? You used to go to church every day. So, I mean, I don't think I ever was really able to, like, question and do all those things growing up, because it was automatically just shut up, because I grew up Kojic too, so it's like, but I get it, I get it, those types of things, but I was never allowed to question, so I didn't really get those rebuttals. So I guess that's probably why I would be confused in that. But yep.
Yeah, like, so if you, for example, in Sunday school or YPWW, when they're teaching you something and they like, for example, where y'all taught about Elisha and the she-bears, the story with Elijah and the she-bears.
I'm not gonna lie, I was asleep. I was because there was always hollering and screaming, somebody giving me candy. Then we got the Bible band on Tuesdays. It was too much. I'm going to sleep, so I don't remember. I think I compartmentalized a lot of it, and I only have like bits and pieces from my childhood. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I know in Kojic, that's one of the things that they teach in YPWW, so that you don't question the pastor or disrespect the pastor or talk bad about the man of God, right? they teach the story about Elisha and the she bears to the kids, and basically the moral of the story is that God's prophets are protected, and then they finish it off with "touch not my anointed and do my prophet no harm." And so, like, if a child were to say something about it being mean that God allowed a bear to maul kids, they would put our focus on the entire context of the story, which what they really mean is like the moral of the story is God's the men of God are holy, and only God can judge the man of God, right? Like, you are not to put your mouth on the man of God. And so I think, like, when the believers yell context, what they're talking about is the moral, right, of the story. Like, what is the bigger picture of the story? Because, like, when they come up here, they're not actually talking about reading the entire text. Do you remember that time? I don't know if you remember the time where the guy kept yelling context, and I read the whole chapter and he was getting mad. And I said, I'm going to give y'all context until it flow out your nose, right? Which is the same thing that God said about the quail. But he didn't, that's not what he meant by context. What he meant was, what is the moral of the story? And that's the same thing. Those are the same responses that we were given as kids, as young adults. When we question the text, is it's about the moral of the story. What is God trying to teach?
Okay. And then I guess I would say the last one. I know a big question of yours is why do Christians make it their business to be so nosy? I remember being traumatized with that scripture. What was it? The one where it's like everything you do in this life, it's going to be like played back when you go to Judgment Day. And then the one where it says the blood of the other person is on your hands if you don't teach them. I'm probably, now that's out of context, but you know what scripture I'm talking about, right? Both of those.
I'm sorry, say the scripture again.
Okay, so the first one was when you're in judgment, basically it's going to be like a DVD player, and God's going to basically show you everything that you did in your life, every single step and what you could have done or whatever, basically when you're in judgment. And then the other scripture, when it's basically saying if somebody doesn't believe, or if you don't teach somebody about the gospel, then their blood is on your hands and you'll be judged for that person.
I've never heard the DVD player.
That's the analogy that's in my head. It's not. That's not what it is. But it's basically yeah.
Yeah. And then what were you saying about if you don't teach them, the blood is on your hands? What about that scripture? What scripture is that?
I don't remember. I just remember like them talking about it in church all the time. But it was basically saying like if you don't tell people about God and the gospel, then their blood is on your hands. Like, you'll be judged, just like you will be judged on that person's sins.
I was never taught that.
Okay, I'm gonna try to find the scripture, and then I'll put it in the Discord.
Okay, and what was your question about it?
No, I was just saying that basically I feel like those scriptures could be possibly why a lot of Christians feel like that they need to insert themselves all the time into anything pertaining Christianity. Anytime, like, we're having deconstruction lives and just speaking about the harm. I think that's what it is. And I think partially it's like it's a fear. I feel almost like they know that is wrong deep down inside, or they don't really believe it 100%, or they have doubts. And that's where that anger and that rage and that stuff comes from.
That they're afraid that they're going to be judged by our life if they can't convert us?
Yes. I just don't remember the scripture.
I don't think there is a scripture that says that in the Bible. Like I've never, like I know that, but Ezekiel isn't like that doesn't have anything to do with Christianity. Like the God was telling Ezekiel that if he doesn't warn, the wicked, that the blood would be on Ezekiel's hands. But that was pertaining to Ezekiel only, not to the Christians.
See, I was taught that it applied to all of the Christians. That's why.
Yeah, no, we were never taught that. We were never taught that we would be judged by another person's actions either.
Yeah, I mean, I guess it just all depends too. So, but yeah, I thought that could be possibly why maybe that they get so enraged. I don't know, but that's just my thoughts. But yeah, I'm gonna go back to the comments. So I don't really have anything else other than those little topics and everything, and it would just be the first one, and that kind of everything that I said kind of all ties into that. And I know you said you wanted to retire that first question.
I'm thinking about it, depending on how many people come up back to back and choose that question. But I do think that a lot of people have some trauma from childhood with that they may want to talk about. You said 1 Corinthians 9:16. Let me see. If I proclaim the gospel, this gives me no ground for boasting, for an obligation is laid on me, and woe to me if I do not proclaim the gospel. For if I do this out of my own will, I have a wage, but if not of my own will, I am entrusted with the commission. What then is my wage? Just this, that in my proclamation I may make the gospel free of charge, so as not to make full use of my rights in the gospel. Like, no, it doesn't say that that you are judged for other people's actions. I don't know where they got that from.
I'm gonna find it and put it in the Discord because I remember it. I just don't remember which translation because I don't remember if it was NLT, the New Living Translation, or which one it was. But I just remember that one, and I know that one kind of like I was always kind of thinking about that one. So I'm gonna just put it in the Discord when I do find it. I'm gonna go hunt it down in a little bit.
Okay, and then were you Kojic your whole life?
No, so my mom was very rebellious, so I grew up in that being Kojic till I was 10, and then when I moved from Louisiana to Texas, we started going to one community. My bad. We started going to a church in Plano, in Texas, and so that's non-denominational. So I switched.
Oh, okay. I was wondering if that was a Kojic teaching, where you got that from, or is that something that you heard other Christians say?
I know specifically that was in church. I remember there was a whole lesson on it and how to talk to other people, how to how to deal with questions when you go to middle school and people are atheists, and it was just a lot. But I mean, if you want to, you can look up one community church. They're a really big church in Plano. I'm sure a lot of people know about it, but anyway,
I think that might be taking the Revelation passage that says that they're going to be judged by their works, and that they maybe they're taking that passage and applying extra biblical interpretation to it. But that's interesting, and if I can definitely see if a person has been taught that if they can't convert somebody, that no matter what they did in their life, they're going to be judged by the wicked person. The unsaved person. My thing is, how could they win? Because if it's set up everybody's not going to heaven, right? There's some that have been created to not go, right? There's the chosen. Then who would qualify then? You see what I'm saying?
There's so many questions, because then there's still the question about the 144,000. So it's what? So actually, when you actually, I guess not fully deconstruct, but when you start going further away, it's just all those Bible verses, they literally come back and then you're just like, what in the world was I thinking? So
Yeah, that it. Now I'm wondering like why anybody would believe that, because it just seems like nobody would make it. If you would be responsible for somebody else's actions because you couldn't convert them, then who the hell would make it to heaven? Like everybody
no,
would
it's
go to
not
hell.
for them to convert, for me not to say anything, for me not to teach that person. Like bring it,
But
like basically be a witness to that person.
so like if you just don't say, "Hey, Jesus exists,"
Yeah,
then you're
basically like,
judged by their actions.
yeah, like their
But
blood
there
is
will
on your
be.
hands or something like that.
So like, is that saying that everybody that you come in contact with, you have to do that too?
Now that I don't remember, I just remember the little small part from my childhood, and I used to hold that on so dearly. And I used to be one of those aggravating atheists. I mean, Christians arguing with Jehovah's Witnesses, Muslims, everybody. So I just remember that. It's probably too. It could have been something based off of like the scripture that you have read and that the comments that they have said. Maybe it was like bits and pieces that I kind of couldn't, that I put in my head together, because that is possible.
Yeah.
But I know it was something about their blood on your hands.
I know
That's all I
Ezekiel,
remember.
like, yeah, Ezekiel is the only one that comes to mind, but that didn't have anything to do with like spreading the gospel.
Mm,
So that, yeah, that it's, I don't know.
I don't know.
That's interesting.
Somebody said the cat found Jesus. Oh my God. I'm sorry. As my cat just got up in the middle of the night because it needed to go out. But yeah, I guess that's everything. I just kind of, I guess, had so many questions and stuff that I'm getting answered little by little. And then it's just been a lot deconstructing, honestly.
Yeah.
Sometimes backslide a little bit. Sometimes I'm like, do I want to go to church today? Probably not. I shouldn't. But yeah. But anyway, well, thank you so much for always being so awesome. And I love when you and Rhea cuss people out. It is very entertaining. So keep on up.
It's tiring, but thank you.
You're welcome. Bye
All
bye.
right. Have a good night. I swear, I think the reason why I can't barely put words together is because all we do at this point is cuss motherfuckers out. Like, I would love to have a conversation like we had with Assumable, Unstoppable. What's his name? Assumable? Like that we have not had a conversation like that in a very long time. And like the constant chaos with dishonest ass believers sometimes is very overwhelming. Space Cadet, how are you?
I'm doing well. How are you?
I'm good. Are you a believer? Are you deconstructing? Are you an atheist? And then your age, please.
I am an atheist and I am 37.
Okay, and what topic did you come up to discuss?
I'm interested in your third topic. Like, why do you care about other people deconstructing? I feel I do care, and so I'm new to like the deconstructing space. I was raised Catholic, but by parents who didn't really like buy in fully. So I feel like I was given wide latitude as a kid. And for me, I can't even really like pinpoint a moment or a thing in particular that got me to just not really believe in this God that was being taught to me. It just kind of felt natural to not believe in it. So that, I mean, that's a little bit of my own story, but I'm really curious about people who are in this deconstructing community that are coming from other forms of Christianity. Like I had never even heard of that Kojic Christian. Did you call it? I never even heard of
Uh,
that concept.
yeah, it's Church of God in Christ. It's the denomination that started like the holy roller speaking in tongues thing on
Oh
Azusa
my
Street.
God, fascinating. But yeah, so I'm really curious about kind of your own journey to the point. I mean, if you are, I don't want to assume.
Yeah, that unfortunately, yeah, that's not the purpose of the platform, but also like
Sure.
the purpose of the question there is it's geared towards people who have an issue with deconstructing and the deconstruction lives that we see on social media now.
Mm-hmm.
And then the other night, someone did come up with a different perspective who was an atheist that explained the reason why they care is because when they did start deconstructing, they lost community in the church.
Mm-hmm.
And so they care because they are looking for like-minded people. And so they're interested in people's deconstruction journey so that they can build
Yeah. Yeah.
community.
I identify with that. I think that was kind of the purpose of coming up here was to just kind of learn more, because I feel like that journey of deconstructing is something that I have also experienced, but this whole community that exists today around that concept is not something that I have a lot of exposure to. So I was just curious in learning more.
Yeah, it is something that's pretty new because one, it has I can only speak about like my experience. Like I'm a black woman in the black community. Saying that you don't believe in God is a fucking no. It's like kryptonite, seriously. And so as a black person, you just don't come out and speak against the God. You don't say you don't believe in it. You don't claim to be atheist. And so the atheist community has been predominantly white, I would say. And so now, and it's been very like, I don't know, like individualistic.
Mm.
And now that there's more people coming out, speaking up, saying, "Hey, I either am atheist or I don't believe in this God, or I have questions about what I'm being taught." There are communities being formed, and it feels like there's like this wave happening, and I think it's happening because naturally, black communities are community like we are community based in nature, so we just kind of form communities. So there's this deconstruction community kind of growing on social media right now, and that's why it's kind of like out front and in your face type thing. But it's what's happening is that there are a lot of people who have been made to think that this is their God, and it through ancestral, um, from the history of slavery. And it's the God that got us through slavery. It's the God that freed us through slavery. It's the God that put us in slavery. Like, this is your God. This is, you don't speak against this God. If you do, hellfire and brimstone. If you do, God's going to kill your children. If you do, God's going to take your job away. If you do, God's going to strike your body with sickness. So we have been fucking terrified to say anything against that. And a lot of us have just been secretly not believing. And now that we see other people feel comfortable coming out saying, "Hey, you know what? Fuck it. I don't believe in this guy. Like I have questions. I'm going to ask these fucking questions, and I don't give a damn what anybody think about it." More people are not so afraid. Does that make sense?
Yeah, no,
Yeah.
that's fascinating, and I think your analysis of the atheists is pretty spot on. Highly, as I've seen, highly individualistic, very predominantly white. Yeah, I feel like personally, it's been fascinating to hear you all night, and I'm happy I dropped a follow. Everyone else in the chat should drop a follow, so they can just hear more and get to know the community more. But I also recognize it's like a really great privilege that I have had where it's been 20 years since I last had like a religion class or anything, or ever had to like think about it in any sort of way. And it just has so not been a part of my life. And I think that is something that I'm reflecting on now. It's like, that's actually been quite the gift
Yeah.
to me personally.
Yeah. And the thing is, like, it's very rare, right? I think almost everybody in the United States grew up indoctrinated into this God in some shape, form, or fashion. and it's like less than, I think, 0.1% of children who grow up with atheist parents, like with parents who don't force this religion on them. So it is, those of you that didn't have that are very privileged to not have had a parent say, this is what you have to think. Not like shutting you down at the moment where you say, you have a critical thought, and they rip your critical thinking skills right out your fucking brain.
Every kid deserves to have that critical thinking nurtured.
Yeah.
They'll just be better people. All right. I really appreciate what I've been hearing all night. I think this is fascinating. I'm going to drop out so you can get someone else who maybe has, some more interesting things to say. But to be very crude, I think you're doing the Lord's work here.
Well, I'm not thanking you for that. No, I'm joking. I appreciate you. Hope you stick around the community, and I'm going to prematurely say welcome to the community. I look forward to having more conversations with you. Ivy, are you in the guest box on purpose? Lexo, are you in the guest box on purpose? Dato?
Hey, how are you?
I'm good. How are you?
I'm good.
That's good.
I'm sorry.
No, I was just saying that's good. What did you come up to talk about?
Hey, so I'm actually 25. I am an atheist. I wanted to talk about topic number 1. I've been sitting here. I listen to your lives like every day for the last 6 months. And I never thought I would come up on the panel, but I decided I'm going to try and have a conversation. But I was curious about the first one. I wanted to speak from my perspective. Should children be forced to choose Christ? I personally don't believe so. I say that because I was raised in the deep south of Texas, where I'm from. You believe in God or you're crazy. And as a child, specifically in elementary school, I had a lot of friends, and a lot of their parents raised them in religion deeply. I'm fortunate enough that my mom did not shove religion down our throats or tell us that we must believe or how we should believe. So I was raised agnostic. But being a child around a bunch of other children that, that's all they knew is, God is great, God is good. It almost instilled like an insecurity into me. I am now transgender, but throughout my childhood, of course, I was a gay male. And my friends, like, even in school through elementary school, like that far back, being around kids that, were taught morals through religion. And I'm not saying every religion teaches hate or every religion, teaches homophobia, but from my experience with people in religion, it was not okay to be gay. It was not okay to be queer. So these people, even the kids around me, they would tell me I was different, or they weren't allowed to hang out with me because of the way I was. Their parents wouldn't let us hang out, or their parents would tell them, oh, invite him to church or bring him to the church. It almost as in a way to fix me. So I would say children should not be forced to choose Christ, because not only does it have a huge impact on the child being forced to do it, but I think it has a big impact on children they're around as well, because although my mom didn't force it onto me, because I was around people that it was forced on, it had a huge impact on me, and actually is the reason why I didn't get into religion, is because I was treated almost like I was crazy because of who I was.
That is such a good point.
And I was sitting here, and people keep coming up and they keep talking about this topic, and I never thought I would get on here. I'm like nervous. I don't know if I sound shaky.
You're doing so good.
Thank you. But I was sitting here and I was like, no one has brought this up. Like, what about the agnostic kids? What about the kids that don't know religion but had to be around the people that were deep in it? And I'm one of those kids.
Yeah, like that's such a good point. And a lot of times kids that are raised or forced to accept Christ, they become bullies of other kids that are not And like you said, it affects you as well. Sometimes it can force a child to think that they have to choose Christ because the other kids are, you know, bullying them, and or like you said, it pushes them away from it even more because you're made to feel like you're crazy because you don't believe in it. I thank you for introducing that perspective.
Yeah, of course. I was sitting here and I was like, I don't know if she's going to think I'm boring, but it was picking my brain. I've been thinking about it since you posted these new topics. And I was like, I understand the trauma with the children that went through it. But like, not only did it shy me away from the idea of religion as a whole, but it also made me insecure of myself because, as a child, I'm learning who I am, like, of course, now I know I am a transgender woman. But at one point in my life, I was like, I lived most of my life as a gay man. And, it was already hard to figure out who I was. But then I was like, well, I don't, being someone who was raised agnostic, I was like, well, these children all believe in God. So, I was in like 6th grade thinker with God is great in my bio. And my mom never talked about God. I never touched a church. So why do I have God is good in my Instagram bio? And I don't even know who God is or what God stands for. You know what I mean? Like it really pushed that I have to be like them or I'm the problem.
Oh, wow.
Yeah. So, but yeah, I really appreciate you letting me share. I was like, let me bring this up to her because I didn't hear this perspective. And I was like, maybe I'll introduce it and see how you felt. But, yeah, just through my experience, I mean, religions as a child, it's always been like, I've had friends come up to me at a young age and tell me, we're friends and we're cool and I like hanging out with you, but my parents told me you're living a sin or you're living a sin, so we can't be friends like that and I'm going to pray for you. And I'm like, what? Like, we're in 6th grade. Like,
yeah, and that's got to be confusing and hurt. It's bullying. It literally, I swear my mind is kind of blown right now because I think, like, I looked at that question from the perspective of everybody grows up being indoctrinated and not thinking about, the 0.01% whose parents didn't. I didn't think about, like, I guess in my mind, if you were not raised by Christian parents, you were not affected as much by the harm of being indoctrinated into Christianity. Mentally or emotionally, and like literally just you introducing the thought of kids bullying other kids in the name of this Christ is something that I never thought of.
Yeah, and I almost did not come up here because I was like, no one has talked about this, and I'm like, I don't know if this question's even appropriate because I know sometimes people come on the panel and they ask to want to talk about a topic and they're completely thrown off the topic. So I was like, I don't know if she'll want to hear, but yeah, I mean, I definitely through my whole childhood, I mean, I think up until high school, even then, like I think the experiencing other children that were indoctrinated in showed me like, I don't want to be in that. You know what I mean? I'm a sin. I'm wrong. Like they almost wanted to pull me to the church because I was homosexual and they wanted to help me fix the sin I was living. And that was something that kids, that grew up with it would tell me. And
this coming from kids is like fucking blowing my mind. When did you ever talk to your parents about what you were experiencing from the kids? Like when it come from Christ, like did you ever like go to your mom or your dad and be like, why don't y'all take me to church? Like, did you ever ask them?
Well, it's funny because my mom, my mom's like very hippie. She's very cool, and she labels herself agnostic. So my whole childhood, she would always tell us, if you have a desire for that, and we, of course, to answer your question, I would ask, like, hey, mom, like, even like where I'm from, the teachers want you like to pray, like I know this isn't necessarily when I was a child, but in high school, like before band concerts or before I was in the marching band, before we would go out on the field, the band director would say, bow your heads, it's time to pray. But that was just a little flash forward. But I would ask her like, hey, like, the teachers saying like God wouldn't like that, or God, wouldn't want this, and this was teachers, and in my opinion, they should not be saying that around children, because you don't know how other people would like their children to be raised. But I would ask them, and my mom would just tell me, like, if you want to know, I'll take you. But my dad, actually, he did try to get us in the Baptist church. I think I was around 8 or 9, maybe. He took us to the church, and I put on the button up, and, that was uncomfortable. I put on the button up shirt and went to the church, and just being in the church, I acted different. I was homosexual, and people noticed that from an early age. And my dad actually did take us, and, the way that people looked at me, like I walked a certain way, I flipped my head a certain way. And the way that I was treated, it was almost like, and I was a child, and they were treating me, a child, this way. They would just treat me as if I was wrong, just for the way I walked and talked and acted. So my dad did kind of show us a taste of it. And that's kind of when I was like, Mom, I don't want to go back.
Well, I'm glad that, was he doing it so that you wouldn't want to, or was he doing it because you asked him to?
He wanted us to be in the church. Like, my dad wanted us baptized. Yeah.
Is your dad a believer and your mom's agnostic, or?
Yeah. So my dad, he is actually deceased now. He did pass away when I was 9, but my dad was a light believer, I would say. Oh, I'm sorry.
No, go ahead. I'm sorry.
Oh, okay. My dad was a light believer. I say that in the sense of, like, he wasn't, like, harsh with it, like I hear on the panel with some other guests sometimes, but he did believe in God. And my mom was always agnostic. She just doesn't care. And I mean, where we live, you go to the grocery store, God bless you. Or you go, like, at school, like before the football game, bow your heads, it's time to pray. And a pastor would come out and pray to the stadium, like, and I'm just like, I don't like this, I mean, y'all think I'm a sin. Why do I? But I mean, to go back to my point, like, as a child, like, that impact, it intensified my insecurity. I was already insecure being homosexual in a conservative town, but then it's like, oh, no, I don't believe in God either. So it's like, I'm a double shame. You know what I mean? Like,
I was going to ask if it like validated what the kids at school was already saying for you to experience the adults then, treating you the same way when you did try to go to church. Right. But I'm glad that you had that experience and you were like, yeah, nope. I don't care what they saying. I don't want this.
Yes. And I think I'm fortunate in that aspect because, I know a lot of people, especially when they're young, you know what I mean? Like, I'm strong, and I say I'm a strong person because of the things I've gone through being, homosexual in a small town. But it's like, I feel like I almost blame a lot of what I went through with hate to, I blame religion for that. And maybe I'm wrong in that. But
I don't think you're wrong.
Yeah. Well, thank you. I mean, and that's the thing. I wasn't raised in the church. So I found your platform, and it's like, I've always been agnostic and I was raised agnostic. I'm just so much around like religion and a lot of people are Catholic where I live. And so when I stumbled upon your platform, I was like, wait, she's awesome. Like I just learned, I've learned so much listening, and I'm listening as an agnostic person who wasn't around religion. So I do appreciate you, like, I was scared to even be around it or to even look into it because I knew they hate me, you know what I mean? But it really, it really does help me like realize like why I hate it or why I have a dislike, should I say, for it. Because for a long time, I just knew they don't like me, so I don't like them. But, now I'm getting to learn like the core values of what these people stand for. And I appreciate you doing that.
Well, I'm glad to hear that. I hope that it's, providing you an avenue to feel more confident in who you are, and to let your voice be heard, and you take up the space that you're supposed to take up on earth, and do that in such a freeing way. And then you made me think about something that my daughter told me. She's 19, but she said that she was at work the other day, and one of her coworkers was talking about God, and she said, "Oh, I don't believe in God." And she said her response was, "Well, how are you going to know when the devil attacks you?" And she said it irritated me so bad, Mama.
Yeah.
And she said, I just told her, like, I don't talk about that. It's personal. And she walked off.
Yeah.
I said, you should have, like, because my smart ass would have said, well, like, obviously, if the devil was attacking me, then I would fucking know, right? Like,
Right.
like, I don't have to believe in God to know if I'm being attacked by a thing that's real, if it's real. But she was like, I just don't want to get into it, mama. I just told her it's personal. And I walked off. But, yeah, like, stuff like that, like other, young kids putting the trying to indoctrinate other kids. Because I talk about how my 16-year-old is getting indoctrinated by TikTok with this whole rapture thing.
Yeah.
But I never thought about, kids not raised by believing families or Christian families, how, those children are affected. And I thank you for introducing that perspective.
Yeah, of course. I'm glad it brought some gumption. I was like almost intimidated. I was like, oh no, I don't know if this is appropriate. But just to talk a little on you sharing the story with your daughter, that's one thing, like people will tell me like, God bless or have a good day or God bless you. And, I'll just thank you or, and it's almost like I don't like to bring it up. Like, I have friends to this day, and I don't want to go too off topic, but I have friends to this day as I'm grown now, 25, and, my friends are still, because it was, they had to choose Christ as a young kid, like you see it in their adulthood. And I think forcing children to choose Christ and be raised through Christ, and when they grow up, like I always say, and correct me if I'm wrong, but I always say, people that were forced to choose Christ as a child, they are usually, in my experience, more bigoted, more hateful adults. They're more unaccepting. And I have friends to this day like that tried to pray the gay away, or that, don't tell their families they're queer because they're all super religious and they don't want their families to unaccept them. So I always tell people that, and I'm glad you agree. I didn't know how you felt, but when you make a child choose Christ and go through their childhood, the fundamental years of their life with Christ, in my experience, those children were taught, you hate gay people. They are a sin. You hate anyone who doesn't, have the belief in, like my friends as a child, their parents would be, don't go sit with the gay kid. They're gay. Why do you want to sit with them and be seen with them? Like this was said to me, like at football games, like in high school.
And they don't think, the fucked up thing that I don't understand is how they let that shit come out of their mouth. And they don't hear the hate, or they don't consider it hate. They don't consider it them teaching hate.
Exactly.
Like, what the fuck?
And that's why I love when a guest comes on. Like you had topics before, and it was the rainbow community topic. And these grown men would come in here, and they would be like, "Well, I don't hate gay people." And I'm just sitting here like, I was 15, and two 45-year-old parents sat across from me and told their kid, why are they sitting with the gay kid? So you're telling her that you don't hate gay people or people in the rainbow community, but as a child, I saw people that believe like you, show that y'all, I don't want to say y'all, but show that a majority do. You know what I mean?
Because they justify it. They tell themselves that the Bible says, hate the sin, not the sinner. And they see it as them hating the sin, right? What they consider sin,
right?
And not the person that's doing it. So that fucking bigoted, hateful ass advice that they give their kid, they don't. In their head, they're hating the sin and not the sinner. Like they justify that shit, but at the same time saying Jesus is love, Jesus is peace, but don't fucking sit with gay people because it's gonna make you gay. Like that. How the fuck do they not hear themselves or see themselves?
Exactly.
I don't get it. I don't know.
Yeah, that's exactly right. I think that's, it just baffles me to this day as, of course, I don't know the deep parts of being a part of the church or being in the belief of Christ, but like I hear it on this panel, like these people, it's almost like they're in this like euphoric sense of delusion. You know what I mean? Like God loves me, God knows what's right for me, and we love everybody, but it's like, don't tell me you love everybody when people that believe the same as you, their kids were bullying me. And some of the people were trying to get me as a child. They were trying to get me in the church against my mom's wishes. You know what I mean? Like you just want people to believe like you. And when you tell me you're living a sin, but I'll pray for you and I still care about you, if I'm living a sin and I'm going against everything you stand for and believe in, do you actually love me? And this is a thought that I had as a kid, like, they're not my friend, Mom, because they told me that I don't believe like them, or I'm living a sin. So these aren't my friends, so I didn't even know who was my friend, because if I'm living a sin and I'm going against all you stand for, then obviously we're not friends. You know what I mean?
Exactly.
Like,
Yeah.
yeah, so I don't know. I appreciate you letting me share this, and I'm glad it did kind of provide a new perspective, because I've been thinking about it since you posted these topics, and I'm like, I'm going to go up there, I'm going to put my anxiety to the side and see what Thinker thinks about this, because it's been kind of eating away at me, and I was like, let me get this out. And
Well, this is what I fucking love. Like, I swear, like, I haven't had my mind blown and in the conversations a lot, and that's what that's what the conversations are for, because I definitely don't know everything, and I'm not against learning from people. Thank you, because I've, like, this is a part of the deconstruction, right? Even right now, I'm recognizing that my point of view has been from everybody was indoctrinated. Like, only the only people that's affected by it, by the people that's indoctrinated, right? And
right.
and you showed me that that's not true. And like I said, thank you for that new perspective.
Absolutely.
Like,
Yeah, I mean, I'm flattered. I'm sitting here like, oh my God, Thinker thinks I'm mind blowing. Like, I listen to you all the time, and I'm like, I'm gonna go up here and I'm gonna be talking, and the panel's gonna be like, what are you talking about? You're boring. Like, but I'm glad that I provided something new. I almost, not to go too off topic, and I don't want to keep you because I know there's some good combos to come, but when I found this community, I learned that, most people here are deconstructing away from it. So they've been in it before, and I listen and I absorb everything, and I've even started researching on my own, as someone who's never been taught it. And for a minute, I told myself, am I even welcome? Like, not in a sense of like the community is unwelcoming, but in a sense of like, is this for me? Because I haven't been, taught this the way that, some people have. But even as an agnostic person with no knowledge, your platform really does help, because although I haven't lived, through it, like most of you guys here, like I still was affected on some level, and I still can learn a lot from you guys because you lived it. You lived the side that I never allowed myself to get to. And so this community, it really does help someone that's, I say, clueless and agnostic, because I didn't know, so I appreciate all of you for sharing to me what you guys went through, especially as children, because that's where I hold a lot of my resentment, even to this day, as a grown person. Like, I hold resentment towards religion because religion did a lot to me, made me feel like I'm a problem. You know what I mean? So thank you all for being here and allowing me to be a sponge of everything you share.
yeah, I'm excited that you're a nerd. Like,
Thank
I
you.
freaking done fell in love with you already. But like, you have a lot that you can offer to the community as well. Like, from your experience, growing up not indoctrinated. Mac was never indoctrinated. Lords was never indoctrinated, and they bring a lot to the community as well. We have people from all walks of life in here, and every people who are Christians that are nerds, that they join us because they genuinely want to study the history, right? They genuinely want to discuss the questions and topics that we talk about. And then a lot of people who are deconstructing from Christianity. We have atheists, we have former Muslims, we have Jewish people who are in here who are nerds. Like, it's a melting pot.
Right.
Yeah.
All the cool people.
So, yeah.
Yeah, well, thank you. I'm glad you enjoyed my time. I like I said, I don't talk much in the chat. I don't do too much in the community because, I kind of just, I'm like, oh, it's 11:07. Get on YouTube. Like, I like that you do the YouTube because I can be at work and be on another app. And so I listen to you a lot on YouTube as well. I like how you allow, where you don't have to necessarily be on TikTok, but you can listen. And I'll be at work, like with my godly friends, that are telling me they're that got, that are super religious, and you're talking in my ear, deconstructing.
Yes. I feel like I'm the what do they when someone's feeding you lines when you're on set or something, like I feel
Yeah,
like
like
I'm
the
that. Yeah.
prompter. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, so yeah, I really appreciate. I'm glad to know. Like I said, I almost didn't come up. I was like the next in line, and I'm like, I don't want to go up here and they could be like, "Who are you? What are you talking about?" But I'm glad that I could share something new and fresh, because I hadn't heard anyone bring that up. But yeah, it's a dangerous religion to me. I've learned is very dangerous, and I think people don't realize the lasting impact that religion has on children who inevitably grow up to be adults. And you teach them what's wrong and what's right when they're kids, and when they grow up as adults. And me and my mom always talk about this, like, all these godly kids become these hateful adults. And that's one thing I've noticed. I'll talk to my mom sometimes, and we'll talk about it, and I'll even tell her, like, yeah, Mom, I listened to this lady on TikTok, her name's Thinker, and she taught me this today. Like, I'll teach her things about the Bible. But no, yeah, I appreciate all you do, all that you all do here. It's awesome. I really appreciate it.
Well, I appreciate you, and thank you so much for coming up, and I look forward to more conversations with you now that you've been on stage and you've got the nervousness out.
Yeah.
More of Dato. I look forward to that.
Well, thank you. Yes, I will. If there's a topic, I kind of do the more, when you do the rainbow community or some of those, kind of more easier for me to add substance to. But I've shaken the nerves off, Thinker, so I will definitely try to come back and chat with you again and pick your brain. But again, thank you all for listening to me ramble, and I look forward to being a part of the community.
You're welcome. Have a beautiful day.
Yes, ma'am. You too.
All right. She's pretty cool. All right. Ivy and Lexo, are y'all in the box on purpose? I didn't see y'all comment. I want to make sure before I bring up somebody else. Lexo and Ivy. Okay, they're not commenting. Let's see. Naylam?
Hi.
Hi, how are you?
I'm good. How are you?
I'm
Can
doing
you hear me?
good. Yes.
I'm speaking low because I'm still at work.
Okay.
I just was passing through and I heard your conversation with your last gentleman. Data, was it? And it just
The
really
woman?
just
Data was
data.
a she. Yeah.
Oh, it's a she. I'm sorry.
Mm-hmm.
And
Are
it
you a
just really just.
believer?
I
Are you
am.
okay? So I don't allow people to come up and talk about the previous conversations that I had.
Oh, okay. Oh, I'm sorry. I didn't know what it just made me feel really sad. I just don't think those folks um are Christians that don't like anybody because of their sexual orientation. It just made me feel really sad that he had to experience that as a child. That's all. I just
That she had to experience
that
that as
she
a
had to
child.
experience that as a
Mm-hmm.
child.
Mm-hmm.
And
Yeah,
I
but
just agreed 110% with everything you guys were saying.
okay. Well, I
He,
appreciate you for saying that. But again, like I just don't allow the.
uh-huh,
Um, I'm
go
sorry.
ahead. No, go ahead.
Give me just a second. Ivy, are you in the box on purpose? Like that's what I was trying to see, Ivy. Comment and let me know if you're in there on purpose, on accident. Do you want to pick a topic to discuss from the board? Nalim?
Oh, I'm sorry. Go ahead. I'm
That's okay.
sorry.
Did you want to pick one of the topics on the board and discuss one of these topics?
Hold on. Let's see. Yeah, the first one.
Okay. What are your thoughts on that?
Um, I don't think they should be forced. I think it's something that, I mean, I went to church as a child, but nobody forced me. My family never forced anything upon me as a child. I guess it was, even as a parent myself right now, I have kids, and if they want to go, hey, they go. If they don't want to go, then, they can stay home. It's not, I think even now, my kid, they have questions about religion, and I'll just answer it for them. But I eventually I tell them as they get older, they'll choose their own path. If they want to decide, hey, I want to continue going to church, great. If not, they'll have to decide for themselves as they get older. But I don't
I
force
think a lot of
religion.
times when Christians come up here, they think that question is asking, should you force children to go to church?
Hmm.
But I'm not asking if you should force them to go to church. I'm
Hmm.
asking should they be forced to choose Christ? And so going to church, it can be a part of the process of forcing this Christ on the child. And when I use the word force, I'm not necessarily
Hmm.
saying that you are um saying if you don't believe in God, then you can't live in my house, which some parents do go that far.
Hmm.
But teaching them that Jesus died for your sins, and
Oh, I see what you mean. Hmm.
yeah, like if you don't confess your sins to Jesus, then you're gonna go to hell. Or when Granny died, Granny went to
Went to
heaven,
heaven.
right?
Hmm.
Or yeah, like
Hmm.
so, like that's still indoctrinating the child with the beliefs when they're young,
Hmm.
because
Hmm.
um, they then have like big questions behind all of that.
Hmm.
And then the parent then answers based off of what they believe, not
Hmm.
necessarily what they know.
Hmm.
And
Hmm.
and so it's like Fee said the other day, like when you teach a child that you have a choice and here's the consequence for that choice, it's still coercing them, right? In a way, if you're
Hmm.
teaching that child that there is hellfire for you making the for you making a choice that it takes you the opposite way.
Right. Hmm. Yeah. No, I don't. Yeah, I agreed. I don't. Well, my kids have never actually had that conversation yet, but I've never so far parented them to the notion that, if you don't do this, you're going to hell or heaven type thing. I think that's a little bit too much for their adolescent brain. I don't know if that makes sense because I don't know. I don't want to say Bible thumper type because I know some parents are very, really strict on, Bible and do this, do that, or else type thing. I don't, I don't take it that far, I guess is what I'm trying to say on that topic. I don't think,
Do your
I don't
do your
push it.
children believe or think that God created them? Like, have they asked you that, or have you talked to them about that, or?
No, they haven't asked me that yet. They have asked me if they're scared, will he protect them? I said, yeah, if you feel scared, yeah, you can pray and then, he will protect you, in that sense, but not whether, they were created and stuff like that. They haven't asked me that yet.
Well, and I guess that's what I like. So, um, the reason why I asked if they believed that they were created by God, I was trying to gauge whether or not they had been introduced to the God.
Hmm.
And so it sounds like they have been. If they're asking you if this God will protect them if they're scared, and
Hmm.
so it does sound like um, that you are kind of introducing them to your belief system, right? And so, like, how did you go about doing that? Like, did they inquire? I don't know how old your kids are, so like, I'm sorry. And so I don't know if they've reached the age of being able to inquire on their own about it. But what was the process of you introducing them to the God that you believe in?
I guess I would say just, going to church.
Okay.
Um, that's for this side. Yeah. Um, Going to church and, yes, going to church and maybe when they're in like during Bible studies and whatnot. Um, but I'm just saying, me personally, I don't. What I teach my kids primarily is just treating people with kindness. and or treating people the way they want to be treated, and
And so,
not. Go ahead.
in church, they're not taught about like the consequences of sinning against the God.
No, because my girls, they would definitely, because they're very. How should I
You have
say this?
5
They'll definitely.
girls?
I do.
Wow.
Yeah,
That's
yeah.
a fun
They
household.
they they have a lot of questions, and they would definitely, come and ask me, because I'm very I'm liberal, but I also believe in God, but I'm also very careful as to, because I don't want them to be. I don't know how to say this. I don't want them to be, you know, grow up like those scary adults that I had to grow up around, as a child, that just make me like, oh, I don't think
The
like, I don't want.
fundamental.
Yeah, like
Right.
it's just like, yeah, this whole, if you hang out with this person, you'll turn gay, or yeah, I don't, I'm very, very liberal. So at the same time too, I'm also a believer. So I don't want them to grow up in any type of ignorant type thought of none of that. Absolutely not. So I'm just trying to, I guess, walk a fine line, but because I don't want them to have those type of, you know, um, you're going to treat everybody the same. I don't, you're going to love everybody unless somebody treats you a certain way, of course, but it's all about people's character, not the color of the skin, not their sexual orientation, none of that. Not, you know what I'm saying? None of that in my household. That's not how I was raised. So therefore you guys are not going to be raised that way. But yes, and that's why I love the church I go to. It's not about, I see every stripes and colors and, background. So that's why I like that environment I'm in. So, um, but I know
And
that also. Go ahead.
so I wanted to ask, like, you had mentioned they asked you, like, when they're scared, if the God would protect them, and you answered with a definite yes. So, like, things like that, with the promises that are uh, given to the child or to the believer itself, right? Like, a lot of
Mm-hmm.
times when I
Mm-hmm.
have conversations with believers in here,
Mm-hmm.
and I bring up the fact that this God is usually sold to the non-believer as an answer or a solution for the problems that they can't handle with their human hands, right?
Mm-hmm.
Or within their human capability. And the reality is that when we as humans are faced with things that are outside of our control, we just really have no control over what happens, right? And those situations, like today, there was a guy on Zena's live talking about, God is the one that makes it rain,
Mm-hmm.
and I was thinking to myself, if I were on the panel and I asked him if God was responsible for the hurricanes that killed over 300,000 people and wiped that little boy away from his family, like, would he say that was God? And 9 times out of 10, they would say no, that wasn't God.
Mm-hmm.
But they will assert that it's God that makes it rain. That's what I think it might. It's is harmful. Um,
Mm-hmm.
when handing these types of beliefs about this God to children, because it's like the Santa Claus effect, right?
Right.
Parents teach children that Santa Claus is watching them throughout the years. He knows when you're sleeping. He knows when you've been good, bad, or good. He knows when you're awake, and he's writing your name on a list, right? So that you can get something at the end of the year. And
Mm-hmm.
and then when they grow up, they realize that they've been lied to, right? That there is no Santa Claus that's bringing them gifts. It's been their mom and their dad this whole time, right? That who they could, talk to and say, "Hey, mom," they could be good for their mom and dad, right? They can say,
Right.
"Hey,
Right.
mom, can you buy me this?" And then they can show appreciation to their mom and dad for buying them the gift. But for the first part of their life, they're taught to, be good for this outside source, this imaginary being, and it feels like the teaching them that the God is going to protect them and times that they're scared without, a physical entity being there. Kind of feels like that Santa Claus effect, right? And then when something happens in their life and, the God doesn't protect them, it's that disappointment that children feel when they learn that they've been lied to about Santa Claus.
I understand. I understand the analogy. I get where you're coming from. I can see it, I guess is what I'm trying to say. Yeah,
Yeah,
but
and that's the
that's
thing that a
the
lot of believers don't quite understand when we'll like say, how did your God, like they'll come and give us a personal experience, and they'll say, I was in my room crying one night and I prayed and I asked to feel the presence of God, and then all of a sudden my body got warm. And we'll ask, like, well, how do you know that was a God? Like, how do we know that wasn't you self-soothing yourself or learning how to self-soothe, right? And they'll get
right,
mad
right.
at us because we'll ask for evidence of that. And children ask for evidence, right? When we make big
Right.
promises like that to them.
hmm Yeah. Yeah. I mean, I guess we don't have evidence, as you say, to give to the children. I see what you mean about the Santa Claus effect, and not, the disappointing fact that, God forbid something does happen, and then, like, angel doesn't swoop down and protect them. Yeah, and I know, as parent, we we're just, we want to just, say things to comfort them. So, like, yeah, yeah, I totally see what you mean, and understand what you're, where you're coming from with that. But that's the main question they've actually asked me in regards to that thus far.
How would you deal with, when they when they're older and they come to you and they're like, God didn't protect me, like, or I believed and trusted in this God for this thing, and God didn't show up, or like, how would you deal with that then?
Ooh, you know what? I've never actually, thought about that. I guess thinker. I guess I have to think about that. I've never really, it's not something I've really, um, thought about, to be honest. Of them coming back and saying, "Hey, this is what you said," and I'm just being honest. And I don't think most parents even really sit down and say, reconcile with that thought. You see what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
I know we're quick to comfort and just make sure they're good, but we never sit back and say, hey, what if they come back and say, hey, mom or dad, like, remember you told me this, like, what, because what you don't want to do, what I know, what I guess I wouldn't say don't want to do. I don't know. I can't speak for other parents who might be listening or whatever, or believers. But I know what I don't want to do is, pile on with another, you know what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm. God's
Word,
ways
and
are
then
not
that.
our ways, or His thoughts are not our thoughts.
Exactly. So I don't want to pile on to another, I don't want to say lie, but you know what I'm saying? Another white lie or another thing. And, and then when I wouldn't have the word, because I try to be as honest as I can with my kids, and they know that. So I'm just being honest with you. I really, I wouldn't know what to say. I don't know the answer to that yet. It's something I have to think about and hopefully be
Yeah,
ready
and I
when
love
that
the
time comes,
honesty. Yeah,
So.
and I appreciate that honest answer. I don't know how many times I'm going to mention this movie Heretic tonight. I really don't. And I didn't like, the movie wasn't even that damn good to me, but it does resonate with a lot of things that we talk about in here. But there's a point in the movie where you realize, and the characters realize, that this God isn't coming to save them, and
hmm
that they have to do the things that they need to do to try to save
Themselves,
their own
right?
selves. Yeah.
hmm
And then the one of the girls says, we know that prayer doesn't work, but it makes us feel good, right? We know that a God isn't answering, but it makes us feel good to pray for other people. And so she ends up, just saying a prayer, and then something happens. And as you watching it, you're like, oh God, they're getting ready to write the end of the story. Like, God finally shows up.
hmm
Um, and then like the ending is I'm not gonna tell the ending, but the what I noticed is that the characters had to fight for themselves, regardless of
Mhm.
regardless of the fact that they were believers, right?
Mhm. Mhm.
In this God, they were um Mormons. Why did
Mhm.
my brain want to call
Mhm.
them Morgans? Oh my god, what the fuck is happening
It's
to my
so
brain?
early.
I think I'm like all these lives like too long. I don't know, but they were Mormons, and they realized that like they had to fight for themselves, like that, no God was coming to save them, and I think that
Right.
I, you know, introducing that idea, right, like that, like not letting the child forget that they are human and there are humans in the world that are helping them, that they can lean
Mhm.
on and call on, and not feeling like they have to be isolated. A lot
Right.
of times we talk to believers and they like, I don't need nobody but Jesus, and
But you
that,
right.
yeah, there's a song that
And I
we
don't
used to
believe
sing
that,
in
and I hear that
church.
a lot too. And I hear a lot of them say that,
Yes.
and I don't. I'm like, no, he puts people in place that I don't know why they say that, but that's something I'm like, I don't know. It's not something I subscribe to either.
Mm, yeah, we used to sing. There was a song we used to sing in church. Um, it had some like, I don't need nobody else. Like that part is what I remember. And
Mhm.
I'm like, that is straight indoctrination, and why a lot of
Mhm.
believers I think are, um, eh, they're church, and then outside of church they're very isolated, and they
Mhm.
can't relate to other humans because they're taught to just see God.
Right.
So yeah, I think that's definitely something to think about. But I appreciate your honesty in that.
Thank you. Well, thank you for having me because I'm actually at work and I'm working in the lab and folks are looking at me like, I suppose I'm coming. So I just wanted to just really hop on and do you mind if I just give you a follow?
Oh yeah, no, thank you. I appreciate that.
Okay, great. Okay, awesome. Thank you so much.
You're welcome. I hope you have a great morning. Is it morning where you
Yes, it is morning. It's 4:30 in the morning. I'll be leaving
are? Okay.
shortly.
Okay. Well, I hope you have
Thank
a great
you.
morning. Thank
Thank you.
you.
You too. Bye.
Bye bye. Good morning, El Oso Rey.
Good morning.
Do you seriously wake up like this?
Yeah.
Wow. So this is really you.
I mean, would you rather me be inconsistently me? I'm confused.
No, I said this is really you.
Mm-mm.
Like you ain't putting on no show. Like this is the El Oso.
I'm trying to say I was homeschooled for a reason. Um, I have a
You.
personality that only a mother would love as a child.
How long were you homeschooled?
Fourth grade to 11th grade. They let me out on my senior year.
Damn, did you have to be homeschooled, or was that a choice?
100% for the first mm, 5 years. Everything after that, they were just like, stay your ass in home, son. I was like,
Wait, were you disrupting the class?
I get bored super easy. Because I pick
Oh,
up on things
okay.
really quickly. So,
Mm-hmm.
I get distracted and shit.
Yeah, I get it.
I
I
just
I
like
get
choose my
that.
life. Yeah, so.
You was probably making all kind of noise in the class and shit.
Yeah, and my parents would let me skip a grade. So it's just like, okay, I guess I'll be fucking bored.
Oh my god.
I did not have silver teeth. I wasn't that kind of bad.
I had silver teeth.
See? And we
I
went down
had silver
completely
teeth.
different roads.
But I was homeschooled sixth grade. But the reason I was homeschooled is because I got a fucking ulcer in the sixth
Mm.
grade because my auntie died, and I worried about her soul. I worried about her soul so much that I fucking burnt a fucking ulcer in my stomach in sixth grade, and I had to be homeschooled.
Damn.
Yep, I could only eat sauerkraut. That's how bad the ulcer was.
Now, to be fair, sauerkraut is pretty delicious.
No, it's not.
What?
No, it's not. No, it's not.
Well, you know what? This is just a response to a traumatic event, and you're not actually. I won't count that against sauerkraut for me.
Yeah, no, I don't eat sauerkraut to this day. That's all, and I had to drink the juice and all of that. Like,
Oh, I don't know about all
yeah,
that.
yeah, no. But I loved my homeschool teacher. She was nice, and then she would give me treats and stuff like that. And I thought I was special because I was the only child that got to stay home in homeschool. So,
I mean,
yeah.
homeschooling is cool. Like the first, saying the first year, 2 years, especially if you have like a homeschool club and y'all go. Like I used to like do 4-H and like build robots and do like wildlife programs and uh, like sleep in museums and stuff. Like there was a lot of cool stuff that I could do with other people, like in the homeschool group. But you guys see how I am. I need like more
Mm,
people.
mm. Well, you have one. His name is Lil Oso. He came up here tonight and behaved and followed the rules. He did good.
I
We
ain't
had
gonna have to
a.
spank them.
You better not spank my baby.
That
We
boy
don't hit
18.
kids out here.
You're right. And he
Yeah.
18. I mean, that nigga's a man now. He can get pushed in his chest.
Yeah, he said he legal, but yeah. What's up, Dr. B? How are you?
Hey, I'm well. How are you guys?
I'm
What not
doing
to be?
good, doing good.
So don't talk to me. Yeah. Fair enough.
Also wake up on one. Hey Ivy, how are you?
Hello.
How are you?
I'm good. Just right now, I hear my heart in my ear
Why?
because I'm up here speaking to you.
Oh,
Okay, here we go. Let me breathe.
what do
I
you want to talk about?
um, I want to apologize for giving you the wrong scripture when Miss Mimi was up here.
Oh, the First Corinthians one.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
Um, go ahead. I'm sorry.
I also said that's okay. What
Oh,
scripture did you
okay.
want to give?
Well, I thought I found it. Okay, so here how it happened. A friend of mine, um, she is Pentecostal non-denomination, um, dominion over sin, sickness, and disease. Don't I don't know what that
Wait,
means,
that's the name
but
of the church?
no, the name of the ooh, that's not the name of the church. I did have it. I can't find it
Oh,
right now,
okay. Or
but
is that
that's
the
her,
name of the denomination? Dominion over.
right? Yes, ma'am.
Wow, I've never heard of that. Dominion over. What is it?
Dominion. She said she is dominion over sin, sickness, and disease. I'm just as lost, but she's Pentecostal, non-denomination. Trust me, she's a she's a lot. I adore her, but she's a lot. But her denomination is Pentecostal non-denomination.
Okay.
And we were having a conversation one night, and she just came out and said, I'm responsible for saving, you know, other souls, all in the name of Jesus. And I'm like, no, you're not. You're not responsible for my soul or anyone else's. And she goes, well, it's in the Bible. And I'm like, okay, cite it. And she ended up giving me Matthew 28:18-20.
Let me see. I found so dominion over sickness and disease demands that believers understand the cause of sickness and our weapons of dominion. And they get mad at us for saying that y'all should be able to lay hands on the sick. Okay, Matthew
Mm-hmm.
28 what?
18:20.
Let's see.
I got
And
a great condition.
Yeah, that's what Miss Mimi had said in the comments. I asked her. She's like, no, that's not it.
Um, but this doesn't say that they are judged by other people's not accepting Christ or not preaching it. Let's see. And Jesus came and said to them, "All authority in heaven and on earth has been given to me. Go therefore and make disciples of all nations, baptizing them in the name of the Father and of the Son and of the Holy Spirit, and teaching them to obey everything that I have commanded you. And remember, I'm with you always to the end of the age." Well, how is she getting that she's responsible for your soul and that she'll be judged by your actions if she doesn't preach the gospel? Where is she
I will
getting
have
that
to ask
from?
her that. I will have to ask her because
Dr. B, have you
now
ever
I
heard
want to
that?
understand.
Yeah. Dr. B, have you ever heard that people that there's something in the Bible that says if believers don't preach the gospel, they'll be judged by the actions of the life they let get away?
Uh, no, I haven't. Side note, I have preached a sermon on that passage called "You Got the Juice Now." So,
Really?
Wow.
no.
I was
Sorry.
about to say.
Can't picture somebody as nerdy as me saying something cool I can't say.
Oh my gosh. But you know, in the Bible it says that their juice spilt on my garment. But he was talking about the blood when he um killed humans, and he's like their juice spilled on my garment. So I think you stole that from the Bible, Dr. B.
Well, I mean, it is true. That there's some interesting things in the Bible. Like, I don't know if you guys know this, but the Bible did prophesy the invention of the automobile. You probably didn't know that.
What
Yeah, in
scripture is
Acts,
that?
in Acts chapter 1, it says they were all together. They were all in one accord.
Oh my
I'm going
God.
back. I'm going back.
Oh
Amen.
my
You
Amen.
gotta be kidding me.
See, look, if I had been Eminem and I had
That was
said that with like
good.
a cool voice and rhymed it with something, y'all would have been like, oh my God, that's brilliant.
Right.
But no, because I suck. So,
Proving Book said,
That's
"Okay,
knowledge
Dad."
only. Well,
That was good.
okay, doctor. He's a doctor, guys.
Thank you.
But yeah, like I'm. This is my first time today ever hearing that there are believers out there that believe if they don't preach the gospel, or if they let one person get away without preaching the gospel, that it jeopardizes their ticket to heaven. That's like very new to me. But yeah, I would be interested in her telling you where they get the justification for that in the book, because other than that, that sounds like that's an interpretation of Ezekiel, and Ezekiel didn't have anything to do with spreading the gospel.
Okay. All right. She actually just texted me, so I'm gonna probably hop off and have this conversation with her. And if you're still here, I'll come back. I know you don't let us
No,
come
you
back
can
up,
come
but
back.
I'll.
You're a nerd.
Okay.
Yeah, nerds. That
Okay.
doesn't apply to nerds.
Okay.
Yeah.
And
So,
I want to thank Wani for my subscription because I had lost my nerd badge and I just got it back. So thank you if you're in the comments. Also wanted to ask you something if possible
okay. Go ahead.
about the first question. So I totally understand it and I'm completely, against it because of like the stress and the fear that you set in a child. Like I remember there were some nights that I would like cry myself to sleep, just begging, like, hoping not to die and hoping that I did everything right by my mother and make sure I prayed and things like that. And, just please let me live to see another day. I don't want to go to hell. And just like on a nightly basis, I would do that every night, probably from the age of 7 to about 14, probably. So I grew up in a very nervous type of mindset, I guess, just fearful. And I actually tagged you in a video. It's a little boy speaking to a young man about, like, what Jesus does, and he saves and this, that, and the other. I hope you get a chance to look at it. But it triggered a memory in me, like growing up. How in the church, the pastor will always say, you go out there and you preach the gospel, and you make sure you ask even your family members. You make sure that their souls are saved because you don't want them burning in hell. And that video just put me back in that mindset, like, because it looked like he was at a church camp. And I remember asking my grandmother and my uncles and my aunts, are you saved? Do you believe in the Lord Jesus Christ? Because it was that pressure, where I was forced to believe and forced to do, kind of like cross those boundaries like you were speaking about earlier. You know, um, Being very invasive. That, like, that's none of my business. A child shouldn't have been even asking that question anyway. But to have that put on a child's shoulder, to be worried about someone else's soul, like, it's horrible. That's absolutely horrible.
Yeah, like I haven't thought about my ulcer, my sixth grade ulcer, in a very long time. Um, and I agree. Like if I had not been indoctrinated into the heaven and hell concept, and I knew my auntie didn't go to church, but I didn't know if she believed in God because we never talked about that. But she was also heavy set, and to the point where she couldn't walk around as easily. And so I didn't know if that's why she didn't go to church. Like I just didn't know. And she died suddenly. Like she fell in the tub and a blood clot. She had an embolism that traveled up her thigh and erupted in her lungs, and that's how she died. And they came to school, and to get us out of school, the principal called our names over the intercom, and I'm hearing, my name, my brother's name, my cousin's names. I'm like, what in the world? So I get to the hallway as I'm walking through the principal office, and I see my mom and her sisters. And as I'm walking, they yell out, "Hey, Ruby died!" Like that's how, you know,
Oh,
and like it just kind of fucked me up from there. And I didn't know, whether she believed in God or any of that, and so it had me worried about where her soul went. And
yeah.
that's
Oh,
very
man. Sorry.
traumatizing for a
Hmm.
child. Yeah.
Yeah. Oh, man. I'm sorry.
Oh,
I'm
I'm
so
okay
sorry.
now.
Yeah.
Yeah. But thank
That's so
you.
unfair.
Mm.
Okay. Well, I'm gonna drop down. I'm gonna go ahead and have a conversation with her. You said something about Ezekiel, but that's
Yeah.
no, it's not Ezekiel. That's it.
It's Ezekiel, chapter 3. I think is let me see. Hold on.
Oh, I have a whole notebook, by the way.
Oh, okay. For notes in here.
Yes, for here.
I love it.
Yours, Christina's, Ty, whenever Osa goes on. Real, yeah. I
I
enjoy
love
this
it.
more than actually going to church as a kid.
um,
Because it makes sense. Because you were taught not to question. You shut your mouth and you just follow.
yeah, exactly. Hold on. Who is real?
One cry real. Am I saying it right, guys?
Oh, one
Sigh.
CY side, yeah. And
Sai.
then
I'm so
I
sorry.
read his name as one CY real. I don't ask me why my fucking brain don't read side.
Don't ask me why I said cry. Have no clue. I do it all the time. I'm horrible.
Man, it's crazy. The fuck I'm reading that each individual. That's fucking insane. Let's see. Ezekiel 3. At the end of 7 days, the word of the Lord came to me. Mortal, I have made you a sentinel for the house of Israel. Whenever you hear a word from my mouth, you shall give them warning from me. When I say to the wicked, you shall surely die, and you give them no warning, and do not speak to warn the wicked from their wicked way, in order to save their lives, those wicked persons shall die for their iniquity, but your blood I will require at your hand. But if you warn the wicked and they do not turn from their wickedness or from their wicked way, they shall die for their iniquity. But you hold on, okay. But you will have saved your life. Again, if the righteous turn from their righteousness and commit iniquity, and I lay a stumbling block before them, they shall die. Because you have not warned them, they shall die for their sin, and their righteous deeds that they have done shall not be remembered. But their blood I will require at your hand. If, however, you warn the righteous not to sin, and they do not sin, they shall surely live, because they took warning, and you will have saved your life. But this is not about the Great Commission. This has nothing to do with Jesus. This is Ezekiel was told to warn the children of Israel, right? About their iniquities, and he's basically just like saying you need to speak out when you see moral danger, right? And Ezekiel was a prophet, and the God is saying, if I tell you to speak something and warn them that they're gonna die if they don't stop doing something, and you don't, and they die, then that blood is on your hand, because I spoke to you and I told you to tell them. You see what I'm saying? This isn't saying go out and preach the gospel, and if you don't, then you're going to be judged by somebody else's actions. This is a if they're using this scripture, that's a denominational, like a extra biblical denominational interpretation or a teaching that they're teaching people. But that's not what
not
that's
it.
about. Mm-mm.
Okay, because I was Baptist. Yeah, I grew up Baptist, so we were taught that as well. I couldn't stand reading the freaking Bible growing up. I just couldn't. I couldn't do the these and the thous and the don'ts and all. Yeah, I couldn't. So yeah, I had a hard time processing it. But I do remember a pastor saying something to that nature that Mimi was speaking on, like you don't do the Lord's work, your soul will surely burn. So
I think
weird.
what a lot of Christians don't think about is that, like, Israel was a cult. Like, you don't, like, they don't hear, like, here the God isn't telling Ezekiel to go and tell the Babylonians or the Assyrians, right? Or anybody
Hmm.
that's wicked. It's the house of Israel, right? Those inside the cult. And so it's like you warn your own people, right? As the
Hmm.
prophet, as the leader, you warn your own people when they're doing wrong, through the word of God. And if you don't do that, then their blood is on your hand, because they are the people of God. And so to say, like, this is why I tell Christians, or I ask Christians, like, why aren't you warning your own people? Why aren't you correcting your own people? Like,
Right.
literally, Paul says that the people who, the non-believers are not your business, right? Like, the non-believers, it says, the God will judge the people outside of the church. The Christians are supposed to be, judging the people inside the church, their own people, the same way Ezekiel is being told to warn his own people. And so for the pastor or the whoever the head of the denomination is that created this interpretation or this idea that as a believer you would be responsible for a non-believer's sins, is it doesn't even match up with it doesn't match up with what the Bible is saying. But it's
Hmm.
idiotic, because if that's the case, then who the hell can make it? Like, they're shooting themselves
Right.
in their foot from the very beginning.
I think it was a tactic to use to get more to gain more people to the church, to bring them to the church. I think that's what it was. How they explained it to us, sort of. If they're not saved, pretty much another body in the congregation, I guess.
I'm sure it was like a way to activate the MLM, like to get. But that's like that just increases anxiety. It causes
Hmm.
people to be very unpleasant people and not respect boundaries. Like, they become
Right.
forceful and trying to force this God, because they're now afraid that if they don't do it, that their eternal life, their cruise package is in jeopardy, which is fucking insane.
Yeah, exactly. Well,
And it,
okay.
it takes
Oh, I'm
also
sorry.
I think it's taking the responsibility off the pastor too, because literally, like for this person to be a leader and he interprets this to mean that the 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 followers of Christ have to be the ones responsible. It just takes the responsibility away
Yeah,
from the leader. Like Ezekiel is the leader at this point. I just don't understand why they would interpret that way. I'm not even a believer in just common sense and reading it.
right.
Like I don't know.
Ah, I didn't think about that. Oh, wow. I love this. I love this. Yep. Making a note. Hmm.
But yeah, I would be interested in hearing what your friend has to say about how they justify that teaching.
Okay. Oh boy, it's gonna be a long one. Oh Lord, give me the strength.
and
No, I'm joking. No,
and then
she's.
I want to know too, like
Hmm.
yeah, it says to walk in dominion, like walking in dominion over sickness and disease is focused on walking in dominion over sickness and disease, demanding that believers understand the cause of sickness and
Okay.
their weapons of dominion. What do they think the cause of sickness is outside of germs and DNA and and what are their weapons of dominion? Like, are they saying that they can pray cancer away? Are they saying that they can pray away lupus and diabetes and stuff like that? And are they calling sickness and diseases demons in 2025?
Okay. Okie dokie.
I
So
appreciate you.
no problem. All right. Thank you so much. I appreciate your time.
You're welcome. Thank you for
Everyone
coming
have a
up.
great day.
You too.
All right. Bye.
Bye bye.
Yeah.
Let me down.
I gotcha. I gotcha. I don't have a doctrine. Lexo, are you in the box on purpose? Javez? Jevis? Jivas? Javez? Gavis? Okay.
Gives. Ask
Oh,
Gives.
I was thinking of what other way could I pronounce it? Like, I don't know.
Give us that money.
Oh my goodness. Overly polite rebel. How are you?
Hi, Thinker. I'm doing well. How are you doing tonight?
I'm doing good. What
Uh,
what do you want to talk
oh,
about?
go ahead. I kind of wanted to, I know this is your popular one, and you're probably going to change it, but I kind of wanted to just add a couple things about the children being forced to believe in Jesus.
Okay.
Okay, so I also was raised outside of indoctrination and religion outside of my household, but I also live in a pretty religious part of Michigan. So even if you're not learning it in your home, the default is that you're a Christian. And so then people treat you as if you're a Christian. And then it's almost like you're gaslit into thinking like, well, yeah, I probably like when you're little, you're like, well, yeah, I probably believe in Jesus as well. And it hasn't been until recently when I was trying to understand the mind of MAGA that what the Christians around me were telling me what Christianity meant and what Jesus meant was vastly different from what I'm discovering in this book. And it is a gaslighting. It's a gaslighting whether you're in or whether you're out. It makes you question like, should I believe? Do you know what I'm saying?
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Yeah, and you can't escape it. Like you little kids at school all the time are talking about like heaven and hell and Jesus, and and they bring their parents' politics to school. All of that always happens. Like whatever's going on in your house is happening, being played out on the playgrounds at school between kids.
Yeah, that's what I was saying to Dato. Like that's
Yeah.
a perspective that I didn't think about. Um, Even with bringing in politics. Now, growing up as a kid, I didn't talk about politics a
Mm.
lot, but I am reflecting on my beliefs in the conversations
Yeah.
that I had, and I do remember having conversations about God or Jesus with my friends. I
Mm.
wanted to be the Virgin Mary as a
Right.
kid. So
And so
like
like when you're
I remember
I,
that. So
I just wanted to be Luke Skywalker, so it's a little bit different. Um, but it it's hard to explain. Like my kids also, I have three adult kids now, and I raised them also to be agnostic and to make their own decisions. And I mean, my eldest was questioning, everything from the time she was 3 years old, and I would just try to be like as vague as possible, but then also show that everything is up for options. Would be like, well, some people believe this, and then other people believe this, and then other people believe this. And then she would be like, each of them would ask, well, Mom, what do we believe? And I was like, well, we don't believe anything. I have beliefs, and your dad has beliefs. And when you get old enough, you'll make your own beliefs, you know? But they go to school and they're all being asked to go to the after school studies. And I did let my kids go because they wanted to go because to them it was like spending time with their kids, with their friends. Um, and one time my daughter came home and she had and she's a little kid. She's like in third grade and she had like a Plagues of Egypt word search activity that she brought home. And I was flabbergasted. I was like, of all the things, of all the themes in that book, that's the one you decided to teach the kids today. Like, what the hell's that about? So that was one I definitely didn't let her go back to, for sure.
yeah,
Yeah.
a lot of teachers are implementing their personal beliefs. I think it's good like
Hmm.
for the kids to learn about all the different religious systems though. um
Yeah, most
yeah, I don't
definitely.
think that's
Because
necessarily a bad thing.
I mean, I'm not talking like getting indoctrination, but every kid is going to ask. I think it's just well, you don't escape America without having Christianity exposed to you. Um, so every kid is going to ask, and I think it's nice to be able to say some people believe this, some people believe this, and I always ended it with like, we just believe in being good people. That's what we believe in doing. You know,
Yeah.
it's hard. Yeah. I just thought I'd like call that in, just give, because it is the gaslighting. I mean, when I was listening to the other caller talk, and there was a lot of things she was saying that I was like, oh yeah, yeah, I totally remember even questioning my own, like, well, why don't we do all these Jesus things at our house? And should we be doing all these Jesus things at our house?
And when did your parents ever try to take you to church when you asked that question, or did they just say, well, we don't believe in Jesus?
My mom used to say, well, you just tell people we're non-practicing non-denominationals, and that's enough for them.
Did you want to practice because
When
of
I was
how
older, when I was like in middle school, I went to a couple different churches with a couple different of my friends, and so like I visited. I'm in like West Michigan, so there was like a Northern Baptist church that I visited, and then there was a couple Catholic churches that I went to, and then um, there was a Lutheran church that I went to, and then there was a Presbyterian church that I had gone to, and just none of them seemed to make sense to me in the way that I knew the world. My mom is a history buff in like an ancient world and you know, prehistoric time fanatic. She loves that time period. So it's not that I was foreign with ancient times. So when I would go here and I'd learn these other stories, they'd be like, I don't think that matches up to what was happening in you know, ancient China. You know, and it's just because that's what I was exposed to with my mom. But um, when my kids were growing up, I knew the types of questions and the types of things that they'd be asked in my little conservative town. So as they got older, I just literally armed them with talking points to just like, you just say this to them and then they'll be quiet about it. And then it's like, you just say this to them and then you come tell me if they say something back. But you don't need to have these big conversations with kids on the playground. It's not, these are adult conversations. So, yeah, I'd send them armed with debates to debate kids because it was all the time. All of them wanted to come if there was an election going on. All of them wanted to come and talk about their conservatives, who they were supporting for the conservatives, and um, it would lead to like middle schoolers discussing freaking um, access to abortion at the lunch group table, like sixth graders, and it's like that's too much for kids to be bringing. I don't think people realize how much kids are bringing with them from what's happening in the house and how much they're thinking about it and trying to apply it to the life they live.
Yeah, I agree. I agree. Did you have anything else? Did you get a phone call? Rebel?
Oh, yeah, I have to boogie. I'm sorry, I did get a phone call. I appreciate you taking my call, though, Thinker. You have a
That's
great night.
Thank you. Same to you.
Yeah, bye bye.
Did y'all see the Christian in the comments um,
Sure enough.
that said, "Are there any? Are there any questions in here about religion or Christianity?" And I commented no, and then they added another person in the comments. It's like, "What's your question?" So they're in the comments to witness, and I put their asses on mute for 5 minutes, and so now they just got to sit and listen. And if you come back into my chat, right, and you disrespect my chat again, I'm gonna mute you for the entire live. If you're still here and listening, just gonna let you know that.
Also,
Onion, huh?
I should go say 300K is right around the corner, guys. Let's get there.
Did Brianna
Yes.
change her PFP? Onion, how are you?
Doing okay. How are you?
I'm doing good. Are you a believer? Are you deconstructing? Are you an atheist?
Deconstructing, and I am 39.
Okay. And what topic did you come up to discuss? I am retiring topic number 1 for right now.
That's okay, because I came up for topic number 2. Although it does kind of end up tying into topic 1 in a way. But what does it mean to open blinded eyes? And I feel like I was just blind all my childhood and even up to, college until I finally broke away from Christianity. And so for me, that question means my eyes are finally open. Like I finally see what's happening here. And I remember that there was a moment in Bible study in college that it kind of happened because I started asking questions like, well, what about the dinosaurs? You know, we've dated them back to this long. And it was like a moment that clicked when she said, the leader of the Bible study said, well, it was put there to test your faith by the devil. And my mind just blew up at that point. And I was like, okay, I'm done with this. Like, I had been going hard for, at that point, like 18 years. No, not hard for that long, in terms of Christianity. But
Yeah, I want to stop it just for a second. So
sure.
this isn't so that question is focused on like what does it mean to open blinded eyes within the Christian doctrine, like not
Oh, okay.
yeah.
Yeah, I knew Christians could turn it a different way, but that was when I felt like my eyes were opened, if that makes sense.
Yeah, and I think a lot of people feel that way like when they're deconstructing.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, so it was specific to a doctrine. Okay, my
Yeah,
bad.
to the Christian doctrine, like when the biblical text says that Adam and Eve's eyes were opened, or Elijah prays for a guy for his eyes to be opened. The God in the Bible closes eyes intentionally, making them blind. So things like that, like within the Christian religion, like
Okay.
what were we taught about, blinded eyes? We hear a lot about you got to see with your spiritual eyes, or you're seeing with your carnal eyes, and things like that.
Okay. Yeah, I hadn't heard anyone talk about it, so I decided to be brave and come up and try to answer, but I'm sorry.
No. I understand what you mean about your that all the things that you're learning right now. It feels like your eyes are being opened from a deconstruction point.
Yeah.
Yeah, I understand what you mean by that, and I think someone did come up earlier tonight and shared that same sentiment. I think it was
Oh,
Theo,
did
if I'm not
they?
mistaken.
Okay. Yeah.
Yeah, he kind of talked about that a little bit, and then I
Oh,
kind of geared him a little bit towards the same way I'm doing with
yeah.
you. Get him a little bit towards like the what the biblical text, like to see if you have any thought about what it means biblically or within the Christian doctrine for your eyes to be your what it means to open blinded eyes. Like, what were you taught about that? Or
Sure. I mean, I think there are a couple of things. I mean, one, I was taught about the I don't know if it was a parable or a story that, Jesus had helped a blind man to see. And that's the first thought that comes to mind. But in terms of actual, like, what I had been taught or what I think I would have said back then, I would have said, well, you're just walking around with no purpose, no direction. And so it's almost like you're seeing impaired in some way. And now that you have God, now you have a focus, you have an anchor, you have this, this place to turn in hard times. And I think that's probably more along the lines of what I would have interpreted that as when I was a Christian.
so when you were a Christian, opening blinded eyes referred to your action.
It referred to finding solace, I guess, in the word or in prayer or in the church community. That once you had crossed that threshold of turning to Christ or accepting Him as your Savior, something like that. Now I see what this is all about and what life is all about. And, my eyes are open. I'm no longer just wandering blindly, so to say.
Okay. Like a spiritual
Yeah.
revelation.
Yeah. I think that's how I would have interpreted it, which is probably why I've interpreted it in the opposite way now, if that makes sense.
Yeah, but like when you think about it, when you're thinking mentally, either like a mental change,
Yeah.
right?
Yeah,
Yeah.
I'm thinking of it more, and I think that's how I always sort of interpreted Bible verses in general. Like our church was not very literal, let's say. They were, when we would interpret scripture, it was very to the love of Christ, to the, it wasn't the fire and brimstone kind of church. So we would take a lot of things as, like a lesson, a moral lesson, or in that spiritual, like not literally. Um,
I think the what really made me ask this question is because I find it like hypocritical for the beginning of the text to be a bad thing. That I don't care if you are a Christian, like don't do that. And in my chat, the in the beginning of the story, it's a bad thing that Adam and Eve's eyes are open, right?
okay. Yeah.
Yeah, and then the rest of the book, there's prayers to open blinded eyes. Jesus is opening blinded eyes, and then Christians are focused on opening blinded eyes.
Yeah.
And it's like, well, what are you calling blinded eyes? Like, how do you get from it being a bad thing to this being the thing that you should be asking for?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, absolutely. I'm thinking I'm thinking about the fact that we had a lot of different churches in our town. Like it was 1,500 people and 13 churches. Some of them were the same denomination, but different churches. Um, and like the kids growing up would fight amongst themselves about the differences in their own religions. So they were like trying to open the blinded eyes of this person who went to the wrong church kind of thing. Um, and that's just like icky to me to think of now.
I'm sorry. Say that last part again. What's icky for you to think of?
Just the thought of like the churches and their parents sort of getting in the way of like kids just growing up and having relationships with each other, like friendships and stuff, and instead they're sitting there fighting about, well, I won't go to your church because they do this, or etc. um it was actually a big thing that was really annoying now that I look back at it. But I definitely was probably participating in some of that. And that's why I say it feels icky to think about, just because like let kids be kids, that's all.
Yeah, I agree. We were taught that Jehovah's Baptist people were going to hell. When we were taught everybody was going to hell but us. So
Yeah.
yeah.
Yeah, and we had some really strict churches in town that were Calvinist Reformed. And so many of my friends went to those churches, and they don't have a cross. They don't have any crosses. They don't have any artwork, because they saw that all as idolatry. And so they took it upon themselves to, make snide comments about someone wearing a cross necklace, for example. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
So anyway, well, I appreciate you. I don't have much more to say about that unless you want to ask me something else. But I'm really enjoying listening to all of you.
Well, I definitely appreciate you for coming up. I don't have any other questions.
Okay.
But thank you for coming up.
Great. Let me down.
All right. Have a good night.
Good night, Onion. Thinker, if I may answer number two.
Oh
Uh,
God.
no, be serious for the most part. Um, I thought that being a tool for colonization was opening eyes. Um, I'd always go on mission trips and evangelize outside of like rodeos and stuff, and basically it was just convincing drunk people that God was real. You know what I mean?
What?
And
Also,
yeah, we used to like they sent us to rodeos in Wyoming, and we'd be posted up outside of the rodeo, and people would drink their ass off, and as they're coming out, we do like plays and stuff, and like go talk to a bunch of drunk people.
yeah, right.
I'm so serious, like so serious. We did like parades during the day, and then we do rodeos at night.
How old were you?
Mm, this was like 16 through 20, no, 2016 through 20.
So they had 16-year-olds going and talking to drunk adults about Jesus.
Yep,
Are you lying? Also, are you making this up?
not even slightly. I'll show you some pictures. I don't think I have any. I'll have to search the pictures of us at the rodeo park, but I've got some of the pictures of when we did the parades and stuff. I'll send it to
And you said you connected that with like opening blinded eyes as part of like the mission.
you.
That is interesting.
Yeah, and like they sent us to parks and stuff where it would be, it was kind of crazy. We would go door to door, and especially so in neighborhoods where the income was lower, and we would, knock on the doors and tell people about this event we're putting on at the park. It's a bunch of free stuff. Come on down. So, it's obviously lower income families going to be like, wow, I can take the kids to the park. They can play with like bounce houses. They can eat hot dogs and cotton candy and, all the stuff's being free. And, whole time it's for a reason, right? Like we're trying to get butts and seats at the church plant that we're campaigning for. You know what I mean? So that they can
Wow.
contribute more money to the
Oh
Southern
my
Baptist
gosh.
Convention. So, you know what I
Wait, you
mean?
were a
Like
part of the Southern Baptist Convention?
thinker, I don't like Christianity.
Oh my
I was doing all that work for the Southern Baptist Convention, and it didn't dawn on me until later on in life, and just how deeply I was being used as a pawn for this shit. And but the initial thing that kind of got me like, damn, they got me fucked up was like seeing how they handled pastors that did like crazy shit, and how these organizations moved without like a lot of the people knowing. And, whole time, all this shit that I thought was not related to what I was doing at my church was complete. Like, these people knew what was going on. Like, these people were in the same rooms as these people. And, like, you know what I mean? Like, I was just like, damn, dude, like, these people are corrupt as fuck. And it's like, they got me out here, like, trying to get people to come give them money. Like, that's so fucked.
Like they didn't even care about your safety as a child. Because when people get drunk, they don't think and they do stupid shit. And like to me, they're putting you in an unsafe position.
Hmm.
In exchange for you to, get more people to come to the church so they can get more tithes and offering. Like that is fucked up.
Hmm. It was always about some church plant. Like, that was the goal. Get butts and seats.
Wow. Wow. I'm sorry that happened to you, friend.
Such is life.
Yeah. I like did it ever like did you ever think to ask why it was a bad thing for Adam and Eve's eyes to be open, but now it's a good thing for your eyes to be open?
I don't think I did. Um,
Did you never correlated the two? I don't think Christians focus a lot on that part of the story. I think they
Yeah.
focus a lot on the disobedience, like the commandment to not
Hmm.
eat, and they don't necessarily focus on
The fact that it
the
was bad
yeah
for us. Yeah. Yeah. I definitely didn't think about that.
yeah because how do you go from a God saying that he doesn't want your eyes to be open to now if you don't open your eyes and open everybody else's eyes you're gonna go to hell? Like what changed, and like what does it mean now for your eyes to be open? Because it
Right.
can't mean that same thing. You know what I'm saying? It
Yeah.
can't. Yeah, like so. It just I don't know. I don't know. And then you have the Isaiah scripture where he's telling Isaiah to teach the people the wrong shit so that it blinds them. Like he intentionally tells Isaiah to blind the eyes of the Israelites and teach them incorrect doctrine so that they don't repent. And it's like,
Hmm.
why would this God tell Isaiah to do that?
That's fuck 'em. That's why.
Yeah. So it's I don't know. I don't think enough people have caught on to that or read that, and so we might not get um a lot of conversation around that one. A lot
Mm,
of people might not be as weird and crazy as my ass is to be like, why the fuck does he want everybody's eyes open now?
right.
Yeah. Mm. But that's fucked up that they were using y'all as 16 to get
Yeah.
drunk people in church.
I think the
Like that.
youngest you had to be for that trip was like 14, 15.
What?
Yeah.
Wow.
Because I was always more of like a role model capacity, like an older kid in the group. So, um, yeah,
How many
that's why.
drunk people did you win over?
Mm.
Huh?
I'd like to say that it actually wasn't that high because I mean, Wyoming is a pretty religious state. Um, South Dakota was pretty religious too. Texas is fairly religious.
Chenier,
So I'd like to
Chenier,
say I
not
wouldn't
Chenier
mention
answering
them.
for you. She's like, not that many.
Yeah, I really don't think that many. I think they were just people that were like having a testimony moment, and they were just, those kind of people that were just like, I was backslidden, and then some little brown boy came up to me and said, Jesus is real, and I was like, oh, I was praying about that. So, I don't think I in real life did any real, but the goal wasn't actually to you know what I mean, to get them to accept Jesus. That wasn't what the goal was.
Yeah.
They can do that at church, but it was to show them how generous and nice we are, so they can show up.
Well, generous and nice to a drunk person would be buying them another beer, wouldn't it?
Yeah, but then they see that they can get their kids babysat for like an hour and a half at a time.
What? They were using all as babysitters too?
Yes, I used to teach like I lived in one town in South Dakota, and I would like teach the children's church there. And then I drive to the other to another town and play music there, and then I drive to another town in South Dakota and play music there as well on occasion. So like I mean, I was everywhere. They paid me, but yeah, I did a lot of
That's
stuff.
that's interesting. Well, thank you for sharing, also.
Yeah, for sure.
Uh, Car Scooter,
Yeah, Scooter.
Scooter, how are you?
I'm very good, thank you. How are you?
I'm doing good. Are you a believer? Are you deconstructing? Or are you an atheist?
I'm a believer. However, when you and I met, I was like just getting into like my first weeks of Christianity. And actually I came up on panel and I said, hey, you're deconstructing. I'm kind of just getting in. Can you kind of give me a bit of a roadmap? You and Lala, actually, you both talked to me for a bit. I wanted to say, and it was cool because I was just going through like a lot of bad shit in my life, and while you didn't steer me away, you didn't steer me into anything as well. And I just wanted to say I appreciated all that you talked to me about. I'm now I'm now more in. I'll say that, but I listen to you. Basically, I listen to you guys when I fall asleep. Honestly, I'll just throw the TikTok on. I listen to a lot of shit because it brings up a lot of good a lot of good conversation.
Well, thank you for sharing that. What topic did you want to discuss?
So I mean, I guess as far as why people are deconstructing, why do you care about people deconstructing? I guess when I read that, I'm wondering. I'm more interested in your kind of like answer to that. Is that okay to ask that or turn that around?
No, it's not.
I understand that that's not okay. That's fair. Fuck. Like I was like, because it fascinates me how you know so much about this, but you're deconstructing, and it bothers me because it makes me think that I'm going the wrong way a lot. Does that make sense?
I think it sounds like why you might care that people are deconstructing because it makes
Yeah,
you question your own faith.
exactly.
Um, yeah, and maybe you can talk about that.
That's like, well, it's a paradox for me, right? So I'm going into something. I'm a 40-year-old man. I went through my entire life thinking that people that believed in faith were silly. I was smarter. I was better. They're idiots. Basically, was my thought, and there's so much ignorance with that as well. But I like that was kind of my kind of cocky attitude towards this. I go through some trouble in life, and then I want to kind of find some other meaning, and I fall into this YouTube kind of rabbit hole, and then I meet you. You kind of gave me some direction, and now I'm in a situation where I like 2 weeks out of the month I hit up Eastern Orthodox Church, which is obviously kind of more extreme. I don't really know. I'm way out of my depth in that regard, and then I go to like my local church in my city. Otherwise, but I just wonder like if there's somebody as knowledgeable as you sharing this type of thing. There's 700 people on here. It's very rare you see 700 people following that is not paid for bots and this type of thing. And I know that it's not with you. It's a well respected conversation and this type of thing. Okay, so it confuses me why there's such a divide there. I guess I don't know what to do with that.
A divide where? Where do you see the divide?
The divide is like there's somebody like me who is like I want this to be true. I think that there is something here. I don't know, something that I haven't really thought about prior in the last couple of years, and I believe that there's a lot there. Like I'm sure you've heard all of this, all you guys have. So I don't even want to get into all the conversations. However, like when you look at like logic and math and this type of thing, and like morality, and how like it feels like we all have this in our heart. I don't want to go down those like easy kind of conversations, but I do struggle with that. But then I hear I hear from you, probably the most knowledgeable person I've ever heard talk about the Bible and Christianity, and far more than the pastors I've ever heard speak. What do I do with that? Like, how do I contend with it? I don't know. I guess that's my question. I don't know what to do with that.
And unfortunately, I don't have an answer
I know you
for
don't.
you.
Yeah.
And I don't remember the conversation, but I'm pretty sure that I said the same thing then. Like I can't make a decision or steer anybody towards a specific decision, and that's not my goal here, right?
I know. I
Yeah.
know that. Like,
But like as far as like
well,
answering
why
the
are you
question of
right?
why do you care about other people deconstructing, it sounds like uh, the the concern is how can they know what they know and still not believe,
Yeah.
and that's something that you have to wrestle with
Well, why
on
are
your
you right?
own.
I hear what you're saying, and you are the
I
most
don't know
sincere
why you were
person.
interrupting. He's
Sorry, I know you
Scooter.
hate that. My bad. Fuck.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, no, I was just saying that like that's something that you have to wrestle with on your own. And like if you have this belief in this thing, right, that you believe that you have a relationship with, what someone else believes about it or don't believe about it, if it's real, it shouldn't affect that.
Oh, fuck. Okay. Yeah, that's true. I just like I hear like you know like and you're right. I don't know how to contend with that. I just you're like when I say that you are so knowledgeable about this, and I hear other people talk on it, and then it just and I hate with Christianity. All these guys just start trying to big dick each other with like what they can recite from the Bible and this type of shit. I'm just like, what is going on right now? Like, I don't know. Does that make sense?
I mean, it makes sense, that you recognize the misogyny that's on stage.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, yeah, yeah, yeah. Sorry, I don't know. It's very confusing the whole thing, especially as a 40-year-old man. I feel like a kid when I'm talking to you about this, but it's a
It's
it's
a, I mean, to be in like that state, it's a normal thing. Like you don't have to feel like a child, right? There are a lot of things in our lives that we are indecisive about. And we have to engage with those moments in our life, and that's the adult thing to do, right? Is to acknowledge it, not feel shame on what you're feeling. I think a lot of Christians, for some reason, have been taught or made to feel like their emotions are a bad thing, so they don't know how to engage with their emotions. Right? They're not emotionally intelligent, and so I think the adult thing to do is to acknowledge where you are, acknowledge what you're feeling, and engage with that.
with
And that should
with
help you figure out what it is that you need to figure out.
when you say emotion though, so yeah. I mean, I have some emotions, but then I look at the logic side of things, and that's kind of where I'm like
I,
that's
I
what
was referring to you saying that you feel like a child talking about this. Like
yeah.
the infantizing of what you're dealing with right now, which what you're going through right now is a normal thing. There's nothing childish about it.
Perhaps I said that wrong. Because then I hear what you're saying, and everything you say makes sense, and then I hear what, like, say my pastor is saying, and I'm like, well, fuck, and then I kind of question, like, you know what I mean? And so I'll question some of the stuff that you have to say. I'll question some of the stuff they say, this type of thing. But how much logic do you actually bring into that, or do you think it's more emotional?
What do
Is
you
that
mean?
well, I don't know that logic can be brought into Christianity or like spiritualism as much as I want it to be. Does that make sense?
Yeah, yeah, I get. 1 second, Colleen, don't fucking tell me what to do. If curse words hurt your ears, then scroll the fuck on.
I think it might have been me cussing. I don't know. I never know.
Or anybody in this room.
Yeah.
If curse words hurt your ears, scroll on. I think that it depends. I don't see logic in a lot of Christianity, and that believes in this God. And I haven't talked to every denomination. There's 45,000.
Yeah.
There could very well be a denomination out there that has figured this out logically. And so I can't speak in absolutes and just say that there is no logic whatsoever. Uh, you know, in Christianity, I don't know that. As of right now, I don't see it. I don't see any logic out of all of the conversations that I've had, and what I'm reading in this book. But again, I've not talked to every Christian.
I hear you there. Yeah. I wanted to come up because I wanted to tell you that I appreciate you, but I also had I have so many questions, but I don't even know how to articulate it sometimes. It's late. I appreciate you though, Thinker. I want you to know that. I'll keep listening, and I'll just leave it there, I guess, for tonight.
Thank you so much, Scooter. I
Thank
hope
you.
you
Okay.
figure out what you need to figure out.
And Lala, you're beautiful too. And that Bastion guy, Sebastian, is it Bash? I don't know. The guy with the mom that comes up sometimes.
Bash, yeah.
I like that guy too. All right.
Thank you.
Thank you so much for that, you guys. Okay.
You're welcome.
Thank
Have a
you.
good day. I'm gonna tell y'all how hypocritical or contradicting, not hypocritical, contradicting Some believers are. So there's a believer in the comments named Feisty in Christ. So when I said that a lot of Christians don't believe that are taught that their emotions are a bad thing, they typed that's not true. And then their very next comment says God said to control our emotions. Like they think from both sides of their asses at the same damn time and don't even see it. Just I don't see how they don't fucking see their own that they are a walking contradiction.
Real quick,
CJ. Oh, go ahead, Lola.
um, we only have 18 minutes left to help Thinker fulfill her gift goal of the hanging lights, and she only needs 3 more. So please, let's get this goal completed.
Thank you, Lola. I swear, Theo, you need a lot of attention. Do you see what Theo what kind of poll Theo wants me to run also?
What do you say?
Look in the comments. He
Who's the
said
better
thunker.
Oso?
Mm-hmm.
We need to have a poll. You motherfucker. It's me followed by Xena Ray, followed by a third undisclosed account, then you.
Oh my gosh. Now, somebody earlier today with Theo was on stage, somebody commented was like, he ain't no little Oso.
You got some
Theo
years to do before you get into this realm.
Theo is vying for your spot. I'm just gonna tell you that now. Like, he is not gonna stop until he is on stage and you're not.
That's crazy.
Ain't it?
That's crazy. You try to usurp me?
He's persistent. He's persistent.
Wow. You better hope I don't find no gate.
He didn't even deny it. He said, hey. CJ, how are you? CJ?
I'm good. Yes, I'm here. I didn't. I don't want to talk about the panel. I just want to thank you for all that you do.
Thank you. I
Everything.
appreciate that.
I really do. I mean, I wake up to you. I go to work with you, and you've given me the courage, a lot of courage, and I just thank you. Never thought that TikTok would be that platform that could change me. I thank you. So I'm going to scream now. Let me down.
Well, thank you so much.
Thank you. I thank you. And I'm listening. So
I appreciate you, and you're so welcome. And I love hearing, that you have confidence, and that just brings me joy. So thank you for sharing that.
Okay. Thank you.
You're welcome.
All right.
Have a good day.
Okay. Bye.
It was a good one. That was nice.
Yes.
W guess.
I love that. Brianna?
Yes, I just wrote in my chat that I'm using my daughter's account, if you don't mind.
Oh, that's fine. I don't know. Do I know you? Have we talked before?
No.
Yeah, I mean, I don't have anything to do with you using your daughter's account.
Okay. All right. Yeah, so...
are you a believer in the God of the Bible? Are you deconstructing? Or are you an atheist?
I'm a believer in the God of the Bible.
Okay, and what topic did you come up to discuss?
The first topic,
that's
children
off limits. I'm sorry, that topic is off limits. Like, we've been stuck on that topic all night, unfortunately.
They ripped the rubber off that one, buddy.
Yeah, I can't do that one again.
Oh, what about you spoke something about eyes opening, something
Yeah.
like that.
Can you see the other three topics on the board?
Okay, let me. What does it mean to? Yes, what does it mean to open blinded eyes?
Okay. What are your thoughts on that?
Yeah, I thought I heard you speaking earlier about God not wanting eyes to be opened, about Adam and Eve eating the fruit and having their eyes opened. And my understanding on it is God didn't speak about eyes being open when he gave the instruction to Adam and Eve. It was the
Did you want
devil
them
who
blocked?
spoke. Huh?
Did you want them blocked?
Who? Yeah.
The
Absolutely. You don't ever have to ask that.
okay.
Yeah. Go ahead. I don't know. What should I call you?
Brian.
Brian. Go ahead.
Yeah. So I'm saying it's not God that spoke to Adam and Eve. It's not God who said, "Forgive my English, I'm from Africa." It's not God who said, "When you eat, your eyes shall be open." It's the devil who said that.
Yeah. Why did your God not want them to eat from the tree? Sometimes I feel like this should be
Mm.
like logic, right? It should be common sense. This right here. But like having to walk believers to the thing, it's interesting to me. Why did he not want them to eat from the tree? Why would he
Well,
give them the command not to do it?
he explains it. He said, "In the day you shall eat of it, you shall die."
Yes.
It's like you. It's,
What? Hold on. What did he not want them to do?
he did not want them to eat of the tree.
And what
He
kind of
did not.
tree was it?
As for knowing what kind or what type of a tree it is, we don't know.
What was the name of the tree? What was the name of the tree?
Now we don't know. No, I don't think anyone knows that.
You don't know. Just a second.
I think my take on it is.
Hold on 1 second, please. Okay.
Yeah.
1 second.
It's a mystery.
I don't. This is what I be saying. I don't get it. Like, okay.
Theo, you're spoiling it.
Verse 17.
Yep.
What is the name of the tree that he told them not to eat from?
But of the tree of the knowledge of good and evil,
Okay.
you shall not eat.
Hold on. And so, what type of tree was it?
The tree of the knowledge of good and evil.
Okay. So he says, "Don't eat from this tree because you will die." What did he not want them to obtain by eating from the tree?
The moment you say obtain, you are misquoting it.
Okay. What would happen if they ate from the tree?
Well, God
What would,
said.
hold on, let me take it this way. What does the tree of knowledge of good and evil do? What does
Well,
the fruit of the tree? What does the fruit on the tree of the knowledge of good and evil do? What is it? What does it provide?
No, the Bible did not say it provides anything.
Fucking God. What does the tree of life provide?
Let's read the scripture.
What does the tree of life provide? Like, hold on for a second, because I get really frustrated when, like, I'm trying to walk you through to just the bare minimum basic reading comprehension so that I can have a deeper conversation with you. But if we can't get to just basic reading comprehension, this is going to be very difficult. Okay. So there was another tree in the garden, right?
Yes, right.
What was that other tree called?
Was it the tree of life?
The tree of life, right here. What does that tree provide? If someone ate off of that tree, it would provide what?
Remember, Adam and Eve is already living, so we cannot
Ooh.
say it provides life. Hmm.
Okay, so if I go to Genesis 3,
This is exciting.
I don't know. It's not
It's
for
gonna
me.
be,
It's
yeah,
Not
not.
the word.
it's
That's
gonna be a
definitely
time.
not the
I
word.
say the same thing.
It's just
Genesis
weird
3.
giggling things that he's doing. Like
Yeah.
he's purposely being
Because
obtuse.
because if you say the tree of
Okay.
life
Please stop talking.
provides,
Genesis 3. Then the Lord God said, see
isn't
the
isn't
humans.
this a
Stop talking
conversation?
while I'm talking.
Brianna.
Then the
Okay.
Lord God said, see, the humans
Mm-hmm.
have become like one of us,
Mm-hmm.
knowing good and evil.
Mm-hmm.
And now they might reach out their hands and take also from the tree of life and eat and live forever. Therefore, the Lord God sent from them forth from the Garden of Eden to till the ground from which they were taken. He drove out the humans, and at the east of the Garden of Eden, he placed the cherubim and a sword flaming and turning to guard the way to the tree of life, because he did not want them to do what? He didn't want them to do what? Read that in the highlighted part. Why did he guard the tree of life? Brian.
Brianna, come off mute.
Just sent you an invitation.
Hello.
Why did he
Yeah, I can
guard the
hear.
tree of life?
Because he did not want them to live forever.
He did exactly. So what did the tree of life provide?
Eternal life.
All right. Now, if they ate from the tree of life, it provided eternal life. If they ate
Mm-hmm.
from the tree of knowledge, what did the tree of knowledge of good and evil provide?
What I'm not understanding
Answer the
is
question, please. What did the tree of knowledge of good and evil provide?
the knowledge of good and evil.
Thank you. All right.
Now, can I
So
ask you a
no, no,
question?
no, no, no,
It's
no,
not
no,
a
no, no,
conversation.
no, 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 no. We still haven't dealt with your first thing.
Huh?
Okay. So we
Yep.
still haven't dealt with your first thing, because
Okay.
you originally said that your God did not um uh, uh, say that he didn't want their eyes to be open. Right.
Yeah.
So
Yep.
when he told Adam, don't eat from the tree of knowledge of good and evil. If you do, you're going to die that day. He's
Mm-hmm.
saying, do not gain the knowledge of good and evil. Don't eat from that tree, because your God didn't want them to gain the knowledge of good and evil. Because
We
when you
ready
eat
to.
from, hold on, because when you eat from the tree, you will gain the knowledge of good and evil. That's common sense. That's logic. Okay?
Isn't
That's
it
reading
what you are
comprehension.
saying? But what the text is saying, you shall die if you eat
That's
from
the
it. You will die.
consequence. That's the consequence of it. That's the consequence, right? Don't eat from it because you'll die. What will they gain? If when they eat from it, they're going to gain the knowledge of good and evil. Okay? He did not want them to have that, because if you gain that knowledge of good and evil, you will die. Dying is the consequence of eating
Can
off that tree.
can I ask you a question?
As long as you're not going to ask me another question that's going to frustrate this even more, because this should be common sense.
Okay. So before Adam ate from the tree, did they know did they have the knowledge of good and evil? Because eating from the tree itself means they had some sort of knowledge. And even before they ate the tree, they considered maybe eating the tree of life, they had life already in them. So it's not the tree that had the ultimate knowledge, nor the tree of life that had the ultimate life. Because before they ate, they had life, and before they even considered of eating the tree of knowledge, they had knowledge already.
Did they have life? Did they have eternal life already?
No, but
Okay,
they
so
had
eating from the tree of life would give them what?
eternal life.
All right, so did they have the knowledge of good and evil prior to eating from the tree of good and evil?
They had knowledge, but
I didn't ask if they had knowledge. Did they have the knowledge of good and evil before they ate from the tree of good and evil?
no, they
Okay.
did not.
So what's your point? What's your question right now? Like,
No,
I don't
remember when I
understand
started
this.
talking, we didn't talk about that. We talked about eyes
I
being
literally
open.
have
And
you in your head only heard
I,
knowledge. I've never
I
only
started
talked
by
about knowledge.
saying God did not say their eyes will be opened, and you
Oh my
begged to
God.
differ.
I'm trying to walk you through what should be basic common sense, but because it's not basic common sense, I have to feed
Bye.
it
I
to
didn't
you
know
like a
Americans were stupid.
kindergartner.
You're stupid. Bye.
Like bye. That's
Bye.
why you don't
Bye.
have knowledge. Shit.
That's
You
crazy.
have a kindergartner brain. Like God damn.
That's crazy, man. Just so unwilling to to accept the truth. Like, for real? Are we serious?
And
I don't
this
know
is
what the tree of life did. They were already living. Shut the fuck up.
and then like that brain, that mindset, like that to me is what I see in my head when I read the Adam and Eve story. Like
Mm.
you're a big grown ass man and you don't know what it means to say that a tree that's titled not the tree of knowledge of good and evil means that it provides good and evil. What the fuck does an apple tree provide?
Oh, we can't tell. It's a mystery.
Pierce. Like basic reading comprehension. That shit irritates the fuck out of me.
Yeah. But I was thinking about while he was bullshitting about a question or an answer to the question that I had a while ago. But I think I know, like, God had to have placed Adam and Eve in the garden because they were not naturally curious, or I guess inquisitive, more like, because I definitely would have been like hedging my bets by eating from the and then take the knowledge of good and evil.
Yep.
True.
You know what I mean? Like I would have been like, he did say we couldn't eat
Do
from that one, so let me go eat from that one, and
that.
then we could try this one and see. Because I mean, if the death thing is only real downfall, then shit, I'll just be immortal. So
And the God can't be that damn smart.
you know what I
Cause
mean?
like
Like I
why
would,
like he exactly like he gave them the recipe and they didn't take it.
I would have been chilling on a stump somewhere, just hanging. You know what I mean? Just like, yo, what's up, man? I see why you want me to have this shit. This is crazy.
That's how you know this story is written by a fucking human. Cause what? Cause
Absolutely,
literally
absolutely.
logical eating also. And it's little stuff like that also that is just logical, right?
Hmm.
Common sense. But then when I see it or talk to people like the guy that was just on stage that are willing to just be ignorant for the sake of these human written allegories, it makes me so like it irritates me so, and it makes me mad because it's like you literally have agreed to not think, to give up your ability to critically think in exchange for some human made fairy tales that have all kind of loopholes in it, like the one you just mentioned.
Right.
And I think it shows the willful ignorance. Like it just screams, like it puts it on the forefront. Like I don't think I can express it enough what it is that I see and what I'm feeling. Like it puts it on center stage. Does that make sense?
Yeah. Yeah. No, I agree with that.
That is insane. CJ,
Hello.
hi, how are you?
I'm good. How are you?
I'm good. Are you a believer? Are you deconstructing? Or are you an atheist?
Um, I'm a believer, but I didn't even mean to click on this box.
Oh, that's okay. I'll take you down. Okay.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Oh no, Cody. Oh shit. No, fuck.
Geo? Geo Miles?
Geo Miles, everyone.
Panther Black?
I'm awake. Hello?
Hi, how are you?
What's up? I was one of the children who was forced to choose Christ.
I'm not talking. I'm sorry. Unfortunately, that topic is off limits for the rest of the night.
No problem.
Yeah, I'm sorry.
What's
Are
up?
you an atheist? Are you a believer? Are you deconstructing?
I'm a scientist, so I got an open mind, but my eyes are open too, you know?
Okay. Uh, so are you an atheist? Are you deconstructing from Christianity? Or you're a believer in the God of Christianity?
Well, that's a complicated question, right? Because
Not
there's a
really.
lot of different ways to kind of look at that. And so I
I
do
just
Just
need
believe
to
needs
in
to
know.
God.
qualify
I
you for
believe in
the
every God, right? Let's put it this way. I believe in every God there is, but I believe that they exist as what they are, which is an egregor or an egregore, right? Like a collective thought pattern.
Okay, so that's not the conversations that we're having in here. I think that's a
I'm,
pretty cool thought.
I'm interested in having a conversation. So if
I
you're
get it,
not,
but
I'll
I'm
just go
sorry.
somewhere else. There's a
Okay,
lot of
all
rooms
right,
on TikTok.
all
Yep.
right.
Oh
All right.
wow.
You didn't have to get all
Wow.
upset about it, scientist. God dang.
jeez.
I just really like hear my sound of my own
He
voice and
white
like
too.
fuck you if you don't want to hear it.
I mean, he
Like
crashed
a
out
little
real
bit.
quick. Centered. Need to be centered.
Damn.
There's plenty of rooms. I'm just doing you a favor by being in yours.
Y'all stay stable is really funny.
Sir,
You were
you
crying about it,
wobbly.
bro. Yeah, man,
You
we'll
were
stay stable. If you want everybody to play in your fucking sandbox, then go make your own live. That's not how this shit
right.
works. No one wants
Oh
to
my
play with your
god.
hypothetical god, bro.
I feel like what the fuck. Like that's what this feels like, a what the fuck moment. After the Brian guy, and then him, like it just like what the fuck is wrong with some of these humans? I don't think so, misconstrued. I don't think so. Hey Zena, man.
Good morning, y'all. Good
Hey,
morning.
Zane.
Hey.
Morning.
Hello, my love bugs. I get okay. I have a quick question, and it's very quick. It's not about the topic, but I'm gonna jump right down. I was reading about the Sadducees. What happened to them after 70 AD? Like, where did they
They
go?
got dismantled. I don't know. Some of them absorbed into the Roman government.
Like
Started
they
to talk.
just,
Huh?
they just like was like they like. Why don't we hear Pharisees a lot? But I why were they absorbed? Because they
Because
were.
they were already colluding with them. They were already in each other's pockets.
Oh, okay. That's the only question I had, y'all. This morning has been crazy. Oh my goodness.
It's crazy
Oh,
every morning. Like just basic conversations. It seems like it is so hard to find. Theo, go sit down. Go sit in the corner. I'm not bringing you back up. Not even for a quick joke. Go sit down. No, but a
Lord
basic,
Theo.
like just a basic, like just like a no, Theo, like a just a a baseline
He said
conversation
one
is
joke.
hard. I don't know how to do it with the Christians and Manny Theo. I feel like I got a house full of grandkids right
I was
That's
just thinking
funny.
that too. Thinking.
now. Oh my god!
It's a nice little daycare of all of us. Oh,
Like you gotta explain to a grown ass man what the fuck it means if a tree is named a thing. Like
that was insane.
It's a mystery. He couldn't even tell you what the name of the motherfucking tree was.
like it,
We don't
the,
know.
and then like even beyond that, like if your dad tells you, um, not to do a thing, it's because he doesn't want you to do that thing.
Mm-hmm.
If he says don't do a thing or I'm gonna whoop you, he's not telling you not to do the thing because he doesn't want you to get a whooping. He's
Right,
saying don't do the thing because he doesn't want you to do that thing. And
right.
the logic just wasn't there. The common sense just wasn't there. And that's the most frustrating thing. And then when you try to say, okay, I'm going to be patient and we're going to walk through this like I'm talking to a kindergartner in Sunday school, which I shouldn't have to do that because you're a grown ass man. And even fighting back against that, like that, I just, I don't know.
It's a
It's
struggle,
just, ugh.
man.
Huh?
Especially when you're it's a struggle when you're just trying to have a decent dialogue. And your questions up here are really fucking people. Like it seems to really, really mess with people to the point where they want to try to pretend to answer the question, but pivot more so than I've seen in a while. And I wonder why that is.
Because I think it's like these are really simple questions though, right? Like we haven't had to go to a lot of the Bible with these questions. These questions are more geared towards logic and common sense,
Mm-hmm.
right? Like, and what we're finding is, unfortunately, logic and common sense took a back seat to a lot of people, and the best conversations that we've had have been from people deconstructing outside of the last conversation that we had yesterday. The best conversations have come from other people deconstructing.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah. I was talking to my sister yesterday about possibly deconstructing. And I actually brought up our community a bit. And it wasn't like she was shocked that we have these conversations, but the volume of people that are willing to listen, whether they agree or disagree, is what she was shocked with when I was telling her about it. And I actually asked her about your first question. I know it's off limits, but I asked her about it. And she couldn't explain it to me. She couldn't explain why we weren't particularly why we weren't allowed to explore different options and we had to be shut down from critically thinking about what we were being taught. Because it's you're taught first, then you go look at the Bible, or you get a children's Bible first, you know, those picture Bibles. But and now that we're correcting, my brain hurts all the time, y'all. My brain hurts all the time trying to recorrect information that I've been taught. So I can kind of empathize with their cognitive dissonance, right? Their inability to have a logical thought. But it, as you, when you become an adult, it's like, shouldn't your brain start clicking a bit better? Like, shouldn't fairy tales start falling away like Santa Claus? But they refuse to let this fairy tale go, and it affects everybody in the world because they do, and they refuse to talk about it. They refuse to discuss it in good faith, and I think that's the most frustrating thing for me.
And I think like that inability to allow themselves to engage with logic and reasoning, right, and common sense is the thing that frustrates me the most too, because it's the actual thing that allows evil acts to continue to live, right? It's the thing that where people reason with themselves and justify the evil acts that they do. It's the place where people are willing to turn a blind eye and they justify their doing so, right, in their silence and their complacency. And like that's why I get so frustrated with it as well. But yeah, it definitely affects everybody, because when you have a bunch of humans who are incapable of reasoning together or reasoning within themselves or reasoning as a collective, then it's a problem. It's a whole ass problem.
Yeah, and I think they're more the dangerous people, if I'm not going to hold you. I think that people who aren't willing to look outside of themselves to gain more information, like if there's a wall in any place in your life where you're no longer willing to learn and to grow, then you're going to be a problem for everybody you encounter, no matter how much you think you're a good person. It doesn't matter. You're going to always help, I think, that cause, right, that religion grow when you're going to be just a stone. You're not going to move. You refuse to move. You refuse to shift. So you're going to keep helping that entity, that thing grow while everybody else is moving on. And I honestly think this is the last throw of, I'm not trying to feed into things I see and read, right? But if the pattern is being recognized, I think the reason why a lot of them are so belligerent is because they are in the last days of their religion maintaining power. And when I say that, I think power mentally over people. I'm not going to say like, the whole world, but mentally over people. I think that their grasp of control is slipping. And I think the sense of urgency for them is even more apparent in the way that they're talking, in the way that they're behaving with us in particular, because all they want to do is get their message out. They don't care about the conversation at all. At all. And it's very disheartening because we have to live here together. You know?
And like they're gonna be the reason why, a lot of people end up getting hurt. Like if we think that they don't have a plan to try to save their influence or their control on the mind, and that they don't have like a mental warfare Armageddon style plan, like we are like blind, and everything that we're talking about is irrelevant. And in order for people to be able to see shit, they have to be able to critically think and reason, and that's what allows you to have foresight. And most people fucking don't think that, they don't even fucking consider foresight. Yeah, that's the crazy thing. They react because they don't have foresight to be proactive and see what is being planned for them. or what's coming for them.
I like how you said that they react instead of planning ahead. I think they react because I think they have the plan in the Bible. I think that's their contingency. That's the plan. So they don't have to think for themselves. They've already got it written down. So why should they put any critical thought in the plan that's been presented for them if they think that it's their saving grace? You know, they think that that's their, insurance policy. Why the hell do I need to listen or think about it, read the fine print, if you will? Why should I do that? And it's fuck everybody else.
Because they've been taught to cast all their cares on the God, give all their problems to the God, give all their concerns to the God. They're so used to just throwing everything away. Like they're not their own answer. Like they've never been their own answer. So why do you need critical thinking if you have a God to do the thinking for you? Right. See, they don't even read the large print. Like they're not who they depend on. Like they're not their foundation. Their God is. And so they're used to, out of habit, just throwing it away to the God and pretending like shit don't exist. Because it's not their job. It's their God's job. Like if we even think about the story, like with Adam and Eve, the whole thing is don't gain your own ability to reason and decipher between what's good and evil. Let the God make that decision for you. The God is the one who has the brains. The God is the one who can reason. The God is the one who has critical thought. You don't need critical thought. You don't need to reason and decipher between and wrestle between what's right and wrong. The God does that for you. Don't acquire that knowledge. Don't open those blinded eyes. Don't change your biological makeup in your brain. And a lot of them are fucking on autopilot in that sense. Like
It scares me though when we have these conversations, and let's say we bring up the conversation of sin, right? And that compared with people committing crimes on other people, and why God allowed that type of sin to be even in the heart of somebody, and that's where it just kind of stops. There's only but so much responsibility that they want to take, when, even in the bad things, and still placed at God's feet. My question would be, when are we going to start acting on our own accord and using that free will like they say they do, to stop these horrific things from happening? It's always
they don't think it's their responsibility. That's what I'm saying. That's not their responsibility. Their responsibility is to just gain more soldiers for the God, for the war, right? The more people the God have on his side when there's a final war between thinkers and followers, between evil and good, between believers and non-believers, between whatever, right? Light and dark. That's all they're doing. Like they're recruiters for that final war. And those that are in charge, those that wield the God, no matter what religion it's in, they're going to use the influence, the minds, the belief systems of those that are who have chosen to be a part of that war. They're going to use them to do the mental warfare, even down to violent acts. Like they always manipulate them. They're always the ones that are doing the violent acts. Think about the lynchings in the antebellum South, right?
Yes.
Like the riot in New York. Literally, they planted the seed in the minds of low-income white men who had decided that they were not going to fight in Abraham Lincoln's war anymore, because they didn't see any benefit in helping the wealthy keep their enslaved people and stay rich. And they were dying off. And so they were not going to fight in the war anymore. So Lincoln was like, well, fuck it. Then I'm going to, do a draft. And Lincoln had said that the high income white men didn't have to. They could pay $375 to not fight in the war. But all middle-aged men, 21 and up, had to go. And the black people could not fight in the war. Somebody, one of the Democrats, put the seed in the mind of the low-income white men that they're letting y'all, they want y'all to go and fight so they can stay wealthy. They'll pay $1,000 for a Negro.
I didn't know about that money part.
Yeah. It's like they'll pay $1,000 for a Negro and let them pay $375 to not have to fight to keep their Negro. But then they're going to while y'all are gone fighting for them to keep their Negroes, the Negroes going to take your jobs. That's literally what they told them. And what they did from that, they spread it. They spread it through the media, like over and over and over until the issue turned from Abraham Lincoln to black men taking the jobs of low income white men while they were away fighting Lincoln's war. And so they went into New York and rioted in New York. They went into an orphanage, burnt the orphanage down. They were hanging and lynching black men. They went into the affluent neighborhood where black and white were living together, and was killing white people and black people. Like they all because some Democrat at that time planted the seed in their head that the enemy was black men, that they were doing this so that black men could take their jobs while they were away fighting for white men, for the wealthy to keep their enslaved people. And the same way they would use this shit back then, they're going to do it now, today. They always go to the unlearned and the... Yeah, think about what Trump said. He said he loved the uneducated and the... what did he call them?
Oh, the
The
undereducated and
poorly educated.
Ugh.
Yeah.
The poorly
yeah.
educated.
Yeah. The reason why is because he can convince them of anything. They don't have reasoning skills. They don't have critical thinking skills. And they're going to do based off of what they trust and believe from him as their God, as their leader. And he's going to be able to get them to do whatever the fuck, whatever suggestion, like January 6th. Just think about that.
Mm-hmm.
Like, I'm not going to go any further because I don't want to, like, misinformation or whatever, because I could say something. They'd be like, hey, that's misinformation. But just think about that, right? He stood up there and made one statement. They said, oh, he's calling on us, right?
And then that's it. That's all they need to be influenced. I didn't realize what a pattern. What a pattern that just keeps repeating itself with the same people, the same type of people. That's insane to me, to see that they've learned nothing, because they didn't gain much from that rebellion. I won't call it a rebellion. They didn't gain much from that.
Oh, we are crazy. We are crazy if we think that them motherfuckers ain't planning some shit.
Oh, fuck yeah.
Oh, them motherfuckers is planning. That's why I say, like, we are insane if we don't think that shit's happening.
And it's happening very quickly. Like, they're doing whatever sticks to the wall. And that's the plan, in my opinion. And then they're going to start using those things for precedent to keep pushing forward, like he's doing now. I didn't understand the connection, though. I didn't realize that they paid. Like, I knew some dodged or whatever. I didn't know they had the chance to fucking pay to not be drafted. I did not know that.
Yeah. Oh, let me
That's
read
disgusting.
something.
Yes, please. Like, this is some sick stuff.
See if I can find one that goes into complete detail of it.
And I try not to disassociate when it comes to like, because you can't. You have to stay on top of what's going in the world, but it's very hard. Taza down there having a conniption, ain't it?
Who?
Taza.
They always having conniptions.
As a war.
Taza War, yeah.
Okay, here we go. Let's see. Come on. All right, it says the draft riot of 1863. I don't know. Let me see if it's gonna go into detail about the fees. Let's see. The draft riot of 1863 lasted for a total of 5 days. They broke out 2 years after the Civil War began in 1861. 2 days following the first draft lottery, at approximately 7 a.m., violent riots, looting, and lynching broke out. Throughout the 5 days of the riot, thousands of people, mostly Irish mobs, terrorized and destroyed New York City. In addition to destroying homes and businesses, mobs specifically targeted African Americans and the wealthy. Those who supported the abolitionist movement were also in danger. By the fourth day in New York City, I got to make this smaller, y'all. I can't keep moving back and forth. I'm sorry. By the fourth day, New York City resorted to extreme measures by firing cannons at the angry mobs. By the evening, more than 4,000 trained troops were fighting to control the violent mobs. Finally, by the next morning, the rioters were subdued. The death toll was estimated at 119 people. However, many numbers have been exaggerated. The draft riots had a detrimental effect on the African American community in downtown Manhattan. Frightened by the violence and hatred directed at them, many fled the area to live uptown in an area we now call Harlem. The social and political unrest in New York City amongst working class immigrants had been building since Abraham Lincoln announced the passing of the Emancipation Proclamation. The bill which freed the slaves from the Confederate States was one that encouraged the abolitionist movement to fight harder for equality. By 1862, many abolitionists, both white and black, had arrived in New York to protest against slavery. An increase in support for African Americans had already irked many conservative-minded working-class New Yorkers, particularly the Irish. The Irish, already going through economic hardship, were concerned about competition they would potentially face if freed blacks from Confederate states migrated to New York. As the negative sentiment for working class against African Americans grew, the federal draft law further inflamed their hatred. This draft forced all men between the ages of 20 to 35 to enlist in the Union Army. The law applied to all except the African American population, since they were not considered citizens, and those who could pay the $300 exemption fee. The riots were also partially incited by the anti-abolitionist articles in New York City newspapers. Written by supporters of the Confederacy, they aimed to inflame the feelings of the working class against African Americans. As a result, negative stereotypes towards them were precipitated by the press. Newspapers, journalists also made sure to encourage feeling of class resentment against the Irish. Many wealthy abolitionists established charities to uplift African Americans. However, no such efforts were made to help the equally destitute Irish immigrants. This created a perception that the working class was losing power as African Americans were gaining status in New York. Despite the violence caused by the draft, many changes were made to alleviate the burden on the working class. The amount drafted was decreased to 12,000 men, down from the original goal of 26,000. The draft itself was moved to a later date, and 10,000 soldiers were stationed in New York to avoid a repeat of the incident. Those rioters who had participated in the violence were jailed. Despite the overwhelming prejudice against them, many African Americans volunteered to join the Union Army. They forced a separate African American unit, which was commended for its discipline and dedication to the cause by several sources. So what's so crazy is that when that happened, the African Americans at that time decided for themselves that they would fight in the Union, and they showed up and ready to fight. Like they marched the street of New York, and that's how they were able to fight in the Civil War. Even though they were told that they could not fight because they were not citizens, they came ready to fight, and then they end up letting them fight.
So while we're working on our freedom and our liberation and getting charity, so some type of movement and charity from the upper class, we had the disenfranchised Irish or white people see that we were getting a tiny bit of help, and they thought
We weren't
they
getting no
felt
help.
threatened.
We weren't getting no help. We just were
I
not
thought I
allowed to
heard
fight.
charity or something.
No, that was at the end. That was after the riots. But
Okay.
they were mad because they had to go to the draft, and African Americans, they couldn't go to the draft because
We weren't
African
human.
American we weren't citizens, right?
Yeah.
And so while what the Democratic newspapers did was they planted the seed. While y'all gone, these N-words gonna take y'all's jobs. And that's what ignited the draft. I mean, that's what ignited the riots.
And you know what's funny? The same thing is the same thing's happening now. With a certain group of people. It's been happening since forever with those certain group of people.
It's allowed to happen because there are people like that guy that was on stage that refused information. Right? They don't seek information. They don't seek to reason. They can't see the signs. They lack foresight like a motherfucker. And like when we were talking about the original black elite during the before the Jim Crow era, right?
Mm-hmm.
During Reconstruction, right? They thought they trusted, right? The circles that they ran around, and they thought that they were safe, but they looked down on black people from the South. They called them unlearned, right? They called them slaves. Not all of them. Some of them did work to liberate and work to educate, but a good portion of the original black elite were the proximity to whiteness, and once they got proximity to whiteness, they looked away. And that's what got our asses, like when they made that deal to pull the troops from the South, all those laws, like they didn't see the signs. They got pulled out of their positions in office. Like we had governors in office, senators in office. We had a black Library of Congressmen at the time. We had a black guy that was over the patents office for African Americans. Like they took all black people out of the government positions, gave them to lower class white men. Like the teaching jobs, they like everything they took away. They started burning all of our banks. They took all our money from the Freedmen Bank, used all of that for the railroad. They just completely took it all down. Then they started passing laws in the South, segregating black and white, and the North was still operating with where black and white lived together. The North saw what was happening in the South and did nothing. They decided to stay quiet on it because they said it doesn't affect us here. The White House saw it. They said, we're going to let them handle it down there. We're going to let them do what they do. And then it eventually it became just, normal practice all over the United States. It took 10 years for these motherfuckers to get their Jim Crow laws that they were doing in the South to be adopted everywhere in the North, and for it to become standard in the White House. Because motherfuckers, the original black elite, they took their eyes off. They thought that they had made it. They trusted. And they ended up having to react. And we see the same shit. When I saw that photo of them motherfuckers that went to that dinner, the Black History Month dinner at the White House, and they took that photo, I was like, here we fucking go again. These gonna be the motherfuckers that's gonna let the rug pull out from under all of our asses. This gonna be that group right the fuck there.
It's just repeating itself. Like what you're telling me, like it's all coming back to my brain. The Freedom Bank and the railroads. I don't know how that slipped my. we have a lot of black equity in this country, and the faucet to tap into it has just been cut off time and time again, and sometimes by our own hand. And the way my jaw is a little, it's not dropping, right? But it's all the same shit again and again and again, and we keep failing ourselves again and again. And my question, I guess, is how the hell do I personally not fail in this lifetime? And I don't mean like woo woo, oh, are my great grandmothers, you know what I'm saying? But how do we as a collective not fail this time? And I think we're on the cusp of it as we're deconstructing. I don't know if that makes sense, but I
No,
think
yeah,
that
that makes a lot of sense. Oh,
yeah,
go ahead. I'm sorry.
no, I was just saying, I think that because breaking this wall of religion down and not allowing it to cloud our judgment and our common sense by trying to be good and decent folk all the time, and not because we should be, but because as God says so. Because when you're kind and decent in the face of adversity and just discrimination and violence, and your rebuttal is just peace, love, kind, and I just want to go to heaven because I'm supposed to obey my earthly master, it really has fucked, that attitude has fucked us for centuries.
Because we can
And I
be
think
influenced
without the
by it.
God, we are not so easy. Yeah, yes. I think that influence is breaking down, and I think they're losing their shit about it, you know?
Yeah, they are. They really are. And that is the thing that, if we have any common sense, that's the thing that we would pay attention to, because that's where violence and evil lives. And that's the thing that allows violence and evil to continue to live in that space. They're
And
going to
that's,
fight for their control. They're going to fight for it. They're not going to let it go easy. That's the Armageddon.
and I try to gauge, I know this is very serious, y'all, like, right? Like, thinker, like, I know the times that we're living in are just so unprecedented that every hour on the hour, something new is different. And I'm trying, and I know I said it earlier, but I'm really trying very hard not to disassociate. How are you coping in this? Like, how are you, if you don't mind me asking, dealing with what you see every day versus, like, I don't know, not the will to keep living. That's very dark and morbid. I don't mean to say it that way, but like the motivation to just keep pushing. Like, I find it very hard, even though I know the truth of things, right, logically, but sometimes I feel like, would it be better to just be blinded? And I know the answer is no, it wouldn't be better, but it's like you're shouting to the rooftop that the house is on fire and I've got the way to put it out, but nobody wants to grab the hose with me.
I just keep reminding myself that I am one person, right? I'm one person, and I'm responsible for doing what is within my power to do, what's within my ability to do. And then it's the, and then it's the, it can feel really big. What just happened? Am I still here? Am I still here, or did something happen? What just happened? Like, the screen is like, what? The I don't know even how to, I have no idea what to do. The whole panel dropped? What the fuck? Hold on. Hold on. Hold on, let me see if I can get the box to open. Huh? I can't even open the guest box. It's like they took my guest function away. They took the guest function away. I'm just gonna have to restart. I'll be back. Wait, hold on. Let me pause the live and see if that. Let's see if that brought it back. Nope. All right, I'll be back. On what the 16 children I've had. It's because I use TikTok Studio and they forced an update.
Freaking TikTok.
Like, it wouldn't even let me change anything. Like, I had to shut my whole computer down. It wouldn't even close TikTok Studio.
Oh, wow.
Yeah.
Let's make sure we push those shares out, guys. Get everybody back in here.
Yeah. Let everybody know that we're back up and running. Y'all know what to do.
Let's get those Hartleys team bracelets as well as the popular arrow flowing. A Christian said it was Jesus.
Yeah. Jesus doesn't want black people to know their history. I mean, it tracks. I am Cosmic. I'm Cosmic. How are you?
Good. How about you?
Good. Are you a believer in the God of the Bible? Are you deconstructing or are you an atheist?
I believe in the one God.
The one in the Bible?
Yeah.
What's that noise?
I was about to ask.
Huh? Oh, that's Selena? Selena, you be noisy.
No, that was not me.
Oh,
I was on mute. I said I was about to ask what
I thought you said it was you. I'm going to say you and your laptop.
No.
You in the scratching?
No.
That was way too moist to be a scratch.
You know what?
What?
So that word.
Oh, I'm sorry. Liquidy.
Wow.
Yeah, that's Cosmic.
Yeah, Cosmic, you have some noise in the background. Are you able to fix that?
Oh, you still here?
Yep.
My headphones.
Oh, your headphones?
It's like you got a smoke detector and an aquarium going in the background.
Oh, I'm at work.
Okay. What topic did you come up to discuss?
Let's see.
Topic number 1 is off limits, just to let you know.
Okay. Other than, I think the last one is a good topic.
Okay, what are your thoughts on
The biblical information should be corrected because it has been taught in a misinterpretation way, which keeps people blinded.
Are you interpreting it or are you just dealing with the facts?
Interpreting it in a clearer vision, I guess, per se.
But who's to say that your new interpretation is correct? Like, you're just reinterpreting an interpretation. So who's to say that your interpretation is the correct?
I guess my spirit would, because it leads me in the right direction of what I want to know and find out. So I see that the Bible, when I first read, I ain't understand nothing. So when I kept reading, I started slowly understanding. When I first understood it, that was just like a first layer of understanding it. So when I went back to read it, when I understood it, I still learned more. So the Bible is kind of like written in layers. So it's kind of hard to interpret.
Exactly. So like, it just sounds like reinterpreting a interpretation just adds to the confusion, right? It doesn't sound like a correction, but a reinterpretation to fit your personal beliefs. But that question says, should biblical information be corrected as we learn the facts?
Yeah.
Right.
So as we learn interpretation
wouldn't be, but your interpretation wouldn't necessarily be based on facts, but more so based on what you feel.
But if we're correcting, as we learn the fact, the interpretation will change because the interpretation you heard was incorrect.
Why would you need to interpret, right, factual information. Like you would just comprehend it, right?
Because factual information has a depth to it. You would have to explain that fact.
Yeah, but that's not interpreting. Like when you interpret something from a religious standpoint, you're trying to find some religious or spiritual meaning to it, to something that a God has said. Correct?
Yeah,
Yeah, so that's a
alignment
different
to.
thing. I'm talking about. That's a different thing, right? I'm talking about.
Um,
I'm talking about facts, like information about the Bible, or about the stories in the text, right? For example, I use the example of the story of Job. Tell me what you know about the story of Job.
Oh, okay. Yeah, so Job, basically, he was tested, he was tested against his belief system to see if he would stay grounded or become weak. So I guess humans go through that same lesson.
And that's what you interpreted from that?
Yeah, he went through tests to test his belief system, which faith.
And why did he go through this test?
Because, well, the Bible says that God said, "Have you considered my son Job?" So Satan was like, "Of course he's going to listen because you gave him everything." So I guess they wanted to test Job together, his belief system, to see who would stand strong. And he remained in his aligned spirit, and he passed the test, which other humans also passed tests and failed tests.
Why do you think they wanted to test him together?
To see the power of the Spirit of God in man.
Why do you think that?
Because the Spirit of God is in man.
No, why do you, in the story of Job, why do you think that they wanted to test Job together to see the Spirit of God in man?
I guess to show the protective, the symbolic. I guess it's symbolic for protection.
No, when I ask why do you think that, I'm asking textually. Like, what in the text makes you think that or interpret that?
Oh, because he lost his wife and he lost all his stuff, which would make you want to go against God, and become weak. It will make you want to go against your belief system. So he didn't fall after all those things was taken from him.
And your interpretation from this is that Job didn't do what Satan said that he would do?
He remained in his truth.
Which is what?
That God got his back, and the Spirit of God is protection.
Now, what if I told you that there's nothing in the story of Job that says Job was tested? That's an interpretation from you reading the text and from pastors reading the text and preaching the moral of the story to you. There's nothing, absolutely nothing in here that said that was a test for Job.
Okay.
The second thing is, hold on, let me finish that because I let you go. Let me go through right quick, okay?
All right.
The second thing is there was nothing where other said that he was being tested about his belief system. Right. God did say, "Have you considered my servant Job?" That did happen in the story. Well, not my son, but my servant. And I don't know why you think they want to test them together. Like the idea for well, I think we could give you that because the Satan did kind of say, like, if you were to stretch out your hand and take everything from him, he'll curse you to your face. And then the God is like, all right, better yet, you do it. Right. So I can give you that if you want to look at it like that. Like the story kind of backs that up a little bit.
Cut the story.
I don't see there's nothing in the story that says that the reason for it was first off, Job didn't lose his wife; he lost his kids.
I thought his wife died.
No, his wife did not die. She took care of him when he was sick. Actually, did you know that Job had kidney failure in the story?
No, I didn't. I didn't know that. I know he had sickness, but not the specific one.
Yeah, the story says that he had kidney failure. Like his kidneys were, you know, he explains it like, you know, the God had his kidneys ripped open because he had like the sores and all of that. And the sickness that he describes is kidney failure. Now, in the ancient Near East, kidneys were believed to be the seat of moral consciousness and the thing that the God of Israel judged. Right?
Yeah.
And so with Job having kidney failure in the story, one could read that as the author is letting us know that Job's kidneys being ripped open and him being sick with kidney failure would be a result that he failed whatever judgment or test he was undergoing, if he was undergoing a test.
So him being affected.
Because in Israel they saw sickness as sin. So, but we know that Job was blameless, right?
Yeah, yeah.
Yeah, so that wouldn't be a test. Like he wouldn't be tested, right?
You would, because we always continue to learn. It doesn't stop. So
no, I'm not asking about being learned. I'm not asking if he's learning something. I'm saying if we say that Job was tested, if we based off the facts of the story, then Job failed his test because he was sick. Yes, because the kidneys was what the God judged at that time. And them being ripped open or sliced open, as Job describes them, and there being sickness there, that would mean that sin was there at the seat of moral consciousness when the God ripped it open.
So if he failed already, then what would be the purpose of them to try him?
He wasn't being tested for one. There's nothing in the story that says Job was being tested. The bet or the deal was between the Satan and the God, right?
Yeah.
Job actually did curse this God to his face multiple times.
He did?
Yeah. Throughout the whole story.
I thought he stood strong. That's the reason his story is significant.
I mean, he kept his faith, but his faith isn't what was being put on the line.
Yeah, because his wife was telling him, you still worshiping that God? Yeah.
No, she didn't say that.
She did. That's why she died.
She didn't die. Do you see why it's important to correct biblical information? Job's wife did not die. She didn't die.
Okay, well, Job's wife turned on Job.
She didn't turn on him. She took care of him.
He actually gave up on Job.
No, she didn't.
Because she couldn't.
Hey, do me a favor.
She was getting afflicted as well.
No, she didn't. Take me to the scripture that says she gave up on Job.
I can't at this moment. So I can't at this moment. But
she did not give up on Job. That's not true. She told him after being the one to take care of him to curse God and die. She's like, you really gonna sit here and continue to go through this when you haven't done anything to deserve it?
Right, so she's mad at him for continuing to worship God. She wasn't
mad at him. Her husband was sick with boils. She had lost her kids. She was hurting too.
Do you know that Job had a new wife after he passed all the tests, and her name is Dina?
You don't know that? It doesn't say.
Yes, I do.
No, you don't. Where does it say he got a new wife?
There's multiple books because God told us to keep some books for the lives.
What book?
So,
what book?
What book was it? I don't know at this moment, but
name the name of the book that says Job got a new wife. Like what scripture is that in?
It's in the story of Job. Because at the end of this,
it isn't true. There's nothing in the story of Job that say he got a new wife. He got 10 new children and daughters that were more beautiful than the first. That's what it says. It doesn't say he got a new wife.
Well, I guess if we're considering reading from one book, when there's multiple.
What other book has the story of Job in it? That's what I'm asking you.
We got Jasher, we got Enoch.
So the book of Jasher talks about Job's wife?
Yeah, Dinah was his wife after all that. Dinah, the girl that got raped,
no,
became his wife.
Dinah?
That's Jacob's daughter. You're saying that Dinah was Job's second wife?
Yeah.
Huh?
Yeah. And Dinah was
You do realize that Job was an Edomite?
Job was an Edomite because he lived there.
He was an Edomite, period.
But that just shows you that it doesn't matter what race you are. The spirit is in all people.
Except for God says that he hates Esau.
He hates the characteristics of Esau. So one
no,
changes
he didn't say that.
Esau.
He didn't say he hates the characteristics of Esau. He said, Jacob I love, Esau I hated. Like, this is why biblical information needs to be corrected based on the facts. Like, when you reinterpret stuff, right, based off of how you feel, you just confuse things even more. Like, none of what you're saying is in the Bible. None of it.
Yeah, because that's just one book. If you read other books, you would read that.
Okay, let me pull up the book of Jasher. Give me just a second. Let me see what the book of Jasher says about Job. Hold on.
Thinker, when you get back, update your gift goal. Everyone, thanks for the subs. Thank you for gifting. Please remember to continue tapping the screen. And if you are not already, go over to YouTube and subscribe to Arch Thinker. Also to Verses and Vibes with Thinker and Bash.
Thinker.
Huh?
I was in Joel's live for a bit last night, and let's just say I'm going to, whenever I see him in here again, I'm going to say that I told you something that was highly upsetting, and I'd love for you to play into that.
So, I'm sorry, say that again?
Yeah, I'm just pretend like I told you something that was just like, just like, wow, so heartbreaking to hear, because I need to do it for a break. Not like sad, tragic, more like disappointing. More like disappointing.
Okay. You're going to have to remind me because I'm in research mode right now, so I barely...
100%. 100%.
Okay, all right. This is saying, like, the book of Jasher is talking about Jobab. And it doesn't say that Dinah was his wife. That's not in there. But it's talking about Jobab, an Edomite king. And so, like, there are some Jewish traditions that connect Jobab and the book of Jasher with Job. But there's no consensus that that's about the same Job. Like, it's Talmudic. Are you there? I am Cosmic.
Yeah, I'm here.
Yeah. So, like, the idea that Jobab and the book of Jasher is Job, that's a Talmudic tradition. That's not a biblical tradition. And also, like, if we look at, it says one of the ways we know that they are not the same, they're not meant to be the same, is the Hebrew root words for both of their names. Yaakov and Akov. Job is Akov, and that means hated enemy. And then Yaakov means deceiver. So they're not the same. They're not the same name or from the same root. Jobab is a descendant of Esau, which means that he is not connected directly to the Israelites. Says Jobab in Jasher is from Basra. Job is from Uz, associated with Amram, north of Edom. Jobab lived after Esau. He's post-patriarchal, and Job lived at the time of Abraham and possibly earlier than Abraham. So they're not the same.
Okay, that's fair.
Wait, it was that easy?
Are you done? Like, I don't know, you're on mute and teacup. Are you at work?
Oh, yeah. I said that's fair. Since we're talking about the scenario of Job, I'll leave you with that and say that's fair.
Yeah, the point that I was trying to make is that there are a lot of oral traditions and personal interpretations of stories based off of these oral traditions. It's hard to talk to the teacup. Like, I don't know if you're working or if you're listening.
I'm listening. I put it on mute so I don't make a lot of noise. I got my AirPods in.
Oh, okay. What I was saying is the whole purpose of me asking like about the story of Job, right, is because there are a lot of oral traditions that are preached or are taught to people, and these interpretations are made from oral traditions or things added to the story. Very rarely do people actually engage with the actual story, right? And so as we learn what the actual story says, right, then it can correct some of these interpretations. There's a lot of people who go around in life thinking that they are in Job moments because they're being tested by a God. And the reality is that this God was not testing Job in the story. There's never a time in the story where the God tells Job that he passed a test. The God in this story didn't give a fuck about what Job went through during this. He actually talked shit to Job. Job told the guy, or said to the guy, like, you don't even know what it's like to be human, and you don't, in so many words, you don't give a damn. You only care about what you need and what you want. You are there for the wicked, and you crush the poor. And this God just basically came back and said, shut your bitch ass mouth. I'm God. So there was never this moment of, I had to do this to test you, or you passed the test and well done, my good and faithful servant. None of that. And the author, it's the narrator saying that says that Job ended up with double for his trouble.
But why was he rewarded? God,
sorry, let me finish. I'm getting ready to say that. The narrator says that he if you consider getting 10 new kids after a God allows his enemy to kill your 10 kids that you already has a reward, that's your mindset, right? Because you obviously don't deal with grief when it comes to people that you care about. And just replacing them is fine with you. If that's okay with you, that's fine. But the narrator says that Job in Job's later part of his life, he ended up with more than what he had before, right? Not that your God gave it to him. He just said that he ended up with more. He had 10 new daughters, and his family and friends gave him money, right? But it never says that it was a reward from your God. That, again, that's an interpretation. And I think that that's what believers look at to say that, that whole double for your trouble thing comes from, and believers believing that they're in their Job moment and they gotta go through shit because of God is testing them, and they have this expectation to get twice as what they lost because of the story of Job and the incorrect facts or the incorrect information around it. But yeah, it's hard talking to you when you're on Teacup.
Oh, I'm listening.
Go ahead.
But I guess that's all I wanted to talk about with that conversation for now.
All right. Well, I thank you for coming up, and I hope you have a good day at work. Okay.
All right. Appreciate you.
Thank you too. Kitty, that's a damn lie. Like, stop. Y'all say shit that you can't get back up. You don't always get back what was stolen by what you consider to be the enemy. That's a damn lie. Let's say the enemy took your mama. You gonna get a new mama? You gonna get a new mama, Kitty? Tell me how your God gives you a new mama. How do you get that back? Huh? How do you get back a child that your God allowed your so-called enemy to take? How do you get that back, Kitty? You got an answer for me, Kitty? I'm waiting for your answer.
Maybe you have to say it in her language.
Oh, so death is a part of life. So the devil isn't taking humans away as part of a fucking bet. Right, Kitty? That's just life. That you can't get back. Because that just makes motherfucking sense, right?
I feel like Fee would be doing a better job. I'm not an official interpreter, guys. I happen to speak both languages.
He gets you before you fulfill your purpose. That's your fucking fault that you don't fulfill your purpose. Like, why the fuck you laying around waiting for your devil to come get you before you do anything with yourself? Whose fault is that, Kitty? That just sounds like an excuse. What are you doing that you haven't found any purpose right now? Like, you look like you're about 35, 40 years old. You just laying around waiting for the devil to come get you and kill you so you can say so your obituary can say, gone before her time. Satan came and got her before she could fulfill a purpose. Like, what are you waiting on, Kitty? What are you waiting on to fulfill a purpose? Like, you still have breath in your body. You're here. Like, do something.
Is the YouTube going?
Yeah.
Oh, okay, because Debo not down there.
Who?
Devo.
Oh, yeah, it's on though. Taylor? I forgot. I keep forgetting the backup account. Huh?
That's absolutely.
And a different FYP. Gargar, thank you so much for the $9.99 super chat. I appreciate you. I did find my favorite pen. That's why tonight has been back-to-back good conversations, because I found my favorite pen. Oh, y'all hear me clicking it? Is that why you asked?
Where the baby hide it at?
Yeah, I was about to ask where
It was in my bed. It was actually in my bed under my pillow.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Oh.
So that was on me. I fell asleep.
You be sleep thinking, taking the pen?
No, I be writing and taking notes in my bed when I study. Sweetest heart. Hey, how are you? Sweetest heart on TikTok.
Hi. I'm sorry.
Hi.
I didn't mean to come up.
That's okay. I'll take you down. Have a good one, okay?
You too.
All right. Wimble said, that's Oso's fault, Wimbles. Wimble, Wimble said, I'm picturing Thinker chewing out a cat now. Because Oso is on stage making cat noises. I swear, some of these believers in these comments, like they on some straight bullshit. Like y'all know good goddamn well that you are lying. Shut the fuck up, Kitty. You don't even make any motherfucking sense. Like, Kitty, come show me God. Kitty, come on stage and come show me God. Come show me God, Kitty. Brooklyn, ain't nobody studying you in the chat. Kitty, come show me God. Since are you God, Kitty? Since your God is not in this book, come show me your God outside the book, Kitty. So you're God.
I'll show
I'm
you
not
him.
talking to you, Brooklyn. Remember yesterday I dropped your ass quick, fast, in a hurry, and I'll do it again today. You gonna respect my live. If you want to be a part of the conversation, respect the live. Kitty, I want you to come and show me God. Then come show me God. Come show him to me. Come show him to me then. I'm not asking about your ass. I'm asking about your God. Miss Lack of Knowledge. Come show me God. Brooklyn, I'm convinced that you only show up here because you like attention. Oh, why? Hold on. Why do you have to see something? Why do you have to believe in something to see it if it fucking exists? That's like some Peter Pan shit. That's like you sitting around a table pretending that you eating some fucking fish only in your mind. Why do I have to believe something that exists, Kitty? If it exists, I don't have to believe in it. It just is. It just exists.
It is a feast, Peter. You just have to believe.
Oh, there you are, Peter. That's my favorite part.
Are you just gonna stay in the comments and talk shit, Kitty?
Hey, kitty, kitty, hey, kitty, kitty, kitty.
That's what I want to know, Kitty. Come on stage. I want to know that exact same thing. Why do y'all give a damn about somebody believing in some shit you can't fucking see? Like, you want me? I don't fucking need proof. You do. You're the one asserting that a God exists. I don't need proof. That's your claim. Without belief, your God does not exist. You realize that? Like, without your faith, your God doesn't exist. Because you can't convince people that a God did something for them unless they agree. Do you realize? Oh, now you're casting your pearls before swine?
Just talked about that.
Like, you didn't know that shit when you sat in here 30 minutes a fucking go? You didn't know that then? Why is it anytime we start asking y'all logical ass questions, all of a sudden y'all start seeing swine? And y'all ain't got no problem with swine. Like, y'all motherfuckers eat more bacon than anybody. Theo, you gonna have to post your fan art on your page, baby, and then I will go and see it. I'll go see it in a minute.
Put it on the fridge, baby. I go look at it.
I
It's
swear
such a
Theo remind me of my grandkids.
genius.
Oh my gosh. Brooklyn, what topic did you come up here and talk about? And not stick to the topic, Brooklyn. Don't come up here with all that shit, okay? I don't feel like arguing
Number
with
one is
you.
off limits.
I don't, yeah, and number one is off limits. I don't feel like arguing with you, okay? I would rather have a civil conversation with you. I'm not going to deal with all that other stuff. If you start that, I'm going to take you down, okay?
No problem here. I found some people yesterday that was serving the Lord on here
I don't,
and
hey, Brooklyn, I
uplifting
don't
my
care about none of
spirit.
that. Brooklyn, I
All
didn't
right, so
ask you
let's go
about
to
none of
the
that.
one that I want to talk
Brooklyn,
about.
what topic do you want to talk about?
Why do you care about other people deconstructing? Let's talk about it. The reason why I care about other people deconstructing is because they're manipulating a group of people that have belief and heard his voice and trying to turn them away from God, who says, love thy neighbor like you love yourself, and manipulate his word to make him look sick and out of control. And it is my mission to debunk you guys every chance I get. That's why. And it's working because when I first came on your platform, you were a very educated woman and I didn't hear you say one curse. And now I've been hearing for the last 2 days, you've been using profanity like no other. So I
Oh
wonder
man,
why.
Brooklyn, let me get, man, did you ask God why Thinker just all of a sudden started saying curse words, Brooklyn? Did your
I
God
was
tell you
worried
the answer
about
to
you, I'm
that?
not gonna lie, because I do love you a little bit. I said, oh my God, Thinker is really
No,
cursing
Brooklyn,
this
Brooklyn,
guy.
listen to what I
So
said.
what's going on?
Brooklyn, did you ask God why? Did God tell you that it was because of you, Brooklyn? That Thinker is no longer educated, that Brooklyn got under Thinker's skin, and now
I don't
Thinker
think
is just
so. I think it's
unhinged.
something personal that's going on,
Yeah,
but I'm
so
praying for
Brooklyn,
you.
no, Brooklyn, I'm asking about your insight. I'm asking about your spirit of discernment. Like, Brooklyn, I ain't never in my life said a curse word ever. Like, you are
Not
so
whenever I've
right.
gotten on your chat, you've
Brooklyn,
been
I'm
so
talking now. I didn't
sweet.
talk while you were talking. I'm not, like, listen, I have never in my life cursed like a sailor, ever. Like, it is so not like me. And I'm just shocked. I'm shocked that you caught that. You know, like the last time that we talked, and actually you said it was like 2 days ago, but it's actually been like a week. It's been like a week. It's been 2 weeks. It's been 2 weeks. And like, since the last time we talked, I've just been so fucking unhinged. That I yesterday, Brooklyn, I couldn't even say LGBTQ because, like, I missed you so fucking much.
Let it out, Thinker. It's okay.
The God in you, the God in you, Brooklyn, is so fucking powerful. Look, I'm sorry. Look at me. There go, there we go. There we go again. There we go again. I'm cursing again.
Okay, repent.
I think you're right. I think you're right. Like, I don't even fucking know my ABCs any goddamn more. All I know how to do is fucking curse now. I'm not educated. I think you're absolutely right, Brooklyn. But you know what I think you should do, Brooklyn?
What do you think I should do?
I think that you should go and talk to your God and tell your God that you are fucking stupid for even thinking that stupid ass shit. You don't have anything to do with me fucking cursing. That's who the fuck I am, Brooklyn. Right? And there is nothing that you're gonna be able to say that's going to even affect my level of intellect, that's going to be able to affect my level of reasoning, that's going to be able to affect my level of critical thinking. You, like, Brooklyn, you've been in here all of probably 2 minutes on my fucking stage. The last time you were on my stage, Brooklyn, I sung Amazing Grace and Newport News. You haven't said shit, Brooklyn.
Oh man.
I want Kitty to be lost. Hold on. All right, now we all on the same
I
page.
am crying real tears right now.
Like you do the most. You do the most.
I'm
And then
crying
you
real
and then you
tears.
want to say that we are manipulating
Manipulating.
the word of God for people who heard his voice. If they actually heard a voice from a God, there ain't shit that a motherfucking human gonna be able to tell that person. The reason why people are questioning their faith is because they fucking are asking themselves, is this my voice? Is this my voice
It's
that's
not.
in my head? They're not hearing an audible voice. That's y'all assigning the God's voice to the voice in your head, to the thoughts that you have. If a person actually heard the voice of a God, there ain't shit that a human will be able to do to convince them that they haven't. And I have never told you or no other Christian not to believe in a fucking God. Tell your God to blame that shit on somebody else. He needs to take accountability for his ass not showing up.
Pull
It
the
seems like you're
love.
coming from a place of hurt, and I can hear it all in your
Oh,
throat.
that's
Like you talking about my Newports. I don't smoke Newports, so that goes right over the bucket that you sent it from. However,
what?
Wait, hold on. It went over the
What?
Over
bucket
the
that I
bucket?
sent it from?
yeah,
I'm
you
so
Wait,
seem
sorry.
like
Brooklyn, tell me
that it
about this.
hurt.
Tell me about this motherfucking metaphor. Like explain, where is the bucket? Where is the bucket sitting?
It came from your pastor
But where does
father
the
that
bucket sit? Where,
traumatized you.
listen, no, the Newport, the Newport joke that I sent to you, and
Yeah,
you said it went over the bucket, right? Where is
yeah,
the bucket sitting?
right next to you, like your daddy was. And the
Okay,
problem
this I
is,
told you that's the last motherfucking time. Like I the
yeah,
disrespect I'm not gonna fucking do.
it's
Go
the
suck your
truth.
God's dick.
That's
Maybe the
crazy
lie.
work.
Maybe.
A sick bitch.
She thinks SA is a fucking burn. Like you
Right,
are a
That's the thing.
decrepit ass bitch,
right.
and you're not gonna sit on my stage and fucking use SA as a fucking insult. You stupid bitch.
You sick as fuck.
Yeah, that shit
That's
pisses
her
me off.
fucking second time doing that shit.
Yeah, I think well, it's obvious to her that there's nothing that she's going to be able to do to convince you that she's right.
Hmm.
I think that she knows that she's wrong.
She
And I
knows
think
it.
that, yeah, I think that causes her to lash
Of
out in
course.
any way that she thinks can hurt.
Mm-hmm.
And that's fucked. You know what I mean? Like, that's what you go to doing because of the God that you serve. That's fucking, they don't ever think about that though, right? Like, why am I trying to hurt
That's
somebody with
how
something that
God
might
makes
just
you act
Through
out.
SA. Like
yeah,
like that's the crazy thing. There are people in here who have gone through the shit, who have gone through that shit, and you want to fucking play around with it. Like, what the fuck is wrong with you?
I
yeah.
promise if this was in person, oh,
That's why I'm so mad.
I
Like,
promise if
I
this was
swear
in
that like
person.
there's no way she could have said that shit to me, and and right in my face.
Drag her and her little scratchy throat.
She's not in the thing for me to block her. If she comment, I am blocking her ass. But she ain't gonna comment because she don't want to get blocked.
Hmm.
But I guarantee you she gonna show up in Christina live today, and I'm gonna get her ass. I'm gonna
Mm-hmm.
block her ass. I'm gonna block her on my page. I can't do nothing. Like if Christina want to let her up, that's fine. But when I see her in Christina's live today, I'm gonna block her ass from my page.
Might as well go
But
ahead and get it over with.
you said what?
So she might as well go ahead and get it over with. Make that comment.
Exactly.
Mm-hmm.
Exactly. Because whatever live your ass is in, when I see your bitch ass, I'm gonna block you.
Ricky, when I see you, Ricky.
Oh, she's blocked now. Well, she's
I
muted and
got it.
blocked now. Thank you.
Yeah.
Did she comment?
All the
How did
way
you
up.
get?
I scrolled all the way up.
Yeah,
Oh,
she
she
was
was
she
she was
was
still
right up.
watching the live.
Mm-hmm.
Dummy.
Yeah, I say it like you from Baltimore. Like, Donnie.
Dummy.
Theo, I'm not bringing you back up on stage. Please quit asking me that.
Theo, please respect boundaries, baby. It's not nice for you to ignore thinkers' boundaries. Okay. All right.
No, but you keep texting. You keep tagging me, asking to come on stage to show your fan art. I appreciate your fan art. I really do. And I will go and I will support it on your page. But you've been up here once already tonight. All right, y'all. If you are a believer in the God of the Bible, if you are deconstructing, or if you are an atheist, the guest box is open. Y'all asses is crazy. Like, the thing that I don't get how they can sit here and see other believers, like how they can have the belief that Jesus is love, peace, joy, right? All those things. That's what they preach. But they don't acknowledge the hatred that's inside of them or that comes out of their mouth. Like, how can they be so oblivious to it? And then how can they sit and watch other believers do the same thing and just be like, but Jesus is peace, love, and joy? You're not paying attention to the actual effects that this so-called product is having on people. It's like when opioids first came out, right? And they were ignoring the fact that it caused people to become addicted, right?
Right.
And they kept peddling it and saying this will take your pain away, this will take your pain away, while ignoring that it has that it was ruining and destroying people's lives. That's what I feel like Christians do with this Jesus.
Right. I think it's crazy because even the ones that are like on the fringe that are like actually really cool people and like respectful of other people's boundaries and accepting of other people, like those, like at a certain point they have to admit to themselves that like they are good people in spite of Christianity. You know what I mean? And
Yeah.
even living in that reality, it's just like, man, at that point, do you not realize what's going on here? Like, I don't know. I don't know how you can even like accept that and still hold on to a belief that it's a good God. If you could tell what the effect is, like you can see there's a clear difference between just being a good person and the people that are attached to this idea that I'm also attached to. Like, I don't know.
Yeah, that's the thing that literally gets me. I just don't understand it.
Good morning, guys.
Hey, Sapien, give me just
Good
a
morning.
second. What were you getting ready to say, Selena?
No, I'm saying it's like dude that was up here yesterday, and he was saying that he's a good person because of God. And it's like, dude, if you didn't have God, would you not be a good person? Like, what? Where's the disconnect? I don't understand. You have to have this book to tell you to be a good person, and the book not even demonstrating how to be a good person. Like, I don't get it.
I don't either. They can't ever talk about the process. Like, they know they don't see a God. They believe they're hearing a God. They don't. They can't say, when they say God did this for me, they completely ignore the human that's doing the thing, and they have to see the God in humans, like the God in people, while at the same time saying that the God doesn't need to use humans. That level of,
that's wild.
Yeah, self gaslighting is like it's a I don't know if phenomena is the right word, but it's, I mean, it's something to fucking research. Like, goddamn. Yeah, it's surreal. That's the word. It's
Side
surreal.
effect even.
Huh?
It's a side effect even. They think
Yeah.
it's a symptom of the cause.
But it's something to awe at, because it's like, how is it that they don't realize that they're gaslighting themselves as they gaslight other people or try to gaslight other people? They completely are oblivious to the fact that they are gaslighting themselves. They've convinced themselves that they're not even lying to themselves and that they're altering their own reality. Like, how are they blind to that? And then I could kind of see how a person could, not see that, in some instances that they, are not accepting reality, like in some parts of life. But this is on a large fucking scale. And then when somebody else is in front of you, you still can't see it. That's something to awe at, because it's just, I don't know. I don't even see how that shit could even be possible. And if anything had what power, one would have to say that that's the power in it, is that it can create that level of confusion in a person.
Mm.
You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, I mean, shit. Isaiah spoke rightly about y'all.
What did Isaiah say?
I think they'll see but not see, and hear but not hear. And
Oh yeah. That's what I was talking about earlier about the blinded eyes. Because why did, like, what is this in the book for? And I was researching it, like trying to get commentary on it. And one of the books that I'm reading called, hold on, let me go to my stash of books on my floor. Give me just a second.
Mhm. Hey, Rebel, we do one guest at a time. Uh, we are having a little conversation. It's going to be a little second.
Also, you're not a nerd, so you can't just come up here and ask a question. You would need to choose a topic. And if your question is tied into the topic, good. If not, then become a nerd.
I have a question, but I'm also getting ready for work too.
Go ahead and talk while I look for this.
But you already
I
said
swear it's
nerd.
gonna be super fast. My question is, because I love thinking, I'm probably 6, 7 months, 8 months in by now. But why do Christians be borrowing sins? You know what it make me think about? Like that episode on Boondocks when Riley said, "Hey nigga, let me borrow a fry," and the teacher said, "Can the nigga give it back?" You know what I'm
Yeah, I love that
saying? Like that's what it remind me of. Like you at this point, it's gonna be too late. At the end, it's too late. You know what I'm saying? You down here with me. I swear I'm gonna turn the air conditioner on. And listen, also, boy, you got issues. That's all I got to say.
I think that's the nicest way you can put that.
I live for you, man. I'll be like, oh, so is me, bro, in a male version. That's all I wanted to say. Y'all have a good morning and let me down.
I
Have
got
a
you,
good one, bro.
Sapien. Have a good
All right,
one.
Sapien.
Can you let her down for me? I'm still researching, trying to find this paragraph right quick. Okay, it says, the complex use of Isaiah 6, 9 through 10 in the New Testament, particularly, is employed to explain the widespread unbelief in Jesus' message. This passage, where God commands Isaiah to make the heart of this people dull, has long perplexed scholars due to its seemingly paradoxical nature. Why would God instruct a prophet to prevent understanding and repentance? So like even scholars have no idea why Yahweh would say this. Like, hold on. Wait, god damn. Because of the reset, y'all. I'm sorry. Oh, shit. I think this is... Okay. Good. And then the goal, where are you at? Bring you down here. Oh, I should have known not to fucking touch that.
Oh, thank you, Jeff. It's rare to see also love in the chat. You know, y'all love to hate me.
You're
Okay,
just
here we
so
go.
hateable.
That's fair.
Lovable. Lovable.
All right, there we go. Sorry, y'all. Okay, now
It's okay.
let's see. It says this scripture right here, and he said, "Go and say to this people, keep listening, but do not comprehend." Ain't that what we experience?
Mm-hmm.
Mm-hmm.
Keep looking, but do not understand. The keep looking thing, I think, has a lot to do with the how do you open blinded eyes? But he's like, keep looking, but don't understand. Make the mind of this people dull, and stop their ears and shut their eyes, so that they may not look with their eyes and listen with their ears and comprehend with their minds and turn and be healed. So Robert Miller says that passage has perplexed scholars because it's the opposite of the nature of the God of Israel. Like, why is he instructing Isaiah to prevent understanding and repentance? He says that the New Testament authors, such as those of the Gospels, repurposed this passage to account for the rejection of Jesus by many of his contemporaries. By doing so, they framed this unbelief as a failure of Jesus' message, but as a fulfillment of divine prophecy, thus reinforcing the narrative of Jesus as the Messiah. He said this underscores the interpretive strategies employed by early Christian writers to align Old Testament prophecies with the life and mission of Jesus, even when the original context of those prophecies presented theological challenges. This is Isaiah 6, 9 through 10. And so, like, even just reading this, if Christians, want to say that this is because this is prophecy and the Israelites had to reject Jesus, like, literally, then shit, we can't help that we don't fucking see logic in this shit. That's your God's fault.
Right.
Take that
This
up
is
with your
what he wanted.
God.
Yeah.
Exactly. But I think it got something to do with their asses. I think it's a secret code. Like,
What time you got?
huh?
Yeah.
What time?
Oh, she need that.
I'm going at.
Are you talking to us, Winnie?
Corinthians, are you talking to us or when you say so?
I was gonna say, I think the thing that's scariest are the people that like rejoice in that type of shit. You know what I mean? Because you do get the occasional rare ones. It's just like, oh no, I don't want any of y'all to believe. Like, I wanted to be the end times, and it's just like, dude, you are unhinged.
Yeah, there's a couple of them that be like, God doesn't love everybody. I don't want everybody to believe. I don't want everybody to go to heaven. Like,
Mm-hmm.
God damn. And it was a guy on the stage saying that, and then when I brought up Isaiah 65 and was like, did you know that the serpent was on the new earth with y'all? And at first he was like, no, he's not. Satan goes to hell. Satan burns. Revelations this, blah, blah, blah. So when I pulled it up and I read it, he said, so why can't he be on the new earth? What did he do
Mm,
so bad? And I was like, are you fucking
mm.
kidding me? I said, wait. I said, you just got finished saying that humans deserve to burn for not believing. And you're up here making, justifying the enemy that you believe is the cause of people not believing. You're justifying their place on the new earth with you?
Right.
Make that make sense.
What did he do so bad? But he's responsible for all the evil? That's crazy.
I was like, how you go from saying that humans deserve to burn, from thinking that the serpent who is Satan is going to be in hell, to justifying him being on the new earth, all in one fucking setting. Like, this shit is crazy. I just read Isaiah 6, 9, and 10.
Okay, I was just about to say somebody's asking for the scripture. Also, Rebel Outlaw, whatever the name is, that's a 19-year-old kid, and he has those KKK vibes.
Okay, you can't come up. You're
His
19,
PFP.
and then I don't talk to racists. So I just took you out my guest box and kindly just move on. If you are a believer in the God of the Bible, if you are deconstructing, an atheist, or a nerd, the guest box is open. Y'all, I could start reading Helping Jesus Fulfill Prophecy for y'all if y'all want to. Y'all want to go to this book? I actually did a Saturday sub only on this book. There's notes in the Google Drive already because I've already read the book, and we did our sub only lives over it, and I just took notes, but I could read it for y'all when we're in between calls. I think this would be interesting as well. So y'all let me know if y'all want to do that.
That
That way I'm
means we
not.
can follow along.
Yeah. And that way I'm, refreshing. There's knowledge going in my head, and I'm not sitting here waiting on, conversations. Huh?
I said, we would love to see it. Love to hear it.
Okay, cool. Hold on, let me see who in the guest box. Eric IHSV. Okay.
Israel height super villain.
Please do your gift goal.
Okay.
Hello?
Daisy.
Yep.
Hi, how are you?
Hello, good. Do you need to ask me my age?
Yes.
24.
Are you a believer? Are you deconstructing? Or are you an atheist?
I'm deconstructing currently. I'm looking into spiritualism.
Uh, so,
Hmm.
now hold on. Theo, stop requesting, and I'm serious this time.
But
Um,
yeah, I was raised Catholic. In 2013, my mom moved on to charismatic Catholicism, which is a cult within the Catholic Church similar to Pentecostalism. And I've been no contact with her for almost a year, basically.
oh wow, okay. I know what that feels like. I'm
Yeah.
sorry. Um,
Yeah. It doesn't
okay.
help that I'm queer.
Oh, well, hopefully you feel comfortable, here in this community.
Mhm.
What topic did you come up to talk about?
Um, I
Long
wanted
puppy.
to I wanted to do should children be forced to choose Christ? And
Uh,
I wanted to
uh
say absolutely the fuck not.
Okay,
Oh,
that topic is off limits, but I'll go ahead and
Oh.
and let you talk about it. Go ahead.
Mhm.
Go ahead.
So I believe that kids, because your prefrontal cortex isn't developed until you're 25, it takes a bit more if you're neurodivergent. However, there are some choices that kids can have. For example, like food preferences, things of that nature, or like in relation to like older children, 15, 16 year olds, when they start to discover their sexuality. I don't think religion should take any part in that equation until the child is able to differentiate right and wrong and be able to realize the context of the religion that they want to follow.
Yeah, and I don't have any rebuttal against that. I agree with you 100%.
Hmm.
Um, yeah. Do you think that it affected you growing up as far
I
as like making decisions and like about your queerness?
I never I kind of had hints for myself that I was queer early on. I'm pansexual. My first fictional crush when I was around 6 or 7 years old was both
Robert.
Jesse and James from Team Rocket, if you've ever watched like the Pokemon anime. I listened to Lady Gaga when I was like a kid.
Oh,
I
thank you.
also listened to sorry.
Also,
Hmm?
are you talking or was that an accident?
Yeah, I was starting to pressure my fault.
Oh, okay.
You good. But yeah, no, like I was very obviously like the signs were there, and I never had any like internalized guilt over it because it was just something that I'd never really connected to my like own religion because I wasn't my mom didn't start like imposing like actual like the more fanatic side of Christianity until I was around 13 or 14 because our landlord converted her. I would say the experience that I had with charismatic Catholicism in general was my mom would force me to go to retreats as a teen, and especially like Spanish or Hispanic retreats for charismaticism. They have what we call alabanzas, or what y'all would probably call like worship, where they would like blast worship music and people would do, which if you study cults, it's basically I forget the exact term for it, but it's a, it counts as an exercise to prevent critical thought. Like it's basically like a thought blocking exercise to like chant too loud music. I had at the time undiagnosed autism. So hearing that music and like hearing it blasted for like up to 30 minutes at a time would give me sensory overload, and I would have autistic meltdowns during these retreats, which would just be chalked up to either like me being disruptive because the devil was in me, or like the Holy Spirit possessing me. And like, I
Oh
think
no.
that gave me, I'm pretty sure actually that that gave me religious trauma. Like growing up and not being able to say no. My mom would be like, "Oh, Mother Mary invites you to go to a prayer group." And I would be like, "Well, I reject that invitation because I'm really tired and I don't want to go." Keep in mind, I would usually have school the next day, and these like prayer groups would last until like 9 or 10 o'clock, and I would also have homework to deal with as well. And there was also one time where I was really devastated because my mom made me miss one of my STEM tournaments that I was really excited for because I had built a solar powered oven with a bunch of my group mates just to go to a retreat in Tampa. Like, she took me out of school for this.
Oh my gosh.
Hmm.
And so you didn't get to go for that.
I
She made
didn't
you
get
go.
to go, and we lost the competition because
Oh
we
man.
were going to make chili dogs from scratch using the oven because the oven will also double as a solar powered grill. and I was supposed to bring the dough, and there was a miscommunication because I had left the dough in the teacher's lounge while it was proofing, and they never got to bring the dough.
Wow.
So
I
there
know.
went the
Yeah.
hot dog buns.
Yeah, that's definitely religious trauma there.
Yeah.
I'm sorry that happened to you.
Yeah, so it's
How
like
did you start the process of like deconstructing from all of that? Oh,
I
I wanted to say before you get into that, you were talking about the loud music thing.
yeah.
Um, on Saturday, I was riding with my daughters. We were going to get something to eat,
Mhm.
and there were some uh, Latina people on the side of the road holding like as you drive up, all you hear is like loud music, like really loud Latin music playing. I'm talking about
Yeah.
louder than usual,
Yeah.
and it all like it just like irritated me. And then I look, and they're holding up "Jesus loves you, the end is near," and I was like, "Well, that's
Yeah.
ironic." I was like,
Uh-huh.
"I've never seen anything like that before," and it was like 4 or 5 of them on the side of the road, all playing like really loud music as you drive down the street. And I'm like, what the fuck? Like, this is new.
Yeah,
Like,
Oh, sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt.
no, I was gonna say like, and by you calling it that charismatic Catholicism, like I've never heard that before. So you're saying that that's an actual practice?
It's an actual sect of the Catholic Church, and which was approved because the thing is when you create subgroups within the Catholic Church, you need papal approval. This was unfortunately sanctioned by Pope John Paul II. So the charismatic movement is relatively new. And its aim is to have a more spiritual connection to Jesus and the Eucharist. They do a lot of Eucharistic worship. Um, and a lot of their beliefs are questionable according to Catholic doctrine, which is another reason why I don't believe that they should have had papal approval. For example, they do believe in drinking sacramentals. So, for example, cooking with anointing oil, drinking holy water, which was something that my mother would make me do. Which I went to a Catholic high school. When I told my headmistress, Sister Pat, that she was fucking horrified. Um, Also, we had exorcism salt in the house, with which my mom would cook with. Which is funny because now that I think about it, like those sorts of practices are more similar to like witchcraft than they are to Christianity. But I digress. They also believe in faith healing. They believe in speaking of the tongues. They also, although they forbid interpretation of the tongues. And what else do they believe? If you want like a point of comparison, I would say they're very similar to Pentecostals.
Oh, okay. I can see that.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think that's why they named them charismatic.
Yeah.
Yeah. But wow, I was shocked. Because they're like doomsday
Hmm.
focused. Yeah.
Yeah, no, I remember my mom's prayer group, they one time had this like doomsday cultist come in and tell us that the end was near, that it was going to approach when Obama would start a coup and start his third term and yada yada yada. And that, do you know how fucking traumatizing it is for a 14-year-old to hear that?
Yeah, kind of like Y2K.
Yeah. He was like, people are gonna have to only like the people that I warn are gonna be safe, which of course I grew up in a very mixed area when it came to religion, especially when it came to Protestantism. I went to school with several kids who weren't Catholic. I was friends with Lutherans. I had one Muslim hijabi girl who I was friends with. I was friends with a couple of Jehovah's Witnesses. So of course I was scared because I'm like, holy shit, my friends are like gonna die basically because the guy was preaching essentially Armageddon. And as an autistic person, I am very hyper empathic. So of course I'm going to have constant panic attacks. And we have this guy who's like staying for 3 or 4 days in our ears saying that the world is going to end and that all my friends are going to die because they're not Catholic.
Yeah, that's traumatizing as hell.
Yeah.
Wow.
Um,
But how did you start the process of deconstructing?
The thing is that I was never really attached to my faith. I did get attached to my faith towards the end of my dad's life. I know I'm probably going to have to self-censor a lot when it comes to this bit. But my father, he survived around 14 years with acute lymphoid leukemia. He was diagnosed when I was 4, and the
Oh,
doctor gave him
sorry.
only 4 months to live. But he just laughed in the guy's face, proceeded to outlive him, and then lived for an extra 14 years.
An extra
Uh,
14?
yeah, an extra 14.
Wow.
Yeah,
Wow,
it's
that's
the
amazing.
Cuban genes, dude. Like, but yeah, no, my dad, he was always very secular. If anything, leaning more towards like a Cuban folk spiritualism, because my his sister, my aunt, is a santera, and
What is that?
Santeria or Santerismo, depending on whether or not you're Cuban or Puerto Rican, is Afro Caribbean folk magic.
Oh, okay.
So basically, um, they, because of the imposition of the Spanish to force African slaves into believing Christianity, a lot of slaves tended to bypass that by renaming the deities that they worship by naming them after saints. So
Oh,
usually
and
you'll
that's how
have,
they continue to practice their same practices.
yeah,
Okay.
basically like you would have the deity and then you would have the saint associated with that deity, or sometimes it would be a different variation of the Virgin Mary, for example, because the
Oh,
Virgin
okay.
Mary goes by several names depending on where she appears.
So the Santeria is similar to the Virgin Mary.
Santeria, like, it does have some connections to the Virgin Mary because some of the like quote unquote saints are associated with the Virgin Mary.
Uh-huh.
But for example, there can be other deities that are named after other saints.
Okay. I
Yeah,
understand now.
yeah.
Yeah, okay.
So, my dad was always quite secular, especially since he grew up in like Castro's Cuba. He
Wow.
immigrated here in '84. So I from his end, he never imposed any of my mother's beliefs on me. If anything, he was more of like, as long as they're happy and as long as they're not hurting anyone, I'm fine. And he was the only parent that I came out to. I never came out to my mom because I knew that it would either end up with me being harmed or with her dragging me to church and forcing an exorcism on me.
What the fuck? I'm
Yeah.
glad that you had your dad there.
Yeah,
Yeah.
definitely. I remember there would be times where he would come close to there would be times where he would come close to like being unalive, be it because he was in such a dangerous job, he was a cross country truck driver, or because of his health conditions. And my mom would always take these opportunities and capitalize on them, even though they were divorced. I remember one time, my dad was in a like a 32 truck accident because there was black ice on the road, and he was like, "Yeah, no, I'm fine. It's just that my truck got messed up." I was going to visit him after the accident, and my mom had bought a Bible, gave it to me, and then she was like, "You need to convert your dad because, I mean, what if he had been unalived by the accident? Where do you think that he would go? He would go to hell, right?"
Oh my gosh.
Yep.
She made that your responsibility.
Uh-huh. Because he
And
wouldn't listen to her because he knew that she was nuts.
you said your mom wasn't like converted or indoctrinated by your landlord?
Yep. We lived in an efficiency because we got evicted from Section 8 housing because my mom didn't turn in a paper saying that she was receiving child support from my dad.
Okay.
So we lived out of someone's garage. That someone was a part of the Bible study group at a church, but she was also part of another group, which was the group of conversion of Jesus through Mary, which also has charismatic ties. So from there, my landlord started converting my mom, and she started referring my mom to these priests on YouTube that were also charismatic Catholic. So basically, it was like the modern version of watching the preacher man on TV. You know what I mean?
Yes.
So
Yeah.
I remember I was like, okay, I don't really care, even though she don't wear her headphones, so I can hear her too, as long as it don't impact me. Well, guess what? One of my first special interests was Pokemon. And I had like several of the games. I had a few like Happy Meal toys. We didn't really have much because I was raised during the like 2008 recession. So I had like a little bit of Pokemon memorabilia, and my mom knew that I really liked Pokemon. And I remember the specific preacher, which was Father Wilson Salazar from Colombia, and he was preaching about like how we should purge ourselves of anything new age within the household. So of course there's your standard jargon. There's like, oh, you shouldn't be burning incense, you shouldn't practice yoga. And then he brings up Pokemon. And I perked up my ears, and my mom audibly gasped because she's like, Pokemon, and because oh, my daughter likes Pokemon. So he was like, Pokemon, it's the reason why so many kids have ADHD, because it's like the spirits within the TV makes them hyperactive, and all of
Wow.
these Pokemon creatures are Chinese demons. And I'm like, wait a minute, Chinese demons,
What?
like, wait a minute, Chinese demons, Pokemon's from Japan. This guy don't know what he's
This is
talking about. My mom snapped at me. She's like, you better listen to him because he's a man of God. And I'm like, what the fuck? You don't even got it shit.
He don't even have his facts straight. Like, that's
Yeah.
crazy.
can I can I tell you the exact same thing happened to me? Not in like a Catholic church, but they were preaching about like how bad Pokemon cards are. Dude, my parents took all of my cards in the backyard and like put a fuck ton of kerosene on them and lit
Oh
them
my
bitches up.
gosh.
Burned the motherfuckers in the backyard.
I
Oh
was
my
devastated.
gosh.
My mom took all my Pokemon stuff and threw it in the trash. And I was like, thankfully, I was able to dig some out while she was like using the shower and transport it to my dad. But I eventually lost that when he, wasn't alive because I couldn't really pick up his stuff. Um, nah, it's crazy work, man. It didn't. Something similar happened to me, not with Pokemon, but with Fire Emblem, which is, if you guys don't know, like a JRPG, a Japanese role playing game,
Hmm.
which takes place in like a fictional medieval setting. So I really like specifically Fire Emblem Three Houses, and I ordered a fanzine, which is a fan magazine. Basically, it's like fan work, but it's printed. A lot of people used to sell them back in the 2000s, but now it's more of like an online shopping sort of deal where you can get them even though you don't go to conventions. And the fan magazine was essentially a cookbook. So it was like a group collaboration of both artwork and recipes. And the like actual like cover page was, or the book cover was, uh, basically a reworking or a heavy referencing to the last feast, but it was with the characters from the monastery of Garrick Mach, which were like the main characters of Fire Emblem Three Houses. So I bought the book. I didn't think really anything of it because it was, just a cookbook with like medieval theming. So I could just say that. And I just kept it in my backpack just in case I ever got bored on my bus ride to work and I wanted to read it. So one night I just like step into the shower, and I guess my mom decides that it's a perfect opportunity to look through my bag. So I step out of the shower. I I open the door to my mom standing right in front of me. Imagine that jump scare. And she Like, as soon as I see her, she doesn't even wait until, like, I got the opportunity to breathe. And she's like, why do you have a blasphemy book in your backpack? And I'm like, what the fuck are you on about? And she's like, yeah, the blasphemy book with the satanic characters. Huh? Shows me my cookbook. I'm like, Mom, that's a cookbook based on a video game. She makes me rip it up in front of her. And when she thinks that I'm not doing a good enough job, she takes the book from me and starts going ham on it.
That is insane.
Yeah, and she was like, "No, there's a character with horns, so that's a demon." And imitating the last feast is blasphemy, which it's really not, because like the last feast isn't a biblical artwork; it's Jesus fan art made by a gay man.
And that's what makes it blasphemy, because it was made by a gay man.
Nah, like Leonardo da Vinci, people speculate that he had very heavy queer leanings, so that's what I mean.
I mean, is that? But why don't they like the
Be-
the artwork though?
She said that it was blasphemy because, according to her, the last feast is a holy piece of artwork because
Mm-hmm.
it's depicting Jesus and his disciples before the Romans catch Jesus. But instead of like Jesus and the disciple, it was these video game characters. So that's what she thought
Oh,
made it
okay.
blasphemy. Yeah,
Oh, wow. Yeah, that's
yeah.
extreme. Very, very extreme religious beliefs, and I could definitely, see how that could cause a lot of religious trauma. But like, damn, what's your pronouns? Are you
They them.
they them?
Mhm.
Like, I was getting ready to say damn girl, but like
No, I'm fine with girl.
oh, okay, like you are strong as fuck, because like the beautiful personality that you have, the energy that you come with, like it's very
Hmm.
colorful and peaceful, and like it takes a lot for a lot of people to get over that type of religious trauma. um I don't blame you for like going no contact, because that is fucking extreme.
Yeah, no, I just want to say thank you very much. I'm very flattered.
You're welcome.
I remember because the faculty, I was more friends with the faculty than I was with the student body back when I went to high school. And keep in mind, this is a Catholic high school. Um, so I remember like venting about it to my STEM professor after I'd missed that competition. And he was like, "Yeah, no, I still don't understand why you missed the competitions. You were especially like really excited about it." So I spilled the beans about my mom. And this man was a very devout Protestant Christian. And he's like, damn, if I were you, I would have converted to atheism a long time ago. Like, shit's crazy, brother.
Yeah. Also, I'm sorry that happened to you too. Did you cry?
Oh, me?
Nah,
Oh,
cause
yeah.
for what, but no. Muffy said in the comments, and it's very real, that the Pokemon church hurt is a real fucking thing. They fucked up a lot of kids. And it's crazy to me because you would think with this made believe ass fucking book that they have, they would
Hmm.
not be trying to crush your imagination, right? Like, y'all
Yeah.
have this make believe ass system, like a talking snake off rip. Come the fuck on. This is all make believe. I can't, you know what I mean? Like, I can't have little, and they go fucking pocket monsters. You want monsters in your pocket? Like, dude, get the fuck over it.
But were y'all allowed to watch scary movies?
Nah, no. I mean, there was a good portion of my life where I was homeschooled and we had Trinity broadcast system or whatever the fuck name that thing was. And it was just like a
TBN.
cable. No, it was like a cable. It was like, no, Angel Network is what it was called. It was like a whole
Oh.
network with just Christian programming. Like you couldn't watch like local news, nothing. It's just like, oh my God, bro. Those years sucked. I used to beat people in basketball, get them the Pokemon cards. I'd save birthday money, fucking allowance, like all that shit just gone. Man, I was so pissed.
Yeah, that I thought I had some religious trauma. God damn. Yeah, that's a lot. Daisy, thank you so much for coming up. Did you have anything else that you wanted to add before I bring up another guest? I think she got a phone call. Opoyaho, 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 I think I said that right, said that now you can have as many as you want with atheism also.
Yeah, but the love is gone.
All right, Daisy, I'm gonna take you down. I think you got a phone call, but thank you so much for coming up. Well, give me just a second. I can't do anything because I have to verify the live.
Aw.
Hold on. Ah,
But before I go,
Oh no.
y'all, it's not even letting me verify the live. It's up there. I got 5 minutes to verify it, but the image won't come up. So y'all know what's gonna happen. If the image doesn't come up, the live's gonna go
Oh
down.
my goodness.
Yep. It just keeps saying no internet.
Can you refresh
I
Studio?
keep refreshing it.
No, I
It
mean
just
like
keep
close it out and then pull it back up.
I like it blacks the whole screen out. It doesn't let me do
Oh,
anything in Studio until I verify the live. Like I
you can
have
still
no
Control
idea.
Alt Delete though.
Control Alt Delete what?
You hit Control Alt Delete, it'll pull up the task manager, and then you can like force close TikTok Studio and then open it back up. Because like we'll still be live for like 5 minutes, so it wouldn't take you that long to get it rebooted.
Let me see.
oh,
Yeah.
Mm. Am I back? This is fucking ridiculous. This is getting ridiculous. Am I back? Okay. All right. Like the fact that it dropped the entire panel just from me closing Studio is weird.
Yeah, that one has not happened before for me. I would have said that was a possibility if I thought it was one. But the thing worked, so
Well, I keep trying to add Selena, and what happens when I click on accept, it just shuffles her in the guest request. Well, there she is now.
she playing hide and seek. Blame Selena for that one.
This is fucking ridiculous. It's getting on my nerves. Like we lost damn near 100 viewers because of this. Been in the booth. Oh, that's what's up, Lexo.
Oh,
Hold on. Let's see. Okay, there's Lala. All right. Oh, so can you do the next one? I gotta use the bathroom real quick, and I'll be right back.
absolutely.
Thank you.
Interesting. Kulo.
How's it, brother? Hi, how are you doing?
I'm doing well. Are you a Christian, believer in the God of the Christian Bible, deconstructing, or an atheist?
Deconstructing.
Alrighty, and then what's your age for TikTok, please?
I'm 27.
Alrighty, and what topic were you looking to choose on the background? We're not doing number one. That's off the board for today.
All right, since the first one is out, I'll go for number 2. 2 or 3, the second or the third one.
Which one? Yeah, you pick one.
Right. Oh yes, I'll go for the third one. Actually, I hear that my background is loud.
Honestly, you're breaking up more than the background's interfering. But yeah, what do you think about number 3? Why do you care about other people deconstructing?
Well, in reality, my answer is also kind of linked with the second one. Just for clarity's sake, Culo Leto, it's South African, it means our song. So I know in a different language, like Jay's language, the spelling of my name might be terrible, but in my language, it's our song. And that's the whole point of this whole discussion. It's your perspective, what is relevant to your perception.
Well, we don't have to. I appreciate you sharing that, but we don't have to get into it with the comments.
No, I'm saying what I'm saying because I'll link it up to my answer and how to answer this particular situation whereby what does it mean to open blinded eyes?
I thought we were on number 3.
They're kind of interlinked.
Okay, you got to pick a topic and roll with one, man. We can't flip flop between. I want to hear you out, but we got to stick to a topic. That's just how it works.
Honestly, I felt the first topic, but it's no longer available, so I'm just making do with what I have available. All right, so I'll just stick on 2. I'll just stick on 2.
Okay.
So, yeah. So with regards to blinded eyes, what I'm aware of is that only light can blind you. And that can be perceived as information, like light can be perceived as information. So one could argue that too much information could blind you or confuse you even more than free you. But also at the same time, if you are in darkness, one can say that you are blinded as well because you really cannot see what's right in front of you, even your own hand. Even though you know your hand is there, but you cannot see it, although you can feel it.
You can have too much knowledge and be blinded, and too little knowledge and be blinded.
I'm saying.
How do you get to the middle ground?
By being balanced, by not being.
If you have too much knowledge, how do you go backwards?
I feel and think that you are getting too much knowledge if you are looking outside of yourself. And if you are attached to looking outside of yourself, if you're attached to gaining knowledge that is external, perhaps that in itself is your test. So let me make an example. I really don't think and feel and sense that anything outside of you is relevant. Like when they say that on top of the pyramid is an X and it's written, man, know thyself. I, in my primitive mind, will take that interpretation as understand the human anatomy, understand your lineage, the personalities and characters, and the health records
Can I
of
ask you a
your
question?
lineage. Yeah.
What are you talking about?
Talking about knowing yourself, knowing your family, knowing your siblings, knowing your extended family, personality traits. That is more
What does that
important
have to
than
do with
knowing
blinded
anything
eyes?
outside.
This has nothing to do with blinded eyes.
Essentially, when you say, okay, my yapping is basically talking about you cannot know God if you do not know yourself. What's the point of any religion when you do not know yourself and you
The
do
God
not
of the
know your
Bible would rather
history?
you forget yourself. So I'm not sure what God you're speaking from.
Okay, when you bring the Bible into this, where I am right now, I'm taking the
This is about
Bible.
the Bible. You realize that, right?
Yes, it is about the Bible. So my answer to you, when you bring in the Bible, I'm where I am now is that I'm using the Bible as a book about the human body, especially about the seven chakras, the pituitary gland, the pineal gland, the Kundalini, right? The Kundalini awakening, and the Chrism oil. That's basically what I'm taking the Bible as a
Oh
story,
yeah. Well, that's
basically
not in the
about the
Bible. You
body.
won't find those words.
It's not in the Bible because
But that's what
the
we're talking
Bible.
about. I think you don't understand me what I'm saying. We are talking about the Bible. All this extra shit that you adding on to it, if that's cool with you, have fun. But that is not what the fuck we talking about, bro. That shit is not what's in the office fucking up people's lives in America. I find it so irrelevant to the conversation we're trying to have. It means nothing. And it's weird when y'all get up here and try to force that shit.
Yo, each to their own. I'll bounce, but the bottom line I'm trying to say by coming up here is that
I don't
the
need that.
Bible.
I don't need it. I don't need it. I
It's
don't need it.
okay.
I don't need it.
It's okay. I'm not giving you anything, and you're
No,
not
no, no, no,
giving
no.
me
That's what
anything.
I'm saying. This is what I'm saying. This is not the purpose of this stage. It is not for you to give us your weird esoterics and what you see from the Bible as a whole metaphor. This is about people who follow this shit and are actively ruining society from it. That is what this is about. Okay. So, all the other
The
shit, bro,
question.
we don't need it.
Okay, I assumed you asked the question is that whether I'm a Christian or deconstructing or an atheist. And I answered you according to that. And
Because we are
because,
speaking on the Christian view, bro. I don't want to hear about what spirituality thing you got going on. That's not what this is about.
all right, cool, bro. Whatever you feel like and whatever you perceive out of this, that's all right.
Whatever, man. You could be butthurt about it, but I told you what the thing is, and you're still up here crying about it. Like, just fucking go. I don't understand. Be butthurt if you want. I don't care.
It speaks a lot about your aura for you to be using
Yeah, I
so
bet.
many
I bet. I bet.
properties
I bet.
when I
I
haven't
bet.
even
I
used
bet.
not one. Don't
Yeah, no, I bet.
apologize
I
for your
bet.
name.
It's crazy that he said don't apologize and you didn't. Like that's the crazy thing. Like he wasn't even listening to you. He was having like his own conversation in his head. He like don't apologize and you're like I bet. He heard I'm sorry.
Right.
Like what? But I think as he was talking, I think he's been on this stage before. Has he not? Lala and Selena
He's
talking
been on
all that
mine before.
Kundalini stuff,
Yeah, I
and we
heard him
told him
before.
this before.
I'm not sure if it was here, but yeah, I remember him.
He had a different name with those same symbols in the name. And we told him the same thing before. And like normally when he talks, it's like, what are you talking about? Like nobody even knows what you're talking about.
What he's saying.
Yeah.
And
Yeah.
I think he was trying to teach you how to do the clicks.
The what?
When he was
Oh yeah, that was him.
Okay. All right.
Yeah. And
He
when
always
I
has that name though, because he talks about it every time.
yeah, he did have he had a different name. I forgot what it was. It was when I came back, all I heard was Oso say, "Can I ask you a question?" What are you talking about? Like, I was over here cracking up.
He wanted to talk about number one, but I'm like, that's off limits, bro. Like that shit is just ran into the fucking ground. That's the only thing y'all ever see.
Yeah.
And then he said, well, let me talk about number three. But then he started talking about number two. I'm like, bro, stick to one. He's like, well, I have to pivot because, bro, if you can't do it, then just say that. But like, we're not finna sit here and just listen to bullshit just for the sake of listening to bullshit.
I think a lot of people have religious trauma. Either a lot of people have religious trauma as a child, and number one is speaking to them, or the believers want to justify why they indoctrinate their child and why they, have the authority to, and number one is speaking to them. I think that's why so many people want to come up and talk about number one.
Yeah. And I mean, I get that. I think it is important to talk about those things and like, unburden yourself with feeling like you're alone in that. And you know what I mean? Like really being able to flesh that out. But I don't know. I kind of feel like, and this is just me, I don't put it on nobody else, but I just feel like it's kind of got the same vibe as like testimonials. So I try to be fair in the sense that like, because a Christian hearing that, it's going to just be like, I don't really care.
You talking about when they answer number one?
Yeah. Well, not necessarily when they answer number one, but when they get up and they want to just kind of just out the blue, just like share a whole, like, I don't want to say like trauma dump, but you know what I mean? Just like get up and share a whole reverse testimony. And it's like, man, I get where you're coming from. And I think you should share, but I think it should definitely be like in appropriate spaces because there are people in the chat that are not going to make you feel any better. You know what I mean? Like you got to think about yourself and protecting your own peace and sanity.
Yeah, I get it. Brandon.
Hey.
What made you come back after our last interaction was not pleasant?
Well, you don't sound so angry today.
I wasn't angry that day until you made me.
No, you was already angry. Somebody reported you.
But I told you that I don't take my anger out on other people. You did what you did when you were on stage, and you ended up leaving. I just want to know, after our interaction, what made you come back?
Well, I've been listening to you guys. One of the main things, I just wonder why, you guys feel a need to like try to steer others away from their faith.
I swear, y'all are so fucking fragile in y'all's faith. How many people have you heard me say, do not believe in your Jesus? Count them for me. Tell me how many people you've heard me say that to since you've been listening.
You don't have to say it. You're saying it blatantly.
Yeah, tell me how many people have come up and said, because of you, I don't believe in Jesus.
You haven't said it.
No, how many people have come up and said, Thinker, because of you, I don't believe in Jesus anymore. So I want you to tell me how many people you've heard say that.
I don't know.
Now, how many have you heard?
I haven't heard any.
Exactly. So stop fucking accusing me of shit that I haven't said that I am doing. I ain't got nothing to do with your fragile ass faith. I don't. If your faith can't stand up to people criticizing it and scrutinizing it, then that's your faith's problem. Right?
My faith can, but others
evidently it can't because you in here fucking whining about it. Like we have every
I'm
right.
Not whining
yes,
about
the
nothing.
fuck you
Look,
are.
You asked
I asked you why the fuck did you come back? We have every right to talk about this book as y'all do. If you don't want to hear the shit that we're talking about, don't bring your asses in here. That as simple as that. Like I'm sick of hearing y'all fucking shush. I'm talking. I don't give a fuck. I'm not trying to scare your ass. What the fuck? What the fuck makes you think that I want you to be scared of me? I'm sick of hearing y'all's fucking whining about what grown people are doing. If you can't handle people questioning this book, don't bring your ass in here. You ain't never been taught if you can't swim in the deep end, don't take your ass to the deep end?
Well, I want to answer one of your questions. Can I answer one of your questions?
For fucking what? Because I'm not going to change how I am. I'm not going to change how I answer it. I'm not going to placate and make sure that you're not offended. Why the fuck are you in here if you fucking complaining about what we doing?
So what is your purpose?
Answer the fucking question. Why the fuck are you here? What's your point?
I'm here to answer one of your questions.
For fucking what? For what? Why? Why do you want to answer one of the questions?
You want answers, right?
Not from you.
So what is your purpose?
What the fuck is yours? I'm in my own space, minding my own fucking business. I'm not in your. I'm not in your. Shut the fuck in my own fucking space. You want to know? You want to know, Brandon? You want to know how I know I'm in my own fucking space? Because I can mute you, but you can't fucking mute me. I can drop you, but you can't fucking drop me. I'm in my own fucking space, minding my own goddamn business.
Oh, you're powerful.
Yes, I am.
You're powerful.
And that bothers you. That's why the fuck you're back.
Yeah.
Like I told your ass this shit the other day, and here your ass again wanting more. Like y'all so fucking infatuated with me, obsessed with me. You have no reason to be in this motherfucking room but to fucking complain all the goddamn time. I'm sick of the shit. I don't like listening to complainers. Don't bring your ass in here. Don't bring your motherfucking ass in here if you can't handle the shit we talk about. Fucking coming here with no goddamn complaining.
Thinker,
yeah, your vulgarity.
Hold on.
Shut the fuck up.
Hold on, Brandon. Hold on 1 second. 1 second. I'm trying to help you out. I have to apologize. We have a language barrier. This is on me. Since Fee is, I guess, busy as fuck today, he's not getting it, right? You got to translate it to him. Brandon. Okay.
Oh my gosh.
Right? He speaks sea otter, so you know. Or is it seal? I can't tell your dialect.
Well, I'm from Georgia. That's about it. But I do have a strong Southern dialect, but that doesn't. I'm still, I can still communicate.
Thinker, he said,
What the fuck
but
do you
thank
want,
y'all
Brandon?
for the what?
What the fuck do you want?
I don't want nothing from you. There's nothing you can do for me.
Then don't bring your ass back in here.
Yeah, I won't even watch your chat no more.
Don't come back in here. Don't come back, Brandon. Shit.
That was fun.
It's like, that's crazy. Listen, I'm going to say this one more motherfucking time. Okay? I don't care about your complaining. All right? I don't. Don't bring your ass up here with all that fucking complaining. Come up here and have an intellectual conversation. Okay? If what we talk about in here is too much for you, if you feel offended, get out. Go on. Have a beautiful rest of your day. That's just as simple as that. You are the only one who is causing yourself to be offended. Then go, Vibrant Club. Have a good day. I promise you, I won't be upset. I don't even know who you are. I don't give a fuck if you think my crash out is ridiculous. I said what the fuck I said. And
That's
I said
ridiculous.
it
Crash
how
out.
the fuck I wanted to say it.
Fucking sounds like a Reddit user.
I don't give a fuck. If you
Are you a
don't
Discord mod
like,
chat?
if you don't like me, if you don't like what we talking about, go live your life. Please get the fuck on. And you are weird as fuck to sit and listen to some shit that fucking makes you feel bad. Why are you here? It's like you are attracted to shit that hurts you or something.
They're trying to seek persecution, so they have a testimony on Wednesday.
Yeah, you know how many times my name probably been brought up at a church.
That's why the pastors don't show it. They be hearing the story about, damn, no, she probably should not have.
Y'all gonna have to bring up the guest because TikTok Studio is not open in the guest box. I can't do shit. Lala and Selena, y'all there? Huh?
I'm trying to bring people up.
I don't know what's going on with TikTok Studio.
Is Beth showing up?
She's still spinning on my end.
Yeah.
I wonder if it's gonna even let people come because it won't do. Y'all got a black screen? Huh? I can't even open the gifts.
Everybody else is.
Oh, hello.
Who's
What?
talking?
Hello.
Okay.
You hear me?
Somebody?
Oh, hell
Okay.
no.
Yeah.
Okay, I can't see nobody, but I can
They're
hear.
in.
They're in limbo.
Oh, that's weird. Here, I'll request back.
Okay. Let
Tell
me
you
turn my
what.
internet off and on. Hold on.
Praise atheism, though, because I was about to be sad.
There he goes.
Oh. Sorry. Request again, homie.
Can y'all hear me? Am I back?
I can hear you.
Yeah. It was.
Let me see.
Yeah.
Am I lagging? Hold on. Let me.
Are you there, mister? You can re-request.
What the fuck is going on with
goes.
TikTok?
What the fuck?
Can y'all hear me?
What's happening right now?
I don't
He
know.
just
Yeah,
bounced
We can
back
hear
out.
you.
we can hear
What
you,
the-
but we can't see you. Can you hear us?
Yeah, I can hear you.
We can hear you, but
Well,
we can't.
I don't see my picture up on there.
We'll see you.
That's
TikTok
weird.
TikTok is going through some shit. I don't think it's anything that I'm gonna be
Yeah,
able
there
to
it
do.
There you
goes.
go.
I think they.
Okay.
There we go.
Wait,
I think they're trying to sell it so they. I see me now.
Here for us.
Yeah, he just popped up for me.
Yeah, I
see
see
him now.
him.
I still don't.
You want to know why? Because I was gonna crack a joke. Never mind.
Are you? How old are you?
39. Somebody said Holy Ghost.
Are you a believer? Are you deconstructing? Or are you an atheist?
John Cena.
Yeah, I believe in God.
I think it's so weird that y'all can see him, but even on where I'm streaming to YouTube, he's not showing up.
Pull Debo on stage. You'll be able to see him.
Because I'm God. No,
Can the
I
chat
believe in
see
God.
him though?
I saw some people say that they can, some people say they can't.
Yeah, the chat still can't.
Then we see him,
Hold
but
on,
we
let me
hear
see.
him. I just
Yeah, if you put
perceive.
Debo on stage, you'll be able to see it from the YouTube.
I
But
can't. When did Debo drop?
when you did the last when you did the reset, you didn't bring it back up.
Oh, okay.
I can't see,
Can one of
no.
y'all bring it up? I can't open the guest request.
I don't see him, but I can hear him. Sam.
Oh, they both went
Okay,
out.
now I
I
can see
can't
Yeah.
see.
him. I can't see him on studio though, but I can see him on my
I
I
can't
phone.
see
can't
me
see him
anymore.
at all.
Huh? You said what?
Okay, there they go.
Oh, here we go. All right.
That's fucking weird that my backup account would bring his picture up. There he go. Now he's coming in on studio. Yeah, TikTok something's going on with TikTok servers.
I think there's
Okay.
they're updating algorithm for the cell.
Well, they can't do anything. They're not selling the algorithm. They're not selling the algorithm. They're only giving them access. Now the guest box is open. They're only giving them access to the data and 50% of the board. But they're not selling the algorithm. That was already part of the deal. But what topic did you come up to discuss?
Let's see. So I kind of found the last one interesting. I haven't heard anybody talk about that.
Okay, what are your thoughts?
So it says biblical information, right? Be corrected as we learn facts. I was curious what type of facts was it? Is it scientifical? Is it data? Are we like eyewitness accounts? Which facts are being corrected? Yep.
Facts.
Yep. Yeah, but for
Like
factual, it has to be.
facts. Like all
Yeah,
of the
but
above. All of the above. Like facts. Like I
yeah, but
don't
okay.
understand this question.
Well, no, it's factual that a lot of the biblical writings were eyewitness accounts.
No, that's not.
Facts.
That's not facts.
It was written. Okay.
Yeah,
Well, it's written by.
show me the facts. Who were the eyewitnesses?
It's written by. It's written by hundreds of people that have the same story
Who were the
from
eyewitnesses?
all across the world.
Who were
When we're
the
talking,
eyewitnesses?
okay, I must correct myself. Sorry. So when we're talking about the New Testament, these were people from all because Jesus traveled, right? So these are people from all
But
around these
who were
parts
the
of.
eyewitnesses?
There were people that he preached to and saw
Who
with
were
their
the
own eyes.
eyewitnesses that wrote the New Testament?
Well, so
Name them.
eyewitnesses. Yeah, well, there was disciples, and then there were other people that were close
But
to him, like
do you
James.
understand when I say who, and I say name them? I'm asking for specific names. You said it is a fact that the Bible was written by those by eyewitnesses. They are eyewitness accounts.
Yes, their book, like the books that they wrote.
Yeah,
Were
who?
the Testament.
Who were
Luke,
the eyewitness? Luke
Luke.
was not an eyewitness. Luke wasn't a disciple of this Jesus. He wasn't an eyewitness. And he
No,
literally
you don't have to
says
be
that
disciples.
he literally says that in his book, that in the book of Luke he says he wasn't an eyewitness. Who
Okay,
else?
well, Mary Magdalene. There's other people that
Which
went.
book did Mary Magdalene write?
Here's the thing. She didn't have to. She didn't. Some people didn't choose to write. They don't have to
No.
write.
What was the claim you just made?
I said there's Mary Magdalene, right? Witness.
No. Why are we on this line of questioning? What was the claim you made?
I said what facts would we be correcting?
And then you made a claim. What was the claim you made?
Were that the Bible is written under what they saw and witnessed?
No, that's not what you said.
The New Testament.
That's not what you said. Do I need to play it back for you and you hear your claim?
Well, okay. Well, my apologies. I'm correcting what I'm saying. Right. Sometimes these
Did
books
he
were
go out
written.
for anybody else?
No. Am I here?
Yeah, he cut out. But it sounds like what he's saying is
Yeah.
he knows that he's not representing himself correctly, but he doesn't want to admit to that, so he's trying to change what he said.
Yeah. Let me get my food. Also,
can you hear me
pick
now?
up Selena. Let me go get my food.
Yeah.
Can you hear me now?
Yeah. The
Oh
claim that
no.
you
So
made. What was the claim that you made?
okay, well, she said I didn't say it, so I'm trying
It's not what she said. Quit lying.
to.
What was the claim that you made?
Well, I'm trying to say it the right way so we can have an understanding. I'm not lying. I'm trying to bring
But what was
clarification.
the claim that you made? You're gonna have to
I
own up
said
to
that
the
this.
things that you say. What was the claim
Yeah,
that you made?
cool, but bro, I can correct them. Like we're just talking about correcting facts, right? Isn't this what the topic's about? I can't
So
correct
then, so
myself.
then say it. Don't try to gloss past it and not have any accountability for it. What was the claim
I'm
that you
trying to
made?
say it the right way so you understand, brother. I'm
What
not
was
trying
the
to.
claim that you made, dude? I don't understand why you're running from it.
I was asking. I actually started it with a question. I said, "What facts
Are
would
you
we
going to
be
take
correct?"
accountability for what you said or no? Because
Sure.
this don't sound like no 39-year-old. Then say what the fuck you said.
Well, bro, like she was just telling me that I didn't say something, so now I'm like, okay, well, let me try to correct it. But now you're telling me say what I said, so now we're going back and forth on something that's kind
Show
of irrelevant.
accountability for the things that you say. What was the claim that led us down this path?
I said there are eyewitness accounts, the books that were written in the Bible,
You said there were how many of them?
the New Testament.
You said there were how many of them?
The New Testament, what, however many. I mean, I
You
don't.
said how many of these accounts were written down? How many did you say?
I said. She said who witnessed it. I said 12. Well, the disciples
No, you
witnessed
said
it,
it
and I
was
said,
hundreds of accounts.
there are when he broke bread, when
Okay, all
the
right. So
wine,
now you gave us Luke. That was incorrect. You're saying Mary
oh, the wine.
Magdalene? Who?
Yeah,
What
she
book
was
did
when he
Mary
converted the
Magdalene
wine.
write?
She did okay. She didn't write it, but they've okay. So back then, the stories right were told
Okay, so not Mary
that.
Magdalene. Who else?
Okay, so what if she couldn't write? What if she's illiterate and couldn't write, dude?
Because your claim was about eyewitnesses who wrote about the book. So if Mary Magdalene did not write, then how could she be somebody for you to bring up?
Because there's accounts of other people saying what she saw when he resurrected, right, in the glorified body. 40, 30 people like
Those
saw
are
him
claims. That's not facts.
when the stone was rolled away.
Those are
Okay,
claims,
all right.
not facts. Like what?
Why would 40 people lie?
I'm not here to debate that. You are asking
Okay.
should biblical information be corrected as we learn. That's what you want to talk about. You're talking about a claim,
Okay.
right?
So these are
Um,
claims, but
yes.
okay, yeah.
What? Like okay. So we're not talking about that. Like I'm not here to discuss with you whether your Jesus actually got up or not. That's not the topic.
Mhm. But when you said correct as we learn facts, what new facts are we learning? These were claims, like you just said.
Can you answer the question? Should biblical information be corrected as we learn facts?
I
As
would
we
say no.
learn things, should it be corrected? Yes or no?
I would say no because we didn't live at that time. If we had a time machine and go back and witness and jot down things, then yeah. But how can we correct claims when they're are
Are
facts
you
when they're
sure that
claims?
you're 39? Because what do you mean we can't correct it because we weren't like literally the
I don't think he is
nobody
39
like
for real.
ain't no way you're 39 years
What
old
are
You
we
should have
and
picked a
that was
more
correcting?
your
believable
answer.
age.
Well, okay. Again, you guys are
'Cause I mean,
getting
you
off
sound
topic.
young as fuck, but then you also like actually sound young as like the things that you
Well,
say.
it doesn't. It
It's
doesn't.
like teeny bopper theology. Like this is you should have lied
Well,
about
no,
like a more realistic age. I'm just gonna say that.
no. I don't need to lie. I'm telling you the truth, brother. But at the end of the day, you could choose to believe me or not. That
Like
has nothing
listen
to
to
do with
what
it.
you just said. How can we correct a book because we didn't live at that time? Like have you never
What
heard of archaeology? Have you never heard of history? Like
I
have you
just
ever
asked you. I
never
said
heard of
what.
science? Like what do you mean how do we correct a thought that we once believed?
Well,
Because we didn't
I
live
just
in that
asked you
time.
which
That doesn't
facts.
make sense.
Is it historical facts? Is it written facts? Is it eyewitness testimony? Is it scientific? Is it DNA? Which facts are we talking
Facts.
about? It's like
All of the
facts.
above, vibrant. Like facts are facts.
All
It
right.
doesn't matter what category the fact is in.
If it could factually be proven, then you can have a, a theory, I guess, or something. Like, it could be, oh, this and that. But I mean, nobody will ever really know for sure.
No
You
what
have to
nobody will
believe
ever really know what.
what actually happened. You have to believe.
So nobody will
If
ever
they could-
really know whether there were slaves in Egypt. Is that you just have to believe there were slaves in Egypt?
Well,
Nobody can ever validate whether or not there were slaves in Egypt. Is that what you're saying?
did you see one? Have you seen one?
You got to
So
like you're
no,
17. There's no
no, no,
way.
no.
Lex a
There's
YN.
It's
no way
fact.
that
It's
that's
fact.
your answer.
YN.
There's no way.
Well,
Like
it's written.
hold on. There is no way that you think that we can have an intellectual conversation and that's your response.
Well, I'm just trying to figure out.
No,
That's why
no,
I
you're
said we
not.
won't know for sure.
Oh, okay. All right. Have a good one, okay? Because
Thank
I'm
you.
too fucking frustrated with y'all's level of stupidity this morning. That like I can't.
Keep in mind, he was the
That's a
guy in the
YN.
comments talking about wanting to have an intellectual conversation. He was leaving because he
Oh my
couldn't see that
god.
happening here. That's
Oh
that
my
guy.
god.
In case y'all were curious.
The irony.
Have you ever seen a slave in Egypt? What the fuck? I like. Ooh.
Yeah, he a YN. There's no way.
Yeah, he had to have been a child. There was no way he was
Somebody.
39. Huh?
That's what I'm looking for someone. Mm.
Alafi, good morning. How y'all doing?
Good. How are you?
I'm outstanding. Thanks for asking.
Can I get your age, please?
40, Memphis, Tennessee. Yeah.
Oh, don't tell your place. I don't need to know where you live. I don't want you to dox yourself. And this is on YouTube, on the internet forever.
Yeah, that's right. I mean, I ain't worried about none.
That's okay. But I am. So please don't do that on here. You don't have to do that. Can you tell me if you are a believer, if you're deconstructing, or if you are an atheist, please?
I have a belief. I'm not a Christian. I have a spiritual belief.
So I'm only focused on conversations with people who believe in the God of the Christian Bible. They're deconstructing their belief in the God of the Christian Bible, or atheists.
Okay, that's cool. I appreciate it. I just saw the live. I seen real intelligence. I seen a few of your lives. So I'll drop. Next time I catch you.
Okay. All right. I have a good day. Okay.
You too. Take care.
You too.
Have a good one.
Yeah. To the spiritual community, I have no problems with you. If your belief isn't rooted in Jesus Christ, like I don't. I'm not talking to you because I have an issue with you. It's just that's not. Sorry. I don't think Lexo's up here on purpose. I'm not talking to you because I have an issue with you. It's just that's not the focus of the live. Just want y'all to know that. Yeah. Yeah, I don't think Lexo knew he was on stage. Hey, itty bitty.
Okay, we have three nerds. Is it Royce?
I think that's Deja. I
DOCE
think somebody said that's Deja.
Deja? Okay. Note. So, are they popping up?
Loyal Secret, how are you?
I'm good. It was an accident. I'm sorry.
No worries. We'll
No.
take it down. Have a good one.
Hello, can you hear me?
Hey, Deja.
Good morning. How are you?
I'm good. How are you?
Oh, yes. Thank you for asking. So, I wanted to talk about what is that? Option number 4? Should biblical information be corrected as we learn the facts?
Okay, go ahead.
Right.
So, okay. So just for clarification, that means like if you're told like the wrong way in church and like you later on find out that it's a totally different story.
Yeah.
Okay. So I feel like a lot of the times, like when we're in church, or back in the day when I used to go to church, and a lot of people put out like misinformation or incorrect information. I feel like it's just to fit the narrative of like saying it's a good guy, or just I feel like they push a certain narrative. But if if I say to somebody like, oh, like God is pretty much endorsing slavery in the Bible, a lot of people who I've talked to about it have said that that's not true and it's not in the Bible. And if I try to bring up a verse, or if I try to bring up the verse to them, then like they get defensive and they start yelling. So I do think that a lot of Christians or believers don't read the Bible that they're supposed to be going by, or that their God is in, because if they did, they would know. Like, would it change? Would it change how they view the Bible, or would it change how they view their religion? That's a question. Like,
I think the thing is that they know that it would, which is why a lot of them don't think that you should correct it.
and since a lot of us are indoctrinated at a young age, we go in with these lies and like this pretty picture of what God is, and it's the exact opposite.
Yeah, and so that would be why they get to yelling, because they don't want whoever's yelling at that point. Specific person doesn't think that new information should be introduced. Um, that goes against what they already currently believe. But if they get met with new information that confirms or furthers what they already believe, I've seen them welcome that type of information.
But when it doesn't fit their narrative or their morals, it's like they fight against it. And it's so frustrating because it's like in real life, when you're figuring things out or you receive new information, you kind of move on about your day, or you want proof of certain things in life. But when it comes to like the Bible, it's like cherry picking. Certain information is okay, but the rest of it is ignored, or it's not in the right context, or what's the word I'm looking for? Or they try to change the meaning of it completely, even though the meaning of it doesn't fit what they're saying, but it's something totally different. Even when there were times that you actually like translated the Hebrew part, they still fought so hard against it to make it seem like it was something that it wasn't. Even like there was the time that people were talking about how a man should live with a man, but it was like hierarchy. So somebody above like shouldn't be the one on the bottom, but the one on the top or whatever. But they fought that narrative so hard to make it something totally different, even though you even translated it from Hebrew. Like I don't understand that.
Well, I think that day it was more of me saying what if it means this, because I don't I don't know specifically what the writer's intention was there, right?
Mhm.
And neither do the scholars, and neither do the translators. But like, so I could get some. I understand pushback on that, because it's not a definite, right? Historically, in the Middle East, it was focused on hierarchical.
Mhm.
But I don't know, just as much the scholars don't know, the translators don't know what the priestly writer of Leviticus 18 and 20 actually meant by those verses. And so I can understand some pushback on that. But when I bring up the fact to them that that phrase "miskavi isha" doesn't mean uh, as with a woman, shall not lie with a man as with the woman. That's fact, right? That's a fact. Now to argue against that would be insane, because that's not my opinion. That's not an interpretation. That's fact. And that's what I see them still fighting against, is factual information. You know what I'm saying? Like, I don't expect anybody to take my interpretation, my theory, or my perspective as fact. But facts are facts. That's what I see them fighting against. That's why I want to know, like, as we learn this stuff, should that information be corrected? And what we've heard is a lot of them say no.
But why be comfortable with a lie? You know what I'm saying? Like, I know a lot of times you do encourage us to, like, don't just take your word for it, but also go look it up on your own. So it's not, I don't know. I honestly don't know. But yeah, I do believe that biblical information should be corrected to
TikTok
learn
is
the fact.
glitching right now for everybody. It's glitching bad right now. I don't know what's happening. Are you there?
Who, me?
Yeah, there you go. Yeah.
Oh, okay. Yeah, so I do believe, so my answer is yes, and that's pretty much all I wanted to say.
Okay. Thank you for coming up. What's your name change about?
So I'm a Ludmilla fan, which she's a Portuguese singer in Brazil. And so that's one of her songs. I actually changed it to this to find more Ludmilla fans, which I did find in one of y'all lives. They was like, oh, I know that song. So it's actually a song.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. It's Você Não Sabe O Que é Amor.
Oh,
But yeah,
okay.
that's what that was.
Hey, all right, you gotta come on now. Come on now. You gonna make me look bad by proxy.
You know what, Oso? I am done.
You're killing me. You're killing me. I'm gonna tell you this. I like the song. I think that that's interesting and unique. But I hate the profile picture. That should be having me bugging out every time I see your account. I'm like, is she even loaded in or?
Oh, yeah.
That's because I'm indecisive right now on what profile picture I want to do next, only because I still be going back and listening to the recordings to decide what I'm going to change next based off of
Mm,
like what somebody say while they're on stage. So right
got
now, it's just black.
I got you.
All right. See you guys later. Have a good day.
All right,
You
thank you.
welcome.
You have a good
Thanks,
day, Deja.
man.
Thank you.
So that's it. There's no one else in the queue.
Okay, I'm just gonna switch to the book. I don't know what's going on with the live, y'all. Like, it's been glitching like a motherfucker on my end. Um, Instead of doing another restart, because we're only 48 minutes into this, and that will be the fourth restart of the morning. I think TikTok is having issues with their servers. Um, so like I don't know. It's working well for y'all? Okay. Um, Here, I'm gonna switch to the book, and then we'll see if we get um some more guests. But while I'm reading, the guest box is still open. Is okay. Hold on. Okay, it's off and on for you, Divine. I don't know what to do. Um, but hopefully they have it fixed by Thursday. All right.
Oh wow.
What?
Care about tomorrow. That's crazy.
Huh?
So fuck also live. As long as it's cool by Thursday, that's
That you go
crazy.
live Thursday morning? What you talking about? But like, you
Oh
don't use
yeah,
TikTok
you're right.
Studio.
You right, my fault.
What? Oh, so you be in your feelings, man. What the fuck is up with this complaining? These motherfuckers rubbing off on your ass. Like, you need to go take a shower or some shit and rub off they fucking complaining
Oh,
and
pressure. It's funny. Calm down.
goodness. Okay. So I'm gonna start. The chapter 1 is about prophecy and prediction in ancient Israel and how they actually saw prophecy. It's not the same way that we see prophecy today and how they teach about it today. So if you are going to take notes, if you are a nerd, there's already notes in the Google Drive, so you don't have to take notes. You can go to the Google Drive and kind of follow along. But if you are going to take notes, this section is on prophecy and prediction in ancient Israel and how they actually engaged with prophecy. Okay, the guest box is open, so if you think of a question or whatever, a topic or whatever, and you are a nerd, pop up in the box, and we can discuss. Okay. It says, in the modern world, a prophet is a future teller, someone with supernatural knowledge. Um, in the modern world, a prophet is a future teller, someone with supernatural knowledge of future events. But in ancient Israel, that was not the essence of prophecy. The most basic description of a prophet in Israel was an intermediary between God and the people. A prophet, therefore, had two roles: delivering God's words to the people and interceding with God on the people's behalf. The second role is less emphasized in the Bible, and so I will discuss it only briefly by citing a few examples. Moses, the prophet par excellence, several times pleads with God on behalf of the Israelites, most famously after the incident of the golden calf, when Moses dissuades Yahweh from obliterating his people. Exodus 32, 1 through 14. Similarly, the prophet Amos twice intercedes with Yahweh to call off devastating punishments. Amos 7, 1 through 6. The clearest example of this prophetic role has to do with Abraham, who is not usually thought of as a prophet. In Genesis 20, Abraham's wife Sarah, whom he represents as his sister, is taken by a Canaanite king. God appears in a dream to the king and threatens him with death because he has taken a married woman. When the king rightly pleads his innocence, God tells him, "Send back the man's wife now. He is a prophet, and he will intercede on your behalf, and you shall live." Genesis 20 and 7. Notice that Abraham's status as a prophet has nothing whatsoever to do with predicting the future. The central role of biblical prophets was to be spokesmen for God by delivering his words. This understanding of the prophet's role can perhaps best be seen in two short scenes from the book of Exodus. In the first scene, God commands Moses to carry his words to Pharaoh. Moses complains that he is unfit for the task because he is a poor speaker. Exodus 4:10. God tells Moses that he will empower Aaron, his brother, to speak on his behalf. Know how concretely this is put. You, Moses, shall speak to him, Aaron, and put the words in his mouth. He indeed shall speak for you to the people. He shall serve as a mouth for you, and you shall serve as a God for him. That's interesting. This is like, I think Exodus 4:15 and 16 is indicative of what I be saying, how the people have to trust humans and trust that they're hearing from a God. Moses being framed as a God to Aaron because Moses is the only one that can hear the God, is exactly what I see with Christians in this book, and their pastors and even themselves when they say a God said this, or a God told me this, or God did this for me, or when we're talking about what's going on in the Bible and the genocide, the slavery and all of that, and they say, well, God is sovereign, and they completely look over the fact that Moses is the one that gave the laws, because Moses is the God in that instance. But although they can't see that, because they think they're reading a book about Moses. Does that make sense? It's like, it's layered.
Yeah.
And the fact that the God, he didn't say like what would be the purpose of the God telling Moses, Aaron will be your mouthpiece. You'll be a mouthpiece. Aaron will be a mouthpiece for you, but you'll be a God to Aaron. Like what was the purpose of putting Moses in the place of a God with a big G?
Mm-hmm.
You know what I'm saying? What was the point of that?
It is interesting. I never really thought about it like that. But yeah, like why not just fix Moses to be able to speak, or use his brother and not Moses?
Right? Like,
That would make too much sense.
huh?
I said that would make way too much sense for them to have done that.
It's almost like it
Try
could
to over dramatize it.
Mm-hmm.
But I think it in some little sneaky way, it's almost as if it's saying that Moses is the God, because Moses is the only one that's saying God said and God said.
Mm-hmm.
That's true.
I feel like it's some literary. I don't know. I feel like it's something behind that, because Moses gets called a God with a big G, with a capital G. That's just odd to me. I don't know. And I bet you, if I ask a believer, like, what was the purpose of this? Like, I understand Moses was a prophet, but why was he given the same reverence as the God of Israel by him being called a God?
And that's a big title for somebody who wasn't even really God's favorite. I mean, I know they were like best friends or whatever, but I mean, in terms of Bible characters, she's got to be at least number 3 on the list.
Exactly that part. It says, what Yahweh means by Moses serving as God to Aaron becomes clear in our second scene, when Moses and Aaron are about to confront Pharaoh for the first time. Yahweh said to Moses, can y'all watch the guest box if anybody gets in there?
Yes.
Yahweh said
Yeah.
to Moses, thank you. Yahweh said to Moses, see, I have made you like God to Pharaoh, and you're another with a big G. And your brother Aaron shall be your prophet. You shall speak all that I command you, and your brother Aaron shall tell Pharaoh to let the Israelites go out of his land. Aaron's being a prophet has nothing to do with his predicting the future. He is Moses' prophet because he is Moses' spokesman. Aaron will speak to the Pharaoh, but the words he speaks will be Moses's, not Aaron's. That is the essence of biblical prophecy, to speak on God's behalf. This concept of prophecy is also evident in how the prophets delivered their divinely given messages. The prophets frequently preface their declarations with, thus says Yahweh. This, thus says X, was a common formatting device in the ancient world, which scholars call the messenger formula. It was used when a messenger needed to make it clear that the words he was about to speak were those of the one who had sent the message, not the personal words of the messenger himself. The messenger formula thus functioned as oral quotation marks. Here is an example from a highly dramatic scene during the Assyrian invasion of Israel. The king of Assyria had sent a royal office to persuade the defenders of Jerusalem to surrender. As that official stood outside the city wall, he shouted up to the soldiers looking down from the walls. 2 Kings 18:31-32. Hold on, let me pull that up. Do not listen to Hezekiah, for thus says the king of Assyria. You see how they don't have the quotation marks here, which is odd because in the rest of the Bible they use quotation marks, but not here they don't. But these are that's the messenger quote. Thus says the king of Assyria, make your peace with me and come out to me. Then every one of you will eat from your own vine and your own fig tree and drink water from your own cistern until I come and take you away to a land like your own, a land of grain and wine, a land of bread and vineyards, a land of olive oil and honey, that you may live and do not die. Note that me and I refer to the king, not the official delivering the message. By opening his declaration with the messenger formula, The official signaled to the soldiers that the terms of surrender came straight from the king himself. The prophet's constant use of "thus says Yahweh" underlines their sense of being his messengers. The prophets were speakers, not writers. When Jeremiah dictated his words to his assistant Baruch to be written down on a scroll, it was an exception that proved the rule. Jeremiah could not enter the temple to deliver his divine message, so he had Baruch write it down, which enabled Baruch literally to carry Jeremiah's words into the temple and read them to the people. Except in extraordinary conditions like Jeremiah's, the prophet's words and speeches were written down later in order to preserve them. Even in written form, it is clear that their speeches were meant to be spoken and heard in public, not read in private. Scholars know that because the prophet's speeches are full of the techniques of effective public speaking, techniques aimed at engaging and challenging listeners, this is important because it reinforces what common sense tells us, that the prophets wanted their words to have an impact on their audiences, to influence them to believe certain things, experience certain feelings, or act in certain ways. The prophet's mission was to tell listeners how their present situation fit, or more often did not fit, into God's plans, and to challenge the people to act according to God's will, usually as expressed in the covenant. The characteristic task of the great prophets who preached before the Babylonian exile was to indicate the kings, the wealthy aristocrats, often the priests, and sometimes the entire nation for serious violations of the covenant. The prophets often pleaded with their audience to repent and threatened them with terrible consequences, usually invasion and exile, if they refused. Sometimes these prophets urged rulers to avoid alliances with other nations, and they backed up their messages with analysis of the diplomatic and military situation. Occasionally, the prophets foretold the blessings that God would send if Israel would repent and live in faithfulness to his covenant. In a few passages, the prophets look beyond the disasters they see. They look beyond the disasters they see coming to describe how God would have compassion on the chastened survivors, bless them with prosperity, and restore the nation. These latter themes become the primary message of prophets operating after Babylonian exile, when the nation and the religious institutions had been destroyed. The mission of these prophets was to challenge a conquered and humiliated people to cast off their cynicism and despair, and to dare to hope for a glorious future with the God of Israel. Predicting the future was not central to the prophets' task, but it was part of what they did. Their purpose in foretelling the future was to impact their present. For example, announcing that God would send a punishment, such as a drought or an invasion, was meant to emphasize the seriousness of the nation's sins and to give the people a strong incentive to repent. Prophetic threats were usually conditional. The punishment could be avoided if Israel repented. The same goes for many of the divine punishments relayed by the prophets. These blessings would come only if the people returned to faithfulness. The future of which the prophets speak in these cases is the near future, the future to be experienced by the prophets' living audiences. One could assume as much even without reading actual prophetic passages, because for promises or threats to be meaningful to the prophets' audiences, those promises or threats had to refer to circumstances that would affect the audiences alive. A prediction that was meant to be fulfilled centuries later would have little relevance to a prophet's mission. You said you got Monty Python vibes. That makes sense. I wonder why believers don't actually think about that. Like why would the people alive? I think I asked this question before on this stage, or I might have asked it in Mezzo's live. Why would a prophecy be given to a generation of people that it wasn't going to affect? Like, how is it going to move them to change their behavior? You know what I'm saying?
Yeah,
And
that doesn't make
people
any
just don't
sense.
ever think about that. Huh?
That doesn't make any sense. There's no urgency in that.
Exactly. Several passages in the Old Testament wrestle with the problem of false prophecy, and some of these passages prescribe tests for distinguishing true prophets from false ones. These tests are based on the intuition that prophets can be assessed by the accuracy of their predictions. As we will see, these tests are beset with serious problems. Nevertheless, they show one very important thing. The future that concerned the prophets was the near future. Jeremiah's difficulties. False prophets could be a big problem. Jeremiah, for example, repeatedly issued warnings such as this: do not listen to the words of the prophets who are telling you not to serve the king of Babylon, for they are prophesying a lie to you. I have not sent them, says Yahweh, but they are prophesying falsely in my name. The book of Jeremiah narrates a dramatic confrontation in the temple between Jeremiah and another prophet, Hananiah, whose message contradicted Jeremiah's. In Jeremiah 28, their heated argument devolved into a physical altercation. Have y'all ever read that story where Jeremiah got into it with Hananiah?
No.
Hold on, let me bring it up. This is the one where I said
Nope.
Jeremiah had a yoke on his neck and Hananiah ripped it off, and it reminds me of Debo. Yeah, they got the fighting in the temple. Hold on. Let's see. Says, in the same year, at the beginning of the reign of King Zedekiah of Judah, in the 5th month of the 4th year, the prophet Hananiah, son of Azur from Gibeon, spoke to me in the house of the Lord, in the presence of the peace and all the people, saying, thus says the Lord of hosts, the God of Israel, I have broken the yoke of the king of Babylon. Within 2 years I will bring back to this place all the vessels of the Lord's house, which King Nebuchadnezzar of Babylon took away from this place and carried to Babylon. I will also bring back to this place King Jeconiah, son of Jehoiakim of Judah, and all the exiles from Judah who went to Babylon, says the Lord, for I will break the yoke of the king of Babylon. Then the prophet Jeremiah spoke to the prophet Hananiah in the presence of the priests and all the people who were standing in the house of the Lord. And the prophet Jeremiah said, Amen. May the Lord do so. May the Lord fulfill the words that you have prophesied and bring back to this place from Babylon the vessels of the house of the Lord and all the exiles. But listen now to this word that I speak, and you hearing, and in the hearing of all the people. The prophets who preceded you and me from ancient times prophesied war, famine, and pestilence against many countries and great kingdoms. As for the prophet who prophesies peace, when the word of that prophet comes true, then it will be known that the Lord has truly sent the prophet. Then the prophet Hananiah took the yoke from the neck of the prophet Jeremiah and broke it. And Hananiah spoke in the presence of all the people, saying, thus says the Lord, this is how I will break the yoke of King Nebuchadnezzar of Babylon from the neck of all the nations within 2 years. At this, the prophet Jeremiah went his way. Sometime after the prophet Hananiah had broken the yoke from the neck of the prophet Jeremiah, the word of the Lord came to Jeremiah. Go tell Hananiah, thus says the Lord, you have broken wooden bars only to forge iron bars in place of them. For thus says the Lord of hosts, the God of Israel, I have put an iron yoke on the neck of all these nations so that they may serve King Nebuchadnezzar of Babylon, and they shall indeed serve him. I have even given him the wild animals. And the prophet Jeremiah said to the prophet Hananiah, listen, Hananiah, the Lord has not sent you, and you made this people trust in a lie. Therefore, thus says the Lord, I'm going to send you off the face of the earth. Within this year you will be dead, for you have spoken rebellion against the Lord. And that same year, in the 7th month, the prophet Hananiah died. So they got into it at the meeting. He basically, when Hananiah prophesied peace, Jeremiah was like, all right, cool, amen, may God do what he said he's gonna do, but if the peace don't come, right, then we know that you're a false prophet. And then Hananiah yanks the yoke off of Jeremiah's neck and breaks it. And then a couple of I don't know how much time he said afterwards, Jeremiah goes back and he's like, because you prophesied that and you broke my yoke, you gonna die but before this year is out. And then it just says Hananiah died in month 7, in the 7th month.
Damn.
Yeah, he prophesied death on him for that.
So I got something for that ass.
Yeah. But it's
And they
crazy.
said God can't be a genie. It's crazy.
Exactly. But two prophets fighting over who has the right word of God is insane. It's insane. And that to me is how all these different denominations got started, because Jeremiah is basically saying, hey, my boy, our ancestors prophesied war. They prophesied famine and pestilence. You prophesying peace. That don't sound like God. That don't sound like God, homie. And he like, hey man, I hope peace does happen, but if that shit don't come, you a liar.
Right.
Like, that's
That's
crazy.
funny. And the fact that God was like, he's so right. I got you.
Right. There's nothing wrong in this.
It's like, I said they gonna serve Nebuchadnezzar, and that's what the fuck they gonna do. Like, that's crazy. But he said, let's see, where did I stop off at? Jeremiah's point is that the prophet who tells you what you want to hear should be under suspicion of being a false prophet, unless he can prove otherwise by making predictions that come true. According to Jeremiah, a prophet who predicts disaster has no such obligation, apparently because such a prophet is by definition a true prophet. Obviously, Jeremiah is hardly a neutral party. His criteria put the burden of proof on Hananiah. And while Jeremiah's warning is common sense, beware of those who, in the name of God, tell you what you want to hear, it does not work as an objective test, since nearly all the prophets pronounce both doom and shalom, including Jeremiah himself. Jeremiah's test for true and false prophecy is further complicated by his accusation that God himself has sent false predictions of shalom, presumably to prophets. Ah, Lord God, how utterly you have deceived this people and Jerusalem, saying, it shall be well with you, even while the sword is at the throat. In this strange complaint, Jeremiah blames God for sending a false prophecy. According to Jeremiah, the prophets who passed on this message did so in good faith, but they turned out to be spokesmen for a lying God. The betrayal Jeremiah feels at God's duplicity is reflected in his word deceived. The Hebrew word here is nasha, the same word Eve uses in the Eden story to describe how the snake misled her in Genesis 3:31. One wonders whether Jeremiah is here reflecting on his own experience. How else could he know that these deceptive messages had truly come from Yahweh? In a heartbreaking lament, I wonder if the Christians are in here listening, that their God, when we tell them that their God will deceive prophets. Have a good day at work, baby. And he does so in Jeremiah. Jeremiah says that he did in Jeremiah 4:10. Y'all, just let y'all know the guest box is still open. Like, if y'all if anybody wants to come up and ask a question, I'm just reading until we get somebody to come up. But again, if y'all are okay with this, I'll continue reading, but we have a little while to go. What do you say, Oso?
I was saying I'm wondering too. I'm wondering what they're thinking about that as well. I am saying I am sitting on the porch enjoying this nice wonderful morning with my baby boy. And when he comes over here on this side of the porch with me, there are like 3 or 4 different birds that come and steal his food. And he's slowly figuring it out. And so he's like trying to wait for them to come and go catch them. It's pretty funny.
He's trying. What are you gonna do to the birds?
And he just wants to be friends with them.
You sure?
100%. He's not very mean, but he's looking at them like congregate
Oh,
like in the tree in the front yard, and like he walks off and comes back here all a little sad. It's funny.
that's cute. He's a shy kid in the yard.
Hmm.
Let's see. In a heartbreaking lament in Jeremiah 7:10, the prophets accuse Yahweh of deceiving him. This time using a different word, patah, the word used in 1 Kings 22:20-22, to describe Yahweh deceiving the prophets with a false prediction. In Jeremiah 20:10, Jeremiah imagines his enemies conspiring against him and hoping that he will be deceived, probably by receiving more false prophecies from Yahweh, so that they can denounce and ruin him. In 15:18, Jeremiah compares Yahweh to a deceitful brook, a desert riverbed that is dry most of the year. Jeremiah's depiction of Yahweh as a deceiver of prophet is mirrored in a passage from Ezekiel concerning prophets who cooperate with those who worship other gods alongside. There's somebody in the guest box, y'all. Alongside Yahweh. If such a person approaches a prophet to seek an answer from Yahweh to some question, Yahweh will punish both the inquirer and the prophet. This is Ezekiel 14. What is interesting here is that Yahweh will deceive the inquirer by sending the prophet a false message. Can y'all bring the person up in the guest box for me?
They
I don't
dropped
see
out.
them. Yeah,
Oh, okay.
I don't see anybody.
They were still showing for me on the phone.
If, oh,
Huh?
never mind.
If a prophet is deceived into making a pronouncement, I, Yahweh, am the one who has deceived Ptah, that prophet. I will stretch out my hand against him and destroy him from the midst of my people Israel. Ezekiel 14:9. Considering Jeremiah's test for true and false prophecy, but putting aside its flaws, it is telling that a prophet of peace can overcome the suspicion against him by making a prediction that comes true. As for the prophet who prophesies shalom, when the word of that prophet comes true, then it will be known that Yahweh has truly sent the prophet. Jeremiah 28:9. The notion that accurate prediction is the acid test of an authentic prophet is supported by the Bible's most important passage dealing with false prophecy. Any prophet who speaks in the name of other gods, or who presumes to speak in my name a word that I have not commanded the prophet to speak, that prophet shall die. You may say to yourself, how can we recognize a word that Yahweh has not spoken? If a prophet speaks in the name of Yahweh, but the thing does not take place or prove true, it is a word that Yahweh has not spoken. Y'all, me clearing my throat just made me think about something. Y'all know I'm not supposed to be able to talk right now.
Oh
You
yeah.
know what?
Oh
He was in the
yeah.
request box this morning.
He was?
Exactly.
Yep. And then when I went to look for him again, he dropped out. I think yeah. But he was in there this morning.
You think he
Mm.
listening
With I
now?
believe
Kylo!
he probably is.
Kylo, where are you at? I'm not supposed to speak this morning. And remember what you asked me. If I wake up Wednesday morning and I have no voice and I cannot talk, will I give my life to Jesus? And I said yes. Do you
Yep.
remember that?
Well, that's
This
not
is
Kylo.
happening.
this is your second time, Kylo. It's your second time.
Dang, Kylo, you batting 0 right now for your God. Ooh.
I wonder if
Should have
he's
said let's
Not
start with
listening.
looking
tomorrow.
good.
He gonna and then y'all know I don't go live on Wednesday night. He
Mm-hmm.
gonna
Mm-hmm.
He
he
probably gonna
gonna
come tonight.
he gonna try to look for me tonight, and then gonna
Mm-hmm.
try to say I came looking for you. You weren't live.
Yep.
Nope.
Yeah,
That's exactly what's gonna
This
happen.
is videotaped. Can't get away
exactly.
with
Yep.
that shit.
Mm-hmm.
Let's see, where did
Dang,
I stop?
Kylo.
Huh?
Somebody's
Oh,
in
it
the
was
box
somebody in the
unless they
guest box. It's
dropped
two
out.
people in the guest box,
Yeah.
y'all. Huh?
Auntie Charlene and then who is this? Shane?
I got Auntie Charlene.
Okay.
Good good morning, my love.
Hey, Auntie, how are
Good
you?
Morning.
morning, Auntie.
Oh, I'm doing wonderful, y'all. I didn't mean to request. I was in here cleaning, but since I'm up here, I'm enjoying this reading you doing. Thinker. I had a wonderful appointment with my therapist, so I'm feeling good, y'all.
Oh, that's good. I'm glad to hear
I know I got energy this morning. I've been up
it.
cleaning and fiddle-padding around. I have to get it when I can. But I'm going live this afternoon after uh Christina, and I'm going to do that same live I did before, but this time I'm going to focus on Job and Saul.
Okay. I won't be able to make your live today because I'm co-hosting with Christina, and then when I get done with Christina, I'm gonna have to go to sleep because
I
I've been up
understand.
all night. Yeah.
I
But
understand,
for
baby.
everybody in the comments, make sure y'all, if you're not following Auntie Charlene, make sure you're following Auntie Charlene so you can check her live out this afternoon.
Yeah, I want you to get your rest, baby. So I understand. But I didn't mean to request that. Like I said, I'm in here. I'm feeling good, so I'm on cleaning spree, and I'm listening to y'all while I'm cleaning, and I accidentally hit the button. So please forgive me.
No, it's okay. It's all right. I'm glad that you had a good session with your therapist and you were in good spirits.
I am. I mean, I done pulled out all my stuff in my bathroom. I'm washing my curtains and rugs and cleaning tubs, and I'm just floating on air around here, y'all. I feel good, and I'm listening to my favorite people on TikTok. Hi, also hi, Selena. What are you
Yes,
today?
ma'am. I'm First
First
Corinthians.
Corinthians.
I'm 1
Hey,
Corinthians.
okay. Hey, 1 Corinthians. Hey, La La. Y'all know I love you. I ain't gonna hold you because I won't think you to start back reading. I'm enjoying it. Okay.
All right. Have a good one, Auntie.
I love y'all.
Auntie, love
I love
you.
you too.
Let me down.
Yes, ma'am. All right. Who else is in the box?
Ashamed? I don't know if they're
Who?
on purpose. He's a nerd, a new nerd.
Are you able to bring him up or?
I'm trying. I don't know. The button is no. It just. Oh, okay. It told me that
Where
it
did
failed,
Lala
but
go?
looks like he's up here. Lala. What the heck
Shane?
happened?
Oh shit, what the fuck? Am I up? Oh, I'm sorry. I'm kind of high. I didn't mean to join.
Oh, don't say that. Don't say that. TikTok gonna get you. Have
Oh
a good one.
shit.
I'm gonna take you there. Have a good one,
Okay,
okay?
What
sorry.
the heck
Okay,
That's
happened?
okay.
okay.
All right.
It's okay. Same friend.
Sorry, it was funny that. What the heck
Uh,
happened to Lala?
okay. Is that everybody? Is she?
Is Lala back? Okay, it's showing on the guest request side that Lala is up here. Okay, there she go.
Okay. All right. Are we clear?
Yeah, there's nobody else in here.
Yeah.
Huh? Did you say something?
No, I just said yeah.
Oh, okay. Let's see. I don't know where I stopped off, y'all. I'm sorry. Any prophet who speaks in the name of other gods, or who presumes to speak in my name, or a word that I have commanded the prophet to speak, that prophet shall die. Wait, did I read that? You may say to yourself, how can we recognize a word that Yahweh has not spoken? If a prophet speaks in the name of Yahweh, but the thing does not take place or prove true, it is a word that Yahweh has not spoken. This passage lays out, somebody said wrong chat. They think they're in a Christian chat. This passage lays out 3 tests for identifying a false prophet. First, if he speaks in the name of a god other than Yahweh. Second, if he gives a prophecy that Yahweh has not given him. Third, if the prophecy does not come true. The validity of Deuteronomy's first test is, for Israelites at least. Hold on, I'm thinking about. Oh, you thought you were texting somebody? It made me think when you typed that. It made me think about when Christians be like, how can you know the Bible or read the Bible and
And
not
I
believe in
believe,
it?
yeah.
Yeah, but it's almost like, not that I'm at war with Christians, but it's almost like the Bible is their playbook, and it's hard for them to get over on me because I know their playbook.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I'm saying? So it's like when
Yeah.
people go, yeah. So like when they go to war and they try to learn the strategies of other armies and other countries.
And I used to go to a church where we learned things from the Quran, and we learned things from other religions, and that was the reason they said that we needed to, so we would have a defense against what they would come to us with, because we
That's
would know their doctrine. That literally, it was when we were in the AME church.
That's interesting. But and that makes sense though. I think a lot of Christians, they're used to non-believers not knowing the Bible, and I think it's catching them off guard that we do, and it's catching them off guard that we like read it and study. So like they don't know how to approach that because they're like, wait, they know, you know what I'm saying? Like they know the Bible, and the fluff basic line weapons, like I hate calling them weapons. I don't know what word I'm trying to see.
No,
what their pastors have taught them to help them, their sales tactics, like the flimsy sales tactics that their pastors have armed them with to go to get more people, don't work when you actually read the book as a non-believer, and it's throwing them off. And that's why we're getting a lot of complainers. You know what I'm saying? That's why we're getting, because lately it's just been complainers, huh?
Yeah, all that pushback they've been given because they're upset because they know you're not trying to twist this, like you're trying to come to the truth of things, and they can't divert you off of the fact that that's what your mission is. You know what I mean? Like they're so used to being able to dance around and kind of, pull fluffy stuff and just going off of emotion, but we're going by what's real. And, that's your interpretation. It's like, bro, what? They can't
Exactly.
do nothing about it.
That's why Jamal asked that question tonight. Where does the passion come from? I was like, wait, that's an odd question. That's an odd question to be focused on. Where does the passion come from? And he was like, well, he said, I asked that question because when people are scrolling the FYP and they hear somebody who doesn't believe in God that's passionate, it'll make them draw to your passion. And next thing you know, they're thinking, man, let me listen more to her. And then they're leaving their faith. And I'm like, what?
And that's on them.
Right. But they're complaining about they're focused on the wrong things. It's almost like their focus has shifted. Right? They're no longer focused on actually talking about the text. Now they just want to talk about us. You see what I'm saying? It's like it's something's shifted. Y'all don't see it?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I see what you're saying.
That makes sense.
Yeah. Yeah. And I think it's because they were not prepared for us to actually know the book. And so since they're not prepared for us to actually know the book, now they got to get us to it's a different argument. It's a different fight now, I feel like.
Mm-hmm. They don't want to do the work of engaging with the text, then they're tired of having to be dragged up and down the fucking Bible.
Yeah, and I don't know that they can catch up soon. I don't know that they can catch up as fast. If that
I don't
makes
think
sense.
they want to.
That you might be right about that. But that's interesting. And
Y'all
like
hear
I
this
get,
alarm clock ass bird?
huh?
Did y'all hear that alarm clock ass bird?
Uh-uh.
That motherfucker goes, hee just repeatedly. I was like,
Oh, I hear him.
they out here going crazy this morning.
They sound good though. I love birds chirping.
That was very peaceful.
And see, Fee said, I also think they're having to face the reality that they don't know it. Yeah, I think so too. Which is why they come up here with such horrible attitudes, or they come in here and they're like, one of them typed in there in the comments tonight when we literally were just chilling, and they came in and they typed in the comments, it's some high egos in this room, like, and I'm like, what the fuck makes them type that when we're in a moment of chilling right now? It's I think Dado was up, and Dado was telling her story about her childhood, and this person just comes in the chat and it's like, there's some high egos in this room. I'm like, that's very odd.
That's their perception, and it's so sad that they don't see that.
It's because their focus has changed. I'm just noticing it. Their focus has changed. Okay. Let's see. This passage lays out I already read that. The validity of Deuteronomy's first test is the Israelites at least the validity of Deuteronomy's first test is for Israelites at least obvious, but it is not very helpful. Anyone can claim to speak in the name of Yahweh. Hananiah did. The second test is useless because it is unverifiable. The only one who can use this criterion to spot a false prophet would be Yahweh himself. The third test, on the other hand, seemed both straightforward and objective. However, it is neither. Let's consider 3 problems. Hold on. Did I read what the tests were? Did I skip that?
I think you skipped that.
Yeah.
Let's see. This passage lays out 3 tests for identifying a false prophet. The first is if he speaks in the name of a god other than Yahweh. Second, if he gives a prophecy that Yahweh has not given him. Third, if his prophecy does not come true. So those were the 3 tests that Yahweh gave for them to determine how to spot a false prophet. The 3 problems are: false prophets can deliver true prophecies. Some prophecies do not come true for very good reasons. Biblical prophets made some false predictions. False prophets can make true predictions. A charlatan, or someone who sincerely but mistakenly believed himself to be a prophet, could make a prediction based on prudent analysis that came true because the event he predicted was likely to occur. Or a false prophet might have a prophecy fulfilled out of dumb luck. What is more serious is that, according to the Bible, it is God who sometimes gives true predictions to false prophets. Deuteronomy 13:1. If prophets are those who divine by dreams, appear among you and promise you omens and portents, and the omens or the portents declared by them take place, and they say, let us follow other gods and let us serve them, you must not heed the words of those prophets or those who divine by dreams, for Yahweh your God is testing you. Y'all, there's somebody in the box. To know whether you indeed love Yahweh your God with all your heart and soul. That warning is unsettling because true prophets sometimes give signs just like the ones mentioned in order to validate their credentials. See example 1 Kings. Hey, y'all, can y'all bring up the person in the box for me?
Trying to connect. Okay.
Oh. Is it going slow for y'all too?
About us, we have a monitoring system or something. You know, like when they did the NW,
Olivia,
how we could see
Alvia. Hello, Alvia.
Okay.
yeah, I thought that was
Olivia.
She not
What
letting
is
me up
it?
here. Hold on.
I just
Olivia.
wanted to make
Alvia? That ain't Olivia.
Olivia. That is
What?
Olivia.
Olivia.
That's
A L
2
I.
L's.
No, A L
No, that's
I.
ALI.
Oh, that looks like ALLVIA. Olivia. Okay, we can take her down. I don't think she knows she's up. If you're in the guest request box, can you drop a heart? Like, TikTok need to get their shit together.
Right.
Why would the school be closed?
Spring break.
It feels weird. It doesn't even feel like it's just now 9:00.
Right.
Like everything just feels weird. Wait, Easter is. My kids had spring break in March, huh?
Yeah, so Easter is Sunday.
Right, but they don't get out of school for Easter.
Ours was last week. My sister in Charlotte and my sister in Charleston, their kids are out this week for spring break.
Oh, really?
Mm-hmm.
I wonder why we had spring break in March. Theirs was the week of. You remember when we were in Florida? That was their
Yeah.
spring break.
Oh, it was that week? Oh my
Yeah,
gosh.
I know, right?
My kids had winter break at the end of February.
Pressure's out this week.
Oh my god.
Oh my God, whatever. Wait. So they had winter break at the end of February, like where they normally would have during Christmas time.
No, they have the two. So here in Georgia, they do, well, certain counties they do. They get a week off for. I think they get like 3 days off for Labor Day, and then they get a week off for Thanksgiving, the 2 weeks off for Christmas, a week off for winter break that comes in February, a week off for spring break.
Oh, okay. I guess winter break here is just combined because they're out for a month during Christmas time.
Ah, okay, yeah,
Yeah, so I guess they combine it.
that makes sense.
Yeah. Yeah. My kids, they don't get a week for Thanksgiving. They get 3 days.
They get a whole week. I'm
Mm.
like, well, goddamn, we didn't get a whole week.
Yeah, no,
Without
we did not.
school.
That's crazy.
So, who's this in it? So, Key.
I don't know if they're in there on
Tolly?
purpose.
I don't think she in there on purpose.
Yeah.
Okay.
That warning is unsettling because true prophets sometimes gives. I already read this, didn't I? I keep losing my place. Hold on. When we combine Deuteronomy 13:1-3 with Jeremiah 4:10, we get a disconcerting matched set. Yahweh sometimes sends true predictions through false prophets and false predictions through true prophets. Some predictions of disaster do not come true for good reasons. The people repent or God changes his mind. Why should prophets who relay those messages be considered false prophets? Here, I'm not referring to prophetic warnings, which are conditional. If you don't repent, a terrible thing will happen, but to unambiguous declarations that divine punishment is coming. A good example is the centerpiece of the story of Jonah. After fleeing from Yahweh's command to prophesy to the Assyrian city of Nineveh, being thrown overboard during a storm at sea, surviving 72 hours in the digestive tract of a giant fish, and then being barfed up on the Assyrian beach, Jonah makes his way to Nineveh and grudgingly announces over and over again to its inhabitants, 40 days more and this city will be destroyed. Jonah 3:4. There's nothing conditional about Jonah's message, and he does not call on the Ninevites to repent, but they do from the king on down to the cattle. Jonah 3:5-9. Much to Jonah's dismay, God calls off the destruction. According to Deuteronomy 18:22, that technically made Jonah a false prophet because contrary to his prediction, Nineveh was not destroyed after 40 days. But of course, neither Judaism nor Christianity regards Jonah as a false prophet. In fact, the book of Jonah became part of the Bible. The Gospels even portray Jesus citing Jonah as a prototype for himself. Matthew 12:38-40 and Luke 11:29-30. Those who argue that Jonah's message really was meant as a warning and not an announcement of doom have to explain away his actual words. And those who argue that God intended Jonah's message to be a call for the Ninevites to repent have no textual evidence for this assertion. Besides, even if it were the case that the message Yahweh entrusted to Jonah was meant as a warning, Jonah would still be a false prophet according to Deuteronomy's second criterion, because the message he actually delivered would not be the one God had given him. The final problem with the dictum that a false prediction makes one a false prophet is that the biblical prophets made some false predictions of their own. A counterintuitive claim like that needs to be demonstrated, not just asserted. But to pursue it here at the length, it deserves more derail in this chapter's train of thought, so that we will take it up in the next chapter. The important point here is that the ancient Israelite scholars who collected the words of the prophets and edited them into books we have today in the Bible knew about these false predictions, but did not delete them from the written record. Apparently, those scholars did not judge Jeremiah, for example, to be a false prophet, even though events proved him wrong, for example, about the circumstances of a certain king's death. The Jewish tradition accepted those writings of the prophets as sacred scripture, even though their scholars were well aware that they contained some false predictions. The test that a true prophet is one who makes accurate predictions is beset with some serious problems. No matter how appealing that test might be, in theory, it is unreliable in practice. Leaving all that aside, however, and accepting the test at face value, that is, in the spirit in which it was intended, it presupposes something crucial. Prophetic predictions concern the near or immediate future. Fulfillment of prophecy as a test for a true prophet is useless unless that fulfillment is intended in the near future. This presumption should be clear enough if we reflect on the reason for having such a test in the first place. People need to be able to distinguish true from false prophets in order to know which prophets to take seriously and which to ignore. That is why prophets whose predictions did not come true quickly were met with skepticism. See Isaiah 5:19 and Jeremiah 17:15. What good would it do to have a test for distinguishing true from false prophets if the outcome of that test could not be evaluated until centuries later? So no matter what we think about the valuability of fulfillment of prophecy as a test for sorting out true from false prophets, the test itself surely demonstrates that the people of the Old Testament understood prophetic predictions to refer to their own near future term. What do y'all think about that? Any thoughts? Oh, who is spamming? Any thoughts? Hello?
Sorry, I have to wait for the wind to die down.
Oh.
No, I was hitting the unmute, but I don't know what's going on with TikTok, but I'm hitting the button. The whole thing with Jonah, I'm stuck on Jonah because he would be a false prophet, which is why he didn't want to go to Nineveh, because he knew what God would do. And the mere fact that we don't look at him as a false prophet because his prophecy did not come true is wild. And then we don't blame that on God either.
Yeah, it's crazy because the assertion that Jonah went and told Nineveh, do this or repent or this will happen. That's a learned.
That's a warning.
Belief. Yeah, because the text doesn't say that. There is no condition there. But every time we talk to somebody, every time we talk to a believer, they say, no, Jonah told them to repent and we're like, nope. Yeah, and Jonah should have been put to death.
Yeah, I do wonder why that is left in the book, because one, it does make it really weird when Jesus references being like Jonah, because that's not really the same thing. Um, but like it is a case of a prophet being wrong, and God was just like, and I mean, like he didn't want to die, but then he did the thing, and he was like, I know what the punishment is. We can assume, but he just wanted to die. He was just like, fuck it, then. I don't even want to do this shit anymore. And God was cruel as fuck. He was just like, no, like
Right.
just toying with the man. Like, what the fuck? Like, nah, you get to live, buddy.
Which is crazy because He knew he was gonna make him a false prophet the whole goddamn
Yep.
time.
He
And
said
they cry
it.
all the time that this is free will. Like what? He
That's
was
some
toying
crazy
with that
shit.
man's life.
Yeah.
Forced him to do it.
The dude tried to choose the other way, and God said, you want to bake in the sun, make a tree magically appear in your fucking face. How about that? You gonna live, buddy.
Right. That part, Senior Breezy. That part, and we see that on this stage every day. Be mad at me because you can't mind fuck me. That's why I say, like, I'm not about to let you mind fuck me. And now you want to have like this a whole ass temper tantrum because
Hmm.
you can't be manipulative. You can't mind fuck me. And God was mad at Jonah because he couldn't mind fuck Jonah. Jonah was like, good and goddamn well, you're not about to destroy them. Or like, even like, honestly, I'm gonna take it a step further. So we know that this God is in their heads, right? Like they're talking to the God in their heads, even at this point with Jonah,
Yep.
right? Um, this whole story, like this story could be representative of the conversation Jonah even had with himself. And he's like, I'm not going to Nineveh because like nothing ain't going to happen. Like I could get down there. I could think that, God is telling me to go and God ain't going, you know what I'm saying? And it ain't God. Nothing ain't going to happen. Like it could be like a representative of someone talking themselves out of listening to that internal voice that they call God, and choosing not to believe that it's a God, so they don't go and do something stupid, or like saying, man, I don't know if anything gonna happen to them people. You know what I'm saying? Does that
Yeah.
make sense?
Hmm.
It makes perfect sense. What's nonsensical is everything else that is surrounding this whole story. Like they even changed it. They changed it now from whale to big fish because the whole thing about whales' throats not being able to accommodate um Jonah.
Wait, it says big fish.
I mean, the Christians that I've been listening to,
Hmm.
they reject whale now and say big fish.
I think
Oh,
some
but the text still
translations
say
do say
well.
big fish. Some
Does
some
it?
say well, some say big fish.
Wow.
Let me see. I've not noticed it, but that's interesting. So they're like, we already know that they're updating the book as they go. I swear Blue Letter Bible is getting updated. The more we learn the new terms, they updating that motherfucker. Like I feel like somebody in Blue Letter Bible listened to this live. Because I'm like, I know just last week the reference word for this was here, and now it's saying
Hmm.
something different. But y'all like, you gonna have to change the Hebrew now too, friend. Can't fuck with our heads that way no more. Hold on, let me see.
AI even told me great fish. Wow.
Wait, the AI used the word grapish?
Great fish.
Oh, I thought you
No, no,
said.
no. No,
I'm
no.
like,
Great.
If AI start using that, I'm logging out.
man, I was finna say,
Man.
man, it's time to pack it up. If AI is saying grape,
I'm logging out. I'm done.
it does say large fish now. That's crazy. Let's let me see what the King James say, and
Which I mean,
then
honestly, it is a stronger claim because whales just by and large don't have the esophagus to facilitate a human.
but the King
But
James, has the King James always said great fish?
I
I was
swear.
taught well. I don't
I
know
was
if
taught
that's been
well.
updated.
This ain't no fucking Mandela effect shit. Um, I was taught well too, but has it always said great fish in our faces?
I've never seen great fish.
You do? Huh?
No, I don't. No.
I don't either, but let's see. And then cast lots. Was it verse 17?
Wow.
Wait, hold on. Jonah 1:17, correct?
Mm-hmm. I'm fluid.
Okay, so it's not in the Hebrew Bible. It's not in Jonah 1. It's in Jonah 2.
Oh.
Yeah, so what we're missing out of Jonah 1, let's see what's not in Jonah 1 in the King James right quick.
Interesting.
What did they take out?
Right, Rhea, did
I
we
know,
actually
right,
see the
Ria?
word?
I need
Did we
one
actually
of
see it?
y'all. I
I
need
know
one
I
of y'all
saw
to look
well.
at where. Where?
Let me find my other Bible.
Let's see. Min God der the dole gadol. This says large. This is a large lavoia. Lavio. Lavoia. This is a large fish in the
Oh
Hebrew.
my goodness.
Yep, it has large fish in the Hebrew. So it wasn't a whale, it was a large fish.
Mm-hmm.
So this whole damn time we have been, this is what I mean when I say should biblical information be corrected, because it does, like you said, it does make their claim stronger when it's just a large fish and not a fucking whale. But what type of fish could it have been?
Yeah.
It would have
Exactly.
had to have
Like
been a
what kind?
predatory fish, and if that's the case, then the stomach acid would have made it impossible.
Exactly. So either way, but you know,
Because like
it's
there are
wild that
some.
everybody was taught the same thing.
This is fucking insane. Somebody said Jaws.
They even have a restaurant called Jonah and the Whale.
What?
But see,
Yep.
a whale shark is big, but there's like anything that's a whale, their esophagus is too small. Like whale sharks have really small esophagus. Like you would not be able to get to the stomach without like killing the whale. It would have to be like a predatory animal because although their esophaguses weren't like humongous, they were much
Right.
larger.
Then
Um,
a whale.
but yeah, the whole point of their diet was to break down flesh and stuff, so you wouldn't have been able to.
I think the only thing that's missing. So what they did is Jonah and the Hebrew. Um, like why would they do that? So Jonah in Hebrew, Jonah 2:1 is actually the King James Jonah 1:17. But so that means that they were not chapters then. They couldn't have been chapters then. Cause why would they move this?
That makes sense.
Huh?
I said that would make sense that it's not chapters.
Yeah, because why would they
what's the
just move
reason to
that
move
one
it?
verse to chapter 1? Huh?
I see, yeah, because why would they move it? Like, that makes zero sense.
Yeah, because I don't see anything missing from the King James
If you're in
For
the
real,
verse.
request on if you're in the
Huh?
request on purpose, please let us know.
They cried out, "Oh God, please, eternal one, do not let us perish." This is verse 15. This is verse 14. And then verse 15, and they heaved Jonah overboard the sea, and the sea stops raging. The men fear God greatly, and they offered a sacrifice. And that's how it ends. So they took Jonah, cast him forth into the sea, and the sea ceased from raging. And the men feared the Lord exceedingly and offered a sacrifice unto the Lord. They made a sacrifice unto the Lord on the boat, on the ship?
Was it to Yahweh or to their gods?
Let's see. Good question, Zena.
It's not Zena.
I mean, Ria? I'm sorry.
That's crazy.
Oh my gosh, I'm sorry.
I'm okay with that. That's okay.
Let's see. The men feared God greatly, and they offered a sacrifice to Allah, to the God. Here, the God. It doesn't say to Elohim, but it does have Yahweh's name. It has Yod He Vav He here, but the La here is a preposition for the vayedu na nadrim. I don't know. It says the God though. Hold on. Now this is God. So this it says with God, and this is the God.
Because I know that like when the the tumbling started, they prayed to their gods, right? And nothing happened or something like that. So I'm like, what was the sacrifice to? And then Jonah, that's when Jonah prayed and was like, to Yahweh. But I don't know what the sacrifice was for or to.
I'm trying to see if I see the name of a God, but all I see, I keep saying the Tetragrammaton. But the thing is, like I see y'all the Tetragrammaton, but I've never seen. So like here, Vayikra'u El. This is Yahweh, Yehovah, or Yahweh. Vayomeru Anu Ana Yahweh Al Na Novada Benefesh Ha Ish Hazah Ha Tazah Va'al I hate these right here because these are double T's. This is T T T. This is T T E T T N. So it's Vatitinen. Right here, these things right here with the double T's. These are T's, the tove, but when there's a dot inside, it's doubled because the like illegal. The double L's. In Hebrew, the double letters go inside the other letter, so it's like that. This the gesh. Dr. B said if you put a micro, like a looking glass, it's actually a small tove. So like it's saying like this letter swallows the other, like the doubled letter. So this would be va'al titenu. Titinu. But they confused the fuck out of me. All you knew Dom Naki Ki Ata Yahweh again. Ka Asher. Ha. This means the two. Huh?
You see this comment?
What comment? You don't know the father language. You're embarrassing yourself, ma'am. You don't even know the. Oh, shut the fuck up.
You don't.
You literally made up Hamashiach, and I can tell that you're fucking embarrassed because you don't fucking know how to read Hebrew.
He can barely type in English. Like, come on, sir.
This is Yahweh again. Ka'asher ha. This is a TZ sound, so it's fatizat. Ha fatizat. Asit. But it doesn't have another God's name, but they're all Yahweh.
Does it say what the sacrifice is?
It just said they made a sacrifice. But
Okay,
the one thing that I do want to know that I am going to check out for you is this one right here, because like if you can see right here, this says et Yahweh or et Jehovah here. That means with God, right? The men is, but this says the men. Oh, well, okay, hold on. So et can mean with, or it can just be a directional space. So it lets you know, like who the sentence is pointing to. So this sometimes this don't mean anything, but it's the direction is point. You see this right here is pointing that way. This is the subject, or it can mean with. So right now it's acting as a directional to Yahweh. So this is just Yahweh, but et Yahweh. But down here, this is La. Well, okay, this is to Yahweh. This can mean to, for, the. Kind of like when we were talking about how key means as or like, the preposition. They all mean different things.
Right.
And so, never mind. This is still Yahweh. This is to Yahweh. Or Jehovah. So yeah, it's saying that they pray to Jehovah.
What verse was that? I know you're in Jonah 1.
16.
Okay.
Y'all don't have to mute him unless he was like typing in caps. Like I'm okay with their insults, y'all. As long as they're not typing in caps or threatening people in the comments, y'all don't have to mute them. Okay. What else were we looking at in the Hebrew? Trying to see what were we trying to see? Oh, okay. Yeah.
I think the fish thing. I think you already looked it up.
Oh yeah. Okay.
Yeah, the big fish.
Yeah, that's tripping me out though. Okay. What else? Were y'all thinking? Did y'all see? Like, do y'all see any people in the box? That y'all see from the prophecy thing, like the test and stuff. Like, what were y'all thoughts about that? The criteria.
I missed that one. What were
The three.
Yes,
The three criteria.
Yeah, what were they?
It was the three tests for identifying a false prophet was if he speaks in the name of a god other than Yahweh. Second, if he gives a prophecy that Yahweh has not given him. And third, if his prophecy does not come true, which is how we got to talking about Jonah again, because Jonah did all three. Jonah did two of those things.
Yeah.
And so Jonah should he should have been classified a false prophet on two of those things alone.
Yeah.
I feel like it's a system. Oh, go ahead, Ray.
No, I was just gonna say, especially with like how he acknowledged that like Yahweh was playing games, you know what I'm saying? And like he's like, I know that this is like you're fucking up these people, right? Like you're playing games with these people. I don't want to go there and be lying. They already know me to be a liar, right? Like, I think that was the biggest fear for him, was like he must have had history with like saying shit that didn't come true, you know? Like I think they would have known him for that probably.
Wait, does the text say that he said that they already know me to be a liar, or are you saying that that's what that's
I'm
probably what he
saying
was
like with
thinking?
those criterias, right? Because
Oh,
his whole excuse was that they were gonna find out that Yahweh was lying, right? Like they were gonna, realize that the prophecy he was bringing to them was not gonna come true. So I'm saying like, why would they just automatically assume that, especially with these criterias now? They probably must have known that he's like, he probably says stuff that don't happen.
you know what's interesting is the whole entire story about Nineveh repenting. They even had that, like it, the way they embellished, like the king of Nineveh said even the animals have to repent and cover up in sackcloth and ashes. Like that's a fucking huge ass embellishment, because what king was making their animals repent to God, unless the king was like mad, like Joffrey off of off of Hunger
Game
Games,
of
not
Thrones.
Game of Thrones.
Game of Thrones, yeah.
Yeah, like I can see his ass doing some shit like that, but like that just seems like really over the top, like overly embellishing the story. It's like this is so true that the king had even the animals covered in sackcloth and ashes. That's why Nineveh wasn't destroyed. That's why in the records you're not gonna see Nineveh destroyed at this time. You know what I'm saying? Like it, because like yeah, exactly. It's fan fiction, and it end like it seems like it explains why Jonah would still be deemed a respectable prophet and not a false prophet, because that's the only thing that really saves him from being classified as a false prophet, is that story about Nineveh repenting. Even, and it allows people not to pay attention to the fact that Jonah didn't give a conditional prophecy, that he gave a declaration. So it kind of takes the eyes off of that. You know what I'm trying to say?
Yeah.
Yeah, it overshadows it.
I was gonna say, I think the
So,
system
oh, go ahead.
is, you can go.
No, because mine is gonna veer away from Jonah a little bit.
Okay. Well, I'll be brief. I was gonna say, I think the system, um, for determining a false prophet is one that ensures that like you won't be a prophet for very long. I mean, play as fuck up. You know what I mean? Like you're not gonna hit every single time, and depending on how many prophecies you have to give, it's always rolling the dice.
That's
Yeah,
true.
that's true.
So, my question is Damascus still a city?
Yeah. Hmm.
Okay.
Yeah, exactly. So he
So,
shouldn't be a prophet anymore. He should have been deemed not a prophet, right?
exactly.
Yeah. That's that.
Exactly.
Yeah, I agree. I agree 100%. And Ezekiel's ass, like
Wow.
the
Wow.
debit card, the Jesus God's debit card prophecy. Ezekiel shouldn't have been a prophet.
Hmm.
You said that they repent in real life. No, they didn't. I checked. Like in Nineveh's records, there's nothing on record that says that Nineveh ever bowed to the God of Israel or honored the God of Israel.
Yeah.
Neither, like, like, and there's like Nineveh according to the Bible, Nineveh was coming against the Israelites again. I think during the time of like Ezra. And Ezra is complaining. So like, hold on, let me see if I can pull this up. Give me just a second.
Let's keep tapping the screen, y'all. Let's get the likes up, get the shares up, get the gifts going, all that stuff.
I think it has to reset the gift goal. How are you this morning, Lydia?
I'm good. How are you guys?
I'm doing great.
Doing amazing.
It's a lovely morning.
Awesome.
That's good. I'm
I,
glad.
y'all, I just want to let y'all know there's it wasn't Ezra, it was Nahum. But there's 6 people in the guest box, just to let y'all know.
Okay, we can we can move on.
No. I'm pulling up. I can't open the guest box, so I'm just letting those of you that can operate the guest box know that y'all can bring people up. There's 6 people in the
If
guest
you
box.
guys are in the guest
Okay.
box on purpose, please let us know with a red heart in the comments. That would be
And I've
very
been tagging
helpful.
folks. I've been tagging them too, asking, "Are you in the box on purpose?" Crickets.
Mm. Oops.
Let's see. Okay. Um,
Hey, Kate.
Sue.
hey, Kate.
Voila.
Okay, this is like a century after Jonah,
I think
right here.
Sue's up here.
This is 100 years after Jonah. Says, "Woe, city of bloodshed, utterly deceitful, full of plunder, no end to the prey, the crack of the whip and rumble of wheel, galloping horse and bounding chariot, horsemen charging, flashing sword and glittering spear, piles of dead, heaps of corpses, dead bodies without
Chariot.
end.
Horsemen charging, flashing sword and glittering spear.
They stumble over the bodies because of the countless debaucheries of the prostitute, gracefully alluring mistress of sorcery, who enslaves nations through her debaucheries." Why did the guest box just open out of nowhere? And peoples through her sorcery. "I am against you," says the Lord of hosts, "and will lift up your skirts over your face, and I will let nations look on your nakedness and kingdoms."
This is rough.
Hold on. Look how this God fucking
There
talks.
he go again. Mm-hmm. All just through that Bible. That's the way he talked to his people, his chosen people.
That's crazy. Hey, Auntie Charlene.
Hey, y'all, I was going back to Jonah. I'm sorry to bring y'all back there, but you were talking about what kind of fish it could have been. And I put in the comments that it could have been a whale shark. And I was going to tell somebody to Google that and see how large their mouth is, but they're not a predatory fish. It's a huge,
Let me see.
they can get up to 60 feet long. They have a large opening for a mouth large enough to swallow a human, but they're not a predatory fish.
Yeah, it could have been something like that. I think. Also, what was you saying about the whale shark's mouth though,
No, the
Don't
whale
have
shark's
or
a
the
mouth
their
is
acid in their
esophagus.
stomach or something? Their
No,
acid
they
in
no
their.
don't have an esophagus. Their esophagus is too small.
Oh, okay, that's what it
for a
was.
whale shark. Are you looking at it?
Yeah.
But
Oh,
that's if they're gonna swallow it. Wait, where does it say Jonah was? In the mouth
It said in
or
the belly.
in the belly?
It
Well,
actually doesn't say
That
that. It actually doesn't even say that, y'all.
see?
That it just says
doesn't say right.
he remained in the. Yeah, no, I take that back. It does. Um, it says that Jonah remained in
Remained
the
in the
fish's
belly for
belly
3
3
days.
days and 3
Yeah.
nights. Yeah,
We
it
gotta
That's
does.
read.
that's the
We
only thing
gotta
I can
read.
think of because they say this is the largest fish, the largest whale shark on record was over 30 tons.
Okay, so
So
that's the thing though, Miss Charlene. If it can't go through, if
It's
the
only
person
inches
can't go through
across.
it, yeah. If they
I
can't
know.
go through it to the
The
stomach, then
whale
he
sharks are
probably didn't make it to the stomach. I don't know if he made it to the stomach.
right. The whale shark's esophagus is only inches across. So like while they do have a really big mouth, they don't have a
Gotcha.
big enough throat for you to get through.
To get down, right? Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, I thought I had to solve the mystery. I can't think of any other animal that could have a large enough esophagus to get to the stomach, there would not be a predatory uh, type of animal that the stomach acids would digest it.
Yeah.
And even with something that's not predatory, eventually everything that goes in their stomach has to be digested. It just may be a slower process, which would
Yeah.
allow for him to be in their stomach as long as they were, right, without being consumed.
Yeah. A lot of
Mm-mm.
animals that eat plants have like rocks and stuff in their stomach to kind of help crush up the plants and stuff. So I mean, you would have just been in there getting like beat all shit.
Yeah,
Like,
yeah.
you know what I mean? Like, I don't know, but that I don't know.
I was
You
thinking
still would have the
Pinocchio.
problem of getting in there.
So we have chalked this up to this story is poo poo, correct?
Yeah.
It couldn't.
Yeah.
It couldn't. It couldn't have happened.
Always has been.
Well, yeah,
Clearly exaggeration.
but I guess when you just like really sit down and think about it logically, it's just a no go. Unless it was some type of animal that has become distinct since Jonah, and they still would be on
Mm-mm.
record, even if they're no longer here, they would be on record, right?
Well, I mean, they've been looking into different animals that have existed. Um, the problem that you run into is the animals that are like that have the biggest mouths that are capable to do it are either herbivores, so they don't have the esophagus size,
Mm-hmm.
or they're predatory. So like you run into the problem of they have a ton of acid from the amount of meat that they eat. So
And
it's just not likely.
even with a sperm whale, their esophagus would not be large enough.
Mm-mm.
Hmm. Well, they got that
Is there
going.
any fish with a large enough esophagus?
I'm gonna Google it. Hold on. This is driving me crazy. I'm just gonna say,
That goes to tell you the people that wrote this book weren't
uh
smart
huh.
enough. Like they just saw a big fish and was like, "Ooh, a
Mm-mm.
man
They
can
just
fit in
do
that."
shit together.
Well, I mean, it
A
makes
man can
sense
fit in
But it
because
that.
makes
when you
sense because
looking
back
down,
then,
yeah, when you look
yeah,
down a fish's mouth, like you're gonna assume that you could just go
Hmm.
Yeah.
forever inside of that massive body. And I mean, I get that, but
Exactly.
that's just not what it is.
Ah, oh, come on.
They are massive. I used to think about how
Let's
cool it'd
see
be to
what
like
fish
hang
could
out
have
inside of a
eaten.
whale's mouth.
Okay, I'm looking
Pinocchio
at
made
what
me want
fish.
to.
I'm looking at what fish could have eaten Jonah, right? And it says, according to the Midrash, while Jonah was inside the fish told him that its life was nearly over because soon the Leviathan would eat them both. And Jonah promised the fish that he would save them. This was cool. Have you ever heard that one,
What?
Thinker?
That's
In the
crazy.
that
Midrash.
it was Leviathan. It could be Leviathan, and which means again,
Well, no.
if they're thinking that the large fish, I'm saying like when they said large fish, the writer could um have Leviathan in mind because that was mythological at that time, and Leviathan is in the book of Job.
Well, but what I'm saying, this is saying, can y'all hear me?
Yeah.
Uh,
Okay. What I'm saying, this is according to the Midrash. This is the story that the Midrash tells people or says. Okay. It says while Jonah was inside the fish, they're saying that the fish talked to Jonah and told him that its life was nearly over because soon the Leviathan would eat them both. So Jonah and the fish. So we still don't know what kind of fish. Now it's a talking fish, according to the
oh no, I've
Midrash.
never. No, that's Midrash. They be making up
Oh wow.
shit.
Okay,
Yeah,
I'm telling
they
that.
be making up shit. No, like did they say what rabbi
And
said
in
that?
the Talmud, it's in the Talmud too.
No,
The
I mean
Talmud
what
too.
rabbi?
Oh,
That's
it doesn't.
Midrash. Talmud. Midrash is Talmud.
It's
Did they say what
gotcha.
rabbi said that?
No, it doesn't. It just says there is a Talmud story that the fish that ate Jonah was almost eaten by Leviathan.
Yeah,
So let's see
like the
what.
Talmud is like the Talmud are oral traditions that the rabbis used to debate, right? Like they used to fill in the blanks, right, of or the gaps in stories, or do interpretations, kind of like the Christians' commentaries. And the, what is the Muslims called, to
Tafsir.
Oh,
tafsirs,
yeah.
yeah. So like the Muslims tafsirs, the Christians commentaries, the
Okay.
Midrash or the Talmud is the Jewish one.
Okay, now I'm reading. It says the question is there a fish big enough to swallow a man whole? And then the answer is, if any animal should be capable of swallowing a human whole, it is surely the whale shark.
But where are you
Um,
getting that from? Like, what source is that?
Oh, okay. I'm sorry. I guess this is medium.com.
No,
Just
that's
pulling up
opinion
from.
based.
I got you. Okay. So what would I? Okay, so I guess I would need to go to like.
Yeah, it says it's the size of a quarter.
Yeah, see, it's
Or a
only inches
Okay.
across. Yeah, like that. And
What
this is
did?
from Clear Science.
Okay, so that's
The
why I
whale
need to
shark
go
is on.
somewhere like that. Okay.
Yeah, medium.com is like anybody could write articles on Medium.
Gotcha. Well, okay. I just put it in the Google search and was looking at different stuff. Okay. Let's see. So still, this is hermeneutics. What is hermeneutics?
Scripture, interpreting scripture.
Okay, same thing. Okay. Let's see. What really swallowed Jonah?
And like literally the Hebrew word that's used there, they're trying to say Jonah was in the intestines of the fish. So it's got like they can't say, oh, he was just in the mouth. This word right here, bamei, that like but me a it's it means in the intestines. So like they can't say that Jonah was just sitting in the mouth of a fish. Like this is literally saying that he was in the inwards of the fish and the intestines of the fish. So it has to be a fish. Like for
so
them to be like,
stomach
oh,
would
it
be
really
generous.
happened, huh?
So damn, stomach would be generous if that's the case, because you only in the intestines once you digest it.
Yeah. She said Jonah was up in them guts. And you would like you would think that we wouldn't have to go through all of this for a believer to know that this story is mythology, or for them to,
Okay. Okay, what about the Keto sea serpent? And they were saying that this particular serpent has been mentioned from in Homer, 9th century to 8th century BC, Euripides. Oh God, I'm not gonna do this. Aristophanes. I'm finna start speaking in tongue, trying to pronounce these names. But they call it a keto fish, which is a sea serpent. The ketos, the dog-headed sea serpent. And this is more on this site. This is let's see, by Brian Thomas, PhD, wrote this one. What really swallowed Jonah?
He says that a what swallowed Jonah?
He said it could have been a large. Okay, wait. I just lost my thing. It is called a ketos. I'm gonna spell it. Ketos, to mean a sea serpent. Cooper wrote the ketos, the dog-headed sea dragon, appears in accounts from CA 700 BC and all the way up to CA AD 500. And then they have mentioned other authors and historians that have mentioned this particular animal. And Homer is one of them. Euripides is one of them. Aristophanes
It's a lot of them. That Claudius, all the way up to the 6th century. Jonas Muscus from the 6th century AD. They all reference this particular animal. It don't mean it's real, but that's what this particular Brian Thomas, PhD, wrote about.
The fact that he has a PhD and he's still trying to find an animal that could swallow a fucking human, like, that's insane to me. And that's like what we were talking about when I think it was meme activist that was up here, and she was saying these people have PhDs, and it, like, that's insane to me. So it says the three animals. What?
The monster tannin in the Hebrew Bible has been translated as Greek katos in the Septuagint and ketus in Latin Vulgate.
Oh,
You
that's what
said
that is.
the what canon? The what?
Is that KETOS? Also,
Yeah,
yeah, that's what I was trying to pronounce. I said ketos. I'm sorry.
I'm looking at the uh, oh, well, this is the Wikipedia, so I'll take that for a grain of salt. But it's saying that the word tannin in the Hebrew Bible was translated to ketos, which is the name that Charlene just gave us in the Septuagint. So somebody thought it was like that. Not surprising that they
For the
were.
fish,
Hmm.
and that's in the what, in the Septuagint?
Right. It's translated as ketos from what this is saying. Now, I'm about
Which
to.
which the ketos means dog-headed sea dragon. That's how they describe it, I guess, because that's what it looked like to them.
Did I say Jonas or some Jonah? I don't know what the fuck my ass wrote.
Yeah, so sorry, can I cut in really quick? Think of what you're looking at.
Yeah, but they use dag here. Go ahead.
So I'm realizing that there's a lot that I actually haven't read about the Jonah story. And I just came across this like manipulative ass like what is wrong with this God? I'm reading Jonah 4, right? And I'm here where after Jonah, prophesies and the God, spares the city, blah blah blah, right? It says Jonah had gone out and sat at the place of the east city. There he made himself shelter, sat in the shade and waited to see what would happen to the city, right? This is after he's upset. He done told God, hey, I knew you were going to do this, right? Then the Lord God provided a leafy plant and then made it grow over Jonah's head to give him shade for his head to ease his discomfort. And Jonah was very happy about this plant. But at dawn the next day, God provided a worm which chewed the plant so that it withered. When the sun rose, God provided a scorching east wind, and the sun blazed on Jonah's head so that he grew faint. He wanted to die and said, it would be better for me to die than to live. But God said to Jonah, is it right for you to be angry about the plant?
Yeah, that's what we were talking about earlier.
Hmm.
Like, what? Are you kidding me?
Oh my
They tell you
gosh.
it's free will.
Yeah.
Yep.
But yeah. It's
Also,
wild. It's a wild ride.
yeah.
Yeah.
What were you saying? In the Blue Letter Bible, they use what for?
Oh,
In the Septuagint, they use what?
this was in the Wikipedia, so take that for a grain of salt. But it was saying that it was translated to that ketos word
It
in the
was saying that the
Septuagint,
word fish was.
tannin. And then how you pronounce that in the Hebrew?
What verse is that in? Tannin.
Was that not the name for the fish? Didn't you read it or no?
Uh.
In the Hebrew Bible?
Where did y'all get that from?
Where would the
Where
double
did you do
T's
that
is?
had the double T's in it? What word was that?
Oh, that word is which verse was that in? Maybe it's up here. Hold on.
Yeah, you're already in 16, I think.
Was it in 16?
I think so. I don't know.
Oh yeah, it was about the God here. It's in verse
Okay.
15. Vaal tit tinin. You said that, and that says dog, right? Right there in the
It says in
I'll send
here,
it
it
to you so
says
you can
that
see.
the ketos is what the ketos means dog, the dog-headed sea dragon.
ketos means
Well,
dog.
I'm
What?
probably not pronouncing it
What in
correctly,
the
but it's
world?
the ketos. Ketos or dog-headed sea dragon appears in accounts from ca 700 BC all the way to 500 AD.
But I don't think that's in the Bible. I think somebody is because the word dog DAR. I'm sorry, DAG. Hold on, because people asking me. Hold on, to the person that asked that I find in the Hebrew large fish. This is large and this is fish. So gadol. So dog, and it's pronounced DAWG, but this is this is D, this is G. So dog, gadol. So fish large.
Gotcha.
Yeah.
So this is wrong.
Yeah. Also, it says that the only whale that could swallow a human is the sperm whale.
Yeah,
It has a diameter of
But it don't have stomach no air
2
for
feet,
oxygen.
but they can and they hunt at 3,000 feet below sea level. So
Yeah.
yeah,
that could
that's a
work.
no, because
Can't find anything
he would
either.
have
I
went
never look at
pow.
You would have got the bends just going down, like not even coming up.
Hey, God can do
Exactly.
With the
anything.
beans, he would have.
God can blow air
Sometimes.
in the sperm whale's stomach the same way that he
Right.
blow air in their nostrils in the morning to wake them up. So we can't count that out. When we're talking to them, that that
which
would be
one
a
got
whole ass rebuttal,
you
and y'all know that.
You do know
got the
whales are
creek.
mammals, right? So they do breathe air, right? So it would probably be some type of mammal type fish that
Air
breathes air as
pocket.
well.
It's
So maybe he was fine. Yeah, maybe he found him an air pocket.
That's what they gonna say. Like,
some of that cigarette stuff was in that singer a couple of times.
what cigarette stuff? You said
Well,
what, Lala? I can't hear you. You going in and
I'm
out.
talking to somebody.
Oh,
Oh.
I thought you was talking about the
I said,
fish.
wait a
Fish.
minute, cigarette. What we do with cigarettes? But yeah, they say they 3,000 feet below, and then scientists have never seen them hunt and consume food up on the closer to the surface level. So they do all their hunting way
I don't
down
know
in the
if
sea.
y'all have seen how sperm whales get down. Well, of course we know we haven't seen it, but if y'all see like the scars and shit that's on them, they
hmm
be going they hunting
Yes.
giant squid, and they
Yeah.
be
Yep.
going
And they
all the
swallow them.
way fucking through there. So
Mm-hmm.
yeah, bro, they don't go down that deep to play around, bro. You would have been fucked up, bro.
Exactly.
You would have been fucked up. Like
But
you
then
would have
that,
been
but
fucked
then
up.
that's scary just to think that there's something large enough down that low that a squid, those squids are that big, grow
Mm-hmm.
Hmm.
that large.
65 fucking feet.
Oh,
Yes.
Yep.
Shit.
and they be
Yep.
down there battling like yeah.
Yeah.
God
So
damn. Like, are all of them at 65, at least 65 feet, or is that just the largest that they can get?
I'm pretty sure that's
There's
that's
others that
standard.
are down here that are smaller.
yeah. But it's just like kind of an average because there are like, there's gonna be anomalies on either side.
Yeah, that's standard.
Zombie
Some
said,
I know
fuck the ocean.
they had found one that he said fuck the ocean.
Zombies.
They had found one that washed up on shore, one of those
What you call them? We were just talking about. I'm sorry. The
Massive,
squid looking things. The squid looking things. And that thing, it went.
massive.
It went down the whole beach. It had died, of course, because it washed up on shore. But from the head to all the tentacles went along down that whole stretch of beach. That's how long that sucker was.
That's probably the Leviathan
They talk about, yeah, probably so. And the eye socket on that sucker was huge.
It can be 39 to 43 feet long. I'm telling you, they would have been.
I can't.
But see, something like that, he wouldn't have survived in that because it was gonna eat him. So it couldn't have been nothing like that. So
Because we're pretty sure that the sperm will swallow them whole. So if they hunted a squid, I mean, if you can stay alive, I mean that thing can stay alive, and then you trapped in the stomach with.
It's
and
good.
you know those squids have those sharp beaks, you know.
Yep,
Uh,
and them
so
jokers is huge
yeah,
too,
yeah.
and so powerful. Yeah, bro, you would have been fucked. I'm telling you, there's no way.
I've been looking. I can't find shit. I can't find anything that will swallow a full ass, grown ass man whole.
And not digesting.
Right.
Because it doesn't say in the Bible when the fish spit him up on the land, it didn't say like he was discolored or when I say discolored, where acid could have been eaten and
Hmm.
like discolored him or he came out. It just said it spit him up and he what said thank you and got up and went to walking. I mean what?
Right.
Thanks for the
He didn't have any
ride.
broken limbs or nothing.
Nothing.
Like
Nothing. It was basically thanks for the ride. Yeah, my dog. You know.
his ears didn't pop.
Yeah.
Yeah, what do y'all think about
Nothing.
the Inanna's descent to the underworld being a influence or parallel to the Jonah 3 days in the belly, Jesus 3 days
Mm-hmm.
in Hades
What do
and
you mean?
resurrecting? Jonah being in
Say
the
that
belly.
again.
So Jonah being in the belly of the whale,
Mm-hmm.
right, for 3 days and 3 nights, and then he gets spit out. So it's kind of like death and resurrection.
Right.
Jesus says that, like, Jesus died, right, on the cross. He went to the underworld for 3 days, and then he ascends, right? He resurrects and ascends. So that's death and resurrection. And then Inanna, like, she descended to the underworld. This is where they got where she had to marry Hades, I think, where we get
Hmm.
our marriage rituals from. And she was there
Hmm.
for 3 days and then rebirth. So,
Rama?
huh?
Oh, sorry.
Who?
I'm reading. Sorry. I didn't mean to hit the button. My thumb was over my mute button, and I must have.
You call her what did you call her? I thought it was Persephone that went.
Inanna.
No, it's Inanna.
Okay.
Inanna.
Like, do you think that they are similar?
To be
It
honest
could
with
be. And
you,
I've
I
always
go ahead.
go ahead. Go ahead, Osa.
No, go ahead.
I said I've always just Jesus and Jonah. I've always compared those two because of the 3 day thing, and I was like, what is up with the 3 days? But now thinking about Inanna and knowing that there's some Greek mythology feels to this, I think so.
Wait,
Compared
what
to
was
But
that?
Inanna.
Inanna is a Sumerian
I
goddess,
mean,
though.
not
She's
Greek,
not.
not Greek.
No, Greek was Persephone was the Greek
Persephone
one.
was Greek.
Yeah.
Hold on.
Persephone is
Thank
Greek.
you. This Anana.
Inanna visit the underworld, which is known as Hades today. But go ahead.
And she said she was there for 3 days.
3 nights.
So are you saying like the Jonah? Well, I'm thinking what you're saying, like Jonah was dead in there for 3 days.
No, I'm saying Jonah being in there for 3 days represents death, and then him being spit out because he was in the belly of the well, in the inner depths, right, in the intestines, the darkness, utter darkness,
Hmm.
right, for 3 days, and then
I think it.
spit out like a it just to me it's like darkness, like he's in darkness and then he spit out, he
Yeah.
comes out and now his mind is renewed, he's changed, like his mind has changed, he's gonna go and do what this God said do. So like it kind of like, to me it has the same motif of death and rebirth, or death and resurrection.
Yeah, I can see that. Do you think like the way,
Yeah,
okay,
no
so
screw what they do.
reading
I
the
woke up
story,
smelling
right?
strong.
Oh,
That's what it did to me.
sorry. Miss Charlene, your mic is okay. So while I'm reading the story, right, even that change you're talking about doesn't last too long. Is there any change with the Inanna person, like, during these 3 days after she comes out? Is there something that's supposed to happen?
Like I know that she was stripped of all of her gear.
Hmm.
Her sister is killed. I mean, her sister threatens to kill her. And then her sister is killed.
Who is
No, not
Nishaber?
really.
Is that somebody? I think that's who
Huh?
it is. Ninshaber. Who is that?
Ninsherber?
Ninny. I can't remember my brain is mush. Let me look it up real quick. Hold on.
What'd you call me?
Stop it.
Thinker, I'm asking that because, like, so, like how Jesus comes out, he's unrecognizable, right?
Mm-hmm.
After those 3 days, then Jonah comes out and he just goes full on robot, right? He goes on full on robot, does the thing. He's not necessarily himself. Sorry, you guys, I have construction outside if it's too loud. But he comes out, goes straight to, hey, I have a job to do. The same way Jesus comes out and he's like, hey, go preach, right? This is like, and that, I feel like there's like a bit of a veil in after those 3 days that happens, where they're now focused on what Yahweh wants to do, or like, whoever the God is, because this Anana person is not necessarily a worshiper of Yahweh now, right? But I'm thinking the 3 days after the three
It's
days something
it
happens,
says gender and duality happened. The rescuers are genderless now.
ah
The replacement is male.
Oh.
Yeah,
ah
that's what happened when she went down there and when she was reborn.
Okay. It's Ninshuber. She was one of Inanna's attendants. She's from Mesopotamia.
Okay, so even because after Jonah does this, he goes back to his regular self, where he's now complaining and he's like, bro, like there's something wrong with you, bro. Like you're fucking up. Like, he goes back to like, yeah, I am angry at you. I am upset at the things that you're doing. So I'm confused at that switch, where that switch happens, because he comes out of that whale very focused on what Yahweh wants, it, which might be fear. I don't know. That might be fear, because I'm thinking the underground for 3 days, or the resurrection after 3 days, must be doing something.
I was gonna
Well,
say I
it
think
just
the story
obedience.
makes.
Like the only thing I say is obedience. What'd you
Obedience.
say?
So I was gonna say that I think the story makes more sense if you think of it from the aspect of Jonah actually dying and him being in like purgatory, having this conversation with God.
Right.
I think that does make more sense because I mean, realistically, if he got swallowed by anything, he just wouldn't have lived for 3 days at really any level of the ocean. Things that are that big don't stay at the top of the ocean very long. Um,
That's true.
so yeah, it makes more sense if he like it was just all miracle work. The book should have said that, to be honest.
Well,
Trying
it
to ground
was.
that in
You
reality
said that it was a
is
what miracle?
I said it should have been miracle work. Like he got resurrected as opposed to like, no, he was alive the whole time. Like this makes way
Oh
more sense
yeah,
if he actually died and came back.
But
but I
but
don't think they.
I'm sorry.
Yeah, they did. Did they have miracles like that at that time? But is this before Elisha laid on the body of the
Uh,
little boy and raised him from the dead? Because I
when
don't
was
think
it that they
Moses
accidentally
or
revived people?
huh? Because Moses,
When was
like
it
that
that
type
they?
of prophecy, like I'm wondering if that type of motif was in the Hebrew scriptures at that time. Because Moses, Abraham, or Moses, none of them raised anybody from the dead. Um, we don't actually see them raising people from the dead until Elisha, right? We don't
Didn't they
see them
like
doing
No.
those
accidentally
type of
revive
miracles
somebody?
until, huh?
Didn't they like accidentally revive somebody? What was that?
Who did?
They tossed the bones, they accidentally tossed the bones
The
or
dry
a body
bones?
on, yeah, on top of dry bones.
Who? Moses
And
did?
no, who was it?
That's
The
Ezekiel,
Israelites
right?
did.
That's
They were
Ezekiel.
That's
You talking about
Israelites.
Ezekiel.
the one about can these dry bones live or something? How it came?
But
No, they
that's
were like they
Ezekiel,
were
ain't it?
hastily burying somebody, and they like accidentally put them on top of the bones of somebody,
But
of
that's
like
in
Jacob or
Ezekiel, though,
something.
ain't it?
Is it?
Jonah
I
is
can't remember.
after Elisha. Is the Elisha you're talking about? Is it the Elias
I
HA?
think no, I think it was Elijah that laid on the
Elijah, right?
top
Okay.
of the kid, mouth to mouth. Like the time. What I'm looking for is like the time period
Yeah, I'm trying.
that we would
I'll look
see
at
these
it.
types of miracles. Because Moses, who was the mouthpiece of the God and who was a God to his own brother, does not raise anybody from the dead. It was Elisha. It was Elisha, Rhea.
Yeah, so Jonah comes after both of them actually. Well, no, comes after Elisha.
Well, you talking about in the book or
Time
the time
period.
frame? Time
Time.
period.
Yeah, I'm about to tell. Yeah, it says was an active a prophet in the 9th century BCE, approximately from 850 to 800 BCE. And then Jonah was from 786 to 746 BCE.
The writing was, or they're saying that's when Jonah lived.
It says the son of
Amos.
Amittai. Yeah, Amittai prophesied during the reign of Jehoram, who ruled Israel at about it says Jonah, the son of, yes, it's just giving his genealogy, I guess, like his father, and then when he was prophesied about. So I guess his timeline in the Bible, what the Bible is saying would have been his timeline.
Okay, and then after
Mhm.
Elisha. So wait, did the prophet Elijah ever raise anybody from the dead, or was Elisha the first?
Uh, let me see. Hold on. Let me see.
Tap that screen, guys. Let's get the likes to 200, please. And don't forget to get the host and the panelist.
Elijah did it first. In First Kings. Yeah, so it says Elijah did it first.
So Elijah and Elisha both raised somebody from the dead.
No, Elisha, no. But Elijah, yes.
So it was
Elijah did it.
Elijah. It wasn't Elisha.
Yeah, it was Elijah
Okay.
that did the raising. Yeah.
Okay.
And the
So
other thing wasn't
somebody typed
Ezekiel.
Elisha. Huh?
I said another thing wasn't Ezekiel.
Who was it? The dry bones.
Yeah, it was Elijah's bones.
That was Elijah too.
Hmm.
Um. So,
Well,
but
it was his bones that did the miracle.
okay.
Oh, the witch
No,
thing?
it says Elisha did raise somebody from the dead. He raised
So,
Yeah, no, I'm
the
saying the thing that
Shunammite.
I was talking about was
No, yeah, I
Elijah's
Yeah.
got
bones.
you.
Yeah.
Yeah, I
Okay.
got you. I'm talking to Rhea.
Okay.
yeah.
Elijah raised somebody from the dead.
Jericho.
Huh?
Okay, so Elijah did the widow's son,
They
right?
do the same thing. They do the same exact thing.
Oh, okay. So I guess, yeah. So maybe maybe it's like one of the, like, the authors copying the other one, but
Yeah.
it says they have Elijah to be first recorded doing that miracle. So I guess if Elisha comes before Elijah, well, what is the timeline for Elijah? Let me see.
Elijah was during the reign of King
Second
Ahab,
Kings
Yeah, First
says he.
King,
and
First King.
Jeroboam is during the split. Huh? Jeroboam. Elisha was doing Jehoram.
Okay, so First Kings has Elijah's thing. Okay, so it says Elijah was from particularly active during the reign of King Ahab from 874 to 853 BCE. Yeah, so yeah, okay. So Elisha, so that would make Elisha come first, innit?
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, yeah. So I guess somebody copied somebody's story.
Yeah. Like here's the interesting thing,
Yeah.
right? Because we only see Elijah and Elisha in the Hebrew Bible raising anybody from the dead. And it
Yeah.
makes you wonder when these stories were written, right? When they were added to the Kingly Chronicles, and the fact that they mimic each other, which would answer your question also as to why they wouldn't have thought to make Jonah's story a resurrection story. Because remember that the Hebrews didn't originally have a concept of soul, spirit, and all this type of power until they started messing with the Greeks and the Romans. And so, like, for Moses to have been the mouthpiece of the God and doing all these fucking miracles in Egypt and all of that, one thing he never did was raise anybody from the dead. Ezekiel never raised anybody from the dead. Daniel never raised anybody from the dead. Abraham, Jacob, right? None of them ever haven't been in close proximity to this God. Think about this. So the prophets, during the time of Moses, the God was with the people and he spoke to the people through the mouth of Moses and Aaron. After Moses dies, he's with Joshua. All right, then it moves into the period of the prophets. And the prophets hear the God. They speak for the God, but not face to face like Moses did. And they never raised anybody from the dead except for Elisha and Elijah. And it just makes you wonder when these stories start to have the Greek influence. You know what I'm saying? Like when they were
Yeah.
written, because this just reeks of Greek and Roman spirituality to me. Their mythology.
Yeah, and I can understand. Sorry, I wanted to go back to the why. I think I realized why the person was saying it couldn't have been Elisha because Elijah anoints Elisha,
What do you mean
right?
it couldn't have been Elijah?
So the first person to do it, like whoever did it first. I'm trying to figure out who copied whose story here.
Oh, it would be like Elijah is older. Like Elijah is the
Yeah.
mentor of Elisha, and then by the time Elisha becomes a prophet, Elijah is dead.
Exactly. So it couldn't have been Elisha. Elijah would have been the one that did it first.
Yeah, but I don't think that they wrote their own books either.
Yeah,
Like,
true.
yeah, because these are in the Kingly Chronicles, so this would have been the record keeper writing, not the prophets themselves.
Yeah.
So like,
Well, you
First
think
Kings
maybe
and
these are two accounts that like they try to, I don't know. I think that anointing part, it sounds like maybe that's how they try to merge the two accounts.
so I know First Kings and Second Kings was written during the Deuteronomistic period, I believe, or is it the Samuels? But it would have been, so First Kings would have been written by a different record keeper, and Second Kings would have been written by a different record keeper. And we could be dealing with a situation like Goliath.
Oh,
You
okay,
see what I'm
yeah.
saying? Yeah.
Wow.
Okay. Because Second
Okay.
Kings is like, from what I've seen, is 400 to 500, which will put it around the same time as Jonah. I think like a little bit before Jonah.
You said
And like
400 to 500 what? BCE?
BCE. Yeah.
So that would have been after the Babylonian exile, during the time that they're back in the Levant area under Greek occupation. You see what
Hmm.
I'm saying?
Yeah.
Yeah,
And he was
yeah.
What
resurrecting
in
people
the
in that one.
entire hell?
That's the influence you were looking
That's the,
for.
there you go. Like what the
Yeah,
fuck?
that's the influence you
A
were looking
boom,
for.
bada bang.
Mm-hmm.
That is
Are you writing this
wild as
stuff down?
fuck.
Because, man, listen, you could,
Yep.
Yeah,
like,
you gotta read
literally
this.
write a book
Yep.
about this thinker. You need to be writing this shit down.
You should. I'm gonna go back and watch it like I did the reading from yesterday.
Yo, Thinker, this
It's
feels like
dedication.
when we started the lives like the first time. We would just
Yes,
sit.
I missed this. This what I'm talking
Yeah.
about. Research. Fuck all that yelling and arguing with Christians
Yes.
and shit.
I miss that.
God damn, that is
Yeah, I
crazy.
need to reboot my damn computer.
Speaking of Goliath, y'all know that they're doing a series either on Netflix or Amazon. I can't remember which one about Goliath, David and Goliath. They're retelling the story, modern day.
I think I saw that set up on Prime,
Is it
but
Prime?
I'll
I
have
knew it
to
was
look
because
again.
yeah.
They're always doing something.
Mm-hmm.
I
Right.
don't know
Trying to
how many
keep
times
these
they think a
stories
motherfucker need to
alive.
look at David and be like, ooh, King David, blonde hair, blue eyes, muscles, God's favorite. Like how many times do they need to make that shit?
You know what? You know what never sat right with me is the fact that even the kids' stories had him all ripped and like, you know what I'm saying,
Hmm.
six
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
pack down. I'm
Hmm.
Yeah.
like, damn.
Well, it looks like in this particular telling, they don't have him looking like that. He looks like a little scrawny something.
Shoot,
I'm sure by
nowadays
the
you
time he becomes a
Mm.
king, by the time he
Yeah.
be like
Hmm.
he's scrawny as as Jesse's son.
Right.
yeah.
Right.
By
Right.
the time he kills Goliath and becomes a king, he's gonna be a whole ass bodybuilder with blonde hair, blue eyes, six pack, everything.
And then they always slow down that part where he's like ripping the lion and I'm like, this is for kids. What are you doing?
No, that's Samson. You thinking about Samson?
No, oh no. Yeah,
That
yeah, that's the
no.
one. I'm
Yeah.
talking about the one that's in the one, the other one that's like in the cave with the lions and stuff. I'm like,
Oh,
why are
that's
y'all
Daniel
making
in the
all these
Lion's Den.
characters?
Daniel. Yeah.
No,
Daniel.
Yeah, why y'all
Yeah.
making these characters all like doing like what are you
brolic.
doing?
It's the same reason they beautified Jesus, and women say they have a crush on Jesus, and men cannot saying that they won't worship an ugly Jesus.
Wow.
What? Like
It
I never
creates
That's
loyalty.
understood.
crazy.
Yeah, it creates loyalty. Like honestly, like I bet you, if we did what we did with Gollum Jesus,
Okay.
you remember that live? How many
Mhm.
people, how many women came up and said they wouldn't worship him because they have a crush on Jesus? They was like, I admit I secretly have a crush on Jesus. And then the men came up and was like, they wouldn't worship him, but they wouldn't admit, that it
Why?
had to do with his looks. Yeah. But like if we did a live on Samson and called him a whore,
Which
we
he
what do
was.
we call him, a whoremongering womanizer?
Mhm.
And they fucking was heated about that because they have glorified Samson in their head. Like to them, they are Samson. They're Samson. They're Solomon. They're all of these patriarchs, like all of these kings and stuff in their head. And so the way they portray them in the movies and in these storybooks and stuff, that's how men see themselves in their head. They could look like Dan
They look like Gollum
Pacino,
Jesus. They look like
huh?
Gollum Jesus themselves.
Yeah, and they would fight because they swear for God in their head that they look like a muscled up Samson.
Are you trying
And
to say Danny DeVito?
That is what
No, I'm not playing
I
with
couldn't
you.
remember. I couldn't remember his name.
Because whatever you said was not that.
But it's crazy. We all knew who she was talking about.
For real.
Right.
Yup.
And
Sounded close
you
enough.
know
You're
how
right.
shallow, this whole thing goes with the image of Jesus is that they literally made this man's face a whole beauty standard. Like there's literally men out
Hmm.
there, like there are men that strive to look like the Jesus.
Like Jesus.
What? Y'all don't like this is not enough to tell you that this is nonsense. Oh, please.
That's why we
And I
fight so
wanted
much
to
on
do
this
a
goddamn
video
stage.
showing what Jesus might have actually looked like, but I know my account will be gone within an hour.
We can't like they hate us because we fucking with the image they've created for themselves in their heads. The image in the story that they've told themselves. And this cult dick. This is a dick. This is a cult of dicks. Like seriously.
Very much so.
That's why we fight every goddamn day. Cause they don't painted a picture in their head and they don't
It was,
told themselves
and you know they
that this
use
story is about them.
That's why.
the,
Back with
the
new content. Did you see him in Venus live yesterday?
What did he say?
Well, first of all, he made a new account, and it was really funny because he he didn't even get 2 seconds into trying to deceive people before Matt called him out. But he kept arguing about Homo erectus and Homo erectus this and Homo erectus that. I'm
Oh.
like, dude, you came up here to argue the existence of your God, and the only thing you're saying is Homo erectus. Like,
Oh
you
my
know what I
gosh.
mean? Like, come
Yeah.
on, bro.
You know that the picture that the painting that most people have of Jesus, the beautiful picture that most people have of him, that's really a Caesarea Borgia.
Yeah.
They use his likeness to paint the portrait of Jesus. So that's who people are fawning over. They're not fawning over Jesus. They're fawning over that Borgia's boy.
Miss Charlie, that information is not going to do shit for them. They don't
No.
care.
Yeah, no, they do not care. What picture did Juanita Bynum show of Jesus, of the Jesus she saw? I never knew she flashed a picture of a Jesus she saw. What
What?
did it look like? Yeah, somebody in the comments said y'all remember that picture Juanita Bynum showed of the Jesus she saw. I
I
never
don't remember that.
I don't either, but I
I
want to
don't
see
remember
it.
that either. I was a Juanita Bonham fan, so I don't remember that.
Jesus is Shamar Moore in that one Tyler Perry movie.
What you said? No thinker. No what? I know that's what I read. Supposedly Da Vinci modeled, huh?
Oh yeah, Da Vinci did paint Jesus too. Da Vinci modeled his Jesus after his
Am I reading
boyfriend.
it wrong? Did I read it wrong?
Did he model his Jesus after his boyfriend? Is that what you're talking about?
Oh, I don't know. No, I was reading the
That's what
comments. I
that's
was
what
talking
one of
to
the
the
comments was
comments.
saying.
Huh?
One of the comments said that that's what Da Vinci did.
Oh.
Model his Jesus picture after his boyfriend.
Oh, I don't know. Um, I guess when y'all let me know when Christina go live. I was gonna go on camera, but now I'm not. I'm supposed to be co-hosting with her today. I was gonna be on camera.
Why you not gonna go?
Huh?
Why you not gonna be on camera?
Cause I'm chilling. I'm in a relaxed state. You
Gotcha.
know, I don't feel like being on camera.
Absolutely, sir.
Great faith. You not tired yet? Like you haven't found another hobby, something better to do with your time?
Uh,
Damn.
they've been creeping me out all morning, like so. Like arguing with I swear I can't stand whining, y'all. Mm, not let me not even use it as whining. Motherfuckers that just complain and don't have nothing that they can do. Like you can't do anything about us talking about what we're talking about in here, so you complain about it. Like if don't complain about shit you can't do nothing about. You know what I'm saying?
Right. Like
I
you're just
can't take that.
gaslighting yourself. You are gaslighting yourself.
Yep. It's like, dude, you wasting energy on some shit you can't change. You can't do nothing about it. Mm. We actually about to pick up. I don't know. I don't know who that comment was for because I sure hell don't give a damn about a horse that they about to pick up. Who is he talking to? You, Rhea?
I don't know what you're talking about. You just need to exercise that brain a little more. I don't know.
Yeah, I like sessions like this. I miss discovering shit and being like, oh my God.
All right.
This is supposed to be the Juanita Bynum
Let me
picture
see.
of Jesus. That's the blur. That's how blurry it is on YouTube. And then
Hold on, go back. I can. Wait, that what is it?
it's supposed to be a picture of Jesus. So now this is what she said it actually is.
What?
She said this is the picture that she took.
That's it.
Like,
What
girl, turn
the
that ring light
hell?
off. What do you mean?
And people believed her ass.
Turn that light
They
This the
off.
believed
picture she
her.
took. And this the
Ethereal
picture
nigga
that
Jesus is crazy.
She literally has a ring light on. Done told her
Why is
kids to
he
go stand
soaking
over there.
in? His
Child,
whole face is soaking in.
please.
Wait, how the
It's a
fuck
I don't
freaking
know.
did she
Jesus.
draw that second one? Who drew that second one for her?
I don't know
It
who did.
probably
She
AI.
said she just said that this is what was told that this was Jesus. This was
She said she was told that.
that was Jesus.
Mm-mm.
This is the
Mm.
She
artist
said this is the
reenactment.
picture
People, yeah, people believe her ass.
and this is
Mm.
what God
Oh
told
my
revealed to her.
gosh.
Well, I don't know
I'll be
about y'all, but
laughing at this the
that
rest
would
of the
scare the
day.
shit out of me if he came looking like
Why?
that.
Man, what you
Why is he
said?
looking different for everybody?
That's hey.
Whew.
Yesterday he walked through the jail cell walls with a fucking smoke machine, theatrics and
Like,
everything.
oh,
Ooh, that was
Like
funny.
a
what?
theatrical smoke.
Why do you
That
deny
shit.
me on TikTok?
But like, if you think about it, I think it says a lot about where that person is mentally too. But Juanita was going through a lot, like with her previous marriages and stuff. But of course, the Jesus that she sees is gonna be a buff, handsome black Jesus because that's what she wants. You know what I'm saying?
Hmm.
Mm.
Mm.
And then this guy in the jail cell see a Dolomite Jesus walk through with smoke and shining like bright lights.
He got
Probably
mad
had
at
on
Bright
Lala.
like a
platform fish
diamond.
shoes and shit. Like,
He got mad at Lala because Lala said Jesus had a cinematic smoke machine.
Don't don't forget Jess. I said, what kind of Jesus don't have a like? She said she could only see from like torso up. I'm like, so he didn't need his leg, like he didn't need the legs, he didn't need the rest of it. And she's just like, yeah, just torso up, and he was just this angelic being. I'm like, torso up, that's it. Like he couldn't give you nothing else. All right.
My
oh,
Jesus believed in
look,
foot
you
washing.
just said that and she just commented. You said, check out Jesus' picture where someone took a picture on a plane and captured him helping the plane.
Oh my.
Girl, I'm about to
He
mute
raised
you.
me up.
Twilight Zone. That's what that is.
Somebody
I'm
look up the
about to
picture. I'll be
mute
right
you.
back.
Oh,
Y'all are like the grandmas that scroll through Facebook and think like the
Right.
puppies that are coming down from a tree are real. Like,
Oh, the AI shit. Yeah. Oh wow, they made a car out of puppies. Look at how cute and awesome and
yeah.
amazing.
Right.
Bro,
Oh my
what?
god, it's a dress out of kittens. Oh my god,
Bro, what?
technology.
Yeah,
Like
bro. Like, come
what?
on. I don't know how they do that, but man. Look at God.
Real.
Oh my god.
Well, look, I sometimes I have a problem distinguishing between that AI stuff, so I ain't gonna say that.
Miss
I'm not gonna
Charlotte.
do too much. I'm not gonna do too much.
I'm gonna keep it quiet.
Miss Charlene, no way. Y'all be looking too hard. That's what it is. Please.
Look,
I have to
oh,
like take my dad's phone out of his hand. I'm like, just scroll. It's like, come on now.
We'll comment on my mama picture and be like, "Mom, delete this. Delete this
Please.
right now."
What are you doing?
I've had that happen too. Some of that stuff, and I reposted one of them. I said, "Oh, isn't this beautiful?" And then my son came back and said, "Mom, you know that's not real, right?" And I was like, "Oh no, I thought it was real."
Thought it was real.
And I think I did say, "Oh, look at it was some type of picture of a beautiful owl, I think it was, and it looked so real. It was just so beautiful." And I was like, "Oh wow, look how beautiful." And my son came up. He said, "Mom, you do know that's not real, right?" I was
That,
embarrassed.
that's usually how you know, Miss Charlene. Like, it's not supposed to look like.
I know. But I was marveling, and I was just marveling at how beautiful it was. I thought, "Oh my goodness, this thing is beautiful." Yeah, some AI shit. So I'm in that group too.
Look, just stood down there talking about something. I think it was real. Yeah, Jesus was holding up. Like what? Please.
We know you do, Jeff.
Juanita said that she asked God. She said she asked God, "Is this you, Jesus?" Behind the drums, because she said that's where she took the picture from, and she said that's when God told her to go look at that picture and compare the
What?
two.
No, please run that back. Please, 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 please.
She said
What?
when she saw the figure, but first when she saw the figure, God told her to take a picture of it. So she took a picture of the figure, and she said, "God, is this you, Jesus? Tell me this you standing behind the drums."
Oh wow.
And
That's the
she said
one.
God told her to go back and look at that picture. I don't know where that picture is. The second one. I don't know where it is hanging or whatever. She said, but God told her to go back and look at the picture.
She says, "Sweet Lord Jesus, it's a time."
So God was confirming the picture that she already had?
Yeah.
Girl.
Did y'all find it? Did
But
y'all
but
find
but
it?
but is this my thing? He couldn't have made it clearer.
Is
Did y'all find
this
it? Oh,
this
that's
it?
it?
What
I'm
is
asking
that?
Jess.
What?
Huh?
No, that's not the same thing.
Uh-uh.
Is that it?
Let's say he was
Well,
holding up
that's
a
what they're
plane.
saying.
Oh
That
wow.
it.
Where's the plane?
What?
This has got to be bullshit.
I don't know.
Yes, where the plane
Is
at?
this it, Jess?
Where's the extra
And it's on
dimensional dreads?
Facebook.
Lady took from an airplane window during an intense electrical storm. Girl, you was hallucinating. You know what? You didn't probably hit your head. The plane started shaking, and he was just standing there.
Wait, what
Okay,
was he?
so oh, he wasn't holding the plane. She saw him on the side. She looked out the window while the plane was having a issue, while there was a storm.
Was he waiting to get people? I mean, was he waiting on somebody to poke out?
I don't know, Jess. You got to have the story right. He wasn't holding the plane.
Who's on
Jess,
standby?
is this the right one?
Oh, he calmed the storm for them. Okay,
Oh, hold
okay.
on, y'all. Here go the original copy, and she's holding the original. It's a black lady. She's holding the original copy in her hands.
Just found it.
Hold on.
This is crazy. What the?
Girl.
What?
Okay.
Uh, wow. Oh, she up.
That's different than the YouTube video.
No, the YouTube video was Juanita Bynum. This is
Yeah.
somebody else.
Oh, I'm tripped out.
This is the one
Who is
outside the
this?
plane, right?
This is
Yeah.
Jesus
Oh,
outside the plane.
But like y'all do realize that her picture don't have a face. But if you go pull yours back up that you had up, Lala, they done made a whole face on that one. Hold on.
Mm-hmm.
you just said pretty cool. Jess, you funny, bro.
Yes, girl.
That's like the pastor back in South Carolina. My uncle used to go to his church, and he had a picture of one big footprint in his living room, and he said Jesus visited him.
Oh wow.
Look at her going back to. Look at her going back to. I love y'all. Nah, girl. Come on now. You know
You see
damn
how they got a
well.
face? Now that one look like he got a mustache.
Yeah,
He
they're gonna be
black.
scared.
Like
Yep,
Not
you
gonna
can
some
see
I
it.
yeah,
love
like
y'all.
yeah,
You
they
can
done did
see
the
it.
most on that one. But like, do
Oh
y'all
my
ever
god.
wonder? Have y'all ever wondered why heaven hadn't came like caught up with the times? Like, how the fuck has our fashion out fashioned heaven? Why is
For
Jesus still in
real.
late Bronze Age clothing? Like he don't went back to the place of all places where all the wealth come from, and he's still fucking wearing Bronze Age season clothes. Like what?
You know what though, Thinker? I think that's really like one of the things that are like attracting Christians is they want to go back to dressing like this.
That might be
They
true.
probably
They think
do.
they're gonna dress
Yeah.
like this in heaven. They want to go back to this. They think this is cool. Mm-hmm.
Watch how many of them have that shit on in the Easter plays. Like, yeah, I
Man,
think you're right.
I did Easter plays.
they want that shit.
It's so freeing.
Jess said, "What if it is him?" Oh my
Just
god!
come on now.
Oh, he can do only one plane every 100 years or something, because
But what I want to know
there's
is,
been plenty that fell out the sky.
like, here's the thing, Jess. You see this black space right here in the picture, and under the God, the right. You see these clouds right here, this space here, okay, and then here, right, and the going there. What what in the hell in the sky is this black space, Jess? What's the black space in the sky? When you're on a plane, right? That whole part should be clouds or blue sky and cloud. Like, what's this black space back here from the plane? That's the cloud at night. If it's the cloud, what's glowing, Jess? Like, what's glowing here if this picture was taken at night? Huh? What's glowing? Like, y'all when y'all see stuff like this, y'all gotta start asking yourself logical questions. Right? I don't know if you've ever been on a plane, Jess, but when you look out of a window, that black space, like, that's not it. And especially like if it was at nighttime, this glowing, that won't be. Not until you get low enough to you enter the city and you're being affected by all the street lights and shit. So like that ain't it. The story goes the Holy Spirit told woman to take a picture. Jess, hey y'all, I'm going to I'm finna go. I'm finna see y'all in Christina live, cause the fuck what?
Oh man.
She live?
Yeah.
Yeah,
Yeah, they said
Christina's
she
Yeah,
still
on.
yeah,
still
she
live.
lied.
She is? Okay.
Mm-hmm. All right, y'all. I'll see y'all in a minute.
All
All
right.
right. See y'all
All
in a minute.
right. All
Bye,
right. All
y'all.
right. To the YouTubers, thank
Whoever
y'all for
gifted
rocking
me
out with
that
us. It's
one.
been a wild ass night, huh?
I said, whoever gifted me that one coin. If you were a Christian, you a hater. I landed on 666 all that time. But I
Oh, I'm
left
sure it was
you.
a Christian. Yeah. Yeah. I'll see y'all Thursday in the daytime, and I'm probably gonna do till probably 10 or midnight. I hope y'all have a good rest of the day. If you are on YouTube, I'll see y'all on Christina's live if you're gonna be there. Thank y'all.
All
Y'all have
right.
a
Bye,
good one.
y'all.
Later.
Bye.
I
Yeah.